Chapter 1. Entangled with a notable figure. In the hotel suite, the lighting was dim and ambiguous. Wen Wan found herself in a tumultuous embrace with a handsome stranger, their lips colliding in a fervent kiss. Tonight, her ex-boyfriend Gu Changqing had announced his engagement. In a drunken stupor at the bar, swayed by the allure of alcohol and male charm, Wen Wan followed the man to this place. If Gu Changqing could so easily discard 4 years of their relationship for the allure of a wealthy heiress, then surely she could indulge herself for a night. At the height of their fiery encounter, leaning against the man's shoulder, Wen Wan momentarily forgot everything around her, and like a cat, she whispered that name. Gu Changqing. All intimacy came to an abrupt halt. With a soft sound, the lights flickered on. The bright illumination allowed her to discern the man's face clearly. Hua Shouting, the country's foremost lawyer, recognized in the legal circle as the king of hell. His assets were innumerable, a quintessential urban elite. Most importantly, he bore the significant title of being Gu Changqing's brother-in-law, the very man who had betrayed her. Wen Wan sobered up instantly. She gently closed her eyes. How absurd. She had almost shared a bed with her former rival's brother. Hua Shouting released her. Leaning against the wall, he lit a cigarette, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, his expression laced with amusement. How intriguing, Miss One. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, casually inquiring, "What was going through your mind when you kissed me? Did you wish to infuriate Gu Changqing?" It was evident that Hua Shouting recognized her as well. Wen Wan found it impossible to maintain her facade. Hua Shouting was far too renowned to claim ignorance would be disingenuous, even if she had genuinely failed to recognize him in her drunken state. Understanding the gravity of offending such a prominent figure, she could only bow her head in apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hua. I drank too much." Wen Wan refrained from being overly dramatic, offering a quiet thank you. Hua Shouting drove a Bentley Continental, and the two remained silent during the journey. Wen Wan occasionally stole glances at him. Hua Shouting's profile was perfect, his features sharply defined, and although the brand of his shirt was unidentifiable, it exuded elegance. Wen Wan surmised that a man of his caliber would never lack for female company. Upon arriving, Hua Shouting turned towards her, his gaze lingering on her slender, fair legs for a moment, before retrieving a business card from the glove compartment and handing it to Wen Wan. The implications of their encounter were clear, yet she hadn't anticipated that he would still desire to engage with her after his identity was revealed. Hua Shouting seemed unfazed by the situation. Wen Wan was indeed beautiful, but he would not force her into anything against her will. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Wen Wan watched as Hua Shouting gracefully exited the car and opened the door for her, as if the enchanting events of the night had never occurred. The golden Bentley slowly drove away. A gust of night wind swept by, sending a chill through Wen Wan's body, and she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to return his coat. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to chase after him, her phone rang. Chapter 2. The proud and self-loving lawyer Hua. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Aunt Wan was Wen Wan's father's second wife. Upon hearing Wen Wan's inquiry, she could not help but scold. "Gu Changqing, that ungrateful wretch. He is utterly ruthless. 4 years, you stood by him during the Gu family's decline, and now that he's back on his feet, he not only discards you, but also plans to send your father to prison. Your father is currently in detention." Wen Wan was taken aback and replied, "Aunt Wan, please don't be anxious." He'll ask Gu Changqing. She believed that, despite their separation, there was still some lingering affection, and Gu Changqing wouldn't go so far as to completely destroy her family. She dialed his number. It was answered swiftly. Wen Wan lowered her tone. "Gu Changqing, we've broken up. I beg you not to take it out on my father." Gu Changqing scoffed. He said, such a significant shortfall must have someone held accountable. Wen Wan wished to plead further. Gu Changqing's tone shifted abruptly. "There's another way, depending on your willingness. Wen Wan, if you spend 5 years with me, you'll let your father go." Wen Wan was stunned. She never imagined that Gu Changqing could be so shameless, wanting not only his future support, but also to possess her body. Fury coursed through her, causing her to tremble. "Gu Changqing, you truly disgust me." Gu Changqing laughed dismissively. "You know what kind of person I am, don't you?" Wen Wan gritted her teeth. "I will not be your mistress." "Gu Changqing, you can forget it." Gu Changqing let out a light chuckle. "Then prepare to hire a lawyer for your father." "Wen Wan, Don't say I didn't warn you. Such a hefty sum could result in at least 10 years. Wen Wan responded with a cold laugh. I will hire the best lawyer. You mean who's shouting? Gu Changqing replied with a calm smile. Wen Wan, have you forgotten he's my future brother-in-law? Do you think he'll represent you? Wen Wan felt a chill run down her spine. Gu Changqing casually remarked, Wen Wan, they'll be waiting for you to plead with me. As soon as Wen Wan hung up, Entwined erupted in anger. Bastard! Is he dreaming? We would rather perish than let you be tarnished by him. As Entwined spoke, tears began to fall. That lawyer Hoa is this ungrateful wretch's brother-in-law. How can we afford to hire him? Wen Wan, you must think of something. Wen Wan lowered her gaze. After a moment, she spoke softly. I met this lawyer who'll once will give it a try. Aunt Wan, being a woman, was quite perceptive. She caught the scent of alcohol lingering on Wen Wan and noticed the mail coat draped over her shoulders, surmising what had transpired. Aunt Wan chose not to confront her. It was not easy for Wen Wan to secure a meeting with Hua Xiaoding. In the lobby of the Jiang law firm, the receptionist was polite yet distant. I'm sorry, miss, but without an appointment, I cannot let you through. Wen Wan regretted not accepting the business card last night. She asked, if I make an appointment now, when can I meet with lawyer Hua? The receptionist checked and replied, the earliest would be in half a month. Wen Wan felt a surge of anxiety. Just then, the elevator doors opened at the corner of the lobby, and a man and woman stepped out. The man was none other than Hua Xiaoding. Dressed in a classic black and white suit, he appeared impeccably polished, the epitome of an elite. The woman beside him was a voluptuous, alluring woman in her 30s. As soon as Hua Xiaoding exited the elevator, he spotted Wen Wan, yet he acted as if he didn't recognize her and continued to escort his client to the door. He maintained a measured demeanor, shaking hands with the woman as they bid farewell. The woman, with a flirtatious tone, exclaimed, thanks to you, lawyer Hua, I could smoothly finalize my divorce and secure my assets. You have no idea how stingy he was after finding a new love. Hua Xiaoding smiled faintly. It was my duty. The woman pressed on, lawyer Hua, how about a drink tonight? Wen Wan's gaze fell upon the woman, noting that with such a figure, most men would find it hard to resist. Hua Xiaoding, however, was not an ordinary man. He glanced at his watch, politely declining. Unfortunately, I have an engagement this evening. The woman, perceptive enough, realized that this esteemed lawyer was not interested in her. She bid him a sultry farewell and departed. After seeing off his client, Hua Xiaoding made a point to pause at the reception desk. He looked at Wen Wan and asked, have you changed your mind? Chapter 3. The hypocritical and reserved lawyer Hua. Wen Wan was taken aback. She quickly raised the paper bag in her hand. I came to return lawyer Hua's coat. Hua Xiaoding reached out to accept it. He nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. After saying this, he headed straight for the elevator, not uttering another word. Wen Wan felt a sense of urgency and followed in his footsteps. Lawyer Hua, I wish to ask you for a favor. Hua Xiaoding pressed the elevator button, and as the doors opened, Wen Wan boldly stepped inside after him. Hua Xiaoding cast her a sidelong glance. As he adjusted his shirt in the mirror, his tone remained indifferent. I won't take your case. Wen Wan's hands and feet felt cold. It seemed that Hua Xiaoding was already aware of her family's predicament. She softly inquired, did Gu Changqing speak to you? Hua Xiaoding met her gaze in the mirror, a faint smile playing on his lips. He doesn't wield that much influence. Miss Wen, I simply prefer to keep personal and professional matters separate. She felt a pang of embarrassment. Hua Xiaoding did not push her. Although Wen Wan fell within his aesthetic preferences, it was not enough to sway him to make an exception. Moreover, it was broad daylight, and his interest seemed lacking. After a few brief exchanges, the elevator reached the 28th floor. Hua Xiaoding's secretary awaited them at the door, and upon seeing Wen Wan, she exhibited a brief moment of surprise, but years of training kept her composed as she respectfully stated, Lawyer Hua, Mr. Ma has arrived. Hua Xiaoding tossed the paper bag to his secretary, instructing, take it to the dry cleaners. The secretary, understanding, departed. Hua Xiaoding, engrossed in the messages on his phone, casually remarked to Wen Wan, consider seeking another lawyer. And, by the way, women should avoid wearing belts that are too loose. After saying this, he exited the elevator. Wen Wan found him to be both hypocritical and reserved. Having been rejected by Hua Xiaoding, Wen Wan found herself in a desperate situation, unable to meet him despite her best efforts. At home, Aunt Ruan grew increasingly anxious, incessantly venting her grievances, while Wen Wan felt the weight of immense pressure. She arranged to meet her university classmate, Bai Wei. Bai Wei had married soon after graduation, tying the knot with a wealthy heir from City B, and was quite well-connected socially. Wen Wan sought Bai Wei's assistance in brainstorming possible solutions. The two rendezvoused at a CEF, where Wen Wan recounted her predicament. Bai Wei unleashed a tirade against Gu Chongqing, and once her frustration subsided, her eyes gleamed with mischief. So, that night, you truly came perilously close to a spark with Hua Xiaoding? Wen Wan's cheeks flushed as she gently stirred her coffee. Bai Wei lowered her voice conspiratorially. Wen Wan, you're quite impressive. Hua Xiaoding is notoriously discerning, and he seldom indulges in rumors. Wen Wan managed a wry smile. I was left with no choice otherwise. I wouldn't have troubled you. Hua Xiaoding wielded considerable influence in that circle, and Bai Wei's assistance could easily ruffle feathers. Nonetheless, Bai Wei was exceedingly loyal. She leveraged her connections to obtain Hua Xiaoding's schedule. On Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Hua Xiaoding had arranged a golf game at the club. Wen Wan accompanied Bai Wei and her husband, only to unexpectedly spot Gu Chongqing present as well. Wen Wan froze for a moment. Bai Wei pinched her husband sharply and admonished, "Didn't you inquire properly? How can Wen Wan feel at ease with Gu Chongqing here?" Bai Wei's husband sincerely apologized. "I'm truly sorry, Wen Wan. It's my fault for not checking beforehand." Just as Wen Wan was about to speak, Hua Xiaoding had already noticed them. Dressed in a pristine white casual ensemble, he stood tall with striking features emanating an aura of prominence amidst the crowd. As in the office, Hua Xiaoding feigned ignorance of Wen Wan, greeting only Bai Wei's husband. Bai Wei's husband was taken aback, offering a nervous smile. At that moment, Hua Xiaoding seemed to have only just acknowledged Wen Wan. Wen Wan, already blessed with fair skin, had made an effort to dress lightly today. She wore a loose white t-shirt paired with light gray athletic shorts. Her chestnut, slightly wavy hair was styled in a bun, exuding a fresh yet alluring charm. Hua Xiaoding's gaze swept over Wen Wan's fair, slender legs, and he casually remarked, "I haven't had the pleasure of meeting this lady." Chapter 4. Ms. Wen Focus. Mr. Hua feigned ignorance, while Ms. Bai's husband tactfully accommodated. Ms. Bai's college classmate, Ms. Wen, a woman of considerable talent and a piano instructor, had arrived. Mr. Hua chuckled softly. "So you're Ms. Wen?" His expression was ambiguous, a mixture of amusement and something else, as he extended his hand in a seemingly courteous gesture. Around them, the men of distinguished lineage exchanged knowing glances, some with undisguised envy. They could all discern that the lovely Ms. Wen's intentions were directed toward Mr. Hua. A few playfully teased, "Mr. Hua, you're a fortunate man." Ms. Wen, with her delicate sensibilities, was unaccustomed to such attention. A blush crept across her face as she feigned composure and extended her hand. Her soft palm was met with a brief but firm grasp. Mr. Hua released her hand almost as quickly as he took it, a captivating smile playing on his lips. "Ms. Wen, care for a game?" He then proceeded toward the court, his tone brooking no refusal. Ms. Wen, with little choice in the matter, trailed behind him. Behind them, Mr. Gu clutched his golf club, his countenance darkening with displeasure. Mr. Hua was in high spirits, and he remained unperturbed by Ms. Wen's lack of experience. "Allow me to instruct you," he offered. Upon hearing these words, those present fully comprehended Mr. Hua's intentions, and their gazes became even more suggestive. Ms. Wen was not naive. Mr. Hua's overtures indicated one thing. He held no fondness for Mr. Gu. Ms. Wen stood before Mr. Hua, allowing him to embrace her from behind. Her athletic shorts revealed a generous expanse of her fair legs, which pressed intimately against him. She could even perceive the warmth emanating from his body, causing her face to flush with heat. "Ms. Wen Focus," Mr. Hua murmured near her ear, his words akin to a lover's whisper. Ms. Wen was taken aback. Having clasped her hand, Mr. Hua swung the club, eliciting a chorus of applause, their flattery excessively sycophantic. Mr. Hua and Ms. Wen make a splendid pair. Indeed, it is Mr. Hua's adept guidance. Mr. Hua prepared for another swing, poised to sink the ball into the hole. Such was the customary parlance among the men, who perceived nothing amiss. Ms. Wen's countenance was tinged with a delicate blush. Mr. Hua, leaning close to her tender ear, chuckled softly. Ms. Wan, shall we attempt another stroke? His skill was undeniable, achieving a hole-in-one with effortless grace. The surrounding applause swelled once more as Mr. Hua's handsome visage radiated charm and vigor. A tremor coursed through Ms. Wen's frame. Despite her initial intent to seduce him, she found herself at his complete disposal. She harbored a premonition that few women could resist Mr. Hua's allure, were he inclined to exert it. However, a man of his stature rarely deigned to compromise his dignity. Enfolded in his embrace, Ms. Wen sank several more balls. During the intermission, she seated herself beside Mr. Hua. He engaged in minimal conversation with her, primarily discussing business matters with others, occasionally touching upon legal affairs. Ms. Wen endeavored to ingratiate herself, offering refreshments and towels, which Mr. Hua accepted with nonchalant ease. Ms. Bai sensed a promising development. Drawing Ms. Wen into the restroom, she confided, "Who would have suspected Mr. Hua to be so subtly sensual? I've encountered him at gatherings before, and he always appeared impeccably proper." Ms. Bai, fearing that Ms. Wen might become ensnared and consumed by the situation, cautioned her against playing with fire, as Mr. Hua's social standing rendered a marriage between them improbable. Further complicated by the presence of Mr. Gu Changqing, Ms. Wen, with astute perception, responded softly, "At most, it will be a physical dalliance. I'm not so naive as to expect more." Relieved, Bai Wei was about to leave with Wen Man when Gu Changqing entered, his countenance dark. He immediately pinned Wen Man against the wall. Anxious, Bai Wei attempted to intervene. "Gu Changqing, what do you think you're doing?" Gu Changqing deflected her with a swift movement, shoving Bai Wei away and locking the door. Outside, Bai Wei pounded on the door, her voice strained as she cursed, "Gu Changqing, you absolute bastard. What kind of man bullies women?" Gu Changqing dismissed her outburst. Without ruthlessness, how could he have abandoned Wen Man so decisively? Chapter 5. How many times have you been with him? Wen Man's gaze was filled with animosity. Gu Changqing released her, scoffing, trying to latch onto Hua, shouting, "Do you possess the allure? Everyone in our circle knows his standards are high, and he rarely dallies with women. Besides, you stiffen at a mere kiss. Could you even endure a man undressing you?" Wen Man averted her gaze. "That is my concern, not yours." Gu Changqing loomed over her, his voice smooth and menacing. "Or perhaps you are unable to forget me, deliberately flaunting yourself before me with Hua Xiaoting, believing I would care? Disgusted, wen man retorted, Gu Changqing. If you hadn't framed my father and married Li Mingzhu, Hua Mingzhu would be irrelevant to me. Cease your self-flattery." Gu Changqing fixed his gaze upon her. Wen Man forced herself to meet his eyes, unwilling to appear vulnerable. After a long pause, Gu Changqing smirked, "Wen Man, you'll come back to me. We shall see." After speaking, he opened the door and departed. The opulent wooden door slammed shut, swaying slightly. Wen Wan's legs felt weak as she leaned against the wall, tears gradually slipping down her cheeks. Gu Changqing was truly ruthless. For years of affection, during which she had done so much for him, only to be met with his betrayal. It was only now that Wen Wan comprehended that Gu Changqing had merely sought to toy with her. He had never intended to marry her, yet she had incessantly fantasized about their wedding. With tears streaming down her face, Wen Wan forced a self-deprecating smile. "Wen Wan." The voice of Bai Wei reached her ears. Wen Wan wiped her tears and lifted her gaze, only to be momentarily stunned. Outside the door, alongside Bai Wei and her husband, stood Hua Xiaoting. Hua Xiaoting had changed into a fresh outfit, donning a deep blue shirt and iron gray trousers, exuding a businesslike aura. Bai Wei, concerned for Wen Wan, refrained from mentioning Gu Changqing, instead explaining, "It suddenly started to rain, so we can't play for now." Her husband chimed in, Yes, let's reschedule for another day." "Lawyer Hua, would you mind giving one a ride? Bai Wei and I happen to have some matters to attend to." Hua Xiaoting regarded Wen Wan, noting the redness at the corners of her eyes, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he spoke softly, "It's no trouble at all." Bai Wei sighed in relief, simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for Wen Wan. With no other option, Wen Wan followed Hua Xiaoting as they departed. Outside, the wind howled fiercely and thunder rumbled ominously. The parking lot was open air, and Hua Xiaoting went to retrieve his car. Moments later, A golden Continental glided to a stop before Wen Wan. Without an umbrella and lacking the courage to ask Hua, shouting to step out for her, she hurried a few steps, her clothes becoming drenched. Once seated in the car, she felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Hua shouting might be displeased. Cast a sidelong glance at her, uttering not a word, as he ignited the engine. The club was situated halfway up the mountain, and it took several winding turns before they reached the base. The air conditioning within the car was brisk, and soon, Wen Wan found herself shivering, her lips turning pale. As they halted for a red light, retrieved a jacket from the compartment and tossed it to her, prompting her to don it. Wen Wan expressed her gratitude softly. Once enveloped in his jacket, she felt a semblance of warmth, yet did not turn off the air conditioning, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The torrential rain had rendered the traffic congested, with several green lights passing without any movement. Extracted a pack of cigarettes from the glove compartment, lit one, and leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke, casually inquiring, "How long have you been with Gu Changqing?" Wen Wan paused momentarily, yet she answered truthfully, "For years." Appeared somewhat taken aback, his eyes drifting over her long, fair legs, a hint of desire flickering within his gaze. He shifted slightly in his seat, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and asked, "How many times have you slept together?" Chapter 6. If you cannot play, do not engage. Inquiry was remarkably direct, leaving Wen Wan feeling somewhat embarrassed. In truth, she had never been intimate with Gu Changqing. A soft chuckle escapes lips as he remarked, "One, are you truly seeking to save your father? Or are you more inclined to engage with me?" Wen Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, refrained from pressing further, methodically finishing his cigarette just as the traffic began to inch forward. He parked the car by the roadside. Before Wen Wan could utter a word, she heard a faint sound as he unfastened her seatbelt. In the next moment, she found herself cradled in his lap. Having shed her coat, she was dressed in a light, airy ensemble, which, now dampened, cast a suggestive hue upon his iron gray trousers. An image of sheer decadence. Outside, a tempest raged, was compelled to cling to the man, their lips locked in a passionate embrace. With his masterful technique, swiftly disarmed her, rendering her defenseless. She succumbed to his embrace, allowing him his way. Occasionally, she would open her eyes to catch a glimpse of her wanton reflection in the car window, taken aback by her own uninhibited nature. Could this licentious woman truly be herself? As things threatened to escalate, a man of his stature would never consider resolving the matter within the confines of a car. He pressed against her delicate lips, his voice husky as he inquired, "There's an upscale in nearby. Shall we spend the night there?" Regained a semblance of awareness as ardor waned. He reached for a cigarette, lighting it and taking a slow, deliberate drag before remarking, "If you can't play the game, don't bother. It's rather dull." With a blush, pressed another kiss upon him, a gesture uncharacteristic of her. However, this mere flirtation did little to sway. Ashamed, could no longer bear to sit upon his lap, and slowly disentangled herself. The nature of such matters between adults was clear to them both. An abrupt halt mid-course was an unpleasant experience for all involved. Fixed his gaze upon her face, his breathing quickening, resettled in the passenger seat, forgoing his coat and turning her gaze towards the rain-streaked window. She understood that her allure alone would not be enough to make compromise his principles. A sense of despair washed over her. The remainder of the journey passed in silence. Neither uttering a word, delivered her home, and the rain ceased. He did not exit the vehicle to assist her in opening the door. Instead, he merely nodded at her with a certain reserve. Wen Wan was unwilling to concede. "Lawyer Hua, may I add you on WeChat?" Hua shouting declined her request. But perhaps due to their previous physical contact, he offered her a piece of advice. Seek out lawyer Jiangming if you represent your father in court. It may lead to a reduced sentence. After imparting this information, he leaned into the glove compartment and retrieved a business card, the contact details of lawyer Jiang. Wen Wan held it tightly in her palm, but hesitated to exit the car. Hua, shouting, bypassed her to open the door himself, and said coolly, "Teacher Wen, trading your body with men will lead to regrets in the future." No matter how thick-skinned Wen Wan was, she could no longer linger in the vehicle. Once she stepped out, Hua shouting swiftly drove away. Standing alone in the dark night, a chilling sense of dread enveloped her. Chapter 7. Shouting, "Do you know her?" Wen Wan, her face pale, shook her head. Aunt Ruan, disappointed, wished to admonish her, but ultimately softened, merely suggesting, "Your clothes are wet. Go take a shower and don't catch a chill." Wen Wan nodded. After bathing and taking some medicine, she still fell ill, feeling dizzy. At midnight, Bai Wei called, eager to learn the outcome. Wen Wan spoke in a hoarse voice, recounting the events. Bai Wei was left in shock. Is Hua shouting a reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui? They were so close, embracing like that, and he managed to resist? Wen Wan pondered. Could it be that he has physical issues? Wen Wan softly blade. No, I feel perfectly fine. Relieved, Bai Wei bolstered Wen Man, asserting that as long as he was physically sound, she was confident of winning him over. Wen Man offered a wry smile, cognizant that unless Hua Xiao desired it, her allure would be futile. After conversing with Bai Wei for a while, she ended the call and resumed her slumber. Upon awakening the following midday, she found herself alone in the silent house, with Aunt Ruan absent. Overwhelmed by discomfort, she measured her temperature, discovering it had soared to 39.5 degrees Celsius. Summoning her strength, she consumed a light meal and hailed a taxi to the hospital. The hospital teemed with people, and it took an hour before her number was called. The physician prescribed an intravenous drip. By the time a man was connected to the floor, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Exhausted from days of exertion, she succumbed to sleep in the rudimentary chair after half an hour. Hua Xiao, accompanying his mother to the hospital to collect her medication, happened upon Wen Man in the infusion room as he was about to depart. Wen Man was asleep, her fair hand pierced by a needle, her serene and delicate face tinged with pallor, evoking a sense of pitiable vulnerability. Hua Xiao's gaze lingered for a few moments. Noticing her son's attention, Madame Hua followed his line of sight and exclaimed with delight, "Xiao, do you know this young lady?" Hua Xiao replied in a subdued tone, "A fleeting acquaintance." Madame Hua informed her son, "I was intending to secure an appointment earlier, but the hospital registration process has become considerably more complex than before. This young lady kindly guided me through it. I didn't realize you were acquainted with her, Xiao." Hua Xiao cast another glance at Wen Man, who was stirring awake. Hua Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Madame Hua, harboring a favorable impression of Wen Man, suggested to her son, "Xiao, why don't you stay and keep this young lady company? It's rather forlorn to be ill and alone." Initially, Mr. Hua was reluctant, but upon meeting Mrs. Hua's gaze, he acquiesced, leaving Ms. Wan with no chance to decline. Mr. Hua escorted his mother to the parking area, where the chauffeur was already awaiting their arrival. As Mrs. was settled into the car, she couldn't resist remarking, "This Ms. One seems quite agreeable to me," shouting, "You'll be 30 in a couple of years. If you encounter someone suitable, commit to it." Mr. Hua, with his hands tucked into his pockets, offered a faint smile. He wondered if his mother would maintain such enthusiasm if she knew Ms. Wen was Mr. Gu Changqing's former paramour. He casually brushed off her comments. Mrs. Hua, unable to compel him, sighed inwardly. Mr. Hua conceded that he was enamored with Ms. Wen's physique, particularly her fair, slender legs, which he found enticing to hold and caress. However, his interest was limited to physical intimacy. He had no desire to entangle himself in her life. Mr. Hua took a seat beside Ms. Wen and inquired rather coolly, "How many more bottles are there?" Mr. Hua remained silent, engrossed in handling official matters on his phone. Ms. Wen couldn't find an opportunity to speak and gradually drifted back to sleep. In her drowsy state, she seemed to hear Mr. Hua conversing with a nurse, and then felt a coat draped over her legs, concealing her exposed limbs entirely. Chapter 8. You came here with the intention of being with me, didn't you? Upon awakening once more, Ms. Wen realized she was reclining against Mr. Hua's shoulder, with a large hand firmly grasping her waist. She inhaled his scent, a blend of woody notes and masculine aftershave, a fragrance as alluring as the finest aphrodisiac. Mr. Hua was engaged in a phone call, his voice subdued but stern. He was on the phone in the infusion room, an act that seemed inappropriate, yet he was undeniably captivating. The surrounding young women and mothers gazed at him intently, their looks capable of transforming lawyer Hua into something ethereal. Upon hanging up, Hua Shouting noticed that Wen Wan had awakened. Her previously pale face now bore a hint of rosy color, and her eyes, still clouded from sleep, exuded an innocent charm that was quite alluring. Hua Shouting inquired nonchalantly, "How much longer do you intend to lean here?" Wen Wan blushed and hurriedly sat up. Though she felt reluctant to trouble him further, Hua shouting remained insistent. She hesitated momentarily, ultimately remaining silent, which could be interpreted as consent. Hua shouting instructed Wen Wan to wait in the living room while he retreated to his study. He received a fax and subsequently made a call to his assistant to relay a few instructions. A distinctive ringtone, exclusive to a certain individual, interrupted the silence. Hua shouting's expression shifted slightly. Tension coursed through him as he retrieved his phone. Indeed, it was that person's call. After a prolonged moment, he ended the call, his mood deteriorating significantly. He poured himself a measure of strong liquor from the cabinet, consuming 2.5 glasses as he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly observing the enveloping darkness outside. Wen Wan waited outside for quite some time. Initially, she could hear the sound of the fax machine, but after Hua shouting's phone rang, silence enveloped the room. Concerned, she gently pushed open the door to the study. Hua shouting had his back to her, while she could not see his face. His posture radiated solitude. A woman's intuition urged her that Hua shouting was preoccupied with thoughts of someone else, reminiscing about that person. Not wishing to intrude, she turned to leave quietly. Stop! A hoarse voice called from behind, belonging to Hua shouting. Wen Wan's body stiffened as she felt herself gently embraced. Gently nibbled at her delicate nape, his ardent breath caressing her ear. You came here with the intention of engaging in intimacy with me, didn't you? Could not deny it. A voice within her cautioned that emotions were volatile, and even if they consummated their desires, he might later disavow it. Yet, her limbs were weak, and she was powerless to resist. The night was alluring. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a luxurious apartment on the 24th floor of a downtown building, S. slender wrists were seized and raised, effectively pinning her against the glass. Despite his inebriated state, he lucidly scrutinized her countenance, which was marked by infatuation and passion. Did not experience his possession. Her eyes were misty, her crimson lips slightly parted, and her voice was husky as she uttered, "What's wrong?" The desire in his eyes vanished completely. He retreated a step, stating with indifference, "I've had a bit to drink and behaved inappropriately." As complexion turned ashen, her embarrassment palpable. Chapter 9. An exquisite gift, a compensation for her, displaying a modicum of grace. Reached out to adjust her dress and offered to fasten the buttons for her. "I'll do it myself," said, her voice trembling. Her fingers fumbled with the tiny buttons, which proved too slippery to secure. In the end, fastened them for her. He apologized once more. As recompense, he personally contacted attorney to explain his father's situation, who held in high regard, readily agreed to assist upon hearing his request and scheduled a meeting with. Exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. He settled behind his desk, lighting a cigarette. To Wen Man, he stated, "Beyond representing you legally, you may present any further requests." Wen Man was cognizant that this likely marked their final encounter. In times past, Hua shouting might have occasionally yearned for her physical presence, but the present was different. He appeared resolute in severing their ties. Wen Man was an astute individual. She feigned nonchalance, declaring, "It was merely a matter of fleeting pleasure. I suffered no significant loss. I must also express my gratitude for attorney Hua's assistance." Toward the end, a pang of emotion tugged at Wen Man's heart, yet she resisted the urge to weep in his presence. Her relationship with Hua shouting was not even one of friendship, and sentimentality before him would be futile. Hua shouting remained silent, continuing to smoke, his gaze inscrutable. Wen Wan departed. As nightfall descended, Wen Man strolled alone through the streets. The Ferris wheel in the city center's plaza illuminated with vibrant lights, twinkling intermittently, as young couples embraced and kissed beneath it. Wen Man paused it. She observed in quietude, the night breeze stirring, her eyes glistening with moisture. A golden continental glided past Wen Man, and Hua, shouting, caught sight of her. She stood beneath the Ferris wheel, gazing up at the starlight, her eyes filled with longing and tenderness. Hua shouting would not be so narcissistic as to assume she was pining for him. He was acutely aware of whom she was thinking of. Hua shouting pressed the accelerator, and the Bentley Continental sped away. The following day, Wen Man went to work at the music studio. This establishment was B City's most prestigious music training center. Her colleagues were aware of her family's troubles and offered words of solace. Wen Man, not wishing to burden others, smiled faintly and replied that she was coping well. At 10 o'clock, a citywide courier delivered an item, purportedly sent by a lawyer named Hua. Wen Wan unwrapped the outer packaging to reveal an exquisite velvet box containing a diamond necklace. It was resplendent and undoubtedly valuable. A colleague discreetly informed Wen Wan that a necklace of this brand and carat weight would likely cost no less than $1 million. Wen Wan did not desire it. However, the courier slip lacked Hua Xiaoting's contact information, making it clear he wished to avoid seeing her again. After work, Wen Wan visited the Ingjia law firm. She placed the velvet box at the reception desk, requesting that it be forwarded to lawyer Hua. The receptionist, though puzzled, acquiesced. As Wen Wan prepared to depart, Hua Xiaoting emerged, walking alongside a young woman Wen Wan recognized from magazines. It was Hua Mingzhu, the apple of the Hua family's eye and Hua Xiaoting's only sister. Hua Mingzhu had returned from studying abroad 6 months prior and swiftly become romantically involved with Gu Changqing. At that moment, Hua Mingzhu was clinging to her brother's arm, playfully imploring, "Brother, I've asked you several times to meet Gu Changqing." Hua Xiaoting casually dismissed his sister. Hua Mingzhu feigned displeasure, playfully arguing with him. But it was evident to all that their sibling bond was strong. Wen Wan observed quietly, harboring no animosity towards Hua Mingzhu, only a sense of self-mockery. Given such familial affection, what made her believe Hua Xiaoting would represent her in court? Wen Wan quietly left. Hua Xiaoting had noticed her and, after briefly dismissing Hua Mingzhu, approached the reception desk. The receptionist promptly handed him the jewelry box, saying, "Lawyer Hua, this was left by the lady who was just here." Hua Xiaoting accepted it, offering a reserved nod. Her waist was slender, and her legs were straight and long. Chapter 10. Many people adore Wen Wan. In the days that followed, Wen Wan found herself quite occupied. She met with lawyer Jiang Ming, a highly competent individual who, after a few encounters, clarified her thoughts. In his spacious and well-lit office, Jiang Ming meticulously reviewed the materials Wen Wan submitted and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "You were referred by Xiaoting, so I'll give you the inside scoop. Optimistically speaking, we might be able to reduce the sentence to 2 years." Wen Wan felt a tangle of emotions. Jiang Ming sat comfortably with his hands crossed and smiled again, saying, "Since Xiaoting has come to me for assistance, why isn't he the one fighting this case? If he were to take it on, there would be a significant chance of overturning the verdict for acquittal." Wen Wan found it embarrassing to mention those matters, so she concocted an excuse. "Lawyer Hua probably doesn't have any openings." Jiang Ming merely smiled in response, remaining silent. He courteously escorted Wen Wan to the door, and although she was grateful for his kindness, she was acutely aware that such privileges were afforded to her due to Hua Xiaoting's influence. "Wen Wan," someone called out to her. She turned to see a familiar face, Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui was a childhood friend of Gu Changqing and, at a young age, had established his own trading company. Wen Wan had met him a few times at gatherings when she was with Gu Changqing. Jiang Rui approached her and casually inquired, "Here on business?" Wen Wan did not conceal the truth. "I'm here to see lawyer Jiang Ming." Jiang Rui chuckled. "You're looking for my dad." Wen Wan was taken aback. Jiang Rui was the son of lawyer Jiang, tall and with a somewhat delicate appearance. He resembled the type of charming young man that girls often adored. He then said to Wen Wan, "Wen Wan, let me treat you to a meal. Since we are all acquaintances, I will certainly help in any way I can." Wen Wan hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Jiang Rui drove over in a flamboyant red Ferrari, proclaiming from within the vehicle, "No girl has ever sat in my car before. You are the first, Wen Wan." Wen Wan couldn't shake the feeling that associating with Jiang Rui was rather dubious. His exuberance was overwhelming. They had only met a few times, hardly exchanging more than a handful of words. Nonetheless, Wen Wan was keen to avoid offending the son of Jiang Ming, so she entered the car. Jiang Rui waited for her to fasten her seatbelt before inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" Without pretense, Wen Wan suggested, "How about Thai cuisine?" With a swift press on the accelerator, Jiang Rui sped off. He refrained from disturbing her, merely stealing glances in her direction while waiting at red lights. He had long harbored feelings for Wen Wan, a secret known to no one. Gu Changqing was blissfully unaware that many coveted his former girlfriend, and had it not been for his regard for Gu Changqing, countless suitors would have made their moves. Half an hour later, Jiang Rui parked the car outside a popular Thai restaurant, known for its delectable dishes and bustling clientele. He requested a window-side table, and, as they were perusing the menu, Wen Wan spontaneously offered, "Let me treat this time." Jiang Rui chuckled. "I never would have guessed, Wen Wan, that you were such an assertive young woman." Understanding his jest, Wen Wan replied while selecting dishes, "Come on, Jiang Rui, treating someone to a meal is no big deal." Jiang Rui composed himself. He recognized that Wen Wan's willingness to treat was merely a gesture of goodwill, influenced by her regard for his father. He sought another opportunity to charm her when, at that moment, an attractive couple entered the restaurant. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman was stunning, none other than Gu Changqing and Huo Mingzhu. Upon noticing her, Wen Wan promptly concealed her face with the menu, inwardly lamenting the unreliability of associating with Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui, however, was keen on ensuring Gu Changqing noticed him, and proactively greeted him, "Brother Changqing." Gu Changqing, upon seeing him, was about to respond when his gaze faltered. He recognized the girl seated across from Jiang Rui, even with her face partially hidden, as Wen Wan. Gu Changqing furrowed his brow, wondering why Wen Wan was in Jiang Rui's company. Jiang Rui, with feigned benevolence, explained, "Wen Wan has enlisted my father's help for a lawsuit, and I was merely acquainting myself with the details of the case." Men possess a certain acuity, and Jiang Rui's brief explanation allowed Gu Changqing to discern his intentions. Jiang Rui harbored affections for Wen Wan and was declaring a challenge to him. Gu Changqing scoffed. "Jiang Rui, since when have you become so magnanimous?" He then directed his words to Wen Wan. "You place your trust in him, only to be deceived and left counting your losses." A woman's intuition stirred unease within Huo Mingzhu, and she inquired, "Gu Changqing, do you know her?" Chapter 11. New Love. Old Flame. Her question introduced a delicate tension into the atmosphere, leaving Wen Wan in an awkward predicament. Just as Gu Changqing was about to utter some unpleasant words, Jiang Rui chuckled softly. He earnestly addressed Huo Mingzhu. "Wen Wan is a friend of mine, so naturally Brother Changqing knows her. Little sister-in-law, you can rest assured that Brother Changqing is utterly devoted to you." As he concluded, he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Changqing, his eyes filled with mockery. Gu Changqing's expression soured, and he led Huo Mingzhu away to be seated. Once they were gone, Jiang Rui greeted Wen Wan. "To think we'd run into each other in a city as vast as B City. Wen Wan, next time I'll be sure to choose a place where Gu Changqing is nowhere to be seen, to spare you any vexation." Jiang Rui's brow twitched slightly. He suddenly said, "I'm going to the restroom. Please feel free to start eating when the dishes arrive." Wen Wan Harbert no suspicions. After Jiang Rui left, she took her phone to contact several parents to confirm the upcoming classes. 10 minutes later, when Jiang Rui had yet to return, Wen Wan found herself puzzled as a piercing scream from a woman echoed from the restroom, throwing the upscale dining establishment into chaos. Jiang Rui and Gu Changqing had engaged in a confrontation, the reasons for which remained unclear. When Wen Wan arrived at the scene, blood stained the walls and floor, and Gu Changqing glared at Jiang Rui with a dark expression. An hour later, 2 men and 2 women found themselves in the detention center, with Jiang Rui and Gu Changqing facing charges of brawling out of jealousy. Huo Mingzhu called, her voice laced with tears and a feigned sweetness, "Brother, Gu Changqing got into a fight. We're at the detention center now. Please hurry." Gu Changqing is injured quite severely. Wen Wan's mind spun in confusion. What? Was shouting is coming. Huo Mingzhu hung up the call. Her focus remained solely on Gu Changqing, her heart aching as she tended to his wounds. "Your lip is all torn." Jiang Rui, with a fresh bruise on his face, winced in pain and innocently retorted, "He hit harder, okay? I merely made a jest about his strict wife, and he retaliated like this." Huo Mingzhu's expression softened with affection as she playfully scolded her fiancé. "Jiang Rui is one of us. How could you fight him like this? It only gives Miss Wen reason to mock him. And how will Jiang Rui ever pursue her?" Gu Changqing pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and glowered at Jiang Rui while smoking. This kid only knows how to put on an act. How did he dare provoke him in the smoking area of the restaurant? Brother Chongqing, you've broken up with Wen Wan. I hope you won't mind if I pursue her. If I don't, others certainly will. You cannot indulge in both the pot and the bowl. Gu Chongqing scoffed. Huh. Underestimating Jiang Rui, indeed. Unbeknownst to Wen Wan, she feared that Hua Xiaoting would soon arrive, provoking his ire. Being of lesser stature, she dared not offend him. Wen Wan sought an opportunity to slip away. But Jiang Rui clung to her. Wen Wan, you still have to take me to the hospital later. With my face in this state, how will I face anyone tomorrow? Wen Wan felt a throbbing headache. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, prompting her to instinctively glance up. It was Hua Xiaoting. Dressed impeccably in a classic English-tailored suit, he appeared as perfect as a male deity from a magazine. Upon entering, he cast not a glance in their direction, instead engaging in conversation with Uncle Hat. I am here to bail out Jiang Rui and Gu Chongqing. Recognizing his status, the other party responded with utmost courtesy, offering a cigarette. Lawyer Hua, we sincerely apologize for troubling you with such a trivial matter. It is primarily due to these two engaging in a jealous brawl, which is quite unbecoming. Jealous brawl? Hua Xiaoting glanced lightly towards them, his gaze landing on Wen Wan. Today, she was modestly attired in a champagne silk blouse paired with a mermaid skirt, her figure impeccably wrapped. Yet, this ensemble only augmented her innocent allure. Hua Mingzhu interceded for Gu Chongqing. Brother, Jiang Rui mocked me, leading to Gu Chongqing's altercation with him. It was not a matter of jealousy at all. Naturally, how could Gu Chongqing, who cherishes me so deeply, engage in a brawl for another woman? Furthermore, both Jiang Rui and Miss Wen are hardly strangers, declared self-importantly. Disregarding her, proceeded with the formalities. Gu Chongqing was the first to depart, entering the vehicle. Hastily followed, cleared his throat softly, and expressed, I extend my gratitude. I shall treat you to a meal another day. With those words, he intended to escort away. Observing them, slowly exhaled a plume of smoke and uttered in a subdued tone, You may leave first. I have words to impart to teacher. Chapter 12. Teacher, you wield considerable influence. Dare not defy him. Although was of the same generation as their cohort, his professional achievements far surpassed them, placing them in his shadow. Cast a meaningful glance at, signaling, I shall await you in the car. Offered a forced smile. As departed, several officers, discerning the situation, jovially remarked, Lawyer has personal matters to discuss. Let's clear the area. Was speechless. Once the surroundings were entirely tranquil, lowered his gaze, toying with the cigarette between his fingers. His fingers were slender and powerful, imbuing even the simplest gesture with allure. After a moment, he raised his eyes to meet hers. Teacher, you wield considerable influence. Was taken aback. Instinctively, she defended herself. Today's events, they have no connection to me. You wish to assert that you are uninvolved? Chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Teacher, are you unable to deduce the cause of their altercation? S face drained of all color. Before the formidable Hua Xiaoting, all her explanations were rendered feeble and ineffectual. His pronouncements were absolute, for he was Hua Xiaoting, the nation's preeminent barrister. She, Wen Wan, was but an inconsequential weed. With a heart brimming with grievance and eyes glistening with tears, she asserted, Rest assured, Mr. Hua, I would never encroach upon your sister's affections. Abruptly, Hua Xiaoting rose and strode purposefully toward her. Wen Wan remained motionless, her limpid eyes gazing upward at him in disarray. Hua Xiaoting loomed over her, even deigning to gently graze her delicate cheek with his palm. Wen Wan, feeling debased, turned her face away in mortification. Hua Xiaoting stated in a subdued tone, Miss Wen, I surmise you harbor resentment. It is who betrayed your bond by seeking solace in Mingzhu. Yet you are cast as the interloper. Is this not a source of vexation? I do not. Do you still harbor thoughts of him? I do not. He declared, I have faith in Miss Wen's assurances. Wen Wan was both humiliated and incensed. By what right did Hua Xiaoting subject her to such treatment? Unable to give vent to her emotions, she could only utter, Hua Xiaoting, you are a scoundrel. He remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed upon her. After a protracted silence, Hua Xiaoting spoke softly, You are not culpable. Your sole transgression lies in placing excessive faith in love. Wen Wan was taken aback. Hua, shouting, concentrated on driving. He occasionally glimpsed his sister nestled against the man's shoulder in the rearview mirror, her face radiant with contentment. Hua Shouting's lips curled into a sardonic smile. The gilded Continental came to a halt before the restaurant's entrance and alighted, bowing slightly to express his gratitude to Hua Shouting. Two men locked eyes, sharing an understanding known only to them. Hua Shouting nodded slightly before driving away. Hua Mingzhu climbed into the passenger seat. A girl ought to present herself gracefully, and Hua Shouting admonished his sister for her lack of decorum. Hua Mingzhu, unfazed, seized the moment to gossip. That Miss Wen today was quite stunning. I never would have guessed that Jiang Rui had a taste for such a type. Brother, I suspect she has a rather impressive figure. Hua Shouting lowered the car window slightly, feeling an unexpected warmth wash over him. Hua Mingzhu continued her musings. She is so beautiful. I can't help but wonder if there's something between her and Gu Chongqing. Luckily, she belongs to Jiang Rui. Hua Shouting remained silent, his focus unwavering on the road. After a while, he inquired softly, "When do you plan to marry?" Hua Mingzhu blushed. "That depends on Gu Chongqing. He is currently focused on his career, and I dare not bother him too much." As they approached a red light, Hua Shouting brought the car to a halt. He turned slightly, adopting a casual demeanor. "Does he love you?" "Of course. What does he love about you?" Hua Mingzhu was not caught off guard. She extended her delicate hand, enumerating with pride. "He loves my good family background, my high education, my beauty, my respectable parents, and of course, my capable brother." Hua Shouting let out a light laugh. Chapter 13. Are you truly that cheap? Wen Man was led to the hospital by Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui was quite adept at being persistent. A minor injury turned into a 2-hour stay at the hospital. Wen Man felt rather dismal. Yet she still apologized to Jiang Rui. "I caused you trouble today. I'm sorry." Jiang Rui's feelings were more complicated than hers. He initially believed that with Wen Wan and Gu Chongqing having parted ways, he would have a chance. However, unexpectedly, Hua Shouting emerged. Despite Hua Shouting's serious demeanor, he quickly scrutinized Wen Wan from head to toe with his gaze, and Jiang Rui, not being blind, certainly noticed. He dared not openly compete with Hua Shouting, as the Hua family held a preeminent position in B City, and Hua Shouting was known to be formidable. Though Jiang Rui was earnest about Wen Wan, he was reluctant to jeopardize his family's well-being for the sake of his own affection. Turning to Wen Wan, he spoke in a teasing tone. "Wen Wan, if we both find ourselves single in a few years, shall we reconsider?" Having received Hua Shouting's subtle hints, Wen Wan could somewhat discern his intentions. She did not wish to bring harm to Jiang Rui. Shaking her head, she replied, "Jiang Rui, once my father is released, I should be leaving B City. I do not have such intentions at the moment." Jiang Rui gazed at her silently, then suddenly laughed, his expression adorably charming. "I was just joking. Did you take me seriously? It's a bit chilly. You should head inside. Regarding your father's situation, don't worry. I will speak to my dad again." Wen Wan felt grateful for his discretion. As she exited the car, Jiang Rui abruptly called out to her, "Wen Wan." She turned to look at him. Jiang Rui, seated in the vehicle, waved goodbye. For some inexplicable reason, Wen Wan's eyes grew misty. She watched the car drive away before stepping into the foyer. The light on the first floor seemed dim, likely due to a burnout bulb. Taking out her phone to illuminate her path, she suddenly felt a pair of arms encircle her waist, and a warm hand clamped over her lips. In a flurry, she was pulled into the safety corridor stairwell. "Let go of me." At her acquiescence, the man's hand retreated, succeeded by the tender warmth of his lips upon hers. The familiar masculine essence of Gu Chongqing caused Wen Man to falter, taken aback by his presence. In a moment of reflexive defiance, Wen Man delivered a sharp slap across his face. The resounding crack echoed just as the room's lights flickered to life, casting an unsettling glow. Having exerted all her strength, Wen Man leaned against the wall, her breath coming in ragged gasps, akin to a fish struggling for life. Gu Chongqing's countenance darkened with a palpable anger. "Are you so debased?" he questioned acerbically. "That anyone would suffice?" Wen Man lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. A mirthless smile played on her lips as she retorted, "Indeed, I am that debased. Anyone but you. Gu Changqing. Does that response satiate your curiosity? Gu Changqing's expression only deepened into a more ominous scowl. He seized Wen Man's throat, his forehead throbbing with visible veins. You wouldn't dare, he challenged. Oh, but wouldn't I? She countered. Gu Changqing, after the devastation you've wrought upon my life, what is there that I wouldn't dare to do? Abruptly, Gu Changqing released his grip. He reached for a cigarette, only to find the packet empty. With a gesture of frustration, he crushed the packet underfoot and directed his gaze back to Wen Man. Depart for B City, he commanded. I shall procure a villa for you, and your uncle one will be spared any misfortune. Wen Man trembled with a surge of indignation. Her lips quivered as she challenged. Did you orchestrate all of this merely to ensnare me as your mistress? Gu Changqing, your ruthlessness knows no bounds. Gu Changqing's demeanor remained impassive as he stated, Wen Man, antagonism towards me will yield no favorable outcome. I possess an abundance of means to subdue you. At that moment, Annie Wan appeared in the corridor, brandishing a mop. She launched a flurry of blows towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, maintaining his sense of self-importance, refrained from retaliating against the woman. Annie Wan, breathless but undeterred, cursed vehemently, You scoundrel! If you dare to harass Wen Man again, I shall beat you to death. Tears welled in Wen Man's eyes. Aunt Wan turned her head, murmuring, We, the Wen family, do not sell our daughters. Across from them, Gu Changqing offered a callous smile. Oh, not selling daughters. Chapter 14. 1. Are you in dire need of funds? Gu Changqing, with ruthless determination, struck a severe blow. In a mere 2 days, the Wen family's entire assets were frozen. 2 properties and the stocks held under Wen Man's father's name. Gu Changqing was certain that Wen Man would not endure for long. When the court arrived to seal the assets, Aunt Wan was so incensed that she was hospitalized and put on 4 drip. Upon regaining consciousness, she, unwilling to accept defeat, went to Gu Changqing's company to make a scene. However, Gu Changqing was no longer the same man he once was. Despite her fervent efforts, Aunt Wan was unable to see him and nearly found herself in police custody. Aunt Wan lay in her hospital bed, filled with anxiety. It's not important that we are homeless, but a substantial sum of money is needed to manage your father's affairs. Although Lawyer Jiang is an acquaintance, we still need to compensate him appropriately. Wen Man softly comforted her. I will find a way to manage the money. Aunt Wan felt a pang of heartache for her. In the afternoon, she gave Wen Man a passbook containing her personal savings of over $1 million. Wen Man knew that this was Aunt Ruan's retirement fund. Clutching the passbook, she choked with emotion. I'll use it for now, and later. Aunt Wan interrupted her. I have a small apartment in the outer suburbs. Although it's old, it's still habitable. Wen, you must do everything in your power to fight for your father's case. Wen Man nodded in agreement. After Aunt Wan was discharged from the hospital, Wen Man took her to the temporary rental house. The house was located in an old residential area, a small 2-bedroom apartment of 60 square meters, with a simple and unrefined decoration that could not compare to their previous upscale residence. Aunt Wan took a look around and settled in. Wen Man felt a deep sense of guilt as she had asked Bai Wei to help her find 2 part-time jobs. Bai Wei was not entirely supportive, expressing concern for Wen Man's well-being. You already have a considerable workload. Do you really want to exhaust yourself further? However, Wen Man was resolute, insisting, I'm fine. Bai Wei surmised that Wen Man had numerous financial obligations and ultimately acquiesced, assisting her in locating employment. Additionally, she unearthed her savings and lent all of it to Wen Man. This kindness was etched in Wen Man's memory. Each evening after work, Wen Man took on a restaurant job. Although it was somewhat taxing, she earned a commendable hourly wage of 500. Her striking beauty and exceptional piano skills made her a favored choice for the manager. The next encounter between Hui Xiaoting and Wen Man took place in that very restaurant. Hui Xiaoting was not dining alone. He was accompanied by a captivating woman, their interaction akin to that of colleagues, with a hint of intimacy. Wen Man was not surprised. A man of Hui Xiaoting's caliber would undoubtedly attract women. She was self-aware, recognizing that she and Hui Xiaoting belonged to disparate worlds. Even upon their meeting, she chose not to intrude, merely offering a subtle nod when she accidentally crossed paths with him in the restroom. Lawyer Hui Xiaoting, in the smoking area, noticed Wen Man and frowned slightly. She had lost weight. Her chin was sharp, and while she was still beautiful, she exuded a fragility that seemed as though she might shatter with a mere touch. Hua Xiaoding was aware that Wen Man's training center was prestigious and prohibited teachers from accepting private work. He exhaled a slow ring of smoke, the haze enveloping them before he brushed off the ash. Teacher Wen, are you in dire need of money? Wen Man was taken aback. She had not expected Hua Xiaoding to condescend to converse with her, and after a brief pause, she responded quietly, "Yes, I am quite in need." Hua Xiaoding immediately surmised that this was the doing of Gu Changqing. He did not intercede, but rather cast a fleeting glance over Wen Man's figure. Even the discerning Hua Xiaoding had to concede that if Wen Man desired to earn a quick fortune, it would be a simple endeavor. Not only was she aesthetically pleasing, but her disposition was also gentle, resembling a young animal during intimate moments. No man could possibly dislike that. Her capacity for enduring hardship through part-time work was rather surprising to Hua Xiaoding. However, as a lawyer, Hua possessed a respect for women. With a subtle nod, he conveyed his approval with an air of sophistication. Knowing that she had been granted permission, Wen Man hastily entered the restroom. Upon her return, Hua Xiaoding was gone, along with the beautiful woman who had accompanied him. Wen Man surmised that the lawyer was likely to have an indulgent evening. Chapter 15. A first twinge of compassion for Wen Man. The restaurant closed at 10 o'clock. Wen Man emerged to find a moderate rain falling outside. The pattering drops rendered the gray asphalt into a shimmering expanse. Having neglected to bring an umbrella, Wen Man shielded her head with her handbag and sprinted 200 meters to seek shelter under a bus stop. Her garments were entirely soaked, and she dialed for a taxi with trembling hands. Taxis were scarce in the rain, and Wen Man waited in vain for quite some time. Across from the bus stop, a gold-colored Continental idled by the roadside, where Hua Xiaoding sat observing one man in silence. He watched her dash through the rain, her attire drenched, her entire being shivering. Hua Mingzhu occupied the passenger seat. Having amused herself with her phone for the past hour, she yawned languidly. "Brother, didn't you mention taking me out for a late-night snack? You've been deliberating for an hour without settling on a place." "Oh, isn't that Jiang Rui's girlfriend?" Hua Xiaoding lightly polished the steering wheel and inquired with a languid air. "Jiang Rui's girlfriend?" Beating on the car window, Hua Mingzhu exclaimed, "It's that stunning beauty with the impressive figure. Brother, shouldn't we offer her a ride?" Hua Xiaoding appeared reluctant. "She's Jiang Rui's girlfriend. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? She's managed to hail a cab," Hua Mingzhu said with sudden regret. Hua Xiaoding glanced over, and indeed, a blue taxi had turned around and was now passing by his car. Beside him, Hua Mingzhu retrieved Jiang Rui's number and dialed it. "Jiang Hui, what kind of boyfriend are you? I just saw Wen Wan. It's so late. Shouldn't you be picking her up?" On the other end, Jiang Rui chuckled sheepishly. "I haven't been a good boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoding's lips curled slightly. Jiang Rui certainly didn't mince words. Hua Mingzhu exchanged a few more words with Jiang Rui before ending the call. She looped her arm through Hua Xiaoding's and cajoled, "Brother, would it be all right if I invited Wen Wan to play the piano on my birthday party? She's in a difficult situation right now, and I'll pay her 20,000. Hua Xiaoding started the car and said blandly she might not accept. Hua Mingzhu was incredulous. After a moment, she remembered, "Brother, weren't you going to treat me to a late-night snack? Why are we driving home?" Hua Xiaoding took out a cigarette and lit it. He cast a sidelong glance at his sister. "Aren't you on a diet? Still thinking about late-night snacks?" Hua Mingzhu was immediately persuaded. She took out her phone and chatted with Gu Changqing, saying that love is enough to sustain them, even without food. As they got out of the car, Hua Mingzhu exclaimed, "Brother, that Miss Wen declined my offer. How strange, turning down 20,000. Hua Xiaoding, impeccably dressed, hurried to a meeting. Upon hearing his sister Hua Mingzhu's complaints, he playfully tapped her on the head with a document, dismissively remarking, if she were to agree, her mind would be as troubled as yours. Hua Mingzhu, incensed, pouted with a look of grievance. "Mother, look how my brother is bullying me again." Madame Hua, seated elegantly in the hall, sipped her tea with poise. With a smile, she addressed her eldest son. "The last time I met Miss Wen, I found her quite delightful. Who would have thought she's actually Jiang Rui's girlfriend?" Hua Xiaoding chose not to clarify the misunderstanding. Instead, he smiled wryly. "Jiang Rui is also pursuing her. Setting down her English-boned china cup, Madame Hua casually remarked, "Miss Wen possesses a gentle temperament. I believe she would be a better match for you." Hua Xiaoting's expression grew serious as he nodded and departed. Watching her brother leave, Hua Mingzhu leaned closer to her mother, cautiously stating, "It seems brother is still waiting for that person." Madame Hua smiled faintly. She replied to her younger daughter, "Your brother and that individual's personalities are destined not to align. I believe Miss Wen has a greater chance." After a moment of surprise, Hua Mingzhu perked up, her mind already spinning with plans. Chapter 16. Inviting her for an evening drink after work, Hua Xiaoting declined several invitations and drove to a restaurant. At 8 p.m., the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Wen Man sat elegantly at the piano, playing a melodic tune, adorned in a grayish long dress that subtly revealed her shoulders. Her chestnut hair cascaded gracefully down to her waist, creating a scene of exquisite beauty and romance. After observing through the glass for approximately 10 minutes, Hua Xiaoting alighted from the car and entered. He ordered a meal, though uncertain of what he desired, and leaned back leisurely, listening to Wen Wan's piano performance. Hua Xiaoting observed that well-groomed men would occasionally approach to engage her in conversation, undoubtedly drawn to Wen Wan's allure. Wen Wan gracefully declined their advances. During an intermission, Wen Wan received a business card. Hua Xiaoting, attorney at law, Ingjie firm. Startled, Wen Wan turned to see Hua Xiaoting seated in the corner, holding a pre-dinner drink with an air of elegance. Wen Wan, not wishing to engage with him but unwilling to offend him, approached him nonetheless. "Attorney Hua." Hua Xiaoting gave a slight nod, gesturing for her to sit. As Wen Wan sat, Hua Xiaoting noticed fresh needle marks on the back of her hand, deducing they were from the previous night's rain. "Teacher Wen, have you dined? Join me for a bite." Hua Xiaoting was proper, devoid of the impetuousness of handing over the card earlier. Wen Wan placed the card on the table, saying with a touch of restraint, "The restaurant has a policy against dining with guests during work hours." Hua Xiaoting, disinterested in the card, inquired directly, "What about after work? Would teacher Wen have time to join me for a drink at my place?" His intentions were explicit. A rendezvous with him could swiftly alleviate her current predicament, freeing her from financial strain. He surmised that Wen Wan, having been with Gu Changqing, would not object to another liaison. Furthermore, their previous encounters suggested mutual attraction. Wen Wan gave it no consideration. She was perplexed by why Hua Xiaoting had suddenly taken an interest in her, leading to his persistent entanglement. Aware of her precarious position, she carefully chose her words to avoid offending him. "Mr. Hua, I am truly grateful for your assistance regarding my father's situation, and I will find a way to repay this kindness in the future." Hua Xiaoting was taken aback. He believed he understood her intentions. She was unwilling to engage in any relationship with him. Money could not sway Wen Wan. Nonetheless, Hua Xiaoting was not solely fixated on Wen Wan. His interest was merely piqued by the way she played the piano, coupled with a man's inherent tendency to occasionally dwell on what he has never truly possessed. He tucked away his business card, exhibiting a demeanor of grace and nonchalance. Wen Wan expressed her thanks softly, her posture humble and subdued. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Jiang Rue approached with a girl of around 16 or 17. "Brother Xiaoting," Jiang Rue called out warmly, devoid of any tension typical of competitive animals. Hua Xiaoting gestured for him to sit, and with audacity, Jiang Rue sat down, immediately promoting his sister. "This is my sister, Jiang Sheng, a prodigy descended from the heavens, just in need of a reliable piano teacher. Wen Wan, you should take her on." Such remarks left Wen Wan feeling quite embarrassed. Jiang Rue's little schemes held no significance for Hua Xiaoting. He produced his wallet and placed 2,000 yuan on the table, stating, "Since teacher Wen has matters to attend to, I shall not intrude further." Out of politeness, Wen Wan accompanied him to the restaurant's entrance. Hua Xiaoting showed no desire to linger. He nodded at her from within his car before departing. His demeanor was dignified, entirely unlike that of someone seeking to play cards. Chapter 17. The True Nature of Murder and Heartbreak. Jiang Rue did not linger, waiting until Wen Man finished work before finding a suitable place to negotiate. Jiang Sheng was obedient and compliant, and Wen Man agreed to teach her. The tuition fee Jiang Rue offered was quite substantial, and he paid for 2 months in advance, which alleviated Wen Man's financial burdens. Deep down, she understood that Jiang Rui was providing her with support in a different manner. In the past, she might have declined such assistance, but now, she could hardly afford to be proud. "What's wrong with your arm?" Wen Man asked as she helped Aunt Ruan to sit down. Aunt Ruan, dismissive, replied, "I'm getting old and not as capable. Doing a bit of work has made my hands swell." Wen Man's heart sank. She immediately examined Aunt Ruan's palm, which had once been soft and well cared for, now marred with several blisters, each glistening. Wen Man stared in disbelief. She could not allow Aunt Ruan to work any longer. That night, Wen Man wept for a prolonged period. When she rose the next morning, dark circles were evident beneath her eyes, and no amount of concealer could mask them. During breakfast, Aunt Ruan advised her, "If your body can't endure it, reduce your workload. If it comes to that, I will sell that little apartment." Wen Man reassured her, "Once this phase passes, everything will be fine, Aunt Ruan. I will take care." Aunt Ruan said no more. After finishing her meal, Wen Man tidied her bag and went to the music center for work. Just after clocking in, a colleague discreetly informed her, "Miss Hua is looking for you. If you don't wish to see her, just say you're on leave." Wen Man was taken aback, and then she spotted Huo Mingzhu. Although Wen Man bore no ill will towards Huo Mingzhu, she preferred to avoid interactions with her, leading her to inconvenience a colleague. However, Huo Mingzhu had already caught sight of her. Approaching with confidence, Huo Mingzhu wore a playful expression. "Wen Man, I'm curious as to why you refused to play at my birthday party. Do you dislike me?" she inquired, and silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, Gu Changqing's fiancé insisted that Wen Wan should like her, which was exceedingly cruel for Wen Wan. The sympathetic and pitying gazes rendered Wen Wan utterly uncomfortable. She softly remarked to Huo Mingzhu, "I happen to have prior engagements that day. Miss Hua, I apologize, but perhaps you should seek someone else." Huo Mingzhu, however, was relentless. When Wen Wan was at work, she lingered outside, sipping coffee, and finally cornered her at lunchtime. "Wen Wan, let's have a coffee together," Huo Mingzhu insisted. Although Wen Wan had a good temperament, she found it impossible to remain composed in Huo Mingzhu's presence and headed directly to a casual dining spot where she usually had her meals. Clad in designer attire and perched on high heels, Huo Mingzhu trailed closely behind Wen Wan, irritatingly stating, "You can't attend my birthday party, but surely you can assist me in selecting my wedding dress? Jiang Rui mentioned you have exquisite taste. Wen Wan, please share your thoughts with me. In a moment, Gu Changqing will join us for a meal. Could you offer us your insights?" Wen Wan's face drained of color. She felt betrayed by Gu Changqing. Her father was facing imprisonment, and she was being coerced by Gu Changqing to play the role of a concubine. Yet Huo Mingzhu remained blissfully unaware, demanding that Wen Wan treat her with the same affection as others. Such emotional treachery was unbearable. Chapter 18. Two Women, Which to Choose. Wen Wan took a deep breath to calm her emotions. She addressed Huo Mingzhu firmly, "Please refrain from seeking me out in the future. Not everyone is obligated to embellish your romantic endeavors." Accustomed to being cherished and pampered, Huo Mingzhu had never encountered rejection before. She continued to cling to Wen Wan, determined to uncover the reasons behind Wen Wan's aversion towards her. With a sense of urgency, they ventured into the narrow alley. Wen Wan felt an inescapable presence behind her. She turned to dismiss Huo Mingzhu, but in the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Huo Mingzhu was taken down from behind. "It's her, Gu Changqing's fiancée. Seize her. We're not afraid of Gu Changqing withholding payment. And there is another girl here. Let us capture her too. She might be worth something." Before Wen Wan could utter a sound, darkness enveloped her as she was stuffed into a sack and dragged into a vehicle. Wen Wan awoke to find herself in an abandoned warehouse, seated upon a rickety chair, her body bound. Nearby, Huo Mingzhu was similarly restrained, weeping and cursing. "Do you know who I am? My brother will ensure you rot in prison. Release me at once." A man resembling a slender monkey, irritated by her noise, silenced her with a sharp slap. "Be quiet, or I shall tear your clothes off." Huo Mingzhu's cries only grew louder. However, the slender monkey dared not harm her too severely, for the Huo family was not to be trifled with, especially not the lawyer named Huo Shouting. He tossed a phone to Huo Mingzhu. "Call your man and demand 20 million, not a penny less, and tell him to come alone. No tricks." or else we shall not hold back. Hua Mingzhu, frightened, took the phone and sobbed as she dialed Gu Changqing's number. At the Hua residence, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Hua Mingzhu's abduction weighed heavily on the beautiful Hua matriarch, who wept with worry. Hua Xiaoting and his son, along with Gu Changqing, awaited the call with bated breath. Mr. Hua was displeased that the scoundrels had been summoned by Gu Changqing, for which he demanded an explanation. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, Hua Mingzhu finally called, her voice choked with sobs as she managed to articulate the demands of the thugs. Gu Changqing tenderly consoled her. Eventually, Hua Mingzhu ceased her weeping, a sense of sweetness returning to her heart. She knew that Gu Changqing cherished her deeply and couldn't bear the thought of her being harmed in the slightest. As their conversation neared its conclusion, a woman's trembling voice suddenly pierced through the line. "Don't touch me. Please, don't touch me." Gu Changqing's hand, clutching the phone, trembled. He recognized that voice all too well. It was Wen Wan. What was she doing with Mingzhu? The thought of those filthy hands possibly violating her ignited a murderous rage within him. However, as he met Hua Xiaoting's profound gaze, he was jolted back to reality. Hua Xiaoting was far too astute. If he betrayed himself, all the time he had invested in cultivating a relationship with the Hua family would be in vain. Gu Changqing was ruthless, a fact he was well aware of. Feigning ignorance of Wen Wan's presence, he addressed the criminals on the other end of the line. "I will bring 20 million. You are not to lay a hand on my fiancée." Upon uttering those words, even he felt disoriented. Mr. Hua nodded, still holding Gu Changqing in high regard. Gu Changqing then drove away, leaving only the Hua family behind in the villa. Mrs. Hua felt a slight sense of relief. She gently dabbed at her tears and hesitated before saying, "I thought I heard Miss Wen's voice just now. Shouting, did you hear it too?" Hua Xiaoting, already holding his car keys, replied nonchalantly, "I'll go and investigate." Chapter 19. Gu Changqing opts for power. Gu Changqing journeyed alone to the designated rendezvous. Alighting from his vehicle, he hauled the 20 million yuan in cash to the warehouse, demanding the release of the hostage. The gang leader, Scarface, bore a prominent scar across his visage, lending him a rather intimidating air. He scrutinized several stacks of banknotes to verify their authenticity, his eyes gleaming with avarice upon confirmation of their genuineness. Mr. Gu is indeed a man of considerable means. Had you been so amenable from the outset, Miss Hua would have been spared this ordeal. With a mere glance, he gestured to his underlings to release Hua Mingzhu. Upon regaining her freedom, Hua Mingzhu promptly rushed into Gu Changqing's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Gu Changqing, what took you so long? I believe my shin bone is fractured. It hurts so much. They even threatened to violate me if you didn't arrive." Gu Changqing enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Yet his gaze remained fixated upon Wen Wan. Wen Wan struggled vehemently, but with her mouth gagged with rags, she was rendered speechless. She understood Gu Changqing all too well. Sacrificing Wen Wan for the sake of power was of little consequence to him. From beginning to end, Gu Changqing remained silent, watching Wen Wan's resistance gradually yield to utter despair. Scarface chuckled, using a knife to playfully lift Wen Wan's chin. "Mr. Gu, this dame is quite the looker. Surely worth a couple of million. Given your vast wealth, why not take her off our hands? Otherwise, she might just become a cheap thrill for us brothers." 2 million yuan was a sum Gu Changqing could readily afford. However, he dared not expend it. Hua Xiaoting already harbored suspicions about him, and he couldn't risk further arousing Hua Mingzhu's suspicions regarding his relationship with Wen Wan. Should Hua Mingzhu discover the truth and terminate their engagement, his years of meticulous planning would be utterly ruined. Faced with a choice between power and a woman, Gu Changqing chose power. Gu Changqing dared not meet Wen Wan's eyes. Filled with resentment, turning his back, he spoke coldly, "I do not know her." Wen Wan had already anticipated this outcome, her gaze hollow. Tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. "Gu Changqing, how ruthless you are!" Pretending not to see, he took Hua Mingzhu towards the car outside. Hua Mingzhu gently tugged at him, whispering, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if she gets harmed? Jiang Rui would be heartbroken." Gu Changqing pressed down on her calf. Hua Mingzhu cried out in pain, "That hurts terribly. Gu Changqing, please take me to the hospital." He assisted her into the car. As he straightened up, he cast one last glance at the warehouse. Wen Wan, do not blame me. Once in the vehicle, Gu Changqing started the engine without delay, fearful that any further hesitation would lead to regret. In the abandoned warehouse, a thin man spat in disdain, cursing, "This worthless thing isn't worth 2 million. It's only fit for my brothers." He urged the ruffians to hasten. "Let us have our fun, but don't let it interfere with business." The thugs were exhilarated. They had never encountered such a delicate woman. Truth be told, she was even more beautiful than Gu's fiancée, E. They couldn't imagine the pleasures that awaited if they succeeded. Fear filled Wen Wan's eyes, and her hatred deepened. If she once hoped for Gu Changqing's mercy, from this moment on, all that remained was animosity. The ruffians stirred restlessly when suddenly a sharp sound echoed from the corner of the warehouse, startling them. "Who is that?" Was shouting leaned against the gray wall, casually fiddling with a lighter. His demeanor exuded a refined nobility, his expensive suit standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated warehouse. He offered a faint smile, remarking, "Miss Wen, why is it that every time I encounter you, you find yourself in such disarray?" Wen was taken aback. She slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting Hua's shouting as he approached her. Simultaneously, the clamor of countless police sirens echoed through the air. In that moment, she had never felt so indebted to him. Amidst the chaos, Wen was lifted into his arms. She nestled against Hua's shouting's embrace, finding warmth in a subtle, pleasing masculine scent. The abandoned warehouse receded into the distance. Wen's taut nerves finally began to unwind, and she gently closed her eyes, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. Hua shouting, she murmured, clutching at his shirt with difficulty. Hua shouting glanced down, noticing Wen's pallid complexion. Leaning against him, Wen weakly uttered, "I was struck on the back of the head. I might have a concussion." Without hesitation, Hua shouting promptly drove her to the hospital. Wen lay in the back seat, experiencing waves of discomfort. She felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. With one hand on the wheel, Hua shouting made a call. "Uncle Lin, this is shouting. I have a friend I'd like you to examine. It may be a concussion." "Yes, I'll be there in 10 minutes. After concluding the call, Hua shouting glanced into the rearview mirror, his voice gentle as he inquired, "Are you in considerable pain?" With her eyes closed, Wen offered soft, "Pain hum." The brief, fragmented sound tugged at a man's heartstrings. Hua shouting's voice was low and husky as he reassured her, "We'll be at the hospital shortly." Amidst waves of discomfort, Wen Wan vaguely mused, such a man as Hua Xiaoting also possesses moments of tenderness. Upon arrival at the hospital, owing to Hua Xiaoting's connections, they were immediately expedited to the emergency room for x-rays. Dr. Lin, after examining the films, smiled faintly. Fortunately, merely a mild concussion. A couple of days of observation in the hospital should suffice. Hua Xiaoting expressed his gratitude. Dr. Lin, glancing at Wen Wan, inquired with a genial smile, "Girlfriend?" Hua Xiaoting replied with reserve, "A client whom I happen to encounter." "Indeed, a client." Dr. Lin continued to smile. "Xiaoting, escort your client to complete the admission procedures, and I shall have a nurse administer and 4 drip shortly." Hua Xiaoting offered no further clarification. He carried Wen Wan to her hospital room and settled the admission fees. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wen Wan wished to reimburse him, but her discomfort confined her to the bed, battling the dizzying sensations. In a daze, she drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, the 4 drip had already been removed. Feeling somewhat improved, Wen Wan gently turned her head, peering through the window to find twilight enveloping the outside world. A slender figure stood by the window, engaged in a hushed phone conversation. It was Hua Xiaoting. Wen Wan rested against the pillow, observing him quietly. Hua Xiaoting possessed an admirable physique. His 186 centimeters height perfectly suited for an Eastern woman's embrace. Having interacted with him on several occasions, Wen Wan couldn't deny that even without his wealth, Hua Xiaoting would still attract a multitude of admirers. Upon concluding his call, Hua Xiaoting turned to meet Wen Wan's gaze. She was serene, her pale face resting against the pillow, exuding a unique and delicate beauty. Hua Xiaoting was lightly teased, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. "How much longer must we wait?" Wen Wan felt a flush of warmth on her face as she softly replied, "I would like some water." She had anticipated that Hua Xiaoting would summon a nurse. But to her surprise, he poured a glass of warm water himself, seated himself beside her bed, and gently wrapped an arm around her, forced to lean against his chest. Wen Wan attempted to resist. "Lawyer Hua, I can manage on my own." Hua, shouting, cast a glance at her. His deep-set eyes betrayed no emotion, yet his expression remained serious. Daunted, Wen Wan ceased her protests and leaned against his shoulder, sipping water from the cup in his hand. She could not tell if it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though he held her a bit tighter. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open. Upon entering, the elderly Dr. Lin was greeted by the intimate scene and smiled warmly. "How is our esteemed client feeling?" Chapter 21. Shouting's personal care will expedite recovery. Wen Wan was quite embarrassed. However, Hua, shouting, with his remarkable fortitude, insisted upon feeding her the last bit of water before releasing her to converse with the elder. "This is Teacher Wan, who has been burdened by Mingzhu. It is only right that I care for her." Dr. Lin, with a jovial temperament, responded, "So that is the case. Your status has changed quite swiftly." After examining Wen Wan and confirming her well-being, he cheerfully added, with shouting personally attending to her, she should recover more swiftly. Wen Wan's cheeks burned with embarrassment. "Doctor." Lin departed with a smile. As Wen Wan took out her phone to call Aunt Ruan, Hua, shouting, interjected, "I have already called to request your leave and informed your aunt that you will be away on business for a few days." Wen Wan, was shouting, seemed oblivious to her dissatisfaction and casually remarked, "I had my assistant bring over some food." Unable to contain herself, Wen Wan inquired, "Are you looking at me this way because you fear I might disrupt your sister's happiness?" Hua, shouting, leaned against the bedside table, busily texting his assistant, and chuckled softly at her words. "What does Teacher Wen intend to disrupt? I was under the impression that Gu Chongqing had already made his choice. Is your reflex arc so prolonged, Teacher Wen?" He was exceptionally handsome, yet his words were devoid of mercy, causing any lingering fondness Wen Wan had for him to dissipate entirely. She turned over, deliberately presenting her back to him. Was shouting, crossed his long legs, observing the woman in the hospital bed with a barely audible, faint smile. "Are you upset?" Approximately half an hour later, Hua Shouting's secretary arrived with dinner. Upon seeing Wen Wan, the young secretary recollected having encountered her once at the law firm, initially believing it to be a one-sided entanglement. She was surprised to find her boss showing considerable care, personally looking after her and utilizing connections to provide a complete package of assistance. The secretary's eyes glimmered with a hint of ambiguity. Wen Wan, feeling disheartened, did not dwell on these thoughts. Her hunger took precedence. She expressed her gratitude and opened the wooden food container, revealing easily digestible meat porridge suitable for patients. The aroma was delightful. A warm current flowed through Wen Wan's heart as she appreciated Hua Shouting's thoughtfulness. Her naturally gentle disposition softened further, prompting her to lower her head in gratitude. "Thank you, Lawyer Hua, for today." Hua Shouting had no intention of sharing the meal with her. He maintained his long legs crossed, attending to his affairs on the mobile while remarking casually, "Ms. Wan, there's no need for such ceremony. I too have ulterior motives." Wen Wan was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Benefiting from his favor, and with him being a man of considerable influence, she adopted a humble demeanor, saying, "I'm afraid I've misjudged your intentions." Hua Shouting raised his eyes to look at her. Wen Wan, perceptive as she was, allowed him the indulgence. She was vaguely aware that he was drawn to her appearance, for his gaze held a certain amorousness. Having observed her sufficiently, Hua Shouting slowly put away his mobile. A sincere sentiment? His aura was too imposing. Wen Wan dared not meet his gaze, feigning to sip her porridge. Indeed, Hua Shouting seemed satisfied, departing with his secretary. The hospital room fell silent. Wen Wan lay alone in the hospital bed, feeling a profound emptiness. Still somewhat unwell, she simply closed her eyes to sleep. She awoke once more. It was already 9 in the evening. Being in the VIP ward area, the night was particularly tranquil, with only the rustling of leaves and the chirping of insects accompanying her. Wen Wan walked to the window and opened it. Suddenly, Wen Wan felt the urge to take a stroll downstairs. Shortly, she was treading upon the soft lawn, inhaling the fresh scent of verdant grass, feeling a sense of comfort. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and all was silent. As Wen Wan contemplated her uneventful future, a delicate voice rang out. Gu Changqing, just one more kiss. Chapter 22. He could be with anyone. Wen Wan simply didn't care. Wen Wan was taken aback, greatly surprised. Hua Mingzhu, was she also in this hospital? Wen Man gently lifted her eyelids, revealing a pair of lovers entwined beneath the moonlight, locked in a passionate embrace. Gu Changqing held his fiancée Yi's waist, cradling her face as if she were a precious gem. Despite his temperamental nature, he coaxed Hua Mingzhu as one would a child. Just one last time tonight. You ought to sleep. Hua Mingzhu wrapped her arms around his neck, her innocent gaze teasingly inquiring, Gu Changqing, we're already engaged. When will we consummate our relationship? As Gu Changqing contemplated a response, his peripheral vision caught sight of Wen Man in the shadows. Suddenly, he pressed Hua Mingzhu against his chest, wishing to shield her from noticing Wen Man. Yet, his focus remained steadfastly on Wen Man, unbeknownst to Hua Mingzhu. Gu Changqing's thoughts were elsewhere. She was lost in the sweetness of their moment, her delicate fingers tracing his heart, whispering softly, Gu Changqing, what are you waiting for? Gu Changqing merely offered a perfunctory reply. He yearned to gauge Wen Man's reaction, but she merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, swiftly turning to depart. A pang of anxiety gripped Gu Changqing. Once, Wen Man had loved him fiercely. Even the slightest hint of his unhappiness would distress her for days, as she endeavored to bring him joy. But now, the thought of him being with another provoked no reaction from her. He could not believe, could not accept that Wen Man felt nothing. Did she truly desire him so little? Gu Changqing's voice was flat as he mused, and then, with a gentle tug of Hua Mingzhu's long hair, he lowered his head and fervently kissed her. His urgency was fierce and unyielding. Hua Mingzhu, overwhelmed, lightly pounded his shoulder in playful complaint. Gu Changqing, what's wrong with you? He halted abruptly, his gaze deep and shadowed, an impenetrable darkness lurking within his eyes. He abruptly lifted Hua Mingzhu and headed towards the VIP ward. Hua Mingzhu nestled shyly on his shoulder and softly inquired, do you truly desire me? Gu Changqing responded with a light hum. As he turned into the ward corridor, he glanced back to find that Wen Wan had vanished without a trace. Gu Changqing's eyes dimmed. Back in the private room, he and Hua Mingzhu consummated their relationship for the first time. Hua Mingzhu was both bashful and bold, and Gu Changqing couldn't deny a degree of enjoyment. Yet something felt amiss. By the time they were finished, it was already past midnight. Gu Changqing sat on a wooden chair on the terrace, a pack of cigarettes on the small round table. He had already smoked 4 or 5. Despite having attained everything he had sought, a beautiful fiancée, Yi, and all the advantages she brought, and his physical desires having been sated, a sense of emptiness pervaded his heart. He couldn't shake the memory of Wen Wan's gaze, mocking and indifferent. A pair of soft arms embraced him from behind. Hua Mingzhu pressed against his back and gently asked, what are you thinking about? Gu Changqing extinguished his cigarette and drew his fiancée into his embrace. He whispered in her ear, Mingzhu, no one is better than you. Hua Mingzhu nestled in his arms, taking his hand. You must treat me well, you know. Love me forever, and always indulge me. Gu Changqing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He was incapable of love. He only loved power. Neither Wen Wan nor Hua Mingzhu was an exception. He simply chose the one who was more advantageous to him. After a long pause, Hua Mingzhu suddenly spoke. I saw Miss Wen earlier. Gu Changqing, do you still feel guilty for not being able to save her? It's all right. My brother saved her and even took care of her personally. You can rest assured. Rest assured? Gu Changqing scoffed softly, his mood sinking as he recalled Hua Xiaoting's unusual attitude towards Wen Wan. Chapter 23. Gu Changqing, how will you compensate? Early in the morning, Wen Wan awoke to find a delicate square velvet box beside her pillow. Startled, she opened it to reveal a dazzling diamond ring, a classic Tiffany design. Its carat weight, evidently substantial. She quickly deduced the sender's identity, feeling a bitter irony. Gu Changqing had cornered her, nearly leading to her assault. And yet he had the audacity to present her with a diamond ring. Just as she contemplated asking the nurse to return it, the door swung open. Gu Changqing entered, noticing Wen Wan examining the ring. In an uncharacteristically gentle tone, he inquired, awake? Do you like it? Wen Wan closed the box, offering a faint smile. Like it? What woman wouldn't like a diamond ring? However, Gu Changqing, I have no desire for your gifts. Wen Wan had anticipated that seeing his familiar expression would evoke feelings of disgust and anger. Instead, she found an unexpected calmness, treating him as if he were a stranger. Perhaps, after despair, love could simply fade away. Gu Changqing lowered his gaze and spoke softly. Wen Wan, this is my compensation to you. It carries no other intention. Wen Wan raised her head, suppressing her tears. Compensation? What can you offer that would suffice for what you owe me? If you genuinely feel remorse, then spare my father. I will immediately leave City B with my parents and will never appear before you again, nor will I obstruct your path. Gu Changqing, I beg you. Is that not reasonable? Gu Changqing found himself unable to comply. He stood upright with his hands tucked into his pockets, stating, We shall converse once you have come to a decision. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Wen Wan forcefully hurled the diamond ring at him. Gu Changqing, leave. The hard little box grazed Gu Changqing's brow, leaving a faint line of blood. Yet, he remained unfazed. Bending down, he retrieved the box and placed it back into his pocket, convinced that one day he would personally adorn Wen Wan with this ring, compelling her to willingly become his woman. Wen Wan, this was merely an accident. Wen Wan closed her eyes, urging him to depart. Gu Changqing was about to utter another word when the hospital room door swung open once more. Entering was Hua Shouting, impeccably dressed in a classic black and white suit, the crisp white shirt accentuating his striking features. The atmosphere in the room was delicate, yet Hua Shouting appeared oblivious to it. He nodded slightly at Gu Changqing before approaching Wen Wan's bedside, extracting a payment slip from his pocket. Teacher 1, your medical expenses total 22,600. Could you transfer it to me via WeChat? Still reeling from her emotions, Wen Wan watched as he took her phone. Leaning against her bedside, he scanned her WeChat. Teacher 1, you truly are short on funds, with only 18,000 in change? A flush crept onto Wen Wan's face. Hua Shouting continued earnestly, you still owe 4,600. How about joining me for a round of golf another day, and we can consider this amount settled? Wen Wan tilted her head slightly, her chestnut curls cascading gracefully, her demeanor soft and gentle. Her hand rested on Hua Shouting's arm as she whispered, I can accompany you right now. With a long sigh, Changqing suppressed Gu Changqing completely. Gu Changqing tightened his grip on the velvet box, his knuckles turning pale as he forced a smile. I won't disturb you any longer. As the door closed, Wen Wan felt all her strength drain away, leaning against the headboard and murmuring, Thank you. Lawyer Hua was shouting, set her phone aside, and, with a teasing glint, replied, Aren't you supposed to keep me company? Wen Wan looked up at him in surprise. No. Lawyer Hua, I was merely playing along with you. Hua Shouting continued to gaze at her, his deep black eyes revealing no emotion. His striking features and intense stare stirred something within any woman. Wen Wan felt a flutter in her body, the instinctual awareness of femininity quietly awakening. Chapter 24. What am I being thanked for? For kissing you? Hua Shouting leaned down. He did not kiss her directly. Instead, he cupped Wen Wan's face, his slightly rough fingertips gently grazing her delicate cheek. Then, he grasped her hair, caressing it with a tender yet firm touch. Such a subtle torment was most excruciating. Wen Wan had never experienced anything like this. She could not withstand it and let out a soft moan. Hua Shouting, You're not calling me Lawyer Hua anymore? His straight nose brushed against hers, their faces so close that their breaths mingled. Hua Shouting could kiss her at any moment. Wen Wan clutched the fabric of his shirt, her heart racing. She wanted to close her eyes, but Hua Shouting would not allow it. He gently tugged at her long hair, his voice low and husky. Wen Wan, open your eyes and watch us kiss. She kept her eyes wide open, her trembling red lips slowly inching toward his. He enfolded her in a tight embrace. The setting was approximately a hospital room, where a palpable connection surged between them. What commenced as a tender kiss gradually escalated into a fervent conflagration. He, on the verge of losing control, inquired in a hushed tone, Are you certain, Wen Man? A fleeting lucidity washed over her. Instinctively, she contemplated pushing him away, yet the realization that her years of devotion had been rendered a mockery struck her. Her chastity seemed utterly pointless. With this in mind, she took the initiative, offering her crimson lips. In a haze of intoxication, she experienced a sense of vindictive pleasure. He brought the kiss to an end. His pride as a man prevented him from proceeding further. He released her, leaning back to compose his disheveled shirt. He cast a sidelong glance at her, her face a picture of bewilderment and infatuation, and remarked in a subdued tone, "When you're injured like this, you should rest." She was jolted back to complete awareness, mortified and humiliated. He spared her further embarrassment by extracting a pristine white cigarette, idly twirling it between his fingers. After a moment, he abruptly began, "You must be curious as to why I didn't prevent Mingzhu from becoming engaged to Gu Changqing, given his character." She awaited his explanation. He snapped the cigarette in two, his tone tinged with vexation as he revealed, 6 months ago, Mingzhu attempted suicide by cutting her wrists in order to be with Gu Changqing. She was taken aback, completely unaware of this. Meeting his gaze once more, her voice trembled slightly as she responded, "Now I understand, Counselor Hua. I assure you that I will not provoke Miss Hua. Consider it my way of repaying you." He was rendered speechless. It was evident that Wen Wan could misinterpret explanations to such an extent, but given Hua Xiaoting's temperament, he would certainly not elaborate further. He merely cast a profound glance at her, remarking, "How did someone as intellectually challenged as you manage to become a teacher? It's no wonder you were deceived by a man." With that, he departed without another word, leaving Wen Wan in a state of bewilderment. She retrieved her mobile phone, intending to transfer a few thousand yuan from her bank card to her digital wallet, but she was taken aback by what she saw on the screen. Not only had Hua Xiaoting refrained from transferring her 18,000 yuan, but he had also transferred an additional 100,000 yuan to her account. Gazing at the 3 characters of Hua Xiaoting's name at the top of the chat log, Wen Wan was overcome with a myriad of emotions. Aside from the presence of Hua Mingzhu between them, Hua Xiaoting had treated her reasonably well, albeit with occasional acerbic remarks. After careful consideration, she sent a WeChat message. "Mr. Hua, thank you." Hua Xiaoting had only just settled into his car when he received Wen Wan's WeChat message, also noticing that she had not accepted the transfer. After some contemplation, he sent her a series of WeChat messages. "What are you thanking me for? For kissing you? If it's about the 100,000 yuan, Ms. Wan, if you feel indebted, you can accompany me for 10 rounds of golf. If that's not feasible, you could come to my house and stay up all night with me." Reviewing cases? When Wan received the WeChat messages, her face flushed with heat, as she was not naive enough to interpret them literally. It was truly unexpected that Hua Xiaoting could be so subtly flirtatious. Just as Wen Wan was about to transfer all 22,600 yuan back to him, she received another WeChat message from him. "Accept it. Consider my apology to you on behalf of Mingzhu." Wen Wan stared silently at this WeChat message for a long time. She suddenly felt a pang of envy for Hua Mingzhu. Chapter 25. It seemed he was regretting it. Gu Changqing did not leave immediately. As Wen Wan was pressed against the hospital bed and kissed by Hua Xiaoting, he stood outside. Gu Changqing had witnessed the softness of Wen Wan's kiss, and his body tensed with rage, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Finally, when Wen Wan could no longer bear it and emitted delicate sounds, Gu Changqing could no longer contain himself and struck the wall with his fist, causing blood to splatter. His palm was drenched in crimson, yet he appeared impervious to pain, remaining utterly still with a countenance as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. For a fleeting moment, Gu Changqing contemplated bursting into the room, intent on taking Wen Wan away before Hua Xiaoting's very eyes. However, he was acutely aware that a single step into that room would render his engagement to Hua Mingzhu null and void, obliterating all that he had painstakingly built over time in an instant. Abruptly, Gu Changqing departed, driving to a somewhat dilapidated neighborhood. With an impassive expression, he nodded slightly. During that period, life had been a struggle. To preserve his pride, Wen Wan often came to cook for him, subtly providing support both overtly and covertly. She was such a foolish woman. She believed that Gu Changqing loved her, yet from the very beginning, he had merely been exploiting her. Wen Wan had never comprehended the true sequence of events. Even now, she thought that when Boyan was burdened by her, oblivious to the fact that years ago, when Boyan had been chosen as Gu Changqing's scapegoat, while she, Wen Wan, was nothing more than a tool to gain Wen Boyan's trust. This tool was so naive that in the end, Gu Changqing found himself reluctant to let her go. Even with all his achievements, where could he find such a pure-hearted woman who loved him so unconditionally? He yearned to keep her close, to retain her by his side. She prepared meals for him, gently massaging his forehead during his moments of fatigue. Perhaps he would even permit her to bear his child, even if someone else were to take Wen Boyan's place. It would certainly pose a few complications. Gu Changqing stepped onto the balcony, retrieving a cigarette to smoke leisurely. After consuming approximately 4 or 5 cigarettes, he dialed his secretary. Is there any news from Wen Boyan's side? Or is it concerning the case handled by lawyer Jiang? The secretary nodded in affirmation. Gu Changqing, with an expressionless demeanor, relayed a few instructions. The secretary was taken aback. Having served Gu Changqing for a considerable time, she was well aware of his relationship with Wen Man, and could not help but plead on her behalf. Mr. Gu, regarding Miss Wan, after all, Gu Changqing's tone turned frigid. Follow my instructions. Execute them with precision. The secretary fell silent for a moment before responding in agreement. Just then, a call from Huang Mingzhu came through. Gu Changqing, feeling irritated, hesitated to answer. Yet after several persistent attempts from Huang Mingzhu, he eventually picked up. Gu Changqing, where have you been? My hand hurts so much. Could you come over and apply some medicine for me? My parents are coming tomorrow, perhaps to discuss the wedding date. You should ask your mother to come as well. After hanging up the phone, he contemplated resigning himself to this situation. A man with power can attain whatever he desires, even after 2 decades. He would not regret the decisions made today. Chapter 26. A Family of Scoundrels. The following afternoon, when Man was discharged from the hospital, clutching her phone, she hesitated over whether to call Hua Xiaoding or send a WeChat message to express her gratitude. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided against it. Upon exiting the hospital, she unexpectedly encountered familiar faces at the entrance. Gu Changqing's mother and his younger sister, Gu Jingjing. Bearing several parcels brimming with imported fruits, they ambled along, their voices intermingling in animated discourse, presumably en route to visit Huang Mingzhu. Upon encountering Wen Man, a palpable unease permeated their demeanor. Wen Man offered a subtle nod, poised to depart, when interjected, her tone imbued with cordiality. Wen Man, I wish to have a word with you, dear. Tugged at her mother's sleeve, her voice laced with petulance. Mother, he has already terminated their relationship. What would you possibly have to discuss with her? Possessed of keen discernment, was intimately acquainted with her son's machinations. Her present objective was to dissuade Wen Man from appearing before, lest she disrupt his felicity. Dismissed her daughter who, with a petulant stamp of her foot and a delicate snort, retreated. Upon its departure, reverted to a smiling countenance, addressing Wen Man. Wen Man, propriety dictates that we should extend an invitation for coffee, affording us the opportunity for a more intimate conversation. However, circumstances preclude such an indulgence today, as Mingzhu's parents are scheduled to deliberate upon the nuptial arrangements of the betrothed couple. I am, regrettably, unable to extricate myself. A chilling indifference enveloped Wen Man's heart. In times past, when the family faced adversity, Wen Man had unreservedly contributed her entire savings to their aid. His mother had repeatedly affirmed her status as the family's sole daughter-in-law, vowing to exact retribution upon should he ever prove unfaithful. How fleeting is time! A transformation has transpired. Wen Man offered a faint smile, deeming even that gesture superfluous. Observing her coldness, appeared somewhat discomfited, yet she persisted in adding a few cautionary remarks. In truth, you are a most accomplished young woman. I'll lament your separation from. Now that our has attained his happiness, Wen Man, you must also contemplate your own felicity. By no means should you become fixated upon a single object of affection, thereby squandering your youth. Wen Man was repulsed. She initially wished to disregard the situation, yet upon noticing the newcomer at the corner, she spoke with quiet resolve. Rest assured, Aunt, I would never hang myself on a single tree. Mrs. Gu chuckled in response. Your perspective brings me comfort. She turned to seek out Huang Mingzhu, only to be met by the somber countenance of her son. Gu Changqing, with one hand buried in his pocket, fixed a cold gaze upon Wen Wan and stated, Mother, let us go upstairs. Mrs. Gu forced a smile as she departed. Yet Gu Chongqing remained. A chill enveloped Wen Wan. She mourned not only the loss of love, but also the humiliation of her once sincere affection being trampled upon. Gu Chongqing scoffed, feeling distressed. No one compelled you to take those actions. Wen Wan, your self-declared love is merely a sentiment born of your own sacrifices. Yet you are not foolish. Having recognized the allure of higher prospects, Wen Wan retaliated with a cold smirk. I should thank Mr. Gu for his guidance. Gu Chongqing's elegantly elongated eyes deepened with shadow, and instead of anger, he smiled. Having been with Hua shouting, why hasn't he aided you? He warned, Wen Wan. You cannot manage a man like Hua shouting. You will inevitably regret it. Wen Wan lowered her gaze, smiling faintly. What do I have to regret? Gu Chongqing, do you believe there is anything left for me to lose? Gu Chongqing stood there for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Wen Wan, do not push me. At that moment, Hua Mingju's call came through, her voice sweetly lilting. Gu Chongqing, where are you? My parents have arrived, and they're all waiting for you. Gu Chongqing replied gently, I'll be there shortly. Chapter 27. Mr. Hua, what is the nature of our relationship? Having been discharged from the hospital, Wen Wan's first act was to visit her father at the detention center. When Boyan's condition was stable, albeit he appeared somewhat gaunt and tanned, overall, his health seemed satisfactory, which put Wen Wan's mind at ease. She resumed her bustling routine, working at the music center during the day and tutoring a rotation of students in the evenings. In addition to her restaurant job, it was exhausting, but it augmented her income. A week elapsed without incident. During this time, Wen Wan did not encounter Hua shouting. However, she had seen him in the entertainment section of a newspaper, learning that he had traveled to City H. He had attended a high-profile social gathering there. At the soiree, Hua shouting was resplendent in a black velvet suit, crisp white pleated shirt, and black bow tie. He stood out in the crowd, exuding nobility and grace. Beside him was a beautiful woman, and Hua shouting's hand gently encircled her waist, giving the impression of a perfect couple. Wen Wan recognized her as a top-tier actress, an award-winning performer. At that moment, the actress was leaning affectionately against Hua, shouting, her face betraying her ambition to marry into wealth. Wen Wan gently set down the newspaper. She mused that it was fortunate she had not overestimated her importance, imagining that Hua shouting's treatment of her was unique. It was only natural for a man of his caliber to be surrounded by women. 2 days later, Wen Wan was working her part-time job at the restaurant when Hua shouting arrived. He was dressed in a deep blue shirt, iron gray trousers, and a black trench coat. He looked mature and handsome. He came alone, ordered food, but barely touched it, instead leaning back in his chair and quietly listening to Wen Wan play the piano. Wen Wan was uncertain of his motives, and she could only try to ignore his intense gaze. At 10 o'clock, the restaurant closed. Wen Wan packed up, ready to leave work. Upon departure, the seat previously occupied by Mr. Hua was vacant. Ms. Wen experienced a mixed sense of relief and self-reproach, feeling she should have extended her gratitude for his attentiveness at the hospital. As she exited the restaurant, a gilded Continental halted before her, the window descending to reveal Mr. Hua's distinguished countenance. Enter, he stated succinctly. Ms. Wen hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, primarily to avert public attention to his ostentatious vehicle. Mr. Hua ignited the engine, and after a brief interval, he glanced at her, remarking, fasten your seatbelt. Ms. Wen, her complexion flushed, complied hastily. She observed Mr. Hua, who was now clad merely in a shirt and trousers, his jacket casually draped over the rear seat. Do you find me aesthetically pleasing? Mr. Hua inquired softly. Pardon? Ms. Wen's blush deepened. As Mr. Hua's vehicle idled at a red light, he turned to face Ms. Wen, his gaze imbued with an understanding share between the sexes. Uncomfortable with the burgeoning intimacy, Ms. Wen broached the subject. Mr. Hua, I extend my gratitude for your assistance the other day. Mr. Hua remained silent. Ms. Wen, summoning her courage, continued, there's a bus depot ahead and a late-night bus service operates from there. Mr. Hua's gaze deepened, and he finally spoke, Ms. Wen, grant me your company for a while. He addressed her as Ms. Wen. To her dismay, Ms. Wen's resolve faltered. Mr. Hua steered the vehicle to the base of a mountain range, an isolated locale conducive to mischief. Ms. Wen belatedly recognized the implication. Mr. Hua's disposition was palpably somber. He produced a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. The tableau was undeniably captivating. At the foot of the mountain, a chill lingered in the air. Wen Wan had donned a dress, and soon her nose turned a rosy hue, with a faint blush gracing the corners of her eyes, which accentuated her delicate, fair complexion. Shouting leaned down and tossed his coat to her, urging, "Put on." "Thank you," Wen Wan replied, her voice quivering slightly. She began to regret coming here with him, sensing that tonight, Shouting seemed different. Her intuition proved correct. After finishing a cigarette, Shouting leaned in to kiss her. Their kisses were intermittent, and as Wen Wan regained her clarity, she rested against his shoulder and whispered, Shouting. With a soft plea, she asked, "What are we to each other?" Shouting gazed at her in silence, understanding her reluctance. Chapter 28. Stay with me for a while, be good. Shouting observed her quietly. After a long moment, he released his hold on her arm, gently reclining against the leather chair, his eyes fluttering shut. He appeared weary. Wen Wan couldn't muster a single reproachful word, merely tilting her head to watch him. After a while, Shouting rose and pressed a button. The car's roof slid open, revealing a deep blue glass panel, and against the backdrop of the mountains, the stars in the night sky shone exceptionally bright. Wen Wan was about to inquire, but he pulled her close. She found herself nestled against his shoulder, inhaling his distinctive scent of wood, her cheeks flushing. "Stay with me for a moment." Shouting's voice was husky. Wen Wan found herself unable to refuse. She was uncertain whether all successful men were adept at invoking sympathy, or if all women succumbed to such tactics. Yet, having received Shouting's support, when he revealed his exhaustion and vulnerability, she could not bring herself to push him away. After a prolonged silence, Shouting softly inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Wen Wan's thoughts were in disarray. Subsequently, neither of them uttered a word, merely embracing each other in tranquil silence. Shouting's appearance was undeniably striking. To claim that Wen Wan felt no attraction would be a fabrication. Yet, she did not push him away in a pretense of modesty. Instead, she subtly wrapped her arms around his waist. However, the complexities between them rendered any possibility of convergence impossible. Lost in her muddled thoughts, she eventually succumbed to slumber in his embrace. Shouting gazed down at Wen Wan nestled in his arms. Her chestnut hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a delicate face as pure as snow upon pine. Her slender shoulders were tender and soft, resting lightly against him. Wen Wan was beautiful, not in an ostentatious way, but rather in a gentle, enduring manner, the kind that one would cherish at home. After days of exertion, Shouting felt a hint of weariness and gently closed his eyes. When Wen Wan awoke, the atmosphere was subtly charged. She could distinctly sense him. Unfamiliar with the ways of men, she was unaware that a man often looked like this upon waking. Biting her lip, she felt at a loss and dared not move an inch. In the dimly lit car, where Shouting's gaze was piercing, Wen Wan timidly asked, "What time is it?" She remained still, obediently nestled in his embrace. Suddenly, Shouting chuckled softly, feeling inexplicably uplifted. With his long fingers, he playfully grazed her cheek, teasingly questioning, "Are you simply that easy to tease, or are you enjoying this as well?" The revelation of her thoughts left Wen Wan feeling both embarrassed and irritated. Ignoring him, she shifted to the passenger seat, where Shouting let out a soft grunt, casting her a sidelong glance. Observing the delicate blush upon her countenance, a subtle astonishment flickered within Mr. Hua. He mused, given Ms. Wen's 4-year association with Mr. Gu, one would assume a certain level of sophistication. Yet she betrayed such effortless fluster. Mr. Hua found himself intrigued, acknowledging an undeniable captivation with Ms. Wan. Lowering the vehicle's window, his gaze swept over the external architecture, then returned to Ms. Wen's slender form. Acutely aware of the burden she bore, he noted her restraint in refraining from any solicitations. A fleeting wave of compassion washed over him, a momentary impulse to extend his assistance. However, the notion proved ephemeral, Ms. Wen's position in his estimation not yet warranting such an exception. Chapter 29. Am I not your dearest? Ms. Wen ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, an irresistible urge compelled her to glance downward. Mr. Hua's vehicle remained stationary, its opulent, gilded Continental standing in stark contrast to the antiquated surroundings. A locale seemingly incongruous with Mr. Hua's stature. Ms. Wen surmised that Mr. Hua belonged amidst the luminaries of high society soirees. The evening's occurrences, she resolved, were but transient ripples in the fabric of her existence, destined to fade with the dawn. Resisting further contemplation, Ms. Wen hastened her ascent. Mr. Hua, observing the illumination of the uppermost apartment, then departed. Unbeknownst to him, a black sports car lay concealed, its occupant having maintained a vigil for over 2 hours. The duration of Mr. Hua's embrace with Ms. Wen within the confines of his vehicle mirrored the length of Mr. Gu's patient wait below. Mr. Gu, clad in ebony attire, emerged from the vehicle, the sable ensemble accentuating his fair and handsome features. He leaned casually against the car, igniting a cigarette. Wisps of smoke escaped his lips, only to be swiftly dissipated by the night. He had witnessed all that transpired. Gu Changqing scoffed softly. Huh, in such a short span of time. When one has developed feelings for Hua Xiaoting, was she not supposed to be enamored with him, Gu Changqing? He gazed at the lights above and dialed a number. It was time to take action. After issuing his instructions, he hung up the phone with a cold smile. Wen Wan, this is of your own making. Why are you so late? Aunt Ruan's tone carried a hint of reproach. Wen Wan poured herself a glass of cold water, biting her lip as she decided to remain silent. I missed the last bus. I got delayed a bit, she finally replied. Aunt Ruan scrutinized her for a while before saying, let me prepare you a little midnight snack. Wen Wan felt that Aunt Ruan knew something, yet she couldn't explain. For her relationship with Hua Xiaoting was nothing significant, and there was no future to speak of. After approximately 5 minutes, Aunt Ruan brought out a bowl of noodles, placing it on the small dining table and urging Wen Wan to come and eat. Indeed hungry, Wen Wan softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Ruan. Aunt Ruan sat across from her, propping her chin on her hand while observing Wen Wan, who felt uneasy under her gaze. What is it, Aunt Ruan? She asked. Wen Wan responded, we've merely maintained a routine acquaintance. Perhaps we may not meet again. Aunt Ruan appeared somewhat disheartened, torn between her concern for Wen Boyan and her empathy for Wen Wan. After 4 years of devotion to the ungrateful Gu Changqing, she sincerely hoped Wen Wan would find a man far superior to him, someone who would overshadow Gu Changqing entirely. Alas, Wen Wan understood Aunt Ruan's sentiments. Gently, she took her hand and reassured her, don't forget, Lawyer Hua and Gu Changqing are bound to be relatives sooner or later. I can hardly dare to entertain such thoughts. Aunt Ruan sighed softly, then added, but I can't possibly take you out there, only to deny you a single morsel. Besides, you reek of smoke. Wen Wan, who was drinking water, choked. She felt utterly mortified. Back in her room, after a shower, Wen Man lay in bed, unable to sleep, her mind wandering. She pondered Aunt Ruan's attitude, sensing her acceptance of her father's 2-year sentence. Wen Man felt a pang of sadness. It wasn't that she hadn't considered seeking retribution against Gu Changqing, but she knew full well that she couldn't make a dent in his armor. Besides, she had to care for Aunt Ruan, who had never known hardship in her life. Wen Man tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. At 4 in the morning, her phone suddenly buzzed. Thinking it was spam, she reached for it to delete it, but paused when she saw the sender. It was a WeChat message from Hua Xiao. Are you asleep? He had also attached a photograph, presumably taken from the terrace of his luxurious apartment. An aerial view of the most vibrant street in B City at night. A wine glass stood on the railing, its transparent form reflecting the city lights, shimmering with iridescent colors. Chapter 30. Hua Xiao's decision. Wen Man felt a gentle stirring within her. Her slender fingers traced the surface of her phone, hesitating before finally sending a message half an hour later. Apologies, Attorney Hua, I was asleep. Over there, Hua Xiao, glass of wine in hand, smiled faintly upon seeing Wen Man's message. The demureness of teacher Wen was, in its own way, endearing. In the following days, Hua Xiaoting did not make another appearance. Yet he would occasionally send Wen Wan a WeChat message, sometimes accompanied by a photograph or a few languidly crafted words, imbued with the distinctive air of a mature man. Their mutual ambiguity was a silent understanding between them. One morning, as Wen Wan was en route to work, she received a call from Hua Xiaoting. Hesitating for a moment, she answered, Lawyer Hua? Hua shouting, seated in his car with a file resting on his lap, was confronted by the very documents pertaining to the Wen Wan case. He recalled the previous night when he had obtained them from lawyer Jiang Ming, who had smiled knowingly and remarked, shouting, "What made you change your mind? Is it because of teacher Wen? I find her quite impressive. Jiang Rui is rather fond of her." At that moment, Hua shouting had merely smiled and asked Jiang Ming not to mention it to Wen Wan just yet, indicating that he needed more time to contemplate. Wen Wan, unable to decipher his intentions, understood in her heart that cultivating a good relationship with Hua shouting would bear no detriment. She softly acquiesced. Suddenly, Hua shouting felt a rush of tenderness. Lowering his voice to a whisper akin to that of a lover, he teased, "Why are you so obedient and gentle? Do you not realize that such demeanor may invite the advances of men?" Wen Wan's cheeks flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Hua shouting chuckled, allowing her a reprieve. After ending the call, he gazed at the file for quite some time. His decision was not merely a transactional one. It was interwoven with a sense of compassion for Wen Wan, a gesture he wished to regard as a form of reparation. Meanwhile, Wen Wan set her phone aside, pondering the matter Hua shouting would likely discuss with her in a week's time. Lost in her thoughts, she almost missed her stop. Upon arriving at the music center in haste, she noted the altered glances of her colleagues as she clocked in. Bewildered, Wen Man was discreetly informed by a sympathetic colleague. "Wen Man, the director is aware of your moonlighting. Expect a summons shortly. Word has it that Ding Cheng divulged your secret. You both join around the same time, but your superior instruction has drawn the prime students to you." Much to her chagrin, it seems she's finally seized an opportunity. Wen Man was taken aback. The colleague continued in hushed tones, expressing understanding of her financial straits. At that moment, Director Li's assistant arrived, politely requesting Wen Man's presence. Wen Man followed her to the director's office on the second floor. The assistant knocked. "Director Li, Teacher Wen is here." "Enter," a female voice responded. Wen Man opened the door and stepped inside. Director Li, a sharp and capable woman in her early 40s, was engrossed in paperwork behind her desk. She gestured for Wen Man to take a seat. As Wen Man began to explain, Director Li interjected with a gesture. "Indeed, Ding Cheng did inform me, but I've turned a blind eye due to your personal hardships. However, since yesterday, numerous parents have become aware of your outside engagements, and the clamor to replace you has been overwhelming. I've received dozens of calls in a single day. As you know, the children who study at our music center come from affluent and influential families. Neither I, nor even Mr. Wang himself, can afford to antagonize them. At this point, Wen Man understood perfectly. She had no desire to put the director, who had always been considerate, in a difficult position, nor could she brazenly refuse to leave. Wen Wan gently placed her work badge on the table and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your care over the past few years." Chapter 31, The Mistress and the Dog, Eternally. Director Li was filled with a sense of exasperation. She exhaled deeply and asked, "Do you comprehend what your departure from the music center signifies? Are you aware of the multitude of envious eyes fixated upon the wealth of talented individuals you hold in your grasp?" Wen Wan was acutely aware. Yet, what could she do? All she could offer was a choked apology to her mentor who had guided her. Director Li was extremely irritated. She lit a slender cigarette and, after taking a few puffs, raised her gaze to Wen Wan and inquired, "Have you offended someone?" Wen Wan nodded solemnly. Despite the gravity of the situation, they both understood how difficult it would be for Wen Wan to re-establish herself in the industry after such turmoil. Upon exiting Director Li's office, Wen Wan's complexion was ashen. While packing her belongings, her colleagues expressed their sympathy, except for Ding Cheng, who remarked sarcastically, "Wen Wan, you ought to be aware of our rules. Don't assume that just because you are favored by Director Li, you can act recklessly. Well, now your reputation is tarnished in the industry. Who would dare seek your piano instruction in the future?" Wen Wan took a deep breath and coldly retorted, "You collaborated with Gu Changqing, didn't you? Ding Cheng, aren't you afraid that partnering with someone like him will leave you utterly devoured?" Ding Cheng leaned closer, smirking mockingly. Lowering her voice, she said, "Wen Wan, do you think I am like you? Let me enlighten you. There are many things you remain oblivious to. Even before you and Gu Changqing became involved, I had already met with him. Do you grasp the implication? Ding Cheng articulated with deliberate emphasis. I have been with him. Wen Wan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Her aversion towards Gu Chongqing was immense. Yet here stood Ding Cheng, reveling in her own self-satisfaction. With a frigid expression, Wen Wan replied, Congratulations, then. She lifted the cardboard box, intent on departing, but Ding Cheng seized her arm, refusing to let her go. Wen Wan's reaction was insufficient, far from adequate. Why should it be that Wen Wan, born with a silver spoon, enjoyed such privileges as Director Li's favor and the title of Gu Chongqing's girlfriend? Meanwhile, Ding Cheng, despite her relentless efforts, remained overshadowed by Wen Wan. Was it a matter of her inadequacy? No, it was her humble origins, hailing from small town, that rendered her the subject of disdain. At last, however, she had managed to trample Wen Wan beneath her feet. Ding Cheng smugly declared, Do you know why Gu Chongqing doesn't desire you? It's because, Wen Wan, you always present yourself as a reserved, wooden figure, leaving men devoid of appetite. Wen Wan cast her gaze downward and sneered coldly. Then I wish you and Gu Chongqing everlasting happiness. With that, she forcefully pushed Ding Cheng aside and strode away. Ding Cheng's face flushed with anger. Yet soon, satisfaction took over. Wen Wan was now stripped of her background and career, much like a stray dog. What was there left for her to envy? In high spirits, Ding Cheng settled down and sent a WeChat message. I bought a set of black silk pajamas. Why don't you come over? I'll model them for you. I've been busy lately. Don't message me unless it's urgent. Chapter 32. How could he dare? So tainted? Dimly, a sense of grievance mingled with a certain sweetness within Ding Cheng. She harbored an unwavering conviction in her ability to captivate Gu Chongqing, dismissing his interest in Miss Wemingzhu as mere exploitation. Only she, Ding Cheng, possessed the power to truly hold his heart. Having lost her employment, Wen Man chose to spare Aunt Ruan from worry by keeping the news to herself for the time being. She sought solace on a park bench, lost in pensive reverie. Despite the sun's benevolent warmth, a chill permeated Wen Man's very being. After meticulously assessing her household's financial standing, she realized that with the impending substantial fees for Jiangming law firm, coupled with the need to provide for her father, their remaining funds were dwindling precariously. One man delicately retrieved a slender chain from around her neck, adorned with a pale pink diamond. With lingering tenderness, she caressed it before steeling herself and venturing into a pawn shop. The manager, after a protracted examination, offered a proposition, a loan of 60,000, or an outright sale for 200,000. Although the pink diamond was worth at least 500,000, when Man's pressing circumstances left her with little choice. She desperately needed the funds. With a wry smile, Wen Man resigned herself to the permanent sale. Securing the check for 200,000, she combined it with her household savings and settled the payment at Jiangming law firm. As she emerged, Bai Wei's call came through. Having learned of Wen Man's job loss through others, Bai Wei extended an invitation. Where are you? Come, let me treat you to a meal. Bai Wei treated her to hot pot. Amidst the steaming ambience of the restaurant, Bai Wei, while submerging meat rolls into the spicy broth, unleashed her fury. That vixen Ding Cheng. I couldn't stand her back in university. She has a tendency to flirt with any man who exhibits even a semblance of success. During the time you were with Gu Chongqing, she made several overt and covert attempts to entice him. Wen Wan paused for a moment before responding with a faint smile. It seems she has finally achieved her desires. She relayed Ding Cheng's words to Bai Wei, who, fearing that Wen Wan might be upset, comforted her, saying, Don't take it to heart. After all, Gu Chongqing is now Ho Mingzhu's man. His questionable past doesn't concern us. Suddenly, Wen Wan recalled what Hu Xiaoding had mentioned, that Ho Mingzhu had once attempted suicide for Gu Chongqing. It was likely that Hu Xiaoding was aware of all the chaos surrounding Gu Chongqing, yet he chose to turn a blind eye. Lost in thought, she was nudged by Bai Wei, who admonished, Don't waste your emotions on that scoundrel. Wen Wan shook her head, I won't. Bai Wei sighed indeed. When it comes down to it, money holds far more significance than a worthless man. Worrying that Wen Wan might be short on funds, she pulled out a bank card. However, Wen Wan gently declined, saying, I won't need it for now. Bai Wei was skeptical. Wen Wan placed a piece of meat in Bai Wei's bowl and softly remarked, I sold my necklace. Bai Wei was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, she spoke with a trembling voice, "You stubborn child. Why didn't you consult me first? That was the only thing your aunt left for you, something you've cherished since childhood." Wen Wan patted her hand, preparing to offer comfort, when her phone on the table rang. It was the restaurant manager calling regarding her part-time job. After listening for a few moments, she slowly hung up the phone and told Bai Wei, "I've been dismissed from the restaurant." Bai Wei was furious, exclaiming, "This must be the doing of Gu Chongqing again. Why does he relentlessly haunt me? Well, man, let's go find him. I must seek justice for you. This despicable person deceived you for 4 years, and now he's trying to drive you to your demise." Wen Man restrained Bai Wei, imploring her not to go, for she knew that Gu Chongqing was orchestrating all of this to coerce her into becoming his mistress. Chapter 33. Wen Man, implore me. Wen Man lowered her gaze, lucidly stating, "It's merely his pride acting up. Gu Chongqing does not harbor love for her." Bai Wei felt even more distressed, embracing Wen Man, saying, "Let's disregard him. He's mentally unstable." Wen Man softly hummed in agreement. She had already formulated a plan to leave B City with Aunt Ruan once her father's affairs were settled, seeking a new life elsewhere. However, she felt remorse and sorrow, for her emotions had led to her father's imprisonment and Aunt Ruan's life of displacement in her later years. Bai Wei offered solace for a long while before departing due to prior engagements. Even worse awaited Wen Man. Gu Chongqing was relentless, and one by one, the places where Wen Man worked part-time called to terminate their partnerships with her. Wen Man numbly nodded in agreement. The final call came from Gu Chongqing himself. Wem man ansviet. Neither spoke initially, only their intertwined breaths resonated through the phone. Finally, Wen Man apathetically uttered, "Gu Chongqing, what else do you desire?" What did he desire? Gu Chongqing offered a callous smile. "Would you feign ignorance of my desires, Wen Man?" Wen Man remained silent, prompting him to speak again. "Wen Man, implore me. You implore me to resolve all your troubles, promising to compensate you in double measure for all that you have lost, assuring that you shall fare better than before. Do you not recall the joy we once shared?" Wen Wan scoffed coldly. "Is it the kind of happiness where I awaited your return in the apartment for dinner, only to find you entwined with Ding Cheng?" Gu Chongqing's voice tightened. "Who told you that?" Wen Wan lightly uttered a few words. "What do you think?" With that, she hung up the phone. Let them indulge in their petty squabbles. On the other end, Gu Chongqing slowly laid down his phone, his dark eyes filled with a piercing intensity. Ding Cheng, she must be tired of living. Their affair was but a fleeting encounter, a dalliance of passion. Yet she foolishly believed herself to be his true love, daring to gossip behind his back. Gu Chongqing promptly pressed the intercom, intending to summon his secretary. But to his surprise, Ding Cheng, unable to contain her impatience, arrived uninvited. The secretary, caught in a dilemma, reported, "President Gu, I informed Miss Ding that you were in a meeting." Gu Chongqing, loosening his tie, coldly commanded, "Let her in." The secretary, taken aback, quickly ushered Ding Cheng into the office. Dressed to impress in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her alluring figure, she immediately embraced Gu Chongqing, feigning understanding. "Feeling down? I invited you, yet you claim to be unavailable." Gu Chongqing grasped her slender neck, leaning down to kiss her. His kiss was skilled and fervent, causing Ding Cheng to quickly melt into him, unable to resist. In that moment, the office was filled with the sounds of passionate intimacy, enough to make one blush and feel their heart race. In a moment of passion, Gu Chongqing gently tugged at Ding Cheng's long hair, murmuring intimately, "Did you tell a man about us?" Lost in the throes of affection, Ding Cheng unguardedly hummed, "Chongqing, why bring her up? Let's continue." "So it's true." Gu Chongqing nuzzled her face, lightly nipping her cheek. Ding Cheng was momentarily stunned, finally sensing a change in Gu Chongqing. He was different from usual, though she couldn't quite place it. In her moment of distraction, a sharp pain shot through her scalp. Gu Chongqing yanked her hair, slamming her head against the cold tabletop, leaving her forehead bleeding profusely. Chapter 34. Gu Chongqing, you love her? Ding Cheng was dumbfounded. Gu Chongqing showed no pity as he gripped her hair once more, forcing her to face him. His expression was icily cold. "Do you know the consequences of loose talk?" Ding Cheng was in pain, but more than that, she was panicked. She finally understood the source of Gu Chongqing's anger. He cared that Wen Man knew about their affair. Unwilling to believe the truth, she murmured, "Don't you not love her?" "Indeed, I don't." Gu Changqing's smile was even colder. "But what are you? Do you even have the right to interfere in matters between her and me?" Ding Cheng laughed through her tears. Blood mingled with her tears, turning her once exquisite makeup into a horrifying mess. She chuckled softly. "Gu Changqing, you love her." "I don't." "You don't love her? Then why do you care if she knows the truth? You were loath to let her discern the depraved and chaotic nature of your being, a libertine accessible to any woman. If love was absent, why did you relentlessly antagonize her? If love was absent, why did you abstain from intimacy with her for 4 years? Was it genuine disinterest or reluctance born of deeper emotions? Gu Changqing, you are consumed by regret, aren't you? For years you hesitated to touch her, and now she is unattached, free to engage in any dalliance she desires." With eyes reddened, Ding Cheng articulated everything in one breath. She believed she had triumphed over Wen Wan, only to realize she was the true fool. Gu Changqing had never harbored affection for her. His concerns were solely power and Wen Wan. Her catharsis was met with 2 sharp slaps from Gu Changqing. "Get out!" Gu Changqing roared. Ding Cheng straightened, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and departed with pride. Gu Changqing, still consumed by rage, violently smashed the phone in his hand. The secretary, about to enter, froze at the sight. The president had never displayed such fury. Standing amidst the wreckage, Gu Changqing softly commanded, "I want to see Wen Wan by tomorrow." The secretary, comprehending his intent, paused momentarily. Meanwhile, Wen Wan concealed her job loss from Aunt Ruan, as the family had endured too much turmoil recently, and she wished to spare her further worry. Sleepless, she was preoccupied with thoughts of the future. "Auntie is asleep. I fear disturbing her." Having resolved to depart from City B, she foresaw a natural severance of ties with Hua Xiaoting, further reinforced by her aversion to casual dalliances. Such an unambiguous declaration left no room for misinterpretation. She desired no further amorous entanglements with him. Hua Xiaoting, being a man of perspicacity, would undoubtedly grasp her intent. While this was the outcome sought, a subtle sense of despondency lingered upon its realization. She found herself musing whether a different mode of acquaintance with Hua Xiaoting might have altered their destinies, promptly dismissing such notions as fanciful. Sleepless throughout the night, arose betimes, lest harbor suspicions. Scarcely had she completed her ablutions when burst in her chamber, her visage pallid and lips quivering incessantly. She uttered, "Your father has taken his own life." Chapter 35, driven to desperation, stood transfixed. Her countenance ashen, repeated her pronouncement. "Your father has taken his own life. He has been resuscitated, but his condition remains grave. I implore you to devise a means for me to see him. His health has always been precarious, and this blow has been devastating." Succumbed to a torrent of grief, burying her face in her hands, S. Hart was in turmoil, unwilling to accept that her father, a figure of towering strength, would resort to self-destruction, especially after their seemingly amicable encounter just days prior. She promptly contacted, beseeching him to expedite the necessary procedures for them to visit. Having also received the news, was on the verge of consulting with and extended an invitation for her to meet him at his firm. Reassured, and without partaking in breakfast, they hastened to the where greeted them with a somber demeanor. Before the presence of Wen Man and her mother, he made several phone calls, ultimately setting down the receiver and shaking his head. The individual is unharmed but cannot be released on bail and must remain in custody for medical treatment. Due to Jiang Rui's connection, Jiang Ming expressed his thoughts delicately. "Wen Man, your father's case is intertwined with the Gu family. Perhaps you could seek out President Gu and see if there is any possibility for leniency?" President Gu Changqing. If Wen Man were to become someone else's mistress, her father's return would surely incite his wrath. Yet, she remained resolute. What would become of her father? What of Aunt Ruan? Must their family truly face ruin? Wen Man sat there numb. Lawyer Jiang, sensing her distress, offered her a cup of warm water and gently suggested, "Perhaps you should speak with Shouting again. I heard from Jiang Rui that you two have grown quite close recently." Wen Man felt a sharp pang in her heart, akin to being pricked by fine needles. The pain was profound and lingering. Having experienced similar tribulations, Lawyer Jiang continued in a soothing tone. Shouting is not entirely devoid of compassion. Just the other day, he was here to... He abruptly recalled Shouting's instructions and chose to withhold further comments. What if Shouting changed his mind? That would only lead to further disappointment for the young lady. Taking his advice to heart, Wen Man nodded. As she stepped outside, she hesitated, contemplating whether to call Hua Shouting. Yet, having rejected him just the previous night, would he even be inclined to respond now if she were to reach out? Doubt clouded her resolve. Nevertheless, for the sake of her father, she steeled herself and dialed his number, only to find it unreachable. Hua Shouting's phone was turned off. A wave of despair washed over her, as she could scarcely bring herself to face Aunt Ruan. Aunt Ruan, Aunt Ruan, where are you? Wen Wan presumed that Aunt Ruan had gone to the restroom and searched around, yet found no trace of her. A sense of unease began to envelop her as she dialed Aunt Ruan's number. Please answer. Please answer. The call connected, but it went unanswered. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly raced towards the elevator, frantically pressing the button. As she stood in the confined space of the elevator, her entire body trembled. Aunt Ruan, please don't do anything foolish. Don't. Unfortunately, Wen Wan was a moment too late. Upon arriving at the CEO's office of the Gu Corporation, she was met with a scene of utter chaos. Gu Changqing leaned against the mahogany desk, clutching his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. The sight was harrowing. Aunt Ruan gripped a fruit knife tightly, her demeanor akin to a trance as she muttered incomprehensibly. Wen Wan's voice trembled as she called out, Aunt Ruan. Aunt Ruan's gaze was vacant as she murmured, I have killed Gu Changqing. He will no longer harm Boyan, nor will he harm you. Wen Wan, I have always said he is unworthy of you. Tears streamed down Wen Wan's face. She stepped forward and gently embraced Aunt Ruan, choking back sobs as she reassured, Aunt Ruan, don't be afraid. I'm here. Gu Changqing pressed his hand against the wound, blood continuing to flow. The secretary attempted to provide him with immediate aid, but he pushed her away, addressing Wen Wan with deliberate clarity. Can you not see my blood? Wen Wan, do you not care whether I live or die? Chapter 36. Kneeling to plead for mercy. Mr. Gu, you are magnanimous. Wen Wan's gaze was hollow. Gazing upon the man she once loved, a profound sense of estrangement washed over her. She questioned the very foundation of her understanding of him. How could he be so callous? Ruan could not even bring herself to kill a chicken. So how could she wield a knife? It was evident that Gu Changqing had provoked her with his words, orchestrating this entire scenario. In a hushed tone, Wen Wan implored, Gu Changqing, I beseech you, release me from this torment. As Gu Changqing prepared to respond, Wen Wan gently lowered herself to her knees before him. In that instant, Ruan seemed to awaken, emitting strange sounds as if to dissuade Wen Wan. Unyielding, Wen Wan remained kneeling, her posture erect. Tears streamed down her face, cleansing her already luminous eyes, rendering them even more radiant. Her voice trembled as she spoke, Mr. Gu, President Gu. It was youthful folly that led me to engage in a romantic entanglement with you. It was imprudent of me to pursue you. Now, I implore you, consider the kindness I have shown you in the past, and spare my father and Ruan. I beg you. Witnessing such humility, Ruan burst into tears, her lucidity restored. She wept, apologizing to Wen Wan, attempting to help her rise. How could this be? Wen Wan was Bo Yan's only precious daughter. How could she kneel before this beast? Wen Wan remained motionless, her gaze fixed upon Gu Changqing, a hint of defiance flickering within her eyes. Having been with her for 4 years, how could Gu Changqing not discern her true nature? Wen Wan possessed a gentle disposition, yet she was not without her own spirit. She had once loved him with profound intensity, but now, to escape him, she was willing to kneel before him, grinding his pearly white teeth. Gu Changqing retorted in a fit of rage, and if I refuse to release you, what will you do, Wen Wan? Clenching her fingers tightly, Wen Wan retorted, Are you not afraid that I will expose your true colors to the Hua family? Go ahead and expose me. Gu Changqing's visage contorted with rage as he coldly remarked, See if Hua Mingzhu will forgive me. Observe whether your entire family can escape unscathed, and then consider whether Hua Shouting will come to your aid. The mere mention of Hua shouting intensified Gu Changqing's agony, and his fury reached a fever pitch. It was only now that Wen Wan truly discerned the essence of Gu Changqing. Enduring the pain, he approached her, seizing her arm and pulling her closer. A resounding slap echoed against his face. Trembling with indignation, Wen Wan exclaimed, "Gu Changqing, you are inhuman." He forcefully grasped her wrist while Aunt Ruan struggled, determined to confront him. Gu Changqing released Wen Wan, summoning security to restrain Aunt Ruan, and coldly uttered, "Call the police and report that this Ms. Ruan has assaulted me with intent to harm." Wen Wan grasped his hand desperately, yet he violently shook her off, licking the blood from his lips and declaring, "Wen Wan, you have truly provoked my ire." In the distance, the wailing of sirens grew nearer. Wen Wan's delicate face turned pale. Gu Changqing had triumphed, his actions despicable and shameful, akin to that of a beast. With her eyes shut tight, she reopened them and softly implored, "Please do not be angry. I apologize on behalf of Aunt Ruan." Gu Changqing gently settled onto the sofa, extending his hand toward her. Wen Wan's fingers were stained with his blood, and with a tender touch, she slowly raised her hand, surrendering it to him. Chapter 37. Come to my villa tomorrow night, shall we? Aunt Ruan, blood and tears mingling in her mouth, struggled desperately. "Wen Wan, you must not associate with this beast. How am I to explain this to your father?" A series of footsteps echoed outside the door, and several figures in uniform entered. Aunt Ruan was momentarily stunned, then erupted in a frenzied cry. "I injured Gu Changqing. Arrest me. Take me away at once. I'm willing to go to prison for the rest of my life. Just leave Wen Wan alone. Gu Changqing, I beg you, don't touch her." Aunt Ruan collapsed to the ground, clutching her head. She loathed her own helplessness, her impulsiveness, and her susceptibility to Gu Changqing's provocations, which had ensnared Wen Wan. The scene took the newcomers by surprise. They turned to Gu Changqing. "Mr. Gu, what is the meaning of this?" Gu Changqing gently clasped Wen Wan's hand, forcefully drawing her to his side to sit. Wen Wan was trembling uncontrollably. He was displeased. Did she fear him to such an extent? However, since Wen Wan had relented, he would naturally offer her a small indulgence. Thus, Gu Changqing dabbed at his abdomen with a tissue and said nonchalantly, "It was rather chaotic just now. I may have inadvertently injured myself. Fortunately, my company has surveillance cameras, although they are experiencing some technical difficulties. They should be repaired in a few days, at which point I will provide the complete video." The visitors understood implicitly a mere lover's quarrel. They asked a few perfunctory questions and departed soon after. Wen Wan continued to tremble, knowing that Aunt Ruan was only temporarily safe. With the surveillance footage in Gu Changqing's possession, he could press charges against Aunt Ruan at any time. Within the vast office, an unsettling silence prevailed. Gu Changqing's face was ashen. He turned to instruct his secretary to prepare the car, then lightly pinched Wen Wan's chin. "Come to my villa tomorrow night, understood?" Wen Wan's gaze was vacant. Gu Changqing gave a faint smile. "You shall play the piano for me then." Gu Changqing's injuries were quite severe, and he was hastily escorted away by a throng of secretaries and assistants. Aunt Ruan remained in a daze, and Wen Wan gently suggested, "Aunt Ruan, why don't you take a shower? I will prepare some food." As soon as she spoke, her arm was seized with force. Aunt Ruan's voice was laced with severity. "Wen Wan, I forbid you from seeing that beast." Wen Wan lowered her gaze. What else could she do? Stand by and watch her father suffer? Watch Aunt Ruan be imprisoned? No, she had no retreat left. Wen Wan had no intention of confiding in Aunt Ruan. She planned to resolve everything and send the elderly couple away, and then it would be just her and Gu Changqing. "Gu Changqing, you have forced me to this point." Wen Wan deceived Aunt Ruan, claiming she would consult lawyer Jiang for a solution, or perhaps see if Bai Wei had any connections. With her repeated assurances, Aunt Ruan's worry was somewhat alleviated. At a private hospital in City B, Gu Changqing had finished treating his wounds and was admitted to a ward. Clad in loose hospital attire, his waist wrapped in several layers of white gauze. Even so, he continued to discuss business matters with his assistant. Hua Mingzhu approached, her eyes swollen with tears. "Gu Changqing, who did this to you?" Gu Changqing could hardly confess that he had orchestrated his own injury, nor did he wish for Hua Mingzhu to hear Wen Wan's name. He concocted a convenient excuse, and indeed Hua Mingzhu believed him completely, her heart aching for him. The concern reflected in her eyes was genuine. Yet as Gu Chongqing observed her, he was reminded of Wen Wan. In the past, Wen Wan had loved him with such fervor, but today, as he lay injured, she showed no concern nor shed a single tear. Chapter 38. Hua Xiaoding is about to return. Gu Chongqing's mood grew somewhat desolate. Leaning against the headboard, he luxuriated in the tender care of his fiancée, being fed and offered water without a hint of capriciousness. As Hua Mingzhu was radiantly beautiful, was not a man to deny himself pleasure. Dismissing his subordinates, he drew his fiancée beneath him. Hua Mingzhu's cheeks flushed crimson, her slender finger tapping his chest as she softly chided, "Get up, you're injured." S gaze was profound, imbued with a purely masculine assertiveness, which caused her to tremble involuntarily. Soon, the private room was filled with ardor, being quite fervent, and he only released her after 2 hours. Afterward, Hua Mingzhu nestled shyly in his embrace, murmuring, "What's gotten into you today?" Replied with a touch of languor, "Nothing. I simply long for you." Hua Mingzhu bestowed a kiss upon him, and his eyes darkened. Reluctant to leave his side, yet mindful that disliked her being too clingy, she departed after only half a day. Settling into the black sedan, she couldn't resist calling Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao, having been in a crucial meeting, had his phone off all day and had only just turned it back on. He answered, "Mingzhu, is something amiss?" Hua Mingzhu's eyes still glistened with the residue of passion as she traced circles with her slender finger, sweetly saying, "Brother, I need your help." Hua Xiao loosened his tie, inquiring, "What is it? Who has wronged you?" Hua Mingzhu cajoled, "It's that is injured." Why I asked who hurt him, he wouldn't say. Upon hearing his name, Hua Xiao remained non-committal. At that moment, Hua Mingzhu mused aloud, "So many affairs to attend to today. Today, I encountered Jiang Rui, who informed me that Wen Wan's father had tragically taken his own life while incarcerated. It sounded quite pitiable." Hua Xiaoding loosened his tie, momentarily pausing. He inquired once more, "Mingzhu, what did you say?" Hua Mingzhu, without a hint of doubt, reiterated, "It's Jiang Rui's girlfriend. Her father was involved in an economic case and has committed suicide." "Quite unfortunate." Hua Xiaoding remained silent for a while, and after a moment, he told Hua Mingzhu he had matters to attend to and would have to hang up. Hua Mingzhu, feeling anxious, protested, "Brother, I haven't finished speaking. We'll discuss it another time." Hua Xiaoding attempted to call Wen Wan, but the line was perpetually unavailable. She had her phone switched off. Consequently, he decided to reach out to lawyer Jiang, who updated him on the situation and then chuckled, shouting, "This is an opportune moment for a gallant rescue." Hua Xiaoding responded with a wry smile. "Even at this juncture, you still choose to jest." After ending the call, he promptly instructed his accompanying secretary to book a flight for that evening. The secretary, taken aback, reminded him, "Lawyer Hua, you have a court hearing tomorrow morning." The mention of the hearing jolted Hua Xiaoding back to reality. How could he have forgotten? He had dedicated a month to this case. With the culmination set for tomorrow, there was no way he could be absent. After a moment of contemplation, he penned a note for Secretary Zhang. "You are to fly to City B tomorrow morning to find Miss Wen. Here is her address and phone number. Instruct her to call me." Secretary Zhang, having met Wen Wan previously, remarked with a smile, "Miss Wen is quite beautiful." Hua Xiaoding shot her a glance. Secretary Zhang, sensing his disapproval, refrained from further comment. As Secretary Zhang departed, Hua Xiaoding continued to busy himself with the materials for the morning trial. However, he found himself dialing Wen Wan's number every hour or so, yet his efforts were thwarted, and he was unable to reach her until the late hours of the night. In the early hours, Hua Xiaoding booked a flight for the following afternoon. Chapter 39. Hua Xiaoding's imminent return contrary to his expectations. Secretary Zhang's flight encountered a malfunction and was delayed. In the waiting lounge, she attempted to contact Hua Xiaoding, but he was unreachable as his phone was off during the trial. It was not until noon, after the trial concluded, that Hua Xiaoding switched his phone on and received a message from Secretary Zhang, prompting him to furrow his brows in contemplation. The assistant of his client, President Lin, approached him respectfully and said, "Lawyer Hua, President Lin would like to extend an invitation for a meal." Just as he was speaking, President Lin himself arrived. A dignified entrepreneur in his 40s, he greeted Hua, shouting warmly with a handshake, saying, "Young brother shouting, your presence in the courtroom was remarkable. Since there are pressing matters, I shall not impose any longer. Do visit H City next time, and allow me the honor of playing host." "Certainly," Hua shouting replied with poise. Before the flight took off, he once again dialed Wen Wan's mobile number, but it remained switched off. Concerned, he furrowed his brow, suspecting that something must have gone awry. In B City, Wen Wan spent the entire day at home, tending to Aunt Ruan, who was emotionally unstable, a role she had undertaken for quite some time. In the evening, she prepared a meal for Aunt Ruan and served it to her. While they dined, Wen Wan softly mentioned, "I have a friend to meet shortly. Someone by way introduced, and I believe she can be of assistance." Aunt Ruan expressed her doubts, to which Wen Wan grasped her hand reassuringly. "Truly, Aunt Ruan, I wish to give it a try." Perhaps Wen Wan's facade was too convincing, as Aunt Ruan ultimately believed her. Wen Wan gently caressed her. Her mother passed away when she was 10, and a year later, her father married Aunt Ruan. Recollects that her father and Aunt Ruan would frequently quarrel during that period. On one occasion, Aunt Ruan wept bitterly, questioning why he treated another child so well that he was unwilling to have his own. It was then that Young discerned that she was not his biological offspring. She was gripped by fear, afraid of being suddenly abandoned. She would coquettishly express her desire for a younger sibling when her father and Aunt Ruan were not arguing. However, Aunt Ruan never conceived. She deeply loved, raised, and later treated reasonably well. How could bear to see such a woman imprisoned for 10 or 8 years? A tear fell onto the photograph and hastily wiped it away. Aunt Ruan witnessed this from the doorway. Her eyes clouded over, and she said in as gentle a voice as possible, "Didn't you have an appointment? Tidy up a bit before going out. Close the photo album and put it away." She rose, changed her clothes, and couldn't resist embracing Aunt Ruan as she prepared to leave. Aunt Ruan felt uneasy, but when looked up, she smiled faintly and said that Bai Wei had found someone capable, and Gu Chongqing should show consideration. Only then did Aunt Ruan let her go, gently close the door, leaning against it for a long time in a daze. She had betrayed herself in this way. By this time, dusk had settled, and the clouds burned the horizon crimson. Both magnificent and desolate, gazed at it quietly for a long time before turning and boarding the bus. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when she arrived at Gu Chongqing's villa. Gu Chongqing, clad in a 3-piece suit, sat on the sofa drinking. The crystal chandelier above refracting luxurious light, accentuating his handsome face even more. If it were in the past, would have been thrilled, but now she only felt disgust. Gu Chongqing's voice was husky. "Where have you been? I called you all day." Chapter 40. Gu Chongqing, there is no need for this. Wen Wan remained silent. Gu Chongqing observed her quietly for a moment, then set down his glass and rose. "Let's eat." Wen Wan's demeanor was frosty. "Gu Chongqing, you needn't behave this way." Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing chuckled softly. He approached her, gently grasping her delicate chin, and murmured, "Indeed, we need not act like this, especially since you currently regard me as a formidable adversary." "Wen Wan, do you truly despise me so?" Wen Wan stood tall, refusing to allow tears to fall. For someone like Gu Chongqing, it was not worth it. She gazed at him and softly stated, "My love or hatred for you cannot alter the outcome." "Then why not love me? At least it might bring you some solace." Gu Chongqing tenderly caressed her cheek, his touch lingering with unexpected affection. He had women by his side, including a beautiful fiancée, Yet, Wen Wan was different. She was the morsel he had refrained from consuming for 4 long years. And now he yearned to devour her entirely. Pressing his face close to hers, Gu Chongqing spoke with a seductive tone. "How about we negotiate terms now? Stay here with me tonight?" Wen Wan's eyes reddened. Gu Chongqing stepped back to assess her, chuckling lightly. "When did you become so sharp-tongued?" "Today." He was in an unusually good mood and, to his own surprise, acquiesced. "All right, I'll heed your wishes, as long as you agree to stay with me. I shall ensure Uncle Wen and Aunt Ruan leave City B. All the assets of the Wen family will be returned in full." With a subtle exhalation of relief, Wen Wan subtly relaxed. Abruptly, Gu Chongqing embraced her slender waist, resting his chin delicately upon her delicate shoulder, and expressed with gentle tenderness, I have acquired a villa in the outskirts for you. During my moments of respite, I shall accompany you there. Yes? Wen Wan responded with a composed indifference. Yet her demeanor lacked the sharp acrimony of previous encounters. Gu Changqing, endeavoring to placate her, whispered intimately near the tender flesh behind her ear, "Shall we conceive another child?" Wen Wan, I yearn for a daughter as winsome and obedient as you. Wen Wan was consumed with revulsion. Bai Wei's assertion held irrefutable truth. Gu Changqing was afflicted with a schism of the mind. How else could he perpetrate such heinous deeds, only to feign an ardent display of affection? Wen Wan loathed him, her body rigid with resistance. How could Gu Changqing remain oblivious? He scoffed derisively, though not entirely concerned. After all, she was within his grasp, and he could mold her to his desires in due course. Wen Wan possessed an untainted purity, akin to a blank canvas, upon which he intended to inscribe his name. Gu Changqing, in its entirety. Wen Wan did not linger. Upon her departure, Gu Changqing personally escorted her to the entrance of the villa. Wen Wan found herself in possession of a set of villa keys. Tomorrow, I shall withdraw the lawsuit. Your father and Annie Wan shall be spared any harm. Gu Changqing offered a faint smile, adding, Wen Wan, I am disinclined to tarry for an extended duration. Refrain from disappointing me. Yes? Beneath the illumination of the villa's entrance hall, Wen Wan's countenance was picturesque. With a soft utterance, she declared, Gu Changqing, when have I ever caused you disappointment? Having spoken, she raised her gaze to meet his. Within her once tender and amorous eyes, the former joy had vanished, replaced solely by resentment. Gu Changqing was reluctant to behold it. It is raining. Shall you deny me the opportunity to demonstrate my attentiveness? He teased. Wen Wan lowered her head and offered a faint smile, replying, Gu Changqing, I have stated that such gestures are unnecessary between us. Having uttered those words, she brushed past him and ventured into the tenebrous night, where the rain fell like silken threads. A void was left in Gu Changqing's hand. Gu Changqing did not remain despondent for long. He was convinced that his feelings for Wen Man were merely a man's desire for conquest, and that he had never truly loved her. Never. Chapter 41. Redemption. Was Shouting's tenderness when Man exited the villa. The rain intensified, and the world was shrouded in mist. The ground shimmered with reflected light from the dim street lamps. Wen Man, wearing high heels, walked numbly through the cold, rainy night. She walked for a long time, until her heels had chafed her feet raw, and crimson blood trickled down her pale insteps. It was very painful. Wen Man tilted her head slightly, allowing the cold rain to beat against her face. Loving Gu Changqing was her sin. Now, all that remained was hatred, and she was unwilling to spend her life atoning for it. She would rather perish with him. Tears welled in Wen Man's eyes, but they seemed insignificant in a cold night. She slowly crouched down, allowing the rain to cleanse and scour her. A black umbrella was held above her head, and a tall figure enveloped her. Wen Man raised her face and saw Hua Shouting. He was dressed in formal attire, as if he had just come from a formal occasion, mature and handsome. He gazed at her, and the warmth in his eyes made Wen Man's heart flutter. It was him again, Hua Shouting. Why did he always appear when she was at her most wretched, and she found redemption? Teacher Wen, I have been searching for you all night. Hua Shouting's voice was deep and husky, more captivating than the timbre of a cello. Wen Man looked up, watching him extend his hand toward her. She was motionless, her entire body too stiff to react. Poor darling. With a gentle sigh, Mr. Hua stooped down and gathered her into his arms. Her drenched state had already permeated his attire, yet such trivialities were of no consequence. Their faces were in close proximity, so intimate that Ms. Wen could, with a mere inclination of her head, bury herself in the hollow of his neck. The closeness was so profound that it stirred illusions within her. Sensing the impropriety, she attempted to extricate herself, but Mr. Hua's voice, raspy with emotion, commanded, stay still. He delicately placed the umbrella handle in her hand, his palms searingly hot against her skin. Ms. Wen yearned to retreat, but he would not permit it, immediately enveloping her soft hand within his. Ms. Wen gazed at him, her crimson lips slightly parted in a manner that was undeniably alluring. Mr. Hua lowered his head and kissed her, their embrace a tender entanglement amidst the rain. The rain continued its gentle descent, and the world seemed to hush. leaving only the two of them in its quietude. Initially, Ms. Wen resisted, but Mr. Hua possessed a surprising assertiveness in matters of intimacy, and she slowly succumbed to his will. The black umbrella slipped from their grasp, carried away by the wind. Unable to resist any longer, Ms. Wen encircled the man's neck with her arms, tilting her head back to meet his kiss. Her yielding posture was akin to offering herself as a sacrifice, and the sounds of her arousal brought a blush to her cheeks. At that moment, words were superfluous. Their understanding was tacit. Mr. Gu, he was of no consequence. Ms. Wen was 24 years of age, no longer an innocent, unversed in the ways of the world. She silently accepted the shirt, then raised her eyes to meet Mr. Hua's gaze. Mr. Hua, however, retrieved a bathrobe and retreated to the guest bedroom. Ms. Wen was taken aback, yet simultaneously felt a lessening of tension. Only then did she have the opportunity to observe Mr. Hua's bedroom. His predilection leaned towards heavy metal modern art, and the entire room's DSOR exuded a cold, hard style, imbued with a strong sense of personal taste, with furniture in somber gray hues, ebony linens, sable window drapes. Gently bit her lip and proceeded to the bathroom. Upon emerging, she was clad solely in a shirt, possessed a considerable height, approximating 186 centimeters. His garments served as a capacious nightdress for the loose fit and hue accentuating her complexion, the hem of the shirt cascading over a pair of fair, slender legs. As entered to retrieve some documents, he was met with this very tableau. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Chapter 42. Indeed, is here with me. Beneath his gaze, S-frame trembled ever so slightly. Extended his cellular device to her. Place a call to your aunt, lest you be concerned. Your phone has been inactive for a day. Accepted the device, offering a soft expression of gratitude, and proceeded to the window, where she initiated a call to Aunt Wan. Aunt Wan, still apprehensive that she might capitulate, too, could not help but inquire further. Biting her lip, remained uncertain as to how to respond. The phone was then taken by a slender hand. Spoke in a gentle tone. Aunt Wan is with me. My surname is Hua, attorney at law. Was taken aback and astounded. Not only she, but Aunt Wan on the other end of the line was equally stunned. She pinched herself with vigor. I am awake, not dreaming. Is that truly on the other end? The dam's brother-in-law? Aunt Ruan's tongue seemed to have been stolen by a cat, rendering her speechless. However, spoke with effortless grace, explaining in a few sentences the reason was in his abode. The call concluded, turned his gaze upon. Go to the kitchen and prepare some ginger tea for yourself. And after you consume it, retire to slumber. I have matters to attend to. With these words, he made his way toward the study, gently tugged at his sleeve. Turn his head. Wen Wan hesitated before speaking. I have an agreement with Gu Chongqing. She was referring to her pact with Gu Chongqing. He extended his palm and gently caressed her hair. Between you and Gu Chongqing, there will be nothing. After saying this, Hua, shouting, retreated into his study, leaving Wen Wan to ponder the implications of his words. She later concluded that his willingness to make an exception was primarily for Hua Mingzhu's sake. Only if he desired her would Gu Chongqing relent. A sense of relief washed over Wen Wan. She proceeded to the kitchen to prepare ginger tea. Hua Shouting's kitchen resembled a model home, leaving her to wonder if he ever used it. However, upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered a well-stocked assortment of meats, eggs, and dairy. Wen Wan took out a piece of ginger and brewed 2 bowls of tea, delivering one to Hua Shouting. Inside the study, Hua Shouting was on the phone, and when Wen Wan reached the doorway, he made no effort to hide, instead gesturing for her to enter. She placed the ginger tea on his desk and turned to leave, only to have her wrist caught in his grasp. He gently pulled her onto his lap. Hua Shouting continued his conversation with lawyer Jiang Ming, his other hand busy as well. Overwhelmed by his teasing, Wen Wan leaned against his shoulder, softly biting into it. Hua Shouting gazed at her with dark eyes, a flicker of flame dancing within. Suddenly, Jiang Ming mentioned Wen Wan. Hua Shouting replied with a light chuckle. She's here with me. Would you like to speak with her? Lawyer Jiang paused, then joked, shouting, You're quite swift. Jiang Rue is going to be in tears at home. Yes, not that fragile. Hua Shouting replied dismissively. He swiftly concluded the conversation and moved on to several documents concerning Wen Boyan's case. After a brief respite, He finished his ginger tea in one gulp, telling Wen Man to retire for the night, as he still had matters to attend to. Wen Man did not feign reluctance to sleep in the guest room, for she understood his desires. Entering the master bedroom, Wen Man carefully lay down, lifting the thin quilt. In the dim light, her skin appeared translucent against the backdrop of the black sheets. Would he? Chapter 43. Wen Man is, in fact, pure Wen Man was weary. However, she tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to fall asleep. Each time she drifted towards slumber, she imagined her body enveloped by a pair of strong arms. A man softly calling her name, Wen Man, and she would awaken with a start. In the dimly lit bedroom, only a sliver of moonlight pierced through the curtains, casting an ethereal glow. Wen Man sat up and gently caressed her face. It was not a dream. She was in Hui Xiaoting's home, sleeping in his bed. Abandoning the idea of turning on the light, Hui Xiaoting approached the bed and sat down, gently stroking her soft, long hair. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Wen Man nestled against his shoulder, following the movement of his hand. Hui Xiaoting knew what she wanted to ask, and he whispered in her ear, "I've made arrangements. I'll take a trip tomorrow morning, and if all goes well, I should be able to secure his release on bail." Wen Man was immensely grateful. She remained silent, simply embracing his neck. Hui Xiaoting, being in his prime, saw no need to deny himself. Thus, everything unfolded naturally, and under his guidance, they embraced and shared a tender kiss. Being her first time, Wen Man was understandably nervous, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and the more it did, the more intense the emotions surged within Hui Xiaoting. Just as both were lost in their tumultuous feelings, Wen Wan furrowed her brow and let out a soft cry of pain. "What is it?" Hui Xiaoting inquired, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "My heel is sore from rubbing," Wen Wan replied, her voice trembling. Hui Xiaoting cradled the back of her head with his palm, gazing down at her from above. Fearing his displeasure, Wen Wan tightened her embrace around his neck and softly reassured him, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Hui Xiaoting chuckled gently, rubbing his nose against hers. His voice came out husky. "Teacher Wen, are you more eager than I am?" Wen Wan's face flushed crimson. Hui Xiaoting ceased his teasing, reaching for the bedside lamp to illuminate the room with a warm, golden glow, allowing them to see each other clearly. In a flurry, Wen Wan grabbed the bed sheet to cover herself. Hui Xiaoting smiled so shy. "I thought you were an innocent girl, and I wouldn't dare to make a move." His jest was harmless, yet unbeknownst to him, Wen Wan had never been with a man before. He rose from the bed to fetch a first aid kit, and Wen Wan observed his silhouette. His physique was impressive, with lean muscles adorning a tall frame, exuding an elegance that was not overly imposing. Hui Xiaoting positioned himself beside her, kneeling to gently apply medicine to her foot. A wave of unease washed over Wen Wan. Hui Xiaoting lifted his gaze. "Don't move." That statement was quite provocative. Wen Wan thought to herself that she ought to be grateful, as he allowed her a semblance of dignity during her most vulnerable moment. Chapter 44. "Teacher Wen, do you like it?" Whether it was out of gratitude or due to Hui Xiaoting's innate charm, it lingered in the air. Wen Man wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a tender kiss on him. Hui Xiaoting gazed intently at her, the warmth in his eyes igniting a flush throughout Wen Man's body. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "Shall we continue?" Suddenly, Hui Xiaoting leaned in closer. As he advanced, she retreated. Wen Man found herself compelled to lie back, barely managing to support herself with her hands. She dared not meet Hui Xiaoting's gaze, her long lashes casting delicate shadows in the light, resembling a row of petite fans. He grasped one of her hands and pressed it against his strikingly handsome face, inviting her to feel. "Teacher Wen, do you like it?" Wen Man's eyes widened, her cheeks betraying her with a deep blush. Hui Xiaoting confidently nudged his nose against hers and remarked, "When we are together, it's hard to tell who benefits more. You certainly appear quite eager." "I do not. I would rather sleep," Wen Man retorted, burrowing into the blankets. Hui Xiaoting feigned disappointment. In truth, after days of relentless work, he was quite fatigued. Yet the sight of Wen Man in a black shirt had stirred him upon entering, but his desire had waned since then. After tidying up the medical kit, he climbed into bed. The presence of another person made the space feel unfamiliar, so he simply pulled Wen Man into his embrace, their fingers entwined. Trapped in his arms, she dare not move. He presumed he would struggle to sleep, yet lulled by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she soon drifted into slumber. That night marked the best sleep Wen Man had enjoyed in recent days. Upon waking, it was already 8 in the morning. She sat up abruptly, noticing that shouting had risen and was standing by the bed, tying his tie. Dressed in a deep blue shirt and gray trousers, he exuded mature elegance. Wen Man softly suggested, "Wouldn't it be better if I came over when you called for me? Living here is simply more expedient," Mr. Ho remarked with a serene smile. His demanding work schedule rendered the prospect of fetching someone on a whim rather cumbersome. Ms. Wen acquiesced without further ado. Presently, the delicate sounds of domestic activity permeated the air, accompanied by the alluring fragrance of culinary preparations. Ms. Wen was taken aback by this unexpected development. Mr. Hua, observing her countenance, elucidated, "That would be Mrs. Li. She attends to the residence for 4 hours each morning, preparing breakfast and tidying up. Her presence will not impinge upon your daily routine." Ms. Wen nodded in acknowledgement. She arose from a bed and began to fashion his necktie. Her fingers moved with adroit precision, resulting in a knot of impeccable elegance. Mr. Hua couldn't resist inquiring, "Did you habitually assist Gu Changqing in this manner?" A pang of acute discomfort reverberated within Ms. Wen's heart. In truth, she had honed her skills by frequently assisting her father. Gu Changqing, on the other hand, had never welcomed her touch, consistently maintaining a palpable distance. Ms. Wen demurred in a subdued tone, while shouting, "Might we, in the future, refrain from mentioning him?" Mr. Hua desisted from further discussion, gesturing towards a paper bag resting upon the bedside table. "Secretary Zhang delivered this early this morning. In addition to apparel, there is also a set of undergarments. I suggest you try them on." Ms. Wen's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She couldn't fathom what Secretary Zhang must be thinking. Mr. Hua gently pinched her cheek, inquiring, embarrassed again. The amorous dalliances of consenting adults are hardly a matter for reproach. With these words, he departed from the boudoir. Ms. Wen, her face still suffused with a rosy hue, retrieved the garments and retreated to the lavatory to change. The attire fit her form impeccably. Even the undergarments were of the correct dimensions. The realization that Mr. Hua had provided these measurements only served to exacerbate her mortification. In the expansive dining room, Mr. Hua perused the Financial Gazette while leisurely sipping his coffee. Apart from a law firm, he possessed ancillary business ventures, predominantly managed by proficient teams, thus demanding minimal exertion from him. Wen Man emerged from the bedroom. He gazed at her for a protracted moment before remarking, "It suits you quite well." Chapter 45 Gu Changqing very considered. Wen Man concurred that the gown was flattering. She took a seat and complimented Secretary Zhang. "Secretary Zhang has an excellent eye." Hua shouting remained silent. The housekeeper, Aunt Li, delivered a Western-style breakfast, apologizing, "I was unaware that Ms. Wen would be visiting. Please make do with this for today. Inform me of your preferences, and I shall prepare them for you tomorrow morning." Wen Man favorit Chinese breakfast. But as this was Hua Shouting's residence and Aunt Li was in his employ, she felt it inappropriate to dictate. Wen Man smiled gently and replied, "This is quite satisfactory." Aunt Li sighed in relief, surmising that Wen Man was amenable. She wrung her hands and promptly resumed her duties in the kitchen. Hua Shouting folded his newspaper. He glanced at Wen Man, who was demurely sipping her milk. Her deportment, befitting one from a middle-class background, was refined and devoid of affectation. Hua Shouting found it aesthetically pleasing. He was fond of Wen Man's appearance and disposition, even contemplating cohabitation. Unbeknownst to Wen Man, after consuming half a glass of milk, she deemed it necessary to inform him, "I have relinquished my other engagements, save for the lessons at Jiangshang's. I have a class scheduled for tomorrow evening." Hua Shouting did not object. He inquired casually, "Do you harbor such a fondness for the piano? I find your playing to be commendable. Why did you not pursue advanced studies?" Given Wen Man's familial circumstances, it was not beyond their means. Wen Man smiled faintly. In truth, she had contemplated the moment when she received the admission notice from the British Conservatory of Music, her luggage already packed. However, Aunt Ruan vehemently opposed the idea, asserting that Wen Man was her cherished child whom she had painstakingly raised, and she could not allow her to fly away, having never borne children herself. Entwined harbored a profound possessiveness over Wen Man. After a month of relentless tug-of-war, Wen Man remained in City B. Her teacher lamented, "Wen Man, you're the most gifted child I have ever encountered. It is a pity that you chose to teach instead of pursuing further studies abroad." Wen Man felt no necessity to share this with Hua Xiaoting. It was her life to lead. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Hua Xiaoting was about to speak when his phone chimed. It was a message from his father, accompanied by a picture of a pink diamond necklace. Hua Xiaoting found it familiar, but could not place it at that moment. Coincidentally, Secretary Zhang's call came through, prompting him to exit the photo gallery. Secretary Zhang, efficient in her duties, had already arranged the bail for Hua Boyan, awaiting Hua Xiaoting's signature. After hanging up, Hua Xiaoting stood, donned his coat with grace, while Wen Man changed her shoes to accompany him downstairs. In the lobby, a luxurious black vehicle awaited, with Secretary Zhang standing beside it. Upon seeing Wen Man, she nodded politely, "Miss Wen." Wen Man returned the gesture. Hua Xiaoting opened the car door and entered, his striking appearance and elegant demeanor exuding an air of nobility. Suddenly, Wen Man recalled his words. "Wen Man, between us, it is not necessarily a matter of who benefits from whom." At that moment, she wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. She watched as Hua Xiaoting's car drove away. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, her phone rang. It was Gu Changqing calling. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Man decided to answer, softly uttering a few words. "Gu Changqing, I've changed my mind." Chapter 46. Darling, don't regret it. Gu Changqing expressed disbelief. "What about Uncle Wen and Aunt Wan? Are you just going to watch them rot in prison?" Wen Man did not wish to elaborate further. She simply stated, "I will no longer visit your villa. I will send you the key." A chill ran through Gu Changqing's heart. What could have prompted Wen Man to suddenly alter her decision? He pondered this question, but Wen Man had already hung up. With a sullen expression, Gu Changqing dialed his secretary. "Find out about Wen Boyan's current situation." "There's no need." Gu Changqing abruptly ended the call. He resolved to personally visit the detention center, determined to discover who would dare take on this case without his influence, and what could possibly change. Gu Changqing swiftly opened the car door and headed towards the detention center, though the wound on his waist had yet to heal, causing the bandage beneath to stain crimson. He paid no mind. 20 minutes later, Gu Changqing's car came to a halt within the detention center premises. As he stepped out, he spotted a figure, radiant as a clear sky after a storm, being escorted by a group of people. It was Hua Xiaoting, clad in an exquisite suit, exuding an air of elegance. He was descending the stairs, accompanied by several officials engaged in polite conversation. Secretary Zhang was also present, smiling as he said, "Let us leave it at this. Thank you all for your efforts in this matter." The officials maintained a warm demeanor, as the Hua family stature warranted a modicum of respect. Hua Xiaoting maintained a measured demeanor as he bid farewell to each individual with a handshake. Once he departed, the group exchanged knowing smiles, with one remarking, "Today, I beheld the living embodiment of a legal overlord up close. Truly impressive." The others shared the sentiment. With such striking looks, wealth, and status, who wouldn't envy him? Gu Changqing observed this scene, his fists clenched tightly. It was indeed Hua Xiaoting who had taken on the case. Gu Changqing felt a surge of discontent as he watched the favored son of heaven approach him. Surprisingly, Hua Xiaoting appeared unfazed, casually patting Gu Changqing's shoulder with a gentle smile. "Mingzhu mentioned you were injured, and I wanted to check on you. Now that I see you are well, I can rest easy. By the way, why not join us for lunch at my home?" Gu Changqing nodded impassively. "You shouting cheke litli li a cigarette," and took a few leisurely puffs before strolling toward his vehicle. The two men brushed past each other, and Gu Changqing felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Hua Xiaoting. Throughout the encounter, Gu Changqing refrained from asking Wen Wan a single question. There was no need, as it was clear she had followed Hua Xiaoting. Once Hua Xiaoting's car had vanished from sight, Gu Changqing mechanically retrieved his phone and dialed Wen Wan once more. Gritting his teeth, "Wen Wan, you truly are something else." On the other end, Wen Wan replied calmly, "Gu Changqing, I treat you as you treat me. Is there a problem?" "No problem at all. Not a single issue." Gu Changqing scoffed. "Just remember, darling, don't regret it." Wen Wan promptly hung up. At that moment, his phone buzzed twice, revealing a message from Hua Xiaoting. Chapter 47. When a woman loves deeply, she obeys. Wen Wan ended the call with Gu Changqing, who, in a fit of anger, struck the side of his car. Wen Wan, is this truly the one he once knew? Gu Changqing found himself in a foul mood, reluctant to admit that he was affected by her. After all, she was merely a woman who had eluded his grasp. Instead of tending to his wounds at the hospital, he drove to a high-end club frequented for social engagements. This establishment catered to those of certain stature. Gu Changqing reserved a private room and began to drown his sorrows in the light of day. After a few rounds, the manager, with a perceptive demeanor, inquired, "Is there trouble in paradise with your girlfriend, Mr. Gu? Drinking away your woes so early in the day. It shouldn't be so. I've heard that the jewel of the Hua family holds you in deep affection." Leaning back against the leather sofa, Gu Changqing let his dark eyes lower. Deep affection? The manager, with a knowing smile, poured him another drink. When a woman loves deeply, she obeys. Gu Changqing silently consumed half a glass of liquor before he replied with a faint smile. If one day she disobeys, does that mean she no longer holds affection? Impossible. I believe in your capabilities, Mr. Gu, the manager flattered, astutely recognizing Gu Changqing's troubles with women. He cleverly summoned a young girl, innocent in appearance, to alleviate Mr. Gu's spirits. Why not engage in some light conversation to lift your mood? The manager suggested subtly, initially inclined to decline. Gu Changqing was taken aback when he raised his gaze. The girl's pure visage bore a striking resemblance to Wen Wan, particularly in profile. Captivated, he reached out and pulled her closer, uttering Wen Wan. The manager, understanding the moment, discreetly withdrew. In an opulent private room, only a solitary man and woman remained. The woman, accustomed to her profession, instinctively knew how to please a man. She embraced him, initiating a passionate kiss that soon escalated, leading Gu Changqing to press her onto the sofa. Afterward, Gu Changqing casually inquired, "What's your name?" "Mimi," she responded demurely, assisting him with his attire. Gu Changqing chuckled with a libertine air, remarking a rather fitting name. Mimi blushed, clinging to his waist, and coyly asked, "When will you visit me again, Mr. Gu?" Gu Changqing lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. "We shall see," he replied evasively. The woman was disheartened, hoping to gauge his interest in becoming her benefactor. His earlier ardor, repeatedly calling out Wen Man, had given her hope of landing a lucrative catch. The identity of Wen Man was inconsequential. Her primary goal was to secure a wealthy patron. Gu Changqing, disinterested in further dalliance, promptly departed the club. Upon entering his car, he glanced at the time, noting it was 11 o'clock a.m., precisely when he was expected at the Hua residence for lunch. The thought of facing Hua, shouting, cast a shadow over his handsome features. Gu Changqing clenched his fist, fully aware of Hua shouting's activities. However, he maintained a composed facade, engaging in a game of chess with Hua Zhendong. Hua Mingzhu nestled beside him, gently saying, "Don't be upset. My brother didn't mean it." Gu Changqing smiled faintly. Why would I be? Hua Zhendong, pleased with his prospective son-in-law, glanced at his cherished daughter, stating, "Do you think Changqing enjoys frivolousness like you? If everyone behaved as you do, how would business be conducted?" With tender affection, Gu Changqing embraced his fiancée, remarking, "Mingzhu, you are exceptionally understanding." A wave of delight washed over Hua Mingzhu. As she was about to respond, she detected a scent on Gu Changqing's shoulder. "Changqing, why do I perceive a fragrance of perfume on you?" Chapter 48. A phone call in Gu Changqing's presence. Gu Changqing's countenance betrayed a flicker of unease. He surmised that he must have inadvertently acquired the scent at the club. With a dissembling smile, he explained, "I went to the hospital this morning to have my dressing changed. It must have transferred from a nurse." Hua Mingzhu pouted, feigning displeasure as she toyed with her nails. "The nurse must be quite young and attractive, mustn't she? You must have relished her ministrations." Gu Changqing chuckled, gently tweaking her cheek. "You're jealous over something like this?" Hua Mingzhu, deeply enamored with him, harbored no genuine suspicion. A few words of reassurance were enough to dispel her doubts, and she leaned against his shoulder with an expression of pure bliss. Hua's father placed a chess piece on the board, cautioning, a young lady should maintain a certain degree of decorum. As parents, they were well aware of their children's nature. Xiao Ting had cautioned that Ming Zhu was too ingenuous and would be easily manipulated by Gu Changqing. However, Hua Zhendong believed that his daughter's simplicity, coupled with Gu Changqing's shrewdness, was a fortunate match. Gu Changqing navigated the situation with finesse, a subtle curve gracing his lips. Hua Mingzhu drew him to his feet, affectionately looping her arm through his. Hua Zhendong and his wife exchanged knowing smiles. The atmosphere in the dining room was convivial, with Gu Changqing's charm and eloquence endearing him to the Hua family. After dinner, Hua Mingzhu led him upstairs to her bedroom. As the door closed behind them, she initiated a passionate kiss, yearning for intimacy. However, Gu Changqing bore injuries and had engaged with others earlier that morning, leaving him devoid of the strength to cope. Furthermore, his heart was not in it, so a few kisses sufficed to pass the time. His voice, raspy, teased her, "Just wait a few more days, shall we?" Hua Mingzhu, feeling shy, embraced his waist, inhaling his scent. "I truly wish you would bathe and wash away the fragrance of perfume. I won't fuss over the traces left by the nurse." Gu Changqing's gaze darkened. The engaged couple took a brief respite. Indeed, it was Hua shouting. In the afternoon heat, he had removed his outer jacket, revealing a deep blue shirt and trousers. He stood below Gu Changqing, conversing on his phone. "Please, tidy up your luggage first." Gu Changqing felt an intense tension throughout his being, knowing that Wen Man was on the line with Hua shouting. Wen Man, was she planning to cohabit with Hua shouting? At that moment, Hua shouting suddenly looked up and caught sight of Gu Changqing, their eyes locking. Hua shouting chuckled softly. Once the conversation concluded, he ended the call. Gu Changqing's expression turned extremely grim. Even Hua Mingzhu, in her innocence, sensed his coldness towards her, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Gu Changqing comforted her gently. As they descended the stairs, Hua Mingzhu's spirits lifted once more. Hua shouting sat on the sofa, perusing a magazine, when Hua Mingzhu leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Brother!" Hua shouting playfully pinched her cheek. "At your age, still clinging to me? Be cautious, or Gu Changqing might become jealous." "He won tea," Hua Mingzhu replied, cuddling his arm and playfully insisting, "Brother, didn't you mention last time that you have several projects? It's better to do them for family than outsiders." Cast a knowing glance at Gu Changqing, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Father always said that daughters are eager to leave the nest. I see now that he spoke the truth." "Brother," Hua Mingzhu entreated, feigning a plaintive tone. Hua Xiao, though teasing, acquiesced readily. "So, you enjoy tagging along, do you?" "I knew my brother was the best," Hua Mingzhu gushed, attempting to mend the subtle rift between the two men. She sensed an underlying tension, though she couldn't quite place its origin. Gu Changqing, poised to become a son-in-law of the Hua family, understood the disparity in influence. The Hua Corporation dwarfed the Gu enterprise, and the Hua family's connections were unparalleled. A mere Wen Man was insufficient cause to sever ties with Hua Xiao. He offered a polite, "Thank you, brother." Hua Xiao responded with a faint smile, resuming his perusal of a magazine with an air of nonchalance. His demeanor remained aloof, impervious to Hua Mingzhu's coaxing. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Hua Xiao rose to depart. His parents, delighted to have their son home, naturally urged him to stay for dinner. Perhaps another time, Hua Xiao demurred, patting his sister's head affectionately. "I have pressing matters to attend to." As soon as he left, Gu Changqing also excused himself from dinner. Hua Mingzhu, anxious to avoid any awkwardness, preemptively offered a reason for his departure, escorting him to his car. "Don't take it personally," she murmured, her eyes filled with affection. "My brother is always like this, incapable of genuine warmth towards anyone." Gu Changqing scoffed derisively. "Incapable of genuine warmth, is he? Then what of Wen Man?" He refrained from further comment, entering his car and tailing Hua Xiao's vehicle from a discreet distance. Hua Xiao, gripping the steering wheel, glanced into the rearview mirror and noticed Gu Changqing's car. He chuckled softly, making no attempt to evade his pursuer. Instead, he maintained a steady pace, ensuring that Gu Changqing could keep up. 30 minutes later, he rendezvoused with Wen Man when Wan must have encountered Wen Boyan. As she entered the car, the corners of her eyes were evidently tinged with red. Hua shouting, not particularly attentive by nature, especially towards women, nonetheless inquired gently, "Why are you still crying after seeing him?" "Is your eye hurt?" "I haven't been crying," Wen Wan feigned. Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, leaning closer to murmur. Is it because you fear I may bully you that you weep? I haven't even laid a hand on you, and yet you are already like this? Wen Wan averted her gaze delicately. Hua Xiaoting smiled, glancing casually into the rearview mirror as he started the car. She truly possessed remarkable patience, even following along. It was rush hour, and the roads were somewhat congested. While waiting at a red light, Hua Xiaoting casually inquired about Wen Boyan's situation, to which Wen Wan recounted the details candidly. Such a small box. Have you packed everything? Hua Xiaoting suddenly asked. Wen Wan pondered for a moment. You don't have any women's slippers at your place, so I thought I might buy a pair. Hua Xiaoting responded with a sound of acknowledgement. He lowered the car window, leaned down to light a cigarette, resting his elbow on the window ledge, enough for the vehicles behind to see. The traffic moved sluggishly, and it took half an hour to reach the vicinity of the apartment. Hua Xiaoting parked by the roadside, unfastened his seatbelt, and turned to Wen Wan, saying, There's a home goods store across the street. Feel free to pick out whatever you need while I head to the pharmacy for some medicine. As he spoke, he extracted a platinum card from his wallet, providing Wen Wan with the pin. From now on, household expenses will be covered from this account. Wen Man hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. She alighted from the vehicle and entered the home goods store, unaware that this was a frequent haunt of the residents from Ho Xiaoting's building, where one might eventually encounter a neighbor. Ho Xiaoting extinguished the remainder of his cigarette, opened the car door, and proceeded to the nearby pharmacy, directly retrieving 2 square boxes labeled with an L from the counter. Holding them in his hand, he effortlessly extracted $200 bills from his wallet and handed them to the cashier. The cashier, a woman in her 40s, was momentarily captivated, her gaze transfixed as she scanned the items, her heart fluttering, wishing that all the products Ho Xiaoting purchased were for her own use. Chapter 50, Sweet. You can have it your way. She carried the items back to the car. Ho Xiaoting glanced at what she held and inquired nonchalantly, What did you buy? Such a large bag. 2 pairs of indoor slippers and 2 bathrobes, she replied. Women often have an insatiable desire to shop, even for the most mundane household items, irresistibly drawn to peruse them. Ho Xiaoting cast a sidelong glance. Couples' outfits? Wen Man blushed, retorting no. I noticed you had all white ones. To ease the tension, she cleared her throat and asked, Did you manage to buy the medicine? Ho Xiaoting's gaze deepened, and he studied her for a long moment before leisurely retrieving 2 boxes from his pants pocket and placing them boldly on the center console. The familiar words on the packaging made Wen Man wish to bite her tongue in regret. Why had she asked? Ho Xiaoting was indeed an enigma. He appeared so serious in public, but seemed quite liberated in private. Wen Man couldn't help but wonder, did he often engage in such relationships? Hua Xiaoting slowly drove into the apartment parking lot, leaving Gu Changqing unable to follow him any longer. He parked outside and sat alone in silence. He had followed all the way, witnessing Wen Man enter Hua Xiaoting's car, observing her as she strolled into a home goods store like a devoted wife. He noticed Hua Xiaoting purchasing 2 large boxes of tea. Was he planning to possess Wen Man tonight? Gu Changqing slammed his fist on the steering wheel, the black sports car immediately blaring its horn. Passers-by cast him looks of bewilderment, akin to viewing a madman. Yet, Gu Changqing paid no heed. All he could comprehend was that he had lost Wen Man, who was likely already in Hua Xiaoting's bed, thoroughly claimed by him. Unbeknownst to Wen Man, 2 men were locked in a silent contest. She had no understanding of how others concealed their beloved within gilded cages, nor did she ponder the household chores involved. However, she was grateful to Hua Xiaoting and was willing to do anything for him. An adept cook, she effortlessly prepared 2 simple yet delectable dishes, much to Hua Xiaoting's surprise. After taking a few bites, he looked up at her and remarked, Well done. Thank you. Wen Man, savoring her meal in small bites, seized a moment of his good spirits to say, Later, I need to go to Lawyer Zhang's house to teach Jiang Sheng. Hua Xiaoting frowned. While he had consented to this arrangement, he felt displeased at her eagerness to work so soon after moving in. Moreover, he had already made his purchases. Ultimately, Hua Xiaoting chose not to insist further. Their relationship did not necessitate excessive clinginess. After dinner, he retreated to his study to attend to his work. Wen Wan tidied up the dishes and cleaned the space briefly. Once she finished, she noticed Hua Xiaoting leaning against the study door, holding a mug and gazing at her contemplatively. Wen Wan, not one to be easily fooled, sensed his displeasure. "How do you plan to appease me?" he inquired, sipping his coffee with a hint of mischief. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed, betraying her resolve. Yet she summoned her courage to tease. "You can do as you please. I'm at your service." Shouting's gaze deepened, and he chuckled softly. "Very well, proceed." He turned to enter the study, thinking to himself, "This is quite satisfactory. Merely lying in bed to please a man is rather mundane. Someone like Wen Wan brings a sense of anticipation." Chapter 51. What he offers you, I can also provide. Wen Wan changed into a different outfit before heading out. As she was about to leave, she glanced toward the study. An ordinary remark elicited a gentle exhale from Hua shouting. Having another person in the home indeed altered the atmosphere. While there were certain constraints and inconveniences, he found the experience rather pleasant thus far. Wen Wan was not overly clingy yet sufficiently agreeable, her cooking delightful, and her cleaning skills admirable. She was akin to Hua, shouting refrained from pursuing that thought further and simply murmured in acknowledgement. As Wen Wan stepped outside, she intended to hail a cab at the entrance of the apartment complex, confident that it would be convenient given the prime location. However, to her surprise, a sleek black Lotus sports car suddenly blocked her path. Amidst the brisk night breeze, Gu Changqing emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing him, a shiver coursed through Wen Wan. Deep down, she was apprehensive about being alone with him, especially in light of his current menacing demeanor. She struggled to suppress her emotions, approaching her with a measured gait. Gu Changqing refrained from physical aggression, instead employing a tone laced with derision. "I underestimated you. You've actually managed to become involved with Hua shouting. But when man, do you genuinely believe anything will come of your liaison with Hua shouting? Are you cognizant of his past? If you were, you wouldn't be so presumptuous." When man offered a wan smile, retorting, "How is this of any concern to Director Gu?" She was far from naive, suspecting that Hua shouting harbored feelings for another. Her composure visibly discomfited Gu Changqing, prompting him to involuntarily inquire, "You're unconcerned? You're willing to indulge in a dalliance with him? When man, beyond mere physical desire, what can he offer you? And what about you?" When man retorted, casting her gaze downward with a scornful smile. "Gu Changqing, are you any different?" Seeking to disengage from the entanglement, she brushed past him, heading towards the roadside. Abruptly, Gu Changqing seized her hand, his grip unyielding as he fixed her with a baleful stare. "Anything he can offer, I can offer as well, and even things he cannot." At that moment, masculine pride surged to the fore, eclipsing all else. He even entertained the notion that, were Wen Man willing to spend a few years with him, he might consider divorce, and then marry her. When man was utterly repulsed. In a subdued voice, she demanded, "Release me, or I'll raise an alarm." Gu Changqing, surely you wouldn't want to create a scene and jeopardize your felicitous engagement? Gu Changqing, gritting his teeth, relented and released her. When man proceeded to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and swiftly departed. Gu Changqing stood by, helplessly watching her leave, before striking the car roof with his fist. In the distance was shouting, clutching two small boxes, observed the entire scene with a pensive expression. Just after Wen Wan departed, he recalled the t-shirt left in the car, and unexpectedly, upon descending, he witnessed such a riveting scene. Hua shouting subtly curved his lips as he took out his phone and dialed his secretary. "Please assist me in retrieving the auditing documents of the Gu Corporation from the past few years. Ensure they are on my desk by tomorrow morning." On the other end, Secretary Zhang was rendered speechless. The Gu Corporation belonged to the Gu family, which was connected to Hua's family by marriage. Was it appropriate for lawyer Hua to investigate them? Having experienced such matters before, Secretary Zhang quickly surmised that this must be for Miss Wen. The rivalry among men was evident, a clear display of jealousy. Hua shouting appeared to have completed his work. He held a glass of red wine, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. Wen Wan lingered at the door for a moment, biting her lip in contemplation. She was unsure how others pleased men, but she was aware of his desire for her body and the nature of their relationship. With a boldness that surprised even herself, she approached him from behind and gently embraced him. "Are you done with your work?" Chapter 52. Hua shouting, "My body is not impure." Hua shouting remained silent. He slowly finished the wine in his goblet, his palm resting over hers, caressing her in an ambiguous manner. Wen Wan was a mature woman. Although she had not been intimate with a man before, she understood such insinuations. She stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer to his ear. "Shall I take a shower first?" Was shouting, set the wine glass aside. Subsequently, Wen Wan found herself lifted onto the small bar counter. Behind her was a vast expanse of glass, and before her stood the man's fervent physique. She sensed his discontent, but was unaware of what had provoked his ire. Indeed, Mr. Wan merely kissed her with a nonchalant air, his affections seemingly listless, leaving Wen Man hardly aware of his ardor. She patiently endured his kisses, yet her inexperience paled in comparison to Mr. Hua's masterful control. Before long, she found herself unable to resist, clinging to his waist and softly pleading, "What's wrong?" Mr. Hua gently lifted her auburn hair, revealing a pristine and gentle face. As he gazed upon her, he unexpectedly recalled the image of Gu Chongqing holding her earlier that evening. Mr. Hua caressed her cheek and inquired, "How did you two begin?" Wen Man surmised the cause of his unusual behavior. She had indeed loved Gu Chongqing and spent 4 years with him, but they had never been intimate. She tilted her head, kissed him gently, her eyes tinged with red. Mr. Hua, who considered himself indifferent to such matters, found himself disinclined to continue. He patted her body and said hoarsely, "Go take a shower and go to sleep." As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and leaned against the bar, slowly inhaling. Blessed with striking looks and the weight of power and wealth, he exuded an unassailable allure at all times. Wen Man watched him quietly, feeling a pang of hurt. She summoned her courage and approached him. Mr. Hua's dark eyes lowered, focusing on her. Gathering her boldness, Wen Man took the cigarette from his lips, extinguished it, and whispered against his lips, "Mr. Hua, please don't be so distant. My body is pure." Mr. Hua's dark eyes ignited with fervor. He abruptly lifted her onto the bar, cupping the back of her head with one hand as he lowered his head to kiss her. He kissed her with fervent passion, a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance, allowing the ardent flame to consume him without restraint. Docilely, Wen Wan embraced him, her obedience and submissiveness her sole means of reciprocation. Yet, to her surprise, Hua Xiao halted before consummation, whispering in her ear with restrained desire, "Teacher Wen, after I've brought down the goose, I'll contemplate whether to braise or steam it." Wen Wan's face flushed crimson. He was truly an introverted sensualist, devoid of shame. Hua Xiao's spirits lifted, and he felt inclined to tease her. "Why are you still embracing me? Do you desire to continue?" Wen Wan's countenance immediately burned with heat. The following morning, Hua Xiao departed early. Having only recently moved in, Wen Wan found it difficult to sleep in. As she sat up, she noticed the marks upon her body. Although Hua Xiao had not consummated their union, he had certainly reveled in her form. The mere thought caused Wen Wan to blush, especially as her gaze fell upon the nightstand, where 2 small boxes rested. Wen Wan was taken aback. She recalled that Hua Xiao had not brought them up when they were moving things, implying that he had retrieved them from the car later. Connecting the dots, she realized that he must have seen Gu Chongqing. No wonder he had acted so unusually. Chapter 53. Men are always keen on novelty. After the heat subsided from her face, Wen Wan telephoned Aunt Ruan, informing her that she would visit her father at the hospital later. Unexpectedly, Aunt Ruan responded with unwavering resolve, "I'm here to care for your father. You and Xiao have only just begun your relationship. You should focus on nurturing your bond." Wen Wan was somewhat stunned. Having only just begun a relationship, to cultivate affection seems premature, doesn't it? Surely, her connection with Mr. Hua is merely a clandestine affair. Ms. One wouldn't be so narcissistic as to assume his assistance equates to genuine affection. Fairy tales are scarce in reality. However, unwilling to distress Aunt Ruan, she responded with vague ambiguity. Aunt Ruan was delighted and, after a few more words, ended the call. Ms. Wen set down the phone, lost in thought for quite some time, not even noticing the housekeeper standing at the doorway. The housekeeper had come to inquire about lunch preparations, but was immediately struck by Ms. Wen's attire, a man's shirt, revealing a neck and shoulders adorned with faint, purplish marks. "Goodness," she exclaimed, "Mr. Hua certainly possesses an ardent passion." With a knowing smile, she added in a seasoned tone, Men are initially driven by novelty. One must endure a bit. I'll prepare a nourishing tonic for lunch, perfect for women. Ms. Wen realized the misunderstanding. However, she felt no need to clarify, as it was bound to transpire eventually. Thus, she offered a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, Aunt Lee." Aunt Lee efficiently resumed her tasks. Once she had departed, Ms. Wen slightly opened her shirt to examine her body more closely. Indeed, it was covered in marks beyond concealment. She inhaled deeply, sensing that Mr. Hua's desires might exceed those of ordinary men. Ms. Wen resolved to take a shower. The cascading water would clear her mind, allowing her to contemplate her future path. After lunch, Mr. Hua telephoned, requesting her assistance in retrieving wine from a merchant. Ms. Wen acquiesced with a simple docile and tender, standing in his high-rise office, a picture of refined elegance. Mr. Hua playfully adjusted the Venetian blinds, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "Aren't you going to inquire about my day's endeavors?" Ms. Wen was privy to his actions, aware that he had resolved her father's predicament. She offered a few gentle words of gratitude. Mr. Hua responded with another soft laugh, refraining from further comment. Ms. Wen glanced at her phone, finding his behavior somewhat perplexing. Given that she was procuring wine for him, it was natural that the establishment would recognize him. Ms. Wen, not wishing to embarrass him, changed into a more sophisticated ensemble and double-checked the address. To her surprise, it was nearby, in the vicinity of her apartment. She resolved to walk, both to aid digestion and to unwind, as she had been under considerable strain recently. Upon arriving at the apartment entrance, she was unexpectedly intercepted. "Ms. Wen." The familiar voice startled Ms. Wen. Focusing her gaze, she recognized the Gu family, mother and daughter. Having tasted the bitterness of human indifference, Ms. Wen felt a tightening in her throat upon seeing them. She inquired with a detached tone, "Is there something you require?" The Gu matriarch, composed as ever, replied with a smile, "There's a CAF across the way. Shall we converse there?" Unaware of the day's events, Ms. Wen assumed that Mrs. Gu had come specifically to present her with a check. She offered a faint smile and did not decline. The three took seats in the CAF, Ms. Wen refraining from ordering. Accustomed to her generosity, the Gu women, noticing Ms. Wen's reluctance to pay, awkwardly ordered 3 coffees. As they sipped their coffees, Mrs. Gu, eyeing the bottle of wine beside Ms. Wen, remarked amiably, "That particular vintage doesn't come cheap. A bottle must fetch upwards of 200,000, wouldn't you say?" Ms. Wen's head snapped up, her eyes meeting Mrs. Gu's scrutinizing gaze. In that instant, when man comprehended everything, her relationship with Hua Xiao was common knowledge within the Gu family. Chapter 54. The Gu family mother and daughter plead for mercy. When man made no secret of it, she and the Gu family had long since severed ties. Their relationship irrevocably broken. Her expression was indifferent as she stated, "I'm not aware. I was merely retrieving it for someone else." Gu Changqing's younger sister, Gu Jingjing, could not contain herself and erupted in a tirade. "When man, you have no sense of shame. Weren't you once deeply in love with my brother? How long has it been before you're cohabitating with someone else? And that person is my brother's brother-in-law. Are you deliberately seeking revenge on our family? Revenge?" When man retorted with a cold smile, "I'm fortunate enough to have survived Gu Changqing's machinations. Where would I find the ability to retaliate against the Gu family?" Gu Jingjing was about to lash out again, but the experienced Gu mother shrewdly restrained her. The Gu mother adopted a gentle demeanor, just as she had in the past. "When man, you're probably unaware that Changqing's company encountered some issues this morning. I overheard that Hua Xiao was intentionally making things difficult." When man was taken aback, immediately, she recalled Hua Xiao's unusual behavior last night, as well as his statement, "Once I've brought down the goose for you, we'll decide whether to braise it or steam it." She had assumed he was merely flirting with her, but she had been unaware that he was serious. Such a man undoubtedly possessed allure. And when man felt a surge of heat at the mere thought of it. At the same time, she was delighted that the Gu family had finally met with misfortune. When man remained unmoved, she lowered her gaze to her coffee and said softly, "Then you should seek assistance from Hua Xiao or Hua Mingzhu. Why do you come to me instead?" The Gu mother offered a faint smile. "When man, your aunt knows you're an intelligent girl who understands the underlying principles. Aunt believes that your association with Hua Xiaoding is a matter of necessity, asserting that your true affection lies with our Chongqing. She assures you. The subsequent words were unbearable for Wen Wan. It was utterly disgusting. Infuriated to the point of laughter and tears, she exclaimed, Madame Gu, you are overthinking. I harbor not the slightest sentiment for Gu Chongqing anymore. I suggest you consult a psychiatrist, for how could you ever think that I, Wen Wan, would love someone capable of leading my family to ruin? With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Gu Jingjing shouted after her, Wen Wan, do not be so ungrateful. I refuse to believe that you no longer love my brother. Isn't it your duty to assist him? Wen Wan stood there, feeling as though each breath was a dull ache. Indeed, she had once loved Gu Chongqing deeply, foolishly devoting herself to him. It was precisely this devotion that made the mother and daughter so certain that she must still selflessly do anything for Gu Chongqing without regret. However, the truth was far removed from that. Wen Wan was a person, not an unfeeling creature, unable to endure any longer. She splashed the remainder of her coffee across Gu Jingjing's face. Gu Jingjing gasped in outrage. Wen Wan coldly remarked, Miss Gu, you ought to learn a thing or two from Madame Gu about the art of persuasion. Gu Jingjing had never encountered such indignity. She, too, intended to hurl coffee at Wen Wan, but before she could act, a strong arm seized her. It was Gu Chongqing. The surroundings fell silent, all eyes upon them. Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth, reproaching his sister, have you had enough of this ruckus? For the first time, Gu Jingjing saw him so fierce, and tears welled in her eyes as she protested, Brother, I am only doing this for your own good. Look at her, conspiring against you with others. Why do you still support her? Wen Wan, unwilling to linger, turned and walked away. Gu Chongqing called out to her, his tone remarkably calm. Wen Wan, Gu Chongqing, do not require your intercession. Wen Wan remained silent, striding forward, casting her past behind her, vowing never to revisit it with tenderness again. Gu's mother, astute and shrewd, pursued her relentlessly, unwilling to let Wen Wan slip away so easily. Wen Wan, do you not consider the bonds of the past? Wen Wan trembled with indignation. At that moment, a warm hand gently grasped hers, while another hand took the glass of red wine from her grasp. Startled, she looked up to find Hua Xiaoding standing before her. Chapter 55, A Rival Encounter. Tensions run high. Wen Wan's expression was one of bewilderment. Hua Xiaoding naturally draped his arm around her shoulders and inquired, how did you bring wine to a CAF? Her spirits inexplicably lifted. She confided softly, I encountered an acquaintance and exchanged a few words. Hua Xiaoding's dark eyes fixed on her before shifting to the acquaintance behind her, his demeanor neither warm nor cold. It is Chongqing. In stark contrast to Hua Xiaoding's nonchalance, Gu Chongqing appeared significantly more tense. He was no fool. He discerned that Hua Xiaoding harbored a distinct dislike for him, not solely due to Mingzhu, but likely also because of Wen Wan. The two men locked eyes, the air crackling with unspoken tension. Just then, Gu's mother emerged from the CF, warmly greeting Hua Xiaoding. Xiaoding, I see you're with Wen Wan. She seemed taken aback upon realizing Wen Wan was in his company, exclaiming, Wen Wan, how is it that you are with Xiaoding? She abruptly ceased her discourse, her words hanging in the air, pregnant with unspoken meaning. This effect is truly remarkable. An ordinary man might vent his frustrations upon Wen Man. But what manner of man is Hua Xiaoding? Would he be swayed by a woman of such cunning? He tossed his laptop bag to Wen Man and retrieved a packet of cigarettes from his pocket. As he lit one, he remarked with studied nonchalance, has Chongqing been romantically involved before? I was under the impression, from Mingzhu, that Gu Chongqing was her first love. Gu's mother glanced at her son, a look of discomposure upon her face. She hastily attempted to rectify her statement. I meant that Wen Man's father is an accountant at Gu's company. Is that so? Hua Xiaoding exhaled a languid plume of smoke, then tapped the ash from his cigarette. I had entertained the notion that Chongqing and Wen Man had once been intimate, only for him to abandon her callously, revealing a heart devoid of compassion. Gu's mother's countenance betrayed her unease. At this juncture, Gu Chongqing interjected with a measured tone. Elder brother, your imagination runs wild. This Miss One and I have never shared a past, nor will we share a future. Hua Xiaoding chuckled softly. He He tousled Wen Man's hair with the hand that held his cigarette, declaring, "That puts my mind at ease." Wen Man found his actions rather mischievous. Yet he had extricated her from an awkward predicament. She gazed up at him. Hua, shouting, possessed a striking countenance, and his every gesture exuded a mature self-assurance. A certain feminine tenderness flickered in Wen Man's eyes. Gu Changqing had spent 4 years in her company, and he knew her gaze intimately. Wen Man harbored affection for Hua Xiaoding. Gu Changqing stood erect, and with a composed demeanor, he addressed his mother. "Let us depart." Gu's mother, with a complex expression, pulled Gu Jingjing away, who was reluctant and, once in the car, expressed her frustration. "Mom, why don't we expose Wen Wan? Isn't brother Hua our kin? Surely he would support us." Gu's mother silenced her. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "Do you think kinship equates to equality? Did you not notice Hua Xiaoding's attitude? If he does not agree, your brother and Hua Mingzhu's marriage may not come to fruition." Gu Jingjing was taken aback. Ignoring her, Gu's mother turned her gaze to her son. "Changqing, you should understand the significance of this marriage. No matter how you play around, you cannot get involved with Wen Wan." Gu Changqing sat in the driver's seat, silent. Gu's mother, aware of his pride, refrained from further comments, trusting that he would discern the situation. After all, he had been with Wen Wan for 4 years without deep affection. It was merely discomfort he felt at the moment, which would fade once he married. As for the possibility of Wen Wan and the eldest son of the Hua family, that was utterly implausible. Chapter 56. Does he have a physical issue? After pondering, she finally asked him, "Are you targeting the Gu family?" Hua Xiaoding paused briefly, casually responding with a question of his own. "Are you trying to plead for Gu Changqing?" "No." Wen Wan awkwardly fiddled with 2 bottles of red wine. Hua Xiaoding observed her for a moment before seating himself on the sofa to watch financial news. After a while, noticing Wen Wan still standing there, he asked indifferently, "Aren't you cooking?" Wen Wan nodded. As she changed in her loungewear, she couldn't help but wonder, does Hua Xiaoding not have any needs? Her current role revolves around cooking and cleaning, assisting him with errands, perfectly complementing the household staff with a 2-shift system. It is quite surprising that Hua Xiaoding maintains such a stoic demeanor. While Wen Wan prepared the meals, Hua Xiaoding was not idle, attending to several phone calls. Just as he set down his phone, intending to take a shower, Wen Wan's phone on the coffee table lit up. Hua Xiaoding glanced towards the kitchen and casually picked up Wen Wan's phone. Knowing the password, he effortlessly unlocked it and discovered 2 WeChat messages from Gu Changqing. It turns out that some affections are worthless, changing on a whim. Hua Xiaoding scoffed. "How sentimental. If it holds no value, then it deserves to be discarded." He swiftly replied and deleted the messages, subsequently blocking Gu Changqing. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing was left speechless. Wen Wan prepared 4 dishes and a soup, both visually appealing and delicious. Particularly a spicy crab dish that she excelled at, which received glowing reviews from all who tasted it. After finishing, she called Hua Xiaoding for dinner. He remained engrossed in financial news, and it was only after she called him twice that he lazily rose, his expression far from warm. Sensing his displeasure, Wen Wan refrained from provoking him. After taking a few bites, Hua Xiaoding suddenly remarked, "None of these 4 dishes are to my liking." Wen Wan paused momentarily, instinctively responding, "Aunt Lee informed me of your general preferences. It shouldn't be the case." Hua Xiaoding's gaze was piercing. "Why not just ask me what I enjoy?" Wen Wan found herself at a loss for words. She had previously assumed that cohabiting with him would primarily entail a passive role, allowing him to indulge as he pleased. Unaware that he would scrutinize her domestic efforts so critically, she could not help but recall several instances when, despite being overwhelmed with emotions, he could abruptly halt. Did he perhaps have some physical ailment that he was too embarrassed to disclose, subjecting her to torment in other ways? Wen Wan felt a twinge of sympathy. The esteemed and dignified lawyer Hua indeed possessed an imperfect side. She was quite accommodating towards him, resolving to be more attentive next time. Hua Xiaoding snorted lightly, being rather picky, having barely taken a few bites. "You used to cook for Gu Changqing, right? Are these dishes not his favorites?" At last, Wen Wan comprehended. He was venting his frustrations on her because of Gu Changqing. These dishes were undeniably his preferred ones. A hint of redness crept to the corners of her eyes. She found herself at a loss for words, feeling unjustly treated. Hua shouting fell silent, taking a seat on the sofa to light a cigarette. Wen Wan began to tidy up the dining table, packing the leftover food into a bag, and changed into her slippers, preparing to head downstairs. "Where are you going?" Hua shouting assumed she intended to discard the food in the trash. Wen Wan, her voice tinged with a nasal quality, replied, "I'm going downstairs to feed the dogs. There are always stray dogs that would relish the meals I prepare." Hua shouting was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. She dared to subtly chastise him. However, at that moment, Lawyer Hua felt no anger. Instead, he found this side of Wen Wan rather endearing. Chapter 57. The Dark Thoughts of Men. Wen Wan had her own little temper. After taking a shower to wash away the faint scent of cooking oil, she leaned against the sink to tend her skin. Hua shouting had not been stingy with her. Merely 2 days after her arrival, he had sent several sets of high-end skincare products. Wen Wan had not inquired about them, simply tearing them open for her use, thinking that perhaps these were some of the man's shadowy little thoughts. The soft and delicate skin, which man does not covet. After applying the lotion to her upper body, she bent down to caress her calves. Wen Wan's figure was exquisite, and even such a simple action was particularly alluring. At least, Hua shouting was captivated. He approached her confidently and embraced her from behind. Wen Wan was startled for a moment, but did not push him away. Instead, she allowed him to indulge. After a while, he leaned in close to her ear and asked in a warm whisper, "Did it arrive?" Wen Wan sensed that his anger had dissipated, so she replied, "It will only come tonight." Hua shouting halted his movements, yet his body remained pressed against her back, seemingly in the mood for conversation. "What do you wish to do after the lawsuit concludes? You can't just teach one student, Jiangshang, can you?" Wen Wan's thoughts were somewhat muddled, but she followed his line of thinking. "After everything settles down, I would like to teach in a different place." Hua shouting playfully nibbled at her ear. Wen Wan became slightly more alert, and she discerned the implication in his words. She refrained from asking him directly if he would come to see her if she went abroad. She knew he would not. When he sent her away, it marked the end for them. If this was his rule of the game, Wen Wan was willing to abide by it. She was not one to be ungrateful. Perhaps due to her obedient nature, Hua shouting was in excellent spirits as he pinched her slender waist and discussed a piece of scandalous news from today, causing Wen Wan's face to flush and her heart to race, her legs feeling somewhat weak. She appeared both soft and adorable. Hua shouting turned her body, pressing her against the sink and kissing her. This kiss was undeniably different from the past, filled with a tantalizing flavor. Wen Wan thought of him as a beast. She could no longer doubt that Lawyer Hua had any physical ailments. His vitality was simply overwhelming. As their passions ignited, Wen Man's cell phone chimed, the ringtone signaling Bai Wei's call. She gently nudged Hua shouting, "I need to answer this." Hua shouting reached for her phone, activating the speaker in her presence. Wen Man found his behavior somewhat childish, as their connection seemed to transcend the need for surveillance. Without concealing the call, she greeted Bai Wei. "Hello." Bai Wei furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. "Wen Man, what's wrong with your voice?" "Huh, nothing." Bai Wei jested. "If I didn't know you were single, I'd suspect you were. Otherwise engaged with a man?" Wen Man's face flushed crimson, and she muttered a soft rebuke. Hua shouting chuckled in her ear. "She speaks the truth." Anxious about Bai Wei overhearing, Wen Man retreated to the master bedroom, clutching her robe. "Bai Wei, I wanted to discuss something with you. Could we meet tomorrow?" With Hua shouting's intervention, the Wen family's assets had been unfrozen, and Wen Man intended to repay Bai Wei's generosity. Bai Wei had also learned of Wen Bo Yan's release on bail, sharing in Wen Man's joy. After a brief exchange, Bai Wei revealed the primary reason for her call. "I have 2 more things to share. Are you aware that the Gu family is under attack? My husband mentioned that Gu Chongqing is in dire straits, and he might even face imprisonment. Serves him right. It's incredibly satisfying." Her mention of Gu Chongqing made Wen Man apprehensive about Hua shouting's reaction. She glanced in his direction. "Chapter 58, Hu Shouting. I want to bring you joy." Hua shouting displayed no signs of displeasure. He chuckled softly before retiring to the dressing room to select attire for a bath. Relieved, Wen Wan resumed her telephone conversation with Bai Wei. Eschewing any discussion of Gu Chongqing, she inquired, "You mentioned something else earlier?" Bai Wei paused momentarily before replying. Our academy is organizing a class reunion spearheaded by Ding Cheng, I hear. That spiteful woman harbors ulterior motives, joining forces with T University. T University? Gu Changqing was a graduate of T University. Ding Cheng would undoubtedly extend an invitation to him. Immediately, Wen Wan felt disinclined to attend. Bai Wei was similarly incensed, exclaiming, "That woman is incorrigible. If she wishes to play the role of a mistress, whether openly or covertly, so be it. But to demand the world blessing? I suspect she's targeting you, spreading rumors of your heartbreak and unemployment, deterring you from attending." Wen Wan chose to disregard such individuals, merely stating that she would consider it. She terminated the call. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld Hua Xiaoting, clad in a bathrobe, positioned at the bathroom threshold. His physique was remarkably pleasing to the eye. When Wan's gaze lingered, Hua Xiaoting, drying his damp hair, approached her and leaned in, chuckling softly. A class reunion? A veritable breeding ground for extramarital affairs. When Wan gently bit her lip, "I'm not yet married. But you're mine now." Hua Xiaoting's prominent nasal bridge pressed against hers, his voice a seductive murmur. Wen Wan suddenly felt as though her past romances had been in vain. Embracing his neck, she inquired in a deliberately gentle tone, "Shall I seek your approval?" Hua Xiaoting bestowed upon her a reward. After a period of playful intimacy, Wen Wan rested her chin upon his shoulder and whispered, "In truth, I have not yet decided, but I have resolved one matter." Wen Wan cradled his handsome face, her breath barely a whisper. Hua Xiaoting, "All I desire is to see you happy." Hua Xiaoting's dark eyes were profound. Blushing, Wen Wan leaned in to kiss his lips. The next day, Wen Wan visited the hospital. After sharing her thoughts, Aunt Ruan suddenly mentioned Hua Xiaoting. She held a particularly favorable impression of him, advising Wen Wan to foster a good relationship with lawyer Hua, as it might lead to something meaningful. Wen Wan offered a faint smile. She refrained from imparting much to Aunt Ruan and quickly departed from the hospital. As Wen Wan reached the hospital entrance, a white BMW abruptly halted before her. The window rolled down, revealing Bai Wei, her expression serious. Upon entering the vehicle, Wen Wan fastened her seatbelt and inquired, "What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with your husband?" Bai Wei, feeling agitated and craving a cigarette, restrained herself in Wen Wan's presence to maintain her composure. She drove Wen Wan to a CAF. Wen Wan handed her a bank card containing the money she owed Bai Wei, along with a small gift. Bai Wei, lacking the mood for such matters, showed her phone to Wen Wan. "Ding Cheng is determined to ruin you. Look at the slander she's spread about you on our college forum." Wen Wan quickly scrolled through the posts. Indeed, they were filled with disparaging remarks, accusations of seeking older men, associating with nouveau riche individuals, and maintaining dubious relationships with unknown men, all painting her as a woman of questionable morals. Bai Wei exhaled sharply. "Wen Wan, you are a teacher?" With Ding Cheng's antics. Who would dare let you educate their children? The one thing those socialites abhor most is someone seducing their husbands. Unless you have a man even more formidable than their husbands, this hurdle will be difficult to overcome. Chapter 59. It turns out Wen Man and Hua Xiaoting are truly involved. Wen Man continued to stare at the negative news, her face ashen. Bai Wei felt deeply for her. She gently patted Wen Man's hand and whispered, "I am already trying to find a way to have those posts deleted." "Thank you, Bai Wei." However, they both knew the terror of rumors. Now that the rumors had spread, it would be very difficult for Wen Man to reverse her image. Very difficult. Wen Man gently stirred her coffee, her voice choked with emotion. "Bai Wei, those children are the fruit of my labor over the past few years. 4 years of affection, not only ruining her career, but even her reputation was gone. Wen Man really wanted to go drinking to indulge herself properly. If she were drunk, she wouldn't think about these things. You've come to the right person. Bai Wei may not be good at anything else, but she is most skilled at drinking and having fun." She took Wen Man to an underground bar that was open 24 hours. 7-second memory. The name alone sounded a bit disreputable. Sure enough, once inside, rock music blared. Young men and women in revealing clothes freely exuded youthful hormones. Sweat and perfume mixing into a superior aphrodisiac, desperately drilling into everyone's body. "How is it? Lively enough?" Bai Wei familiarly sat down in her usual spot, took out a slender cigarette, lit it, and inhaled with a rather seductive air. Wen Man had never smoked, and Bai Wei didn't allow her to either. Bai Wei ordered a bottle of foreign wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Wen Man. Numerous eyes are upon you, Wen Man. Do you not realize your innocence is akin to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves? Wen Man offered a rueful smile, her mind far from such concerns. She raised her glass and drained it in one swallow. Bai Wei, aghast, refilled her glass while imploring, "Do restrain yourself. Should you become inebriated, I would be unable to face Aunt Ruan. She holds you in strict regard." Wen Man faltered for a moment, recalling her current cohabitation with Hui Xiaoting and her obligation to prepare his meals. After consuming half a glass of wine, her courage swelled, mingled with a sense of resentment. He had spurned the meal she prepared the previous evening. "I shan't do it again," she declared. Having imbibed a considerable portion of the brandy, she slumped onto the table in a drunken stupor, murmuring, "Bai Wei, I am unwilling to accept this. In the past, Gu Chongqing manipulated me, and now Ding Cheng seeks to ensnare me. Why must I, Wen Man, be subjected to their whims? I shall bring charges against Ding Cheng." Bai Wei, wary of becoming incapacitated and unable to manage Wen Man, had refrained from excessive drinking. Upon hearing Wen Man's words, she tenderly consoled, "Indeed, we shall sue her." In her semi-conscious state, Wen Man remarkably managed to access the campus network to record a video, proclaiming her intent to preserve evidence. Bai Wei, amused and exasperated, remarked, "Even in this drunken state, you are quite resourceful." With that final act, Wen Man succumbed to a deep slumber, leaving Bai Wei bewildered. She gently patted Wen Man's cheek, calling out, "Wen Man?" Wen Man faintly perceived someone calling her name, reminiscent of a man's voice in her dreams. With her eyes closed, she gently bit her crimson lips, uttering in a honeyed tone, "Hua Xiaoting, my monthly cycle has commenced. I am unable to attend to your needs." Bai Wei was struck dumb, her expression frozen in disbelief. "Heavens, what have I just overheard? The implications are staggering. Hua Xiaoting, menstruation, attending to needs." Wen Man's eyes fluttered open, glistening and alluring. Curious to know more? An absurd question. Wen Man, her fair and flawless face resting upon her elbow, languidly retorted, "Is he handsome, with a remarkable physique, and exceptionally skilled? Bai Wei, I believe she's getting quite the deal." Bai Wei was on the verge of an outburst. Just then, Wen Man's phone chimed, and Bai Wei, with a mischievous grumble, retrieved it. To her astonishment, it was Hua Xiaoting. Bai Wei was dumbfounded, her composure shattered. So Wen Man truly was entangled with Hua Xiaoting. Chapter 60. Inform them to attend the reunion punctually. Bai Wei was mentally reeling. She braced herself and answered the call. Hua Xiaoting's voice resonated with a magnetic quality, tinged with a subtle huskiness. "Why aren't you home? Where have you gone?" Bai Wei glanced at Wen Man. "Damn it. She's utterly besotted." It all made sense now. Wen's father's sudden recovery, Gu Chongqing's abrupt predicament, all orchestrated by the hand of Attorney Ho. The legal world's overlord intervening for a woman's sake was incredibly captivating. Bai Wei seized the opportunity, deliberately softening her tone. "Attorney Ho, it's Bai Wei." "Yes." "Wen Man's university classmate. We've met." "Yes, she's with me, quite distraught, weeping and indulging in copious amounts of alcohol." A simple gesture, yet refined and graceful. Upon hearing Bai Wei's words, he furrowed his brow. "Drinking? What's amiss?" Bai Wei sighed softly, embarking on a fabrication. "Attorney Ho, are you feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware? Wen Wan has completely severed ties with Gu Chongqing, who happens to be an old acquaintance of hers and a colleague of Wen Wan's, and is relentlessly disparaging her. Wen Wan, who has a profound affection for children, is utterly heartbroken. The line between truth and fiction blurs, and by the end, Bai Wei finds herself choked with emotion. After a prolonged silence, Hua Xiaoting finally inquires, "Where are you?" Bai Wei, hesitant to ask further questions, promptly provides the address. Upon ending the call, Bai Wei's expression becomes quite complex. She had previously assisted Wen Wan, but never anticipated that Wen Wan would manage to capture Hua Xiaoting's attention. A man of such lofty stature in B City. Not long ago, a renowned actress attended a banquet, mistakenly believing she had a chance to marry into wealth. only to leave without even obtaining a business card from Lawyer Hua. This incident became a laughingstock in the entertainment industry. Bai Wei playfully pinches Wen Wan's cheek, adopting a maternal smile, exclaiming, "You've truly made a name for yourself." Huh, it would be foolish not to utilize such resources. Without delay, Bai Wei calls the contact person for the upcoming class reunion. Next Saturday's reunion, both Wen Wan and I will attend. Indeed, Wen Wan will be there too. Why wouldn't she come? The innocent have nothing to fear. After relaying these messages, Bai Wei sets her phone down with a satisfied grin, amused at the number of people eager to witness Wen Wan's misfortune. Let them enjoy their moment of glee. When the time comes, they will be in for a surprise. Just as Bai Wei revels in her triumph, Hua Shouting approaches, still clad in his formal work attire, a light gray shirt and black trousers. His chest boasted a well-defined musculature, complemented by a slender waist, a physique often lauded as the epitome of masculine allure. Furthermore, his elongated legs seemed to offer endless fascination. His commanding presence appeared to subdue the surrounding music, drawing all eyes to him. Accustomed to such attention since his youth, he remained unfazed. He located Bai Wei and Wen Man, the former lucid, while the latter slumbered against the table. Amidst the deafening ambience of the bar, saturated with perspiration and hormones, Wen Man's countenance radiated a pristine luminescence, accentuated by her mint-green dress. With a curt nod to Bai Wei, he stooped to gather Wen Man into his arms, rousing her from her sleep. Her eyes fluttered open, her expression akin to that of a startled fawn. "Are you aware of your trepidation?" he inquired, his tone edged with disapproval. Emboldened by intoxication, she defied his sternness, encircling his neck and murmuring, "I am disinclined to cook." Bai Wei observed with fervent enthusiasm. The sight of him cradling Wen Man evoked a sense of both impropriety and captivation. Desirous of prolonging the spectacle, she was thwarted by his aversion to public display. He conveyed Wen Man to his gilded Continental, parked at the entrance. Fortunately, her demeanor remained composed as she settled into the vehicle with docility. Bai Wei demurred, waving her hands in protest. "There's no need. Simply ensure Wen Man's well-being." Having heard of Bai Wei's reputation as a seasoned reveler, he found it remarkable that she and Wen Man were well-suited. With a restrained inclination of his head, he proceeded to the driver's seat. The opulent, gilded Continental glided away. Bai Wei, covering her face, exclaimed in awe, "They look so perfect together." She suddenly slapped herself, realizing it was not a dream and that her dear Wen Man had indeed found herself an incredibly impressive man. As Hua Xiao drove, he paused at a red light and glanced at the woman beside him. Even in her inebriated state, she was remarkably well-behaved, neither quarrelsome nor boisterous. Instead of exuding an unpleasant alcoholic odor, she possessed a certain allure due to her intoxication. Her fair face was flushed with a rosy hue, and her eyes were glistening and dewy. As the car halted, Wen Man dazedly inquired, "Are we there yet?" She reached for the door handle, only to have her attempt thwarted by a strong arm. Startled, Wen Man looked up at him. Hua Xiao's countenance was serene, his gaze profound. Had one not felt the strength with which he restrained her, his commanding presence would have been imperceptible from outside the vehicle. "Hua Xiao, wie man utat vikli." A subtle click echoed within the car as he locked the doors. Turning to face her, Hua Xiao spoke softly, "Sit on my lap." A blush crept up Wen Man's face, as if it were about to burst. Her mind was in a haze, unable to fathom such a request. Hua Xiao did not press her, but instead, his eyes meticulously examined her from head to toe. Her silk dress, clinging softly to her form, reached just below her knees, revealing a glimpse of her slender, pale legs. Hua Xiao, though not one for peculiar predilections, was acutely aware of his particular fondness for Wen Man's legs, which he would caress with relish during their intimate moments together. In the recent intimate moment they shared, the subtle intoxication of wine in the car gently stirred him. He now felt an intense desire to kiss her. Gazing at his handsome face, so close to hers, was as if bewitched. Unfastening her seatbelt and obediently climbing onto his lap. Unskilled in the art of pleasing, she could only embrace his neck and hum softly. Lowered his head and softly inquired, "Tell me, is it I who am attending to you, or you to me?" His mind was in a haze. She found herself quite enamored with the attractive face before her, attempting to kiss him, but her attempts were always too unrefined. Having endured for a long while, finally couldn't resist unfastening his seatbelt and reclining the seat. Within the car, a scene of enchanting allure unfolded. When awoke, it was already midnight. She sat up in bed, ran her fingers through her hair, and recalled the events at the bar, as well as the passionate kiss in the car. Alcohol leads to misdeeds. Just as she was about to send a message to entered the master bedroom, he leaned against the doorway and casually remarked, "You didn't prepare dinner." Quickly got out of bed. "What would you like to eat?" "I'll make it right now." As she approached the bedroom door, she was stopped by. Chapter 62. Our mutual affection anticipated his displeasure. Unexpectedly, drew her closer, whispering in her ear, "I've already had my dinner." Blushed, finding him truly audacious. In a reasonably good mood, took the lead to the dining room. "Come and eat." First went to wash her face. Upon reaching the washroom, she turned on the faucet and splashed her face with cold water, desperately attempting to regain her composure. Ding Cheng's predicament required swift resolution. She had no intention of confiding in Hua Xiaoting, fully aware that she had already burdened him far too much. Their relationship was not such that she could simply play the damsel in distress. The esteemed lawyer's time was invaluable. As Wen Man composed herself and exited the room, she was taken aback to find the dining table lavishly adorned with an array of dishes, far surpassing her own culinary efforts. Hua Xiaoting casually remarked, "I had the chef from the mansion prepare this." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "If you dislike cooking, I can have the housekeeper take care of it." Wen Man promptly replied, "No need, I shall handle it myself." She understood that Hua Xiaoting valued his privacy, and having the housekeeper come in the evening would undoubtedly disrupt his work. She could not bear to impose upon him further. Hua Xiaoting acquiesced, and they dined in silence. Wen Man felt it was her role to attend to him. Thus she proactively ladled a bowl of soup and presented it before him. Hua Xiaoting lifted his gaze. "It looks quite appetizing," Wen Man murmured. Yet, instead of tasting the soup, Hua Xiaoting delivered a remark laden with implication. "If you were as eager during a kiss, I would be quite pleased." The atmosphere shifted palpably, both recalling the kiss shared in the car. To call it merely a kiss would be an understatement. Wen Man's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why must he bring up that moment during dinner? After their meal, she cleared the dishes and turned her attention to her phone to review the recording. Now, with a clearer mind, she realized that pressing charges against Ding Cheng would prove quite challenging. Ding Cheng had been exceedingly cautious, employing numerous interrogative phrases that would not constitute a crime. How infuriating! Wen Man's countenance paled, her frustration palpable. A slender hand seized her phone, casually swiping before remarking with nonchalance, "Indeed, there's no case." Paused, instinctively inquiring, "You knew?" Returned the phone, settling beside her and retorting, "Are you referring to my awareness of the targeting against you, or my knowledge of infidelity?" Was taken aback by his apparent indifference. Having met, she recognized the strong bond between the siblings. Did truly not care about indiscretions? Chuckled softly. He gently caressed Chin, his tone shifting to a dangerous intensity. Why would one concern themselves with a mere plaything? As long as the toy recognizes its master, as long as it obeys. What does it matter? Was stunned, her reaction suspended in disbelief. Opted for candor. Had attempted suicide, rendering a breakup impossible at this juncture. Since separation was not an option, he would allow her to indulge until the novelty wore off. Hence, as character or purity held no consequence. Provided current happiness, S. Heart was a M. Lang of emotions. Though he spoke of was she, not in a similar position, S. generosity and kindness were merely facets of a singular objective. Happiness. After a prolonged silence, perceptive as ever, discerned her thoughts. He tenderly stroked her face, murmuring, "We are different. Our connection is mutual, or, to put it more eloquently, a reciprocal affection. Do you not find pleasure in my countenance, in my physical form?" Wen Wan gently closed her eyes. Indeed, she enjoyed it. Chapter 63. Where am I being improper? Wen Wan was aware of her affection for him. This fondness might stem from gratitude, or perhaps the sensory allure of Hua Xiaoting's remarkable appearance. Yet regardless, she undeniably liked him. Moreover, being with him was, after all, to bring him joy. Why then was she feeling so downcast? It was quite illogical. With her eyelashes gently lowered, like a cat, she murmured 2 words, like. Huashouting's long fingers delicately caressed her lips, his movements slow and imbued with a hint of suggestion. Wen Wan's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not forget the matter at hand. She wrapped her arms around his neck and inquired, "Is there really nothing we can do about Ding Cheng's scheme against me? Are you so concerned with others' opinions?" Wen Wan softened her tone to appease him, waiting for him to be in good spirits before she spoke. "I do not wish for the children I once taught to be disappointed. To think their teacher, one, is an improper person." Huashouting buried his face in her neck, chuckling softly. His laughter held a touch of playful mockery. "Teacher one is currently lying beneath me. How can that be considered proper?" Wen Wan, although she had shared a bed with him a few times, they had never gone all the way. How could she bear to hear such lewd words? Embarrassed, she pushed him away and fled into the master bedroom's bathroom. Huashouting, particularly spirited tonight, quickly followed her. As Wen Wan finished her grooming and applied her skincare, he embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Are you angry?" "No. How could I dare to be angry?" Huashouting gently grasped her chin, compelling her to turn her head and engage in a prolonged, tender kiss. After a while, he embraced her, turning her body towards him. Wen Wan, fearful of his intentions, dared not make any sudden movements. Huashouting's dark eyes fixed upon her as he softly remarked, "Such matters do not require legal proceedings. Leave it to me. On that day, you simply need to attend the class reunion as usual." Wen Wan hesitated before inquiring, "You won't be attending, will you? Do you believe I would be unworthy of your presence? Or perhaps you find it more honorable to accompany an older gentleman?" With a gentle tone, she sought to clarify, "That is not what I meant. I merely fail to comprehend why you show no hesitation regarding our relationship." Huashouting dismissed her concerns, asserting, "We are both unmarried. What is there to shy away from in a normal courtship?" Wen Wan fell silent, still slightly under the influence of alcohol. She wrapped her arms around his waist, relaxing against him, appearing as if she might drift into slumber. He relished her presence, and his actions reflected this sentiment. When she stirred from her drowsiness, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, as she preferred to feign sleep. Huashouting, attuned to her quickened breaths, refrained from pressing her further, instead resting his chin against her delicate shoulder, softly inquiring, "How long does it usually last for you?" Wen Wan's face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment, she whispered, 5 days. In the early morning, Wen Wan took the initiative to help him with his tie. Bathed in the gentle glow of dawn, her petite face radiated a soft luminescence, captivating those who beheld her. Huashouting seized her hand and softly remarked, "Aren't you meant to attend the class reunion? Perhaps you should take some time to shop and acquire a few new outfits." She earnestly reported to Huashouting, "That would require quite a sum of money." Huashouting smiled. Having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had never lacked for funds, finding Wen Wan's mention of this amusing. He playfully pinched her cheek, then donned a watch worth millions. "How much can one spend on clothes?" It's as if a little wife is reporting to her white-collar husband. Just in time for the season change. I could use a few shirts and accessories. Do you want me to pick some out?" Wen Wan was aware that this was merely his pretext, for his wardrobe boasted hundreds of shirts. Yet, women inherently relish the act of shopping. She softly expressed her gratitude. Huashouting leaned in and kissed her, saying, "You're being too formal, Teacher Wen." Chapter 64. His mind was filled with thoughts of Wen Wan. She longed to cheer him up a bit and affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck, calling him husband with warmth. Huashouting was momentarily taken aback, but a subtle ripple of joy stirred within him. This feeling lingered even as he arrived at the office, where even Secretary Zhang noted that Lawyer Hua appeared particularly cheerful and more handsome than usual. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Secretary Zhang knocked and entered. With a smile, she said, "Lawyer Hua, the legal advisor from Gu Corporation would like to see you. I checked your schedule. This afternoon at 4. Declined. Huashouting replied nonchalantly. The relevant authorities have already initiated prosecution regarding Gu Corporation's financial issues. Let them resolve their own problems. Secretary Zhang was somewhat surprised. Given that the young master of Gu Corporation was related to Lawyer Hua by marriage, it was evident that Lawyer Hua was offering no favors. Secretary Zhang maintained a professional smile, responding, "Understood, Lawyer Hua." News of this development inevitably reached Gu Chongqing, who was far from surprised. Shouting's maneuvers were clearly directed at him. It would be unlike him to offer assistance now, when he could instead capitalize on Gu's misfortune. This crisis, neither too severe nor too mild, conveniently kept Gu Chongqing occupied, preventing him from, say, pursuing Wen Wan or confronting Wen Boyan. Hua Shouting truly lived up to his reputation as the king of the legal world, adept at manipulating others. Gu Chongqing, despite his years of ruthless business dealings, conceded that he was outmatched by Hua Shouting. Gu Chongqing felt a surge of vexation. He stood before the expansive window, chain-smoking. He recalled that even during Gu Corporation's gravest crisis, he hadn't smoked this much, because Wen Wan would always gently chide, "Smoking too much is bad for you," and then slip a mint into his mouth, offering a cool respite. Back then, Gu Chongqing had found her bothersome. To him, Wen Wan was merely a superfluous asset, pleasant to look at but utterly lacking in charm. Had it not been for the need to find a scapegoat in Wen Boyan, he would never have bothered with her for 4 years. Yet, now that she was gone, he felt an emptiness within. It was merely a matter of habit. Gu Chongqing told himself, nothing more. A knock sounded at the office door. His secretary entered, informing him of a problem at a shopping center acquired earlier in the year. Gu Chongqing stated plainly, "Investigated." Half an hour later, Gu Chongqing's car arrived at Changtang Shopping Center. He spent the better part of the afternoon addressing the issue, and by the time he was finished, it was already 4 in the afternoon. His secretary brought him a light meal, saying, "Mr. Gu, you haven't had lunch yet. Please, have a bite." Gu Chongqing had no appetite. Descending from the 4th floor of the office complex, a malfunctioning elevator forced a detour through the customer lift, further darkening Gu Chongqing's already somber mood. His countenance was ashen. As the elevator neared the ground floor, a flicker of recognition sparked in his eyes. He beheld Wen Man. Wen Man was shopping alone, laden with several bags. At that moment, she was in a renowned menswear boutique, selecting garments with an absorbed, almost tender expression. Gu Chongqing surmised she was choosing apparel for Hua Shouting. The scene was jarring to him, so much so that he averted his gaze, striding out of the mall and into his car. His secretary had also noticed Wen Man, but dared not comment or inquire. Observing his demeanor, Gu's mother hesitated, refraining from speaking. Gu Chongqing retreated to his chambers, slamming the door shut. He reclined on the bed, shielding his eyes with a forearm, a warmth gathering within them as images of Wen Man's gentle mien flooded his thoughts. Chapter 65. Sleepless nights without him. Gu Chongqing abruptly turned over. He retrieved his phone and unlocked a private album. Within it resided a solitary photograph, Wen Man. Her complexion was fair, her demeanor docile. In an inexplicable impulse, he had captured the image. Subsequently, he had pursued Hua Mingzhu and decisively ended their relationship. Yet he had never been able to bring himself to delete the photograph. Gu Chongqing himself was at a loss as to why he retained it. Surely, he had not been particularly fond of her. Surely, he had not treated her with exceptional kindness in the past. He gazed at the photograph for an extended period, until a knock echoed from the doorway, and his mother's voice permeated the space. "Chongqing, your mother wishes to speak with you." Gu Chongqing responded with an acknowledgement, tucking his phone away. Gu's mother entered the room, her heart aching at the sight of her son's weary visage. However, despite her sympathy, certain matters needed to be addressed. "Longqing, your past with Wenman is behind you. You are now engaged to Mingzhu, and you must not let her down. Just look at Wenman. She is living with a man, and it is only a matter of time before her reputation is tarnished. How could our Gu family accept such a daughter-in-law?" Gumu spoke harshly. Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "She never intended to be with me." With that, he picked up his coat, appearing ready to leave. Gumu called after him, "Where are you going?" Gu Chongqing settled into his Lotus sports car, but did not start the engine immediately. He closed his eyes, reflecting on his mother's words, particularly the phrase, "Wenman is now living with a man." The thought struck him with more pain than death. He wondered if he had not pressured her so intensely in the past. Would Wenman have met Hua Shouting? Would she have ended up living with him? Wenman cherished cleanliness. After cooking, she took a shower. In good spirits, she hung the clothes she had purchased today into Hua Shouting's wardrobe. The soft fabrics blended harmoniously with his cold, luxurious attire. Finally, she retrieved the item she had bought for him. 2 shirts and a belt, all from prestigious international brands, quite expensive. She gently caressed them, imagining how dashing Hua Shouting would look wearing them, and felt herself blush. At that moment, her phone rang. It was Hua Shouting calling. Though he was not known for his patience, once their relationship was established, he treated her quite well. He had taken on a particularly challenging case and would need to work late for the next few days. Wen Wan suddenly felt a pang of guilt for her spending today. Hua Shouting, busy on his end, soon ended the call. Having put her phone away, Wen Wan gazed silently at the hanging shirt, the faint joy having dissipated. She dined alone that evening. As she lay in bed by herself, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity, as Hua Xiao would usually hold her and engage in some amorous activity. A sudden blush crept onto Wen Wan's cheeks. How could she possibly yearn for Hua Xiao's embrace? The housekeeper said with familiarity, "Attorney Hua is frequently occupied like this. Miss Wen, please don't take it to heart." Wen Wan nodded gently. Hua Xiao did not return all night, and she couldn't bring herself to enjoy the comforts of home with peace of mind. After some consideration, she asked the housekeeper to prepare an extra portion of breakfast, intending to deliver it to him. Chapter 66. You must ensure his contentment and pleasure. Seeing their affection for each other, the housekeeper was delighted and immediately prepared the meal with glee. Wen Wan packed it in a bag and took a taxi to Yingzhi law firm. Not wanting to disturb Hua Xiao, she called Secretary Zhang to explain her intentions. Secretary Zhang, who was in Hua Xiao's office, covered the phone and said to her superior, "Miss Wen has arrived, bringing you breakfast and a change of clothes. She said to leave it at the front desk for me to retrieve." Hua Xiao, who was reviewing documents, looked up upon hearing this. His dark eyes fixed on Secretary Zhang for a long moment before he spoke, "Then go and get it." Secretary Zhang felt her face flush with heat. Honestly, if she weren't already married with children, she wouldn't be able to resist Attorney Hua's gaze. However, shouldn't Attorney Hua see Miss Wen? Hua Xiao continued to examine the documents. And perhaps sensing her thoughts, he said plainly, "We see each other every day. There's no need to be so cloying." Secretary Zhang inwardly muttered, "Such a repressed man." Nevertheless, she descended the stairs with haste, procuring the heartfelt breakfast before Wen Man's departure, extending an invitation for her to come in. Wen Man offered a gentle smile, demurring. "I am afraid I must decline. I have an impending visit to the hospital." Secretary Zhang conveyed her well wishes, engaging in brief conversation before allowing her to leave. Secretary Zhang ascended, bearing the breakfast and garments, delivering them to Hua Shouting, who, having labored throughout the night, found himself with a timely appetite. He availed himself of the opportunity to freshen up in the restroom, changing his attire. Emerging, he exuded an air of vigor. Secretary Zhang, patting her own dark circles, silently lamented her superior's robust constitution. Hua Shouting, having concluded his breakfast, dispatched a message to Wen Man. "Did you procure a shirt for me yesterday? Why did you not deliver it?" "I acquired no such garment for Attorney Hua." Hua Shouting, clutching his cellular device, chuckled softly. He found himself rather fond of her subtle coyness. Wen Man paid it little mind. As she prepared to summon a ride-sharing service, Bai Wei contacted her via telephone. Bai Wei, of forthright disposition, initiated the conversation with a string of expletives before broaching the matter at hand. "Wen Man, you will scarcely believe Ding Cheng's scandalous machinations. Her depravity knows no bounds." Wen Man faltered. "What has she done now?" Bai Wei scoffed. "I hear that Gu Chongqing has spurned her affections, and rather than seeking retribution against Gu Chongqing, she directs her ire towards you. Our institution, being primarily a pedagogical academy, Ding Cheng has not only solicited the presence of faculty members, but has also extended invitations to parents of considerable influence, aiming to ensure your utter downfall." Wen Man was taken aback that Ding Cheng would resort to such measures. How profound was her animosity? She remained silent, while Bai Wei grew increasingly anxious on her behalf. "What is your stance on the matter? Did Hua Shouting agree to help you?" Wen Wan did not hide anything from her and softly replied, "The night before last, he said he would join me, but he's been quite busy these past 2 days. I am worried he might not have the time to come." Bai Wei found it both amusing and exasperating. With a playful reprimand, she said, "You silly girl, no matter how busy he is, he can surely spare a few hours. Wen Wan, let me tell you, if you want a man to do something for you, you first need to make him happy and comfortable. Make him comfortable? Wen Wan felt embarrassed to admit her lack of experience. Until now, she had never truly been intimate with Hua Xiaoting. Bai Wei disregarded her hesitation and emphatically declared, Wen Wan, you must win Hua Xiaoting over. Chapter 67. Dressed like this, you want me to see? Wen Wan blushed upon hearing this. Although she had spent some time with Hua Xiaoting, the prospect of taking the initiative in romantic matters still weighed upon her. She couldn't just present herself to him. The mere thought filled her with shame. How could she bother him with her own concerns? All she did was deliver breakfast and a set of clothes to him each day, and Hua Xiaoting had not said anything. On Wednesday, Wen Wan spent the entire day with Wen Boyan. In the evening, she was in her apartment preparing jade dumplings, intending to bring them to Hua Xiaoting the following day. Just as she was engrossed in her task, Hua Xiaoting's call came through. She was momentarily taken aback. Hua Xiaoting's tone was softer, not welcome. Not at all. Wen Wan replied gently, so, what would you like to eat? Wen Wan was taken aback by his flirtation over the phone. Her mind conjured an image of him impeccably dressed, seated in his office. Yet here he was, speaking such words to a woman while holding his mobile device. Even across the line, Wen Wan felt an undeniable spark. Softly, she replied, I do miss you. Hua Xiaoting said nothing further, merely chuckling lightly. That laughter felt like a warm breath caressing Wen Wan's ear, igniting a blush and a rapid heartbeat within her. During her time in the kitchen, she found herself distracted. After several days of busyness, he appeared somewhat weary, yet still strikingly handsome. Noticing Wen Wan arranging the dishes, he approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her and softly inquiring, what time is the gathering on Saturday night, and where will it be? Wen Wan was pleasantly surprised that he remembered and even took the initiative to ask. She felt a surge of emotion. Gently, she grasped his hand and turned her cheek to facilitate his kiss. Their days apart, combined with the absence of genuine intimacy, heightened their feelings for each other. Initially restrained, their kisses soon ignited a passionate fire. Wen Wan became particularly proactive, responding eagerly to him. Hua Xiaoting pressed his lips against hers, chuckling. Do you miss me that much? Wen Wan wrapped her arms around his neck, her small face radiating an expression of deep yearning. She leaned in to kiss him, saying, I haven't received the invitation yet. It should be at 7 in the evening. I'll let you know the location as soon as I find out. With a hint of concern, she softly asked, Are you sure it won't interfere with your work? Hua Xiaoting smiled. Deliberately, he brushed her hands away, teasing, If you don't want me to go, then I won't attend. Wen Wan tightened her embrace, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue. With a playful graze across her cheek, Mr. Hua jested, So eager, my dear Ms. Wen? Allow me a respite for sustenance. As it stands, I may lack the vigor to properly attend to you. Even with her brazenness, Wen Wan dared not cling to him further. With consideration, she portioned his repast, ladling soup, and placing 2 translucent shumai in his bowl, remarking, The housekeeper mentioned your fondness for these. They were intended for your morning meal. Ordinarily, Mr. Hua took his midday and evening meals outside of his abode. Yet, this newfound attentiveness, this gentle ministration, was not unwelcome, particularly since he held a certain appreciation for her person. With a nascent resolution to his thorny case, his spirits were lifted. He reclined upon the drawing-room sofa, perusing documents at leisure. Wen Wan lingered within the lavatory, steeling her resolve before emerging. This eve, she had donned champagne-hued silk negligee, its coy revelation particularly alluring. Chapter 68. Mr. Hua possesses a keen understanding of women. Mr. Hua gazed down from his eminence, his dark eyes, deep and fervent, fixed upon her. Though blush crept upon her cheeks under his regard, Wen Wan steeled herself, settling upon his lap and encircling his neck, murmuring softly, I am cleansed, Mr. Hua. He remained taciturn, drawing her directly into his embrace, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. His ardor threatened to consume her entirely, her legs weakening beneath her. She had anticipated consummation this night. Yet, after an extended dalliance, Mr. Hua rested upon her shoulder, breathing softly. Exhaustion had taken its toll. In a few days, perhaps. Yes? One man's body trembled slightly. She had never experienced such intense emotions before. All of this was bestowed upon her by Hua Xiaoting. Yet, At a critical moment, he declared that he would not proceed. What was she to do? After all, Hua Xiaoting was a mature man. With a gentle smile, he lifted her effortlessly and strode towards the bedroom. The door was slightly ajar, revealing an ambience filled with springtime allure. In the morning, Wen Man awoke to find Hua Xiaoting at the bedside, tying his tie. Upon noticing her consciousness, he leaned down to plant a good morning kiss upon her lips. Wen Man responded with a half-hearted push. After the kiss, her cheeks flushed. She had yet to brush her teeth. Hua Xiaoting, with a tender demeanor, remarked, "I have a meeting shortly. You should rest a bit longer. By the way, the housekeeper has taken a day off." Wen Man contemplated rising to prepare breakfast. But Hua Xiaoting gently restrained her, his gaze profound. "I'll have Secretary Zhang bring something instead." Wen Man acquiesced with a soft hum. Given the events of the previous night, both felt a lingering desire, leading them to share another prolonged kiss. It was then that Wen Man belatedly noticed he was wearing the shirt she had purchased for him, a coffee-brown hue paired with iron-gray trousers and a burgundy-striped tie. He appeared younger, handsome, and exuding an air of sophistication. Such a visage would captivate any woman. Wen Man tenderly caressed the fabric of the shirt, feeling a flutter of emotions within her. Hua Xiaoting glanced at his watch, kissed her once more, and then departed. Wen Man wished to indulge in a bit more slumber. Having been awake far too late the previous night, his expression had undeniably conveyed eagerness. In the afternoon, Bai Wei arranged to meet her at a CAF. As soon as Wen Man seated herself, Bai Wei produced an invitation, revealing an event scheduled for Saturday evening at the Yunjin Hotel's second-floor business hall. Wen Man took the invitation, examining it closely. Bai Wei gently cleared her throat and leaned in to ask, "Has Lawyer Ho agreed?" I observed his somewhat reserved demeanor. If only he were a tad more proactive, I believed he would be willing to reach for the stars and the moon. Wen Wan couldn't help but recall the events of last night, though they did not reach the culmination. She sensed that Hua Xiaoting possessed remarkable skills and had a keen understanding of women. Her cheeks flushed as her heart raced. She conservatively replied, "It should be fine." Bai Wei felt relieved. She nudged Wen Wan with her arm, teasingly remarking, "I told you, when a man is satisfied, he becomes quite amiable." Wen Wan nearly sputtered her coffee in surprise. Bai Wei patted her back while divulging the latest gossip. "I heard that Gu Changqing initially had no intention of attending, but upon learning you would be there, he changed his mind and even contributed 200,000 for drinks." Wen Wan lowered her gaze, smiling faintly. "He really need not have gone to such lengths." Bai Wei looked at her with a grin. "Well done. You seem almost unfazed when Gu Changqing is mentioned. After all, your heart is now solely occupied by Lawyer Hua." Wen Wan gently shook her head. "It's merely a temporary arrangement. There is no future for us." Bai Wei was about to offer some words of comfort when a few fashionable women stepped out of the elevator across from them. Bai Wei gritted her teeth. What a small world. Chapter 69. Lawyer Hua could easily ruin their husbands at the mention of this. Wen Wan couldn't help but lift her gaze. She spotted Ding Cheng, who was engaged in conversation with several affluent women. These women were the parents of her former piano students, with whom she had maintained a cordial relationship until her reputation became tarnished, prompting them to collectively demand her replacement. Ding Cheng had assumed responsibility for all the students. The timing of their encounter was remarkably coincidental, resulting in a rather delicate atmosphere. The affluent women offered strained smiles, but refrained from initiating conversation. Conversely, Wen Wan greeted them with an unreserved and gracious manner, harboring resentment towards Wen Wan for being abandoned by Gu Changqing. Ding Cheng perceived this chance meeting as a divine opportunity to humiliate Wen Wan, especially with other parents present. Ding Cheng sauntered over and remarked with affected nonchalance, "Wen Wan, what a surprise to run into you here. It seems you're faring quite well since resigning. The coffee here is not something one can casually afford, especially considering your family's recent misfortunes, which must limit your spending habits." Wen Wan responded with a composed smile. Deliberately amplifying her voice, Ding Cheng continued, "Those rumors circulating on the school forum, they aren't true, are they? Wen Wan, you wouldn't stoop to being with an older man for the sake of vanity, would you?" The affluent mothers gasped audibly. They suddenly realized Wen Wan's striking beauty. They recalled her frequent visits to their homes for free tutoring sessions. suspecting that she might have been attempting to seduce their husbands. Consequently, their impression of Wen Wan deteriorated further. Wen Wan did not retort. Instead, she replied with a smile. "There is someone I'm newly acquainted with." Ding Chang was taken aback. She had not anticipated Wen Wan's candid admission. "Ah, it seems she has indeed latched onto a wealthy older man, ensuring a financially secure future." Ding Chang mused. She chuckled and remarked to the affluent women, "To each their own." The parents lavished Ding Chang with gentle courtesy, mirroring their past treatment of Wen Wan. "We have complete confidence in entrusting our children to Teacher Ding. Most importantly, she has integrity. Teacher Ding exudes respectability." Ding Chang reveled in the adulation of the affluent women, particularly as it came at Wen Wan's expense. A profound and unspoken relief coursed through her heart. She leaned closer to Wen Wan and whispered, "If I were you, I would avoid the class reunion altogether. It would spare you the embarrassment." Wen Wan lowered her gaze, gently sighing. Is it truly worth it for a man like Gu Changqing? During her initial days at university, she and Ding Chang had been rather good friends. Yet their relationship had gradually deteriorated due to Gu Changqing. Ding Chang scoffed and departed. The question of worth was not for Wen Wan to decide. She simply could not bear to see her friend experience any semblance of happiness. Once settled, Wen Wan turned her attention to Bai Wei. "You seem remarkably composed today. Usually, you would have lost your patience by now." Bai Wei tossed her hair, responding, "A good performance is best saved for later." Wen Wan inquired, "When we gather for the reunion and Hua shouting sits beside you, what expressions do you think those people will wear?" Reflecting on the earlier conversation, she remarked, "Those women may appear refined, but their husbands rely on the Hua group for their livelihoods. Not to mention, Hua's esteemed position in the legal field could easily ruin their husbands." As thoughts of that man crossed her mind, a faint smile graced her lips. She discreetly sipped her coffee and asked, "Is he truly that formidable?" Bai Wei teased, "Are you not aware of his prowess?" Wen Wan remained reticent. Just then, a message from Hua shouting arrived on WeChat, containing a succinct line. "Teacher Wen, how did you feel last night?" "Not bad," she replied. Hardly had she sent the message when her phone vibrated again. The shouting had responded once more. How audacious! Chapter 70, The Light of the Chinese Community, Xiao Jingyan. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Wei finally managed to utter, "Lawyer Hua certainly knows how to play the field." However much Bai Wei inquired, she could not elicit specifics. Was too embarrassed to confess that while they had been intimate the previous night, they had not consummated their union. Yet Hua Xiao had still exerted himself considerably. Bai Wei intended to tease her further, but at that moment, a news bulletin appeared on the LCD screen within the CF. The scene was teeming with reporters, creating a lively atmosphere. Bai Wei scoffed softly, truly deserving of the epithet "the pride of the Chinese people." His concerts are worth a king's ransom, and he is idolized by countless individuals. Who would have imagined that a mere quarter-century ago, he was an impoverished youth struggling to pay his rent? Having studied the piano, was naturally familiar with. She deeply admired him. Her instructor had once remarked during her student days that her pianistic style bore a resemblance to's. Was elated for a long time. Was such an unattainable figure. Upon once again witnessing in the news and hearing his name, felt a surge of passion coursing through her veins. She still harbored a desire to play the piano. Perhaps Hua Xiao's suggestion was judicious. She ought to pursue studies in England after everything concluded. As was lost in thought, Bai Wei inquired, "What's the matter?" Offered a faint smile, "Nothing." Bai Wei then turned her gaze back to the screen, suddenly remarking, "Have you noticed that appears to be ambidextrous? You seem to possess the same trait. That is quite rare." Could not help but observe. Indeed, also used both hands with equal dexterity. Smiled unconsciously, "Perhaps it is because we both play the piano." Bai Wei nudged her playfully, "Come on." The likelihood of such an event is quite remote. Its correlation with a piano is tenuous at best, attributable more to serendipity than causality. Responded with a soft murmur, her gaze intently fixed upon the refined gentleman displayed on the screen. Interjected with playful derision, "Were I not privy to your dalliance with attorney, I might have surmised that you had developed an affection for older men." Was about to retort when preemptively clasped her hands in supplication, imploring, "Good heavens, our primary concern should be the attire for the reunion. We mustn't allow ourselves to be outshone by that little minx. Harbored no desire to engage in a contest with individuals such as, however, cognizant of his impending presence. She deliberated on the importance of upholding his esteem. Consequently, selected a pair of high-heeled shoes and restyled her long hair. Upon completion, even she was pleased with the results. Chuckled softly, remarking, "Did last night's exertions prove so pleasurable that you desire an encore this evening?" Blushed, declining to respond further. England? What a coincidence! Experienced a surge of tenderness within her heart. Then, ensure that you extend them proper hospitality. Nodded, poised to continue their conversation when a refined voice resonated from behind. Turned. Standing behind him was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 40s, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and graceful poise. Murmured something to before terminating the call. He offered a faint smile. "Uncle, it has been a considerable duration." The individual was none other than a long-standing confidant of their bond, characterized by mutual admiration and respect. Responded with a smile. "Indeed, it has been several years. I have heard that your business endeavors have been quite successful." Demurred modestly. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while when Huang Mingzhu ascended from downstairs. She delightedly clung to Qiao Jingyan's arm, playfully saying, "Uncle Qiao, my father invites you to join us." Qiao Jingyan gently patted the back of Huang Mingzhu's hand, exuding a paternal affection. He was momentarily taken aback. A figure leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, clad in dark attire that blended seamlessly with the night outside. He furrowed his brow, slightly raised his chin, and leisurely drew on a cigarette with his long fingers. Qiao Jingyan reflected on the exceptional nature of Hua shouting. Huang Mingzhu's subsequent words were lost to him. On the terrace, Hua shouting slowly finished his cigarette. The sounds of family urging him from below finally prompted him to descend the staircase at a leisurely pace. Tonight, the Hua residence hosted distinguished guests. The household staff bustled about, their movements a flurry of activity. Hua Jindong had prepared a lavish feast to welcome his friends, and he warmly embraced Qiao Jingyan, exclaiming, "Jingyan, it has been years since we last met, yet you remain as charming as ever. I, however, can only lament the passage of time." Huang Mingzhu, with a playful tone, chimed in, "Father, do you still wish to seek a second spring?" Her words elicited laughter from the entire table. Mrs. Hua affectionately scolded, "Stop your nonsense. Just wait until your father sets you straight." Huang Mingzhu playfully stuck out her tongue, declaring, "Uncle Qiao will protect me." Mrs. Hua smiled gently, turning to Qiao Jingyan with warmth. "Mingzhu has always been quite fond of clinging to you." As Qiao Jingyan gazed at Huang Mingzhu, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Though he and his wife had a daughter, she was not their biological child, but one they had adopted. Had he not held his pride in such high regard back then, leading to his girlfriend's disappointment and departure? Would Qiao Jingyan now have children of his own, as vivacious and endearing as Huang Mingzhu? A wave of sorrow washed over him as he softly murmured, "Mingzhu is quite delightful." He then affectionately patted Hua Mingzhu's head. Hua Mingzhu, oblivious to his thoughts, blinked her innocent eyes, sensing his old friend's melancholy. Hua Jindong steered the conversation in another direction, revitalizing the atmosphere. However, as they continued to drink, Hua Jindong noticed his son's subdued mood, his expression consistently placid. Hua Jindong sighed almost imperceptibly. The welcome banquet drew to a close in the wee hours of the morning. As the splendor faded, the immense dining hall appeared exceptionally desolate under the refracted light of the crystal chandeliers, with only the faint clatter of dishes as the servants cleared away the remnants of the feast. Hua Jindong beckoned to him, shouting, "I need a word with you." Hua shouting fixed his father with a profound gaze. Hua Jindong ascended the stairs, whispering as he brushed past him, "Let's talk in the study." Moments latte. The father and son were in the study. Hua shouting closed the door and prepared a cup of sobering tea for Hua Jindong, his tone composed, "Dad, what matter necessitates discussion at this late hour?" Hua Jindong accepted the tea but set it aside without drinking. His countenance was grave as he stated, shouting, "You seemed rather unenthusiastic about your Uncle Qiao's visit today." Hua shouting produced a cigarette, lighting it with a lowered head. The wispy smoke that curled upwards veiled their features, lending them an air of ambiguity. Hua shouting offered a faint smile, Nonsense. I've simply been rather fatigued of late. No one knows a son better than his father. Hua Zhendong was not deceived. After careful consideration, the father began, shouting, I am unconcerned with your past with the Qiao family's daughter. There's only one thing. Don't let your juvenile antics impinge upon the amity between your Uncle Qiao and myself. Hua shouting inhaled deeply from a cigarette before extinguishing it in the amber ashtray. Chapter 72. What brings you back? You reek of alcohol. Hua Zhendong was visibly displeased. Is this not your home? Why are you gallivanting about at this late hour? Hua Zhendong possessed a brusque temperament and brooked no dissent. While others were cowed by him, Hua shouting remained unfazed. Hua Zhendong, at his wit's end, waved dismissively. Be off with you. Toiling away as a mere lawyer, perpetually cleaning up after others. And yet finding it so captivating. Hua shouting retorted with a hint of derision. I was under the impression that you were aware, father, that Hua Corporation disburses 80 million annually to retain me as legal counsel. Hua Zhendong seized a paperweight and hurled it in his direction. Out! Hua shouting promptly complied. Alighting from the vehicle, Hua shouting entrusted the car keys to the chauffeur, an elder of the household. Discerning the young master's somber mood, the driver refrained from idle chatter, delivering him to his apartment. As the car came to a halt, and Uncle Li departed with a sigh, Hua shouting, remaining in his seat, produced a cigarette and placed it between his lips. The flame of a lighter illuminated his face as he inhaled deeply, his elegant fingers cradling the pristine cigarette. The smoke permeated his lungs, and the ensuing ache brought him a strange sense of solace. After consuming 4 or 5 cigarettes in succession, he finally exited the vehicle and entered his apartment. Upon opening the door, he was met with a dimly lit foyer. However, the room was not entirely devoid of light, as the curtains in the living room had been drawn, allowing a gentle moonlit cascade to fill the space, imparting an unexpectedly romantic ambience. Casting his coat upon the sofa, Hua shouting tiptoed into the master bedroom and activated a bedside lamp, revealing Wen Wan in a state of serene slumber. Her alabaster face nestled against the pillow. Her cascade of auburn hair fanned out across it, an exquisite sight to behold. S hand ventured beneath the covers, teasing her with a gentle caress. Stirred awake, her eyes glistening with a dewy sheen, her lips caught in a delicate bite as she gazed at him. She dared not resist, nor did she attempt to evade his touch, but lay supine, yielding to his desires, cradled her head, drawing her into a kiss that deepened with each passing moment. After an eternity, overwhelmed, sought refuge against his shoulder, refusing to allow him further access to her lips. S breath escaped in a hushed whisper, the white wine at the family banquet. He held her close as they sat on the bed, yet he betrayed no intention of consummating their desires. Murmured softly, go take a shower, and I'll prepare some noodles for you, okay? Her voice was so tender that could not resist the urge to kiss her once more. Olingering, Tanderkish. It felt as though they could kiss until the end of time. Instinctively embraced him, her slender fingers tracing delicate patterns on the fabric of his shirt. In truth, both were consumed by intense passion and yearned to simply give in. However, he hesitated, feeling that to do so tonight would be somewhat precipitous for. In the end, he broke off the kiss. I'm going to take a shower, make some shredded chicken and mushroom noodles. As he spoke, he began to disrobe, heading towards the bathroom, scattering his clothes haphazardly across the floor, an unusual act for such a meticulous man. Knew it was deliberate. Her face flushed, and her heart raced. But she dared not look upon his body, gathered his clothes, and placed them in the laundry basket before heading to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. A task she accomplished with practiced ease in under 10 minutes. The greens were verdant, the whites pristine. A few drops of sesame oil completed the dish. A feast for the eyes, and an ambrosial scent. Having freshened up, Mr. Hua took a seat at the dining table and began to partake in the noodles. With frequent external engagements, he had grown increasingly fond of homely fare, and while Ms. Wen's culinary skills were not particularly refined, they suited his palate admirably. As he dined, he attended to several professional matters on his mobile device, before turning his gaze to Ms. Wan. Did you have your hair styled? Chapter 73. Mr. Hua's pronounced possessiveness, Ms. When gently caressed her tresses, lamenting, it has become somewhat disheveled from slumber. Mr. Hua offered a faint smile. He then added, "Forward the time and location to me. I shall be occupied for a few more days." Mr. Hua saved the memorandum. Upon raising his eyes, he found Ms. Wen gazing intently at him. Aware of her admiration for his countenance, he felt a surge of masculine vanity and gently pinched her cheek. "Captivated, are we? Why did you avert your gaze while I was uploading?" As he uttered these words, his eyes and brows exuded the rakish charm characteristic of a seasoned gentleman. Ms. Wen's cheeks flushed crimson. Feigning an intention to clear the table, her hand was intercepted by Mr. Hua, his voice unusually husky. "Let the housekeeper attend to it in the morning." Ms. Wen discerned a certain implication in his tone, but her disposition was not of the assertive kind. And given his protracted delay in consummating their relationship, she was uncertain of his intentions. Ms. Wen nestled in his embrace. He whispered in her ear, "We shall reserve the rest for Saturday." Speechless with embarrassment, Ms. Wen pressed her cheek against his warm neck. Having come to understand him to some extent through their prolonged association, Mr. Hua possessed a rather strong desire for control. Even matters of intimacy were dictated by him. When to engage in such activities, and to what extent, were all under his command. Ms. Wen could only yield to his orchestration. As the night deepened, she succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. In the obscurity, Hua Shouting gazed silently upon Wen Wan's radiant countenance. A desire to indulge her suddenly arose within Hua Shouting. The prospect of her awakening on Sunday morning after a delightful Saturday night filled him with anticipation. Upon awakening the next morning, Wen Wan discovered Hua Shouting's absence from the apartment. Even the housekeeper had completed her tasks and departed. Wen Wan felt a sense of degradation, realizing she was succumbing to Hua Shouting's tenderness. Despite the nature of their relationship, she found herself deeply aroused by his affections. She pondered if she inherently possessed this inclination, previously undiscovered until Hua Shouting unearthed this aspect of her being. Unable to dwell on such thoughts, she hastily rose and began her ablutions. With a lull in her work schedule, she dedicated her free time to her father and Aunt Ruan. Wen Wan did not reside at home, and Aunt Ruan would provide cover whenever Wen Boyan inquired. After lunch, she assisted Aunt Ruan in the kitchen. Aunt Ruan inquired in hushed tones if the rumors of Gu Chongqing's recent hardships were true and whether Hua Shouting was responsible. Wen Wan nodded subtly. She had learned of Gu Chongqing's situation from Bai Wei, who mentioned that Hua Shouting had not been overly punitive and that Gu Chongqing would likely recover in a month or two. Wen Wan relayed this to Aunt Ruan, who lamented that he was getting off too easily. Wen Wan responded with composure, stating that her father's well-being was paramount. She acknowledged that Gu Chongqing's familial ties to Hua Shouting would prevent him from truly jeopardizing his sister's marriage for her sake. Aunt Ruan, momentarily distracted, suddenly exclaimed that she felt remorseful towards Wen Wan. She had vowed never to barter her daughter, yet in the end, she stood idly by as Wen Man walked towards Hua Shouting. She knew full well that Hua Shouting would not be a virtuous man, yet she continually deceived herself to ease her conscience. Wen Man shook her head. "Aunt Ruan, it has nothing to do with you." Just then, the doorbell chimed. Aunt Ruan, who was assisting Wen Bo Yin with his rehabilitation, casually said, "Wen Man, would you mind answering the door?" Wen Man went to open it. Upon opening the door, the color gradually drained from her face. Standing outside was none other than Gu Chongqing, with 7 or 8 cigarette butts scattered at his feet, indicating he had been there for quite some time. Their eyes met, and Gu Chongqing's gaze was filled with an unyielding gloom. From inside the room, Aunt Ruan's voice called out, "Who is it?" Wen Man quickly responded, "It's someone selling insurance." With that, she stepped outside and closed the door behind her. Seeing Gu Chongqing again, Wen Man no longer felt the same as before. She coldly asked, "What are you doing here? If you come to see my father, you can spare yourself the trouble. Do you think my father hasn't been through enough?" Gu Chongqing tossed the cigarette he held onto the ground, extinguishing it with the gentle press of his exquisite Italian leather shoe. Raising his eyes, his gaze was profound as he said, "Wen Man, I've come to see you." Wen Man found it laughable that he would even dare to say such a thing. Gu Chongqing was not surprised by her rejection. His Adam's apple bobbed as he softly uttered, "You know I wouldn't abandon you. Wen Man, I can't bear to let you go. Suit yourself." Wen Man opened the door, intending to go inside. Suddenly, Gu Chongqing embraced her from behind, whispering against her, "Wen Man, don't be so cold. You weren't like this before. At that moment, Wen Man loathed him intensely. She wrenched herself free from his grasp and retaliated with a resounding slap. Gu Chongqing, have you no sense of propriety? We have long since moved on. Gu Chongqing stood there, stunned, his handsome countenance etched with hurt. Even the slap he had received did not provoke a reaction. Wen Man remained unmoved. She knew Gu Chongqing all too well. Now that he was downcast and unable to confide in his delicate fiancée, he was reminded of her virtues. But she, Wen Man, was a person, not an emotional waste disposal unit. She was not a disposable tissue. Wen Man endeavored to remain composed as she clarified to Gu Chongqing. Mr. Gu, henceforth, you shall walk your sunlit path, and I shall traverse my precarious bridge. I have consigned the past to oblivion, and I implore you to do the same. Gu Chongqing gazed at Wen Man before him. It was still that gentle, delicate face, but it no longer possessed its former docility. He had always believed that Wen Man loved him so deeply that she would be his woman for life. As matters stood, Wen Man had let go, while he, Gu Chongqing, was still reminiscing about the past, unable to relinquish it. Gu Chongqing was, after all, a proud man. He slipped his hand into his pocket, clutching tightly to an apartment key, the very one Wen Man had used in the past. He chuckled and said in a nonchalant tone, "Indeed, we should both forget. It is better for both of us." Wen Man remained silent. Gu Chongqing leaned in close, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "But do you truly believe that Hua Xiaoting loves you? Take a look at the magazines and newspapers. How many women aspire to marry him?" At this moment, Gu Chongqing was somewhat impassioned. Wen Man was a morsel he had failed to taste, one he had not appreciated in the past, but now he yearned for day and night. Chapter 75. How ruthless she is. She severed ties completely, a faint smile gracing Wen Wan's lips as she lowered her gaze. She was aware of her relationship with Hua Xiaoting, yet he had never treated her poorly. At least, their time together had been above board. Wen Wan remained silent. Gu Chongqing wore a bitter smile, feeling a sense of discomfort. He had once thought her to be gentle, but now he realized just how ruthless Wen Wan could be when she chose to be. Indeed, how could he have overlooked this? When he pursued Hua Mingzhu and casually called Wen Wan to end their relationship, he had expected her to weep and plead for him to stay. Instead, she had remained silent for a minute before softly agreeing. From that day forth, Wen Wan had not reached out to him again. She had severed their connection entirely. At times, Gu Chongqing found himself lost in thought. Did Wen Wan truly love him? If not, how could she be so unburdened? Abruptly, he turned away and left. Descending the stairs, he retrieved the apartment key from his pocket and casually tossed it into the trash bin. Wen Wan lingered for a moment, until Aunt Ruan's voice echoed from inside. "Wen Wan, why are you still outside?" Responding softly, Wen Wan composed herself and stepped inside. Wen Boyan was asleep, and as she tidied up to leave, Aunt Ruan accompanied her to the door. Upon opening it, the litter of cigarette butts was undeniable. Aunt Ruan, piecing things together, felt a surge of agitation. "Is that scoundrel back to bother you again?" "Wen Wan, you must be cautious. Gu Chongqing is nothing but a thoroughgoing ingrate." Wen Wan gently patted Aunt Ruan's hand, offering a quiet reassurance. "Don't worry, I won't." Just then, Hua Xiaoting's call came through. With Aunt Ruan present, Wen Wan felt quite uneasy speaking. That phone was the sole remnant her mother had left her. Hua Xiaoting continued to stay at the office for several more days. Hua Xiaoting had not seen her for several days, and he was in the mood for flirtation. His cheerful demeanor made her wonder if he missed her. Where could he possibly miss her? Wen Wan found him particularly shameless. Outside, Lawyer Huo presented himself with an air of seriousness. But beneath that facade lay a rather repressed sensuality. Unwilling to be at a disadvantage, Wen Wan playfully replied, "I miss you everywhere." Hua Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Wen Wan's boldness in teasing him, which heightened his anticipation for the events of the following night. Although Wen Wan had hinted at her lack of experience with men, Hua Xiaoting regarded this as a playful flirtation, not to be taken seriously. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he muttered, "Little rascal." Wen Wan, with a light tone, said, "I'll draw you a bath," and promptly ended the call. Hua Xiaoting's long fingers curled slightly as he loosened his tie. Almost immediately, he shut his laptop, donned his coat, and headed out. Secretary Zhang was somewhat surprised to see him, as she had assumed Lawyer Hua would be working late into the night. In high spirits, Hua shouting signed a check for 50,000, instructing Secretary Zhang and the others to enjoy a dinner out, showing consideration for their recent hard work. As he signed, his handsome features bore a subtle smile, exuding an indescribable charm. Chapter 76. I miss you. Everywhere. Just then, he received a call from his client, whose voice trembled with anxiety. Lawyer Hua, the opposing party has suddenly produced new evidence that is very unfavorable to me. Hua shouting gently caressed the steering wheel. Frowning as he replied, send me the information. After hanging up, he quickly received the details, confirming that the situation was indeed quite dire, with the atmosphere thick with despair. Hua shouting picked up his phone, contemplating a call to her, yet he felt she ought to be asleep. Ultimately, he settled on sending a WeChat message. Urgent matters to attend to. I will head directly to Yunjin Hotel tomorrow evening. No sooner had he dispatched the message than Secretary Zhang entered, bearing a stack of documents. Lawyer Hua, the meeting is all set. Later that night, in the apartment, Wen Wan rested her head on the dining table, her delicate face illuminated by the dim, warm light. The phone on the table vibrated a few times. The oil-infused water had grown cold. After a brief wash-up, Wen Wan climbed into bed. Despite her overwhelming fatigue, sleep eluded her. Perhaps it was indeed true. She missed him desperately. In a daze, she dozed until the morning when Bai Wei called. When Wan answered, her voice somewhat hoarse. Bai Wei teased her, it's nearly 10 o'clock when Wan. And you're still in bed? Is Lawyer Hua in such high demand? When Wan felt her cheeks flush, Bai Wei relented, saying, all right. I merely meant to remind you to dress up nicely. A tough battle awaits tonight. Although we might not continue in the teaching profession, we certainly cannot allow that little brat to tarnish our reputation. When Wan felt deeply touched. Ever since the incident at home, Bai Wei had been by her side. She whispered, thank you, Bai Wei. On the other end, Bai Wei, with a slender cigarette between her fingers, chuckled lightly. No need for such sentimentality. Darling, remember me when you rise to fame and fortune. When Wan smiled at the thought. After ending the call, she recalled how Hua shouting had stood her up. Biting her lip, she cradled her phone and ordered a complete set of nourishing meals for him, having indulged in a little mischief. Her spirits soared as she rolled around in bed, filled with delight. She did nothing but await feedback from Lawyer Hua. After approximately half an hour, Hua shouting sent a WeChat message. I will let you know tonight whether I need this. When Wan felt her cheeks flush upon reading it, she lightly typed a few words. Bring it on. After sending the message, she paid it no further mind. After snacking, she began to luxuriate in a bath, exfoliating her skin, washing her hair, and applying a facial mask. When Wan felt as though she had never prepared so elaborately in her life. Wrapped in a towel, she entered her dressing room and selected a deep coffee-colored little dress. The design was simple yet elegant. The fitted silk fabric was adorned with a layer of sheer tulle. The rich hue of the dress accentuated her fair skin and added an air of femininity. Wen Wan styled her hair into gentle waves and spent half an hour on her makeup. Once finished, she gazed into the mirror and was astonished at her own beauty. Her cheeks were slightly flushed as she envisioned herself embracing and kissing Hua shouting in this attire. Just the thought filled her with immense anticipation. As time passed, Wen Wan prepared to take a taxi. However, upon descending the stairs, she spotted a black McLaren parked at the entrance, with a pair of long legs leaning against the luxurious vehicle. Dressed in a classic English suit, his polished shoes gleaming, he looked even more strikingly handsome than usual. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Was that Hua shouting? Hadn't he said he would go directly to the hotel? Chapter 77. Those legs could last a year. Hua shouting leaned against the car with a languid smile. Are you mesmerized? Wen Wan found herself unable to tear her gaze away. He was so dazzlingly handsome, effortlessly creating a picturesque scene merely by standing there. Hua shouting straightened and approached her, looking down at her from a height of 2 steps. Were you disappointed last night? His tone was remarkably earnest, and Wen Wan, discerning his meaning, felt a delicate blush rise upon her face. As she sought to conceal her reaction, Hua shouting was already embracing her waist, drawing her close to his side. Their bodies mingled, and a mutual sensation stirred effortlessly between them. Hua shouting leaned in, murmuring near her ear, such a slender waist. And that dress is quite becoming. As he finished, his gaze gently swept over her fair, slender legs. Upon entering the car, Wen Wan glanced at Hua Xiaoting. He was always handsome, but today he was particularly striking. Noticing her gaze, Hua Xiaoting turned to her. A hint of a smile playing on his lips, yet he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Wan teacher, restrain yourself." Wen Wan flushed at his words. Hua Xiaoting, however, leaned closer, whispering against the soft flesh behind her ear. "Try not to soil your dress." He was truly incorrigible. Wen Wan turned her face away to gaze out the window, retorting, "Just drive." Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, gently pressing the accelerator. 20 minutes later, the black sports car pulled into B-City's only 6-star hotel. The doorman, recognizing Hua Xiaoting, greeted him respectfully. "Barrister Hua, here for a meal?" Hua Xiaoting nodded with dignified restraint. Wen Wan glanced down at her high heels. When Barrister Hua turned on the charm, no woman could resist. A surge of emotion welled up within her, and she leaned in to kiss him. Hua Xiaoting's gaze deepened, his voice low as he responded, "So eager?" And here, at the hotel entrance, Wen Wan felt a surge of vexation. As she exited the car, she tossed back a parting remark, "I'll go ahead. Meet me in the banquet hall later." Hua Xiaoting merely smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As Wen Man alighted from the vehicle, she watched him drive away, a tinge of regret washing over her. What if Hua Xiaoting absconded? Just as the thought surfaced, Bai Wei approached. Bai Wei, arriving solo sans her spouse, couldn't help but remark in hushed tones upon seeing Wen Man's attire. "Wen Man, those legs of yours will likely render attorney Hua utterly besotted." Wen Man, still flustered from Hua Xiaoting's teasing, found herself unable to reciprocate Bai Wei's jest. Her relationship with attorney Hua remained, for the moment, purely platonic. Unaware of these private matters, Bai Wei inquired, "Where is Hua Xiaoting?" Wen Man, delicately adjusting her auburn tresses, replied with a hint of unease, "You want to park the car? Let's head inside first." Bai Wei teased, "How cozy. You two are already exuding the air of a long-married couple." Eager to witness Ding Cheng's humiliation, she ushered Wen Man into the elevator. The elevator ascended in solitude. Bai Wei couldn't resist indulging in some playful liberties, her hands caressing and exploring. "These legs are truly exquisite." Wen Man cast a sidelong glance, her cheeks flushed. Bai Wei simply grinned. As the elevator doors parted onto the banquet hall floor, Ding Cheng stood poised at the entrance. She was resplendent in a crimson, form-fitting gown, an ensemble of considerable grandeur. Bai Wei chuckled. "Rather festive, isn't she?" Her gaze then fell upon Gu Chongqing, ensconced in the most prominent seat within the hall. He had clearly noticed their arrival. A flicker of astonishment danced in Gu Chongqing's eyes. He had always acknowledged Wen Man's beauty, but tonight she possessed a different allure, an undeniable femininity that stirred a man's desire to embrace her, to be intimate with her. Bai Wei whispered to Wen Man, "I wager Ding Cheng has positioned herself strategically near Gu Chongqing. She's not giving up without a fight. It was imperative to outshine you." Found's actions rather perplexing. Her connection with had dissolved, rendering's choice of a perceived adversary misdirected. Moreover, her meticulous grooming was hardly for his benefit, instead resembling a tacit agreement with. He had expressed his intention to consummate their relationship this evening. Chapter 78, I Am's Boyfriend. Upon reflection of S. eyes glistened with affection. Her age straddled the line between girlhood and womanhood, and her ardor was profoundly moving. Sat regally, encircled by a coterie of former classmates. They addressed him deferentially as president, their tones laced with respect and flattery. Among them were comely women skilled in ingratiation, whom he might have once casually dallied with, bestowing trifling favors in the aftermath. Yet, at present, none piqued his interest. They all paled in comparison to, nursed his aperitif, his gaze fixed upon, over yonder, and contributed their share of the expenses. Accepted the funds without ceremony, feigning contrition. "I am truly embarrassed that you, despite your diminished circumstances, must contribute. Perhaps we should divide the cost equally among everyone." Her voice, deliberately audible, aimed to humiliate, responded with a serene smile. "There's no need. I can afford it." Tally the money. Casting a surprised glance at, "You've contributed for two?" You wouldn't actually bring your elderly paramour to the reunion, would you? Before could respond, she covered her lips, giggling coyly. It seems the gentleman is quite possessive. Silence descended upon the hall as the former classmates exchanged knowing glances. Wen Wan, once the belle of the music academy and hailing from a family of moderate means, never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. Previously, when posts appeared on the campus forum, many were skeptical, but now that Ding Cheng has spoken of it personally, it must be true. Some regard her with sympathy, while others mock her, and a few have noticeably distanced themselves. Those who once sat at the same table as Wen Wan have quietly requested to change seats. The fickleness of human emotions is painfully evident. Even several deans from a music academy have quietly lamented that life outside the school is far less innocent. Observing the atmosphere, Ding Cheng smiled with satisfaction. This is precisely what she desired. After all, who could blame her when Wen Wan has truly found herself entangled with an older man? Gu Changqing furrowed his brow slightly. Ding Cheng had gone too far. Who endowed her with the audacity to believe she could bully Wen Wan at will? Just as he was about to rise, the elevator doors opened slowly, and Hua shouting stepped out. Tall and striking, he exuded an air of cold elegance. The banquet hall erupted in a frenzy. They could hardly believe they were in the presence of Hua shouting himself. Goodness, he is even more handsome than in the magazines. That aura, those legs, and that prominent nose. What brings Hua shouting here? The deans of both the Music Academy and T University stood up, as did the distinguished parents of students, all eager to greet him. In B City, those who cultivate a connection with the Hua family are bound for fortune. Although Hua shouting is known for his aloofness, making appearances can only yield benefits. After all, a little familiarity goes a long way. Unexpectedly, Hua shouting was uncharacteristically approachable today. He maintained a measured demeanor, politely declining the offered cigarette, stating, "My girlfriend doesn't allow me to smoke." Girlfriend? Hua shouting gently wrapped his arm around Wen Man's shoulder. Smiling, there's truly no need for formalities. I am here to dine, just like all of you. The room fell into a stunned silence. The implications of Hua shouting's words were profound. Wen Man, the one who had just been mentioned in connection with the old man, was actually Hua shouting's girlfriend. The banquet hall was enveloped in quietude, with no one daring to speak. Hua shouting maintained his charming smile as he called out, "Gu Changqing. It seems you are all rather surprised that Wen Man and I are in a relationship." Gu Changqing felt utterly rigid, nearly paralyzed. How laughable! Moments ago, he had been contemplating how to extricate Wen Man from her predicament. Yet she had already secured the affections of a gallant protector, the most esteemed and powerful man in B City. Gu Changqing raised his glass and downed its contents. Subsequently, he managed a faint smile, a match of talent and beauty, quite splendid. With those words, all the gentlemen present extinguished their cigarettes in unison, for Mr. Hua's girlfriend disapproved of smoking. Chapter 79, Exhilaration. What a scene of chaos. The synchronized extinguishing of cigarettes created a spectacle that left Wen Man both embarrassed and infuriated. When had she ever prohibited Hua shouting from smoking? In the comfort of their home, he was completely unrestrained, at times even leaning against the headboard to smoke, and when the mood struck, he would pull her in for a kiss. His audacity was astounding. Yet, witnessing so many distinguished individuals defer to Hua shouting like subordinates ignited a flicker of vanity within Wen Man. Hua shouting, with a captivating smile, inquired, "Teacher Wen, is this not sufficiently impressive?" Wen Wan understood that all the malicious rumors would naturally dissipate, for many were eager to ingratiate themselves with Hua shouting and clarify matters on her behalf. However, such concerns were trivial now. Her sole focus was on Hua shouting. He wrapped his arm around Wen Wan as they made their way inside. The astute guests had long relinquished the prime seats, allowing Hua shouting and Wen Wan to settle down comfortably. A few school leaders regarded Wen Wan with affectionate expressions, saying, "Wen Wan, do take good care of Lawyer Hua." She offered a faint smile in response. In the bustling banquet hall, guests continually approached to propose toasts. Hua shouting was capable of holding his liquor, yet he chose his company with discretion. In this gathering, no one had earned his respect enough for him to indulge. He politely opted for water instead of wine. engaging in casual exchanges. Wen Wan, accustomed to attending to him, naturally served him dishes. Opposite her sat Bai Wei, who, at that moment, had no desire to tease Wen Wan. Her eyes were misty. That troublesome child. She has finally pulled herself together. Silly girl, be happy. Bai Wei believed that with Hua Xiaoting's demeanor, even if he did not marry Wen Wan, his future arrangements would be favorable. While the banquet hall buzzed with merriment, Ding Cheng lingered at the entrance, seething with jealousy. How could one want to climb so high? What did she possess that Ding Cheng did not? Consumed by envy, Ding Cheng clutched a glass of red wine and approached Hua Xiaoting and Wen Wan, her smile deceptively charming. Lawyer Hua, I am a university classmate of Wen Wan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hua Xiaoting, relishing Wen Wan's attentiveness, glanced up and immediately discerned her identity. She was none other than Gu Changqing's little fling. Wiping his hands with a napkin, he took his time in responding. Coming from a distinguished background truly sets one apart. Each of his fingers resembled a work of art. Discarding his napkin, Mr. Hua suddenly turned towards Ms. Wan, displaying a semblance of respect for his companion. I am acquainted with her. Would that displease you? His inquiry caused Ms. Ding some discomfiture, as the surrounding gazes turned knowing. Many were privy to the clandestine affairs between Ms. Ding and Mr. Gu, as he had been conspicuously unconcerned with discretion, clearly holding her in low regard. Ms. Ding, audacious as she was, dared to openly flirt with Mr. Hua, even with Ms. When present, Ms. Wan, well aware of Mr. Hua's deplorable nature, remained unfazed, stating, "That is your prerogative." Mr. Hua pinched her cheek, considering the matter closed. Subsequently, he rose to his feet, addressing Ms. Ding with considerable politeness. Ms. Ding, I shall accept this drink on her behalf. A collective gasp of surprise rippled through the room. Could it be that Mr. Hua's taste was so questionable? Chapter 80. As Ms. Wan is indisposed, I shall drink in her stead. Mr. Hua's declaration was met with silence. It was apparent that the esteemed lawyer was aware of the relationship between Mr. Gu and Ms. Ding, and was now exerting his dominance. Indeed, he was worthy of his title as the king of the legal world. Under the scrutiny of the entire room, Mr. Gu rose. Regardless of his status as the Hua family's future son-in-law, Mr. Hua's words alone could spell ruin for the Gu Corporation, and he was compelled to yield. Mr. Gu was not only ruthless, but also adaptable. He raised his glass, clinked it gently against Ms. Ding's, and drained it in one gulp. Ms. Ding was utterly taken aback, but Mr. Gu paid her no mind. He, with his tall stature, stood beside Wen Man, pouring wine for himself and then for her. He raised his glass. As my elder brother is driving, allow me to toast to my future sister-in-law. Wen Man was taken aback by Gu Changqing's challenge. Was he mad or ill? Bai Wei, unable to bear it, exclaimed, Gu Changqing, you want a drink, right? I'll join you. Gu Changqing pressed her shoulder, preventing her from rising. Miss Bai, I am addressing Wen Man. The scene fell silent. Everyone knew that Wen Man had pursued Gu Changqing for 4 years in her youth, and Gu Changqing's attitude at this moment was clearly embarrassing her, so no one dared to say more. Wen Man's body stiffened. A soft chuckle arose. Hua Xiaoting gently placed a hand on the back of Wen Man's chair, smiling with elegance and composure. He tenderly asked her, Are you able to drive? Wen Man nodded, not understanding his intention, and he took her hand in his. Hua Xiaoting then stood up, smiling at Gu Changqing. Wen Man is indisposed. Allow me to drink on her behalf. As soon as he spoke, whispers arose among the others. He declined Ding Cheng's toast, citing the need to drive. Yet now he was able to drink? How biased! Hua Xiaoting, having committed this act of partiality, showed no sign of timidity. He took Wen Man's wine glass and gracefully drank the red wine, while Gu Changqing, clutching his glass, had knuckles turning white. He gave a faint smile. To what extent have they progressed? Gu Changqing, in poor spirits, also drained his glass. Hua Xiaoting smiled faintly. With his already outstanding appearance, his smile revealed shallow dimples, making him quite captivating. The women present were utterly captivated by him, eager to engage in conversation with Lawyer Hua, particularly the parents of students who sought to seek favors for their husbands. However, Hua Xiaoting paid them no heed, reserving his attentiveness solely for Wen Wan, treating others with the aloofness of the moon in the sky, visible yet distant. The atmosphere revitalized, with some approaching to toast. Yet no one dared to recklessly invite Hua Shouting to drink. Unexpectedly, he broke tradition and indulged in several more cups. Wen Wan prepared dishes for him, subtly encouraging him to pace himself. Hua Shouting gazed deeply at her, perhaps influenced by the alcohol, and she sensed an unusual intensity in his eyes, her cheeks flushing lightly. Beneath the table, Hua Shouting gently squeezed her hand, his voice gravelly as he proposed. "Let us leave shortly, shall we?" Wen Wan detected the desire hidden within his gaze, biting her lip in surprise at his flirtation in such a public setting. Yet, she found herself unable to resist this side of Hua Shouting. She neither affirmed nor declined his suggestion. He smiled, rising to bid farewell to several deans from the music academy, exchanging pleasantries that left them visibly astonished. Observing his effortless charm, Wen Wan pondered, whose reunion is this, after all? Just then, Ding Chung approached, still clad in a form-fitting gown that accentuated her figure. Her cheeks were flushed, and her voice dripped with allure as she inquired, "Lawyer Hua is leaving?" Wen Wan, standing beside Hua Shouting, heard every word, feeling a sense of admiration for Ding Chung. Not only is she capable of setting aside her inhibitions, but she also possesses a remarkable talent for captivating men. She couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Hua Shouting, curious as to whether he would find himself drawn to Ding Chung. Chapter 81. An impromptu kiss in the car. Hua Shouting remained silent. Ding Chung, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, was eager to make an impression. In a familiar tone, she addressed the principals. "I'm acquainted with the manager of this establishment, and they've agreed to extend a 5% discount." The principals lauded her competence. Ding Chung then glanced at Hua Shouting and continued, "This 6-star hotel rarely offers discounts unless one has substantial connections." Amidst the expressions of astonishment, Ding Chung anticipated that Hua Shouting would view her in a new light. She couldn't help but feel triumphant. Aside from her looks, how does Wen Wan compare to her? Just then a baritone voice echoed from the doorway, shouting, "So this is where you are." The individual who entered was President Lin, the proprietor of the hotel. President Lin warmly clasped Hua Shouting's hand, his tone intimate. "I overheard my staff mention that you were dining here, but I found it hard to believe that a distinguished figure like yourself would grace my humble establishment. It's a pleasure to see you." Hua Shouting offered a restrained smile. "You're too kind, President Lin." Shouting, addressing me as President Lin, is far too formal. We've known each other for years. President Lin, with a keen eye, noticed Wen Wan. Hua Shouting introduced her. "This is my girlfriend, Wen Wan. She's accompanying me to a class reunion." President Lin inclined his body and gently shook Wen Wan's hand. As a businessman, his words were as sweet as honey. "Not only is your sister-in-law beautiful, but she also exudes an exceptional aura." Wen Wan was poised and graceful. Having been the recipient of Mr. Hua's benevolence in the past, specifically a pivotal legal battle that salvaged his fortune, Mr. Lin seized the opportunity to reciprocate, using Ms. Wen as the pretext. "Upon meeting my brother's wife for the first time, I came unprepared. Allow me to cover the expenses for today's repast." Waiving a sum of several $100,000, Ms. Wen felt uneasy, wary of Mr. Hua incurring obligations. However, Mr. Hua graciously accepted the offer, embracing Ms. Wen's delicate shoulders with a smile. "My gratitude for your hospitality, Mr. Lin. I shall extend an invitation to dine with me on another occasion." Perceiving his intention to depart, Mr. Lin, with the understanding of an experienced man, chuckled, recognizing the nature of their private affairs. He personally escorted Mr. Hua to the elevator, remaining until he descended to the ground floor. Within the banquet hall, silence prevailed, particularly from Ms. Ding, who felt utterly humiliated. The favors she had so diligently sought were effortlessly obtained by Ms. Wan. She felt like a buffoon. Ms. Ding seized a bottle, pouring herself a drink. Forcing a smile, a bottle worth tens of thousands, imbibed freely thanks to Ms. Wen's prestige. As she spoke, her eyes reddened as she gazed at Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu turned and left. Ms. Ding, inebriated, shouted after him, "Gu Chongqing, you cad. I love you more than Wen Wan." Mr. Gu turned back, sneering, "Your love is too cheap." Ms. Ding burst into tears. The scene was undeniably awkward. None who attended this reunion could have foreseen such an ending. Ms. Wen accompanied Mr. Hua to the underground parking area. Settling into the driver's seat, She removed her high heels, murmuring softly, "I should have known to bring a pair of flats." Wen Wan's legs were exquisite, and the elegance of her insteps was remarkable, both in shape and hue. Hua Xiaoting leaned against the back of the chair, gazing at her, causing Wen Wan to feel a rush of warmth and her heart to flutter. He murmured, "How can you drive barefoot? Let's go upstairs and find a room, shall we?" Wen Wan, inexperienced with men, felt a tinge of hesitation and softly suggested, "Perhaps we should hire a chauffeur." Hua Xiaoting remained silent, his dark eyes filled with intensity. After a moment, he lifted her effortlessly, cradling her in his arms. Wen Wan playfully punched him. "This is the parking lot. We kissed here last time, and you wouldn't let go." His prominent nose brushed against hers, his warm breath mingling with hers. Seeing his fervent desire, she found herself half-heartedly yielding. A man under the influence of alcohol was decidedly different, far more indulgent. Chapter 82. Hua Xiaoting, "Be a little gentler," Hua Xiaoting, truly moved, pressed his forehead against Wen Wan's and spoke hoarsely, "I'll have President Lin send a car for us." Wen Wan bit her lips softly. The intoxicated Hua Xiaoting felt almost beastly. President Lin was reliable, and soon a trusted driver arrived to escort them safely to the apartment. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Hua Xiaoting began to kiss Wen Wan as soon as they entered the elevator. Once home, as Wen Wan slipped into her slippers, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, gently nibbling on her earlobe. "You look lovely, just as you are." Wen Wan was taken aback. She had anticipated needing a shower to freshen up. He swept her into his arms, simultaneously bending to kiss her and forcefully remove her heels. His ardor was both commanding and captivating, leaving Wen Wan unable to resist. She embraced his neck, her gaze tender. "Xiaoting, be gentle," she murmured. In the throes of passion, he was fiery, and Wen Wan's cooperation only emboldened him to abandon all restraint and revel in the moment. It was then that Hua Xiaoting realized, to his surprise, that this was Wen Wan's first time. Had she and Gu Changqing been together for 4 years without consummating their relationship? While Hua Xiaoting harbored no particular sentimentality about such things, he was nonetheless pleased that she was pure when she came to him. He embraced her tenderly, whispering, "I didn't know, Wen Wan. You should have told me sooner." Had he known, he would have been even more gentle. Wen Wan blushed, gently turning her face away. Earlier, as they kissed passionately in the hotel parking lot, Gu Changqing sat in a black car nearby, watching intently. He had watched for a long time, almost masochistically observing Wen Wan kissing Hua Xiaoting. He could even see Wen Wan taking the initiative to kiss the man's chin. He saw every change in her expression with perfect clarity. Wen Wan was enamored with Hua Xiaoting. This realization drained the color from Gu Changqing's face. The driver in the front seat gripped the steering wheel, barely daring to breathe, until Gu Changqing finally spoke softly, "Let's go." His tone was subdued. "To the club." The driver, a trusted confidant, knew which club Gu frequented, and he turned the car around. Gu Changqing drank at the gathering. Upon arriving at the club's private room, fueled by alcohol, he summoned to keep him company. Momo harbored a deep affection for Gu Changqing. Indeed, what woman could resist a man of such striking handsomeness, abundant wealth, and generous spirit? Momo nestled beside him, sharing drinks and serenading him with a few love songs. However, Gu Changqing had no need for such things at that moment. He simply desired a woman to dispel the resentment he felt toward Wen Wan. Yes, resentment. Momo, with her striking resemblance to Wen Wan, became the object of his release. He showed her no tenderness. Instead, he tormented the girl in his arms with a cruel intensity. He leaned in close to her neck, his voice a sensual rasp, and questioned, "In what way am I inferior to him? Did you give him all of your affection? Wen Wan, tell me, tell me." Perhaps he was too consumed by his obsession, for the girl was frightened into tears. Her slender frame trembled as she sobbed. "Mr. Gu, I am not Wen Wan. I am Momo." Gu Changqing opened his drunken eyes, his gaze bloodshot and unsettling. The delicate face in his arms was undeniably pitiful, and certainly not Wen Wan. That woman was reveling in her success, far from such a state of distress. Huh! Gu Changqing gnashed his teeth in resentment. He longed to continue, but neither his body nor his mind could accept another. Not even a face that so closely resembled Wen Wan's. Gu Changqing turned away, collapsing onto the sofa as he gently closed his eyes. Leave. I wish to be alone. Chapter 83. Wen Wan, I implore you to love me again. The girl gazed at Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing raised an arm to shield his eyes, his voice hoarse. Leave? How wretched! How utterly wretched! How could he, Gu Changqing, have fallen to such depths? Momo, her face still stained with tears, slowly adjusted her clothing. As she rose from the sofa, her legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering her unable to stand firm. Nevertheless, she dared not linger, fearing to displease him, and mustered the strength to step out of the private room. Just as she closed the door, the sound of shattering glass echoed from within, accompanied by a mournful wail reminiscent of an injured creature. She pondered, realizing that such a brutish man could possess a tender heart. The girl named Wen Wan must be truly fortunate to be cherished by someone like Mr. Gu. Upon hearing the commotion, the manager rushed over and upon seeing the girl's state, scolded her. How are you supposed to serve Mr. Gu? Her lips nearly bled from the pressure of her biting. She wrapped her arms around herself as if to shield her very being, trembling as she spoke. Mr. Gu treated me like someone else, and when I insisted otherwise, he suddenly lost his temper. The manager, exasperated, glanced at the door and then admonished her. What a trivial matter. Even if Mr. Gu mistook you for another, you must endure it. You should be grateful for his discerning eye. Earning a living here means ensuring the guests have a good time. She bowed her head, too intimidated to retort. The manager initially intended for her to apologize to Gu Changqing, but at that moment, a customer arrived, specifically requesting her company for drinks. Contemplating the importance of not offending a valued patron, he permitted her to go. Once he had arranged for her, the manager approached Gu Changqing to offer his apologies. The door swung open, releasing a wave of intoxicating aromas. The floor was strewn with shards of glass, remnants of fine foreign liquor. The manager's heart ached. Gu Changqing had indulged in 2 more bottles for himself. Upon noticing the manager's presence, he merely lifted his eyelids and downed his mug in one fervent gulp. Drinking with fervor, the manager, ever attentive, poured him another glass of wine, offering sympathetic words of consolation. Mr. Gu, it's not worth it to harm oneself for a woman. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes, inquiring, who said that? The manager, accompanying him for a drink, remarked, Mr. Gu used to be quite the straightforward man. Gu Changqing was momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, in the past, he never allowed women to trouble his mind, not even during the years spent with Wen Wan. His affairs with other women never ceased. He fulfilled his physical needs elsewhere before returning to woo Wen Wan. A mere gentle kiss from her could elate her for an extended period. Gu Changqing lowered his gaze and lit a cigarette. As he slowly exhaled the smoke, he queried the manager, if a woman has been intimately involved with someone, does that not make her more devoted? Will her affection endure longer? The manager chuckled ambiguously. Gu Changqing had almost forgotten when the manager casually asked, where is she now? He recalled the girl crying quite attractively. Noticing Gu Changqing's lingering interest, the manager cleared his throat and said, she has gone to another private room. If Mr. Gu fancies her, I can arrange for her to accompany you again. Gu Changqing remained silent. His mood was sour as he continued to drink, becoming increasingly intoxicated. In his drunken stupor, his mind was consumed by visions of Wen Wan kissing Hua Xiaoting, her timid yet passionate demeanor driving him to the brink of madness. Intoxicated, he felt as though a fire raged within him. He even contemplated storming over to Hua Xiaoting's residence to drag Wen Wan out, yearning to confess his regrets. He was willing to forsake the power bestowed by the Hua family. He could even abandon all other women. All he desired was for her to love him. It was only in his inebriated state that he was abruptly awakened, realizing that the years when he was cherished by Wen Wan were the most blissful in his life. Chapter 84. Mr. Gu, shall we engage a lawyer to safeguard you? Gu Changqing, utterly intoxicated, staggered out. He happened to pass by the private room where it was. The door was ajar, revealing the scene within. Was nestled in the arms of a wealthy second-generation heir, docilely allowing the man to kiss her. The man was skilled, his kisses alone sending shivers down the girl's spine. S profile bore a striking resemblance to Wen Wan. Unfortunately, Gu Changqing was drunk, his mind clouded, and he mistook for Wen Wan. A crimson haze descended upon his eyes. Wen Wan was kissing another man, perhaps about to engage in intimate acts with him. A surge of anger coursed through Gu Chongqing. Fueled by alcohol, he kicked open the door to the private room, eliciting a shriek from within. Gu Chongqing seized the scrawny man by the collar and landed a punch. "Who allowed you to embrace Wen Wan?" he roared. "Wen Wan is mine. She is my wife." The second-generation heir, inexplicably assaulted, was initially stunned before erupting in fury. He kicked at Gu Chongqing, exclaiming, "Is he insane? What wife would be in a place like this? Is this how pathetic you are, relying on your wife to earn money to support you? You gigolo?" Gu Chongqing was stung by the words. He grabbed the man and delivered a relentless barrage of blows. Terrified, burst into tears, screaming and creating a commotion. The manager, hearing the noise, rushed over and was dumbfounded. He had just spent ages trying to reason with Mr. Gu, but it seemed he had not come to his senses at all. His condition was even more severe than before. The manager attempted to break up the fight, but he also received a few blows in the process. In the end, security was summoned to subdue the frenzied Gu Chongqing. The wealthy heir wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly declared, "I'll kill you." Gu Chongqing responded with a chilling smile, "Come on, kid. Let us see who meets their demise first." The two men clashed once more, their struggle erupting into a chaotic flurry of bloodshed. The manager, clutching his face, lamented, "Very well. Let these two gentlemen enjoy themselves first. I shall intervene once they have exhausted their strength." The heir, unaccustomed to such indignity, refused to reconcile. He sneered at Gu Chongqing, taunting, "You should be ashamed for squabbling over a woman from club." Regardless of the manager's attempts at mediation, the heir still reported the incident to the police. In the dead of night, Gu Chongqing found himself seated on a bench in the police station, where the officer in charge recognized him. "Oh, isn't this the brother-in-law of the king of the legal realm?" The officer was rather cordial, offering him a cigarette. "Mr. Gu, it seems you found yourself in a bit of trouble again." Gu Chongqing lit the cigarette, his mind becoming clearer, and he glanced disdainfully at the wealthy heir beside him. Why should he engage with such triviality? The officer sat before him, speaking earnestly. "Mr. Gu, others cultivate civilized friendships. Why involve yourself in this? It's as if you're determined to send us your KPI targets. If only we had more individuals like you in our district. We would continue to loiter on the streets all day." As they were acquaintances, the process was straightforward. The officer wrote up a release order and kindly inquired, "Shall I call lawyer Hua to bail you out?" Gu Chongqing initially intended to refuse without a second thought, but suddenly recalled that Hua Shouting was currently accompanying Wen Wan in slumber. If he were to awaken Hua Shouting, it would undoubtedly cause considerable displeasure. Gu Chongqing exhaled a plume of smoke. Well then, he shook his head with a chuckle. "Mr. Gu, I must say, as the esteemed son-in-law of the Hua family, you ought to cherish your reputation. Such matters are not easily forgiven." "Cherish my reputation?" Gu Chongqing momentarily lost his bearings. Hadn't he always desired power? Why then, in recent times, had he been driven to madness, even contemplating sacrificing everything for Wen Wan? Yet, at this moment, alcohol shattered his rationality. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and said, "Call him." The wealthy heir beside him finally deduced his identity and, upon making the connection, exclaimed in exasperation, "Damn. Are you out of your mind? You have a beautiful fiancée, yet you abandon her to go wild at a club. What on earth has provoked you?" Gu Chongqing wore a bewildered expression. What had provoked him? Even he could not articulate it. Chapter 85. Lawyer Hua, you look remarkably spirited. Upon receiving the call, Hua Shouting had just finished with Wen Wan. Though she was utterly exhausted, Hua Shouting remained insatiable, playfully embracing her waist. Unable to withstand it, Wen Wan bit her lip. "You, please stop. I wish to take a bath." Hua Shouting, displaying consideration, whispered softly near her ear, "I'll run the bath for you." Wen Wan's ears, tinged with a delicate pink and adorned with fine fuzz, appeared rather endearing, prompting Hua Shouting to gently stroke them. In response, Wen Wan pulled the covers over her face, shielding herself from his touch. Shy was she? Who was it that had been holding me tightly just moments ago? Enveloped her in his arms, pulling her from beneath the covers. He was intent on teasing her once more. Softly pleaded, "I'm feeling unwell. May I take a bath?" chuckled softly. Why are you so frightened? He brushed aside her damp hair and kissed her forehead, finally relenting and allowing her to rise from the bed. Possessed an impressive physique, but dare not look. The sound of water running in the bathroom filled the air. He did not press her further, while she soaked in the bath. He took a moment to rinse off in the shower outside. Upon returning to the bedroom, leaned back against the headboard, relaxed as he lit a cigarette, exhaling the smoke slowly. Recently, the case he had been handling was nearing resolution, and he allowed himself a bit of indulgence. Just then, the phone on the bedside table rang. Frowned. Who could be calling at this hour? He held the cigarette between his lips and answered the call. The voice on the other end indistinct. It was Zhao from the precinct, who greeted him warmly. You're still awake? I apologize for interrupting your evening. He continued, we have a dispute here concerning your prospective brother-in-law. Would you be able to come by? Exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone turning icy. You know I'm enjoying my evening, and yet you invite me over? I am not guardian. Zhao spoke cautiously. Is involved in a dispute at the club over jealousy and fighting. If you cannot come, shall we request to handle it? Loud a soft snort. He leisurely continued to smoke, his cheeks deeply sunken from the effort, rendering him extraordinarily attractive and alluring. Over there, Chief Zhao was uncertain of his attitude. He waited with bated breath, not daring to urge him. After a long while, Hua, shouting, suddenly chuckled softly. Was it President Gu who requested that I come over? Chief Zhao was taken aback. Damn, unbelievable. But he didn't feel comfortable interjecting in other people's domestic affairs, so he just chuckled. All right, I'll be over in a bit. The shouting hung up the phone, got up, and changed his clothes. He knocked on the bathroom glass door. I'm going out to take care of something. Go to sleep first, and don't wait for me. Wen Man couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Was he still leaving tonight? Was shouting could guess her feelings, and he stepped on the water stains, squatted by the bathtub, and reached in with his large hand. Wen Man's face was flushed, and she grabbed his arm to stop him from acting recklessly. Wen Man was reluctant to let him leave. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him boldly. Shouting kissed her for a while, then murmured against her red lips. I just changed my clothes, and you've already gotten them wet again. Wen Man's face was as red as could be. Shouting was in a good mood, and left after tidying up his clothes. He rushed to the police station. Chief Zhao greeted the benefactor with vigorous enthusiasm, warmly saying hello. Barrister Hua, I'm truly sorry to trouble you, dragging you out of bed from so far away. He gave a thumbs up. It's 2 a.m. You young people really have boundless energy. Shouting smiled reservedly. Where's President Gu? Chief Zhao slightly raised his chin. Rest assured, we're treating him very well. Shouting strode inside. Chapter 86. Gu Changqing, you're simply asking for a lesson. The atmosphere within the station was quite lively, with several individuals seated inside. A wealthy scion savored a box of instant noodles, slurping with evident delight. The manager sat quietly alongside a girl, who, clad in a black camisole beneath a suit jacket, shivered uncontrollably. Upon hearing footsteps, she lifted her gaze and was momentarily entranced. She had never encountered a man so strikingly distinguished and affluent. His refined demeanor rendered her acutely self-conscious, as if a woman of her stature were unworthy of his presence. Hua Shouting's eyes fell upon her visage. Noticing a resemblance to Wen Wan, he swiftly deduced the situation's intricacies. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he directed his gaze towards Gu Changqing. Their eyes locked. Within Gu Changqing's dark pupils lay a subtle provocation, imperceptible to others but unmistakably clear to Hua Shouting. He let out a soft scoff, choosing not to be bothered by it. Captain Zhao, Hua Shouting spoke softly. What procedures must I complete? Captain Zhao had already prepared the receipt. Simply have lawyer Hua sign and remit the payment. Hua Shouting cast a casual glance before responding indifferently. I will also secure the bail for these individuals. Furthermore, regarding tonight's events, Captain Zhao understood well. The affluent were most apprehensive of scandals, especially with a reckless prince consort causing distress. He smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Lawyer Hua, this matter will be resolved here. Hua Shouting swiftly completed the necessary formalities. The wealthy heir protested, who requested his assistance. I refused to owe him a favor. Just as Captain Zhao prepared to reprimand him, Hua Shouting raised a hand with nonchalance, casually stating, that is fine. I shall call President Li to come and collect them. to apprise him of his esteemed son's usual activities. The nouveau riche's face flushed crimson. Damn, this man actually knows his father. Seeing him subdued, Huashouting did not press him, but walked straight out of the precinct. Huashouting ignored him, nonchalantly entering the car, lighting a cigarette, and inhaling with deliberate slowness. Gu Changqing approached. Huashouting spoke indifferently. Get in. Gu Changqing, seemingly anticipating this, slightly curved his lips, opened the car door, and entered. As soon as he was inside, Huashouting started the car. The expensive vehicle, with its superior performance, accelerated rapidly. Gu Changqing, having consumed much alcohol, felt a wave of nausea, suspecting Huashouting was doing it on purpose. Huashouting drove at breakneck speed, leaving the dazzling streetlights far behind. Inside the car, silence prevailed. After approximately half an hour, Huashouting parked the car by the sea. The surroundings were tranquil, save for the sound of the tide lapping against the shore. Get out! Huashouting's voice was glacial. Gu Changqing sneered, following Huashouting out of the car. Upon exiting, Huashouting immediately removed his coat and unbuttoned several shirt buttons, initiating the assault without preamble. A punch landed, sending Gu Changqing staggering backward several steps. He steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Huashouting delivered another kick. Gu Changqing, do you truly believe the Hua family is without consequence? If you harbored no affection for Mingzhu, why did you provoke her in the first place? Watching her adore you so deeply, to the point of attempting suicide for you, fills you with a sense of accomplishment, does it? Gu Changqing was knocked to the ground. He clutched his abdomen, writhing in pain, yet still managed to force a smile. I am a scoundrel. I have wronged her. Huashouting, what about you? Are you not aware of the kind of person I am? Will you still marry my sister? How are you any better? You are fully aware that when Man was my former girlfriend. Why do you provoke her? Gu Changqing's eyes were filled with a crimson hue. Chapter 87. Regret? Have you discovered that you have fallen for her? Huashouting let out a cold laugh. Allow me to enlighten you as to why. He stood amidst the fluttering night breeze, clad in white, with dark hair cascading elegantly, his features chiseled to perfection, resembling a divine being. Huashouting looked down upon Gu Changqing, scoffing. Are you regretting it now? Only after when Man chose to be with me did you realize you have fallen for her, that you cannot bear to be apart from her? Gu Changqing, from beginning to end, every choice was yours, such as the trap you set for Wen Boyan, or your deliberate seduction of Wen Man. You had ample opportunities to retract your decisions. Time and again, you chose power. Gu Changqing staggered to his feet. His face drained of color. Huashouting coldly mocked. You abandoned her. You yourself delivered her into my arms. Gu Changqing's lips began to tremble, and soon his entire body shook, struggling to regain control. Huashouting scrutinized him, letting out another derisive laugh. Gu Changqing, spare me your romantic facade. Where was this sentiment when it mattered? Suddenly, Gu Changqing fixed his gaze intensely upon Huashouting. There, on the side of Huashouting's neck, lay a series of faint yet distinct kiss marks, densely packed, clearly the result of prolonged intimacy. Gu Changqing's atoms apple-bobbed. He could not help but wonder how many times they had been together that night. Huashouting followed his line of sight and glanced down. During their intimate encounter that evening, when Man, overcome with passion, leaned onto his shoulder, gently nibbling in ardent surrender. The air in the bedroom seemed thick with amorous tension as both were deeply aroused. Although their relationship was merely temporary, he held her in high regard, harboring a certain fondness for her disposition, culinary skills, and physical allure. Huashouting extinguished his cigarette, addressing Gu Changqing. There is a limit to one's forbearance. You should consider yourself fortunate that Mingzhu still loves you. Otherwise, your actions would have landed you in prison long ago. Gu Changqing chuckled softly, as if struck by a sudden realization. Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. I will strive to be a good husband and ensure that Mingzhu never sheds another tear. Huashouting, having encountered various ruthless individuals, held Gu Changqing in considerable esteem. Just moments ago, he appeared to be on the verge of despair. Yet he now displayed a complete transformation. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness. Huashouting, uninterested in further entanglement, answered his ringing phone, a call from Wen Man, in Gu Changqing's presence. The matter is almost resolved. I told you to go to sleep. Why are you still waiting for me? Eager for another round? Hua Xiaoting made no attempt to conceal his desire, engaging in flirtation in front of Gu Chongqing, with the speakerphone activated. Wen Man's voice was soft and gentle. Hua Xiaoting, shall we do it again tomorrow night? Gu Chongqing's entire body stiffened, his fingers curling tightly, clenched until his knuckles turned white, on the verge of snapping. Hua Xiaoting drove away, leaving Gu Chongqing standing motionless by the sea. The sea breeze carried away Wen Man's words, yet they were etched in Gu Chongqing's heart. She had said, Hua Xiaoting, let's do it again tomorrow night. There was not a hint of reluctance in her voice. Instead, it was sweet and syrupy, as if she had recently been thoroughly and passionately loved by a man. A warm sensation trickled down his cheek. He reached up to touch it, only to realize they were tears. That he, Gu Chongqing, would shed tears was a jest, a preposterous jest. A woman, of all things, what right did she have to make him cry? Affection. Who hasn't felt it for a few people? Chapter 88. Praising a man's looks, how shameful. Upon opening the door, warm, amber light spilled from the bedroom, lending a touch of warmth to the otherwise austere and luxurious decor. Hua Xiaoting entered the bedroom. Wen Man was a light sleeper. She awoke as soon as he entered. She sat up, leaning against the headboard, her voice carrying a particularly soft and husky quality from her recent awakening. Would you like a midnight snack? It's too late to prepare anything. I'm going to take a shower. Wen Man found it curious. Hadn't he showered before going out? Could it be? Noticing the unusual clarity in her gaze, Hua Xiaoting leaned in to kiss her. What are you thinking about? Do you think I have the energy to seek out someone else? My soul is utterly consumed by you. Wen Man's cheeks flushed crimson, and she refrained from further questioning. Hua Xiaoting undressed and entered the bathroom, casually tossing his white shirt onto the floor. Wen Man picked it up to place it in the laundry basket, intending to hand wash it the next day. Suddenly, her gaze froze. The shirt was stained with blood, and Wen Man detected a faint, metallic scent. She cast a furrowed brow glance towards the bathroom. Had Hua Xiaoting been in a fight so late at night? Not unintelligent. Wen Man immediately associated Hua Xiaoting's unusual behavior tonight with Gu Chongqing. She surmised that Gu Chongqing was the person. When Hua Xiaoting emerged, he was draped in a black bathrobe, his entire being exuding dampness. He embraced Wen Man from behind, leisurely caressing her form, one hand cradling her head as he kissed her. This posture was not particularly comfortable for the neck, but perhaps out of a guilty conscience, Wen Man was especially docile, allowing him to kiss her. She sensed that he was not in the best of moods. Just as desire began to ignite, Hua Xiaoting trapped Wen Man beneath him, his dark eyes as rich as silk. He did nothing but gaze at her. Wen Man, captivated, fixed her gaze on his handsome features, reaching out with slender fingers to trace the bridge of his prominent nose and his sensual chin. Her cheeks flushed, she whispered, Hua Xiaoting, you are truly beautiful. Hua Xiaoting was taken aback. Immediately, he chuckled. What woman praises a man like that? Aren't you ashamed? Wen Man arched her body slightly, leaning in to touch her lips to his, a gentle brush that was extraordinarily alluring. Tonight, she became a woman in truth. Those pleasures were brought to her by Hua Xiaoting. Hua Xiaoting's heart stirred, and he lowered his head to kiss her, a kiss of great tenderness. After kissing for a long while, he lay down, pulling her into his embrace, and sighed softly, sleep. Wen Man nestled against his shoulder, one arm wrapped around his waist. Closing her eyes haphazardly, Hua Xiaoting, however, gazed at her for a long time in the darkness. Her beauty was intense, but not flamboyant. Her eyebrows naturally dark without artifice. No wonder Gu Chongqing could not let her go. If it were him, he might also find it impossible to simply abandon her. Early in the morning, when Man awoke, she was alone in bed, save for a single long-stemmed white rose resting beside her, its petals glistening with fresh dew. A wave of delight washed over Wen Wan as she gazed at it. Turning to her side, she picked up the flower, inhaling its fragrance, and rolled playfully across the bed. Her cheeks flushed as memories of the previous night's intimacy flooded her mind. As a mature woman, Wen Wan did not view her encounters with men as burdensome. Rather, she found pleasure in them. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from outside, followed by a knock at the door. The timekeeper, brimming with enthusiasm, announced, "Miss Wen, lawyer Hua has sent you a gift. Do come and see." Wen Wan bit her lip in anticipation. Hua's shouting had sent her a present, eager to unveil the surprise. She let her chestnut hair cascade freely and dashed barefoot toward the door. However, her attention was captivated by a grand piano positioned before the floor-to-ceiling windows. She was struck with awe, for it was said that Louis II had once played it. It bore a melodious name, Morning Dew. Wen Wan caressed it lovingly. Perched atop the piano was a red rose, and suddenly she recalled how Hua's shouting had held her close the night before, whispering in her ear, "You're my morning dew." Her face flushed anew, touched by the romance of the moment. The housekeeper, noticing her elation, encouraged, "Miss Wen, do play a piece for me, so this simple soul may also enjoy it." Wen Wan responded with a soft acknowledgement. She seated herself, lifted the piano lid, and her slender fingers glided over the black and white keys, gently playing Clair de Lune. Auntie may not comprehend the intricacies of art, yet she finds Miss Wen's playing enchanting, especially when Miss Wen dons a vintage lace nightgown, her waist-length chestnut hair cascading in soft waves. Seated there, she resembles a captivating oil painting, indescribably beautiful. Mr. Hua is indeed fortunate. After Wen Man finishes a piece, she lingers over the warm piano keys, reluctant to part with them. She takes her phone and answers, "Have you received the gift?" Hua's shouting smile is faint. Unbeknownst to her, the mere sound of his voice brings a flush to her cheeks. She gently bites her red lip. "It's too precious." "As long as you like it," he replies. "Do you like it, Wen Man?" After a prolonged silence, as she grows somewhat anxious, Hua's shouting's voice, slightly husky, breaks through, "I await your gratitude this evening." Wen Man is no longer an innocent girl. She understands his implication. Not only does he desire, but she too harbors similar feelings. Yet being new to such matters, she feels too shy to engage him on this subject, especially with Annie present. She gazes up at the floor-to-ceiling window and softly states, while shouting, "I wish to change the soft furnishings." She knows she is indulging in a bit of pampering, but at her age, a girl ought to be cherished by a man, and she senses the boundaries Hua's shouting is willing to accept. Indeed, he agrees. Wen Man is overjoyed. At that moment, she longs to be by his side, and if she were, she would undoubtedly steal a kiss. It is evident that Hua, shouting, harbors similar intentions, but as he speaks again, his voice is now completely hoarse. "I have a meeting soon. We shall discuss it tonight." Wem man notes obediently. Having concluded the call, she found herself irresistibly drawn to caress the piano. In this moment, was immersed in profound elation, oblivious to the quandary that would arise when the time came for her departure. How would she transport this grand instrument? Her guileless nature had overlooked the fact that such extravagant pampering was the modus operandi of affluent men when doting on a woman, lavishing her with affection until their ardor waned, at which point they would extricate themselves with ruthless efficiency, leaving behind only a person accustomed to indulgence. The housekeeper had arranged a Western-style breakfast. She announced with delight, "Miss, we're having a Western repast today." The installers mentioned that this piano is called a Louis something or other. Since it's a foreign contraption, it should be accompanied by a foreign meal. Chuckled, stroking the piano's lustrous black lacquer. "It's Louis II, she murmured softly. The housekeeper laughed. "Silly me." Chapter 90. She had truly grown fond of? Surmised that it was director from the music center, who had been exceedingly supportive in the past. An invitation from her was something could not decline. Director remained cryptic on the phone, merely chuckling and saying, "Good news. We'll discuss it over lunch." Was intrigued, realizing that lunch was still 2 or 3 hours away. She decided to measure the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows for curtains and take photographs of the apartment, resolving to browse furniture stores that afternoon. At midday, she met Director at a grilled fish restaurant. As a Southerner, Director had a penchant for spicy food, which indulged in alongside her, soon acquiring a delicate flush. When they had nearly finished eating, Director broached the matter at hand. Has been collectively boycotted by the parents. Was taken aback. An exclamation escaped her lips. How could that be? Just days ago, she seemed to be getting along famously with those parents, quite the popular figure. Director Lee offered an enigmatic smile, remarking, "Wen Man, are you feigning ignorance, or are you genuinely unaware?" Wen Man composed herself, pausing before inquiring, "Does this involve me?" Director Lee, eschewing further coyness, stated plainly, "It has to do with the illustrious attorney Hua. His attendance at your alumni gathering had an effect akin to an atomic bomb. Well, man, those parents are astute individuals. They now seek to curry favor with Hua, shouting through you." She shrugged, adding, "They are clamoring to replace Ding Cheng, requesting that you tutor their children instead." Reflecting on the fickleness of human sentiment, Wen Man offered a faint smile, correctly surmising the instigator, Gu Changqing. Despite their separation, he relentlessly infiltrated her world, yet Wen Man remained emotionally detached. Displaying tact, Director Lee refrained from further discussion, avoiding inquiries into one man's relationship with Hua Xiaoting, acknowledging the complexities of male-female dynamics. Wen Man collected her thoughts, resolving to cease dwelling on past events. Regardless of Gu Changqing's intentions, she would no longer allow him to influence her, determined to erase him from her memory entirely. Wen Man took a taxi to the furniture store, where she selected opulent Baroque fabrics, commissioning a floor-to-ceiling drape and complementing it with a pair of azure vases, one large and one small. These acquisitions alone amounted to 340,000. Wen Man felt no remorse, convinced that her morning dew piano merited the finest accompaniments. The manager, having processed the payment, respectfully presented her with a small token of appreciation. "Miss Wen, we will have the goods installed before 4 in the afternoon, so please rest assured." "Veman smedet." "As you wish, Miss Wen." As she gazed at those simple words, her heart was gently stirred. She realized that she had indeed developed some affection for Hua Xiaoting. She felt no shame. It was entirely natural for a man of his caliber to attract the admiration of women. Upon returning to the apartment, the installation team swiftly arrived and set up the drapes, the effect surpassing Wen Man's expectations. Paired with the morning dew, it was simply breathtaking. Wen Man arranged fresh flowers in the vase, complemented by exquisite lace, delicately placed where it belonged. The transformation of the apartment was remarkable, softening the atmosphere considerably. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Wen Man blushed slightly. Who could it be to ring the bell without a key? Hua Xiaoting wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pressing her against the entryway cabinet. Chapter 91. Wen Man, let me teach you, shall I? Hua Xiaoting leaned in to kiss her, his skill overwhelming her. She obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, surrendering to his affections. After a prolonged kiss, Hua Xiaoting teased her. "How can I enter if teacher one does not allow it?" A seemingly simple statement, yet he delivered it with an air of deep ambiguity. Wen Man's cheeks flushed crimson, but she refrained from showing her annoyance. Embracing him, she softly inquired, "What do you think?" Hua Xiaoting removed his coat and stepped inside to survey the space, somewhat astonished by Wen Man's aesthetic sensibility. To him, it was akin to a professional design standard. "Did you choose this yourself? Do you like it?" Hua Xiaoting lifted her with ease, striding directly towards the piano known as Morning Dew. Wen Wan was gently placed atop it, her body resting against the cold, metallic surface of the piano, while before her stood the fervent form of a man. A sense of unease washed over her, as she had heard whispers of certain men who fancied playful encounters upon the keys. Hua Xiaoting tenderly caressed her face. "How could one not be fond of it? My little Morning Dew, play a melody for me." In that moment, Wen Wan realized her misunderstanding. A wave of embarrassment surged through her as she questioned whether, in matters of romance, she was more impatient than Hua Xiaoting himself. Reluctantly, she masked her thoughts. The sight of her playing the piano was enchanting, adorned in a flowing white gown that accentuated her slender waist and graceful figure. She was undeniably suited for a man's embrace. Hua Xiaoting stood behind her, silently watching. He leaned down to kiss her. Wen Wan, heart racing and cheeks flushed, welcomed the kiss, which grew increasingly fervent until her body was gently pressed against the piano. Morning Dew emitted a soft, overwhelmed sigh. Wen Wan momentarily regained her senses, pushing against his shoulder and biting her lip in a plea. "Not here." Hua Xiaoting towered over her, captivated by the expression of deep yearning on her face, his voice husky. "Is it that you dislike this place? Or perhaps you are unwilling to be with me?" His dark eyes bore into hers as his large hand enveloped her delicate wrist. "Let me teach you." Wen Wan felt her cheeks flush with heat, and soon after, she was swept into the master bedroom by him. This evening, Hostin Hoi exhibited extraordinary tenderness, guiding her with seemingly boundless patience and care. Wen Man savored the utmost pleasure a woman could experience. Afterward, she nestled against him, too weary to move, her damp, tea-colored hair entwining his robust frame, adding to the intimate ambience. Hostin leaned against the headboard, smoking. Wen Man found his smoking incredibly alluring. He lowered his gaze and gently said, "Accompany me to a gala tomorrow evening. It's being hosted by an elder, Xiao Jingyan, the Chinese musician who visited our home previously." Xiao Jingyan? Wen Man sat up, clutching the covers. She looked at Hostin and asked, "You know Xiao Jingyan?" A shadow crossed Hostin's dark eyes, but he casually replied, "Uncle Xiao and my father are longtime friends. Do you admire him?" Wen Man hesitated to speak directly, but her eyes were remarkably clear. Hostin extinguished his cigarette and, in one swift motion, covered her body with his. He showed her no leniency that night, acting almost bestial as he relentlessly sought her again and again. Wen Man sensed that he had been celibate for quite some time, as evidenced by his intense ardor. Early morning arrived, and Hostin awakened Wen Man once more. She gazed up at his handsome features, his chiseled jawline, and easily became aroused. Just as their passion ignited, a faint noise came from outside, likely the housekeeper arriving to do chores. Wen Man, being modest, resisted. She pressed against Hostin's shoulder and whispered, "Don't. The housekeeper is here." Chapter 92. Be good. Don't get upset with me over such trifles. Hostin's gaze became profound. He murmured against her delicate ear, his voice hoarse. "Shall I give the housekeeper a 6-month leave? That would leave just the two of us in the apartment, free to indulge whenever we please. What do you say, Wen Man? Behave yourself," she coaxed. "We can later tonight." He gently clasped her hand. She emitted a soft murmur and leaned against his shoulder, falling silent. Having placated her, he soon indulged his desires to his heart's content. Outside, the housekeeper quietly went about her chores, when she suddenly became aware of the sounds emanating from the master bedroom. Being an experienced woman, she quickly surmised what was happening, and a blush crept across her face. After discreetly listening for a while, she mused to herself that Mr. One must have been deprived of female company for ages to be making such a commotion. She hoped that the refined Miss One would not be overwhelmed. Inside the bedroom, mindful of the time, Xiao Ting did not fully satisfy his desires. He took a quick shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and strode toward the bed. Remembering an important matter he had almost overlooked in his passion, he bent down and gently stroked Wen Man's cheek. "Find some time during the day to select a few gowns, all right?" Wen Man knelt, dutifully tying his tie. She was clad only in a man's shirt, the one he had discarded the previous night, and as she bent over, she inadvertently revealed a generous amount of her charms. Xiao Ting, ever susceptible to desire, narrowed his eyes. He gently caressed her, his breath growing ragged. Her face flushed. Wen Man allowed his advances as she thoughtfully replied, "I bought several dresses recently. They should suffice." Xiao Ting frowned, seemingly displeased. However, his tone was gentle. "I'll have Secretary Zhang bring it over." At that moment, she was overwhelmed with an indescribable feeling. Refusing would be inappropriate, yet acquiescing felt equally undesirable. Yet, she understood that Xiao Ting had no obligation to constantly consider her feelings. She neatly adjusted her tie, smoothing out the creases. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Xiao Ting gently embraced her, asking, "Are you upset?" "It was merely to have Secretary Zhang deliver it to you, to save you the trouble of choosing. If you're unhappy, you could always ask Bai Wei to accompany you." Wen Man sensed the significance he attached to this gathering. She also recognized that her choices were unlikely to please him. After pondering for a moment, she offered a slight smile. "Let Secretary Zhang bring it. She has exquisite taste." Xiao Ting did not press further. He tenderly caressed her face and playfully admonished, "Don't sulk over trivial matters, all right?" Xiao Ting had taken the initiative. Whatever he desired was entirely justified. Just as earlier, when the aunt had come by, she was reluctant to continue. Yet if Xiao Ting wished for her presence, she had no choice but to comply. If he was displeased, she had to endure it. Wen Man's emotions were tumultuous. A sense of grievance washed over her. yet she found it difficult to articulate. Their relationship had always been thus. Her residing here was intended to bring him joy, so how could she expect him to continually pamper and indulge her? Was shouting recognized her genuine discontent. Their recent interactions had been pleasant, and he enjoyed being with her, so he patiently coaxed her. Tonight, I'll bring you a necklace, all right? It seems you used to wear one around your neck. Why Haven T? I seen you wear it lately. In truth, he could not recall the style of the necklace worn by Wen Wan. It was merely a pretext for conversation amidst their current discord. Was shouting acquiesced, and Wen Wan took the opportunity to elaborate. Instead of revealing the truth, she vaguely stated that she had lost it accidentally. Chapter 93. The way Lawyer Hua pampered women, Wen Wan felt her cheeks flush from his flirtatious remarks. She gently caressed his chiseled features and whispered, "If you don't leave soon, you'll be late." Hua, shouting, gazed at her, perplexed by his own emotions. Though no longer a callow youth, he found himself irresistibly drawn to utter words that rendered her flustered and bashful. In matters of romance, Wen Wan was an unwritten page, and Hua, shouting, delighted in the notion of shaping her into his ideal, deriving immense satisfaction from this endeavor. The housekeeper, however, was less than pleased. "Lawyer Hua, you invited me here to work. How could I accept your salary without completing today's tasks?" Was shouting, leisurely sipped his black coffee, contemplating before he replied, "How about this? I will have Secretary Zhang transfer 3 months' salary to you, during which time you can rest at home. We'll discuss it again after 3 months." He spoke with an impassive demeanor, causing the housekeeper to blush. Earlier that morning, the commotion caused by Lawyer Hua had been quite pronounced. She had faintly heard enough to realize that a conservative woman like her had never imagined men could vocalize such things. The housekeeper dared not ponder further and promptly tidied up before departing. Just before leaving, she quietly advised, "Lawyer Hua, please take good care of Miss Wan. She is a wonderful girl." Hua, shouting, folded the newspaper at hand and smiled, "I will." Wen Wan had been tormented throughout the night, utterly exhausted, and did not awaken until noon. After a light meal, Secretary Zhang arrived with entourage, a stylist, a makeup artist, and several employees from luxury boutiques. Dragging along several large suitcases, their presence intimidated Wen Wan. Secretary Zhang, a seasoned professional, possessed a keen eye for people. Although her superior merely cohabited with Wen Wan at present, she discerned his fondness for her, speculating that he might soon formalize their relationship. Consequently, Secretary Zhang took a particular interest in Wen Wan's affairs. She instructed the boutique employees to bring out all the dresses, 30 exquisite pieces of seasonal ready-to-wear and haute couture, each tailored to Wen Wan's measurements. With a smile, Secretary Zhang conveyed, "Lawyer Hua wishes for you to select 5 pieces from both the ready-to-wear and haute couture collections for future occasions." She lowered her voice. "You will have ample opportunities to accompany Lawyer Hua to social events. These are merely the essentials. We will also arrange for jewelry to complement your outfits. As a woman, it is natural for Wen Wan to appreciate beautiful garments. However, she had never anticipated that living with Hua shouting would entail attending social gatherings. She had assumed her role would solely cater to his physical desires. Secretary Zhang advised her, "Lawyer Hua has extensive connections. Do not squander such resources." She addressed her as Wen Wan, adding, "As a woman, never be foolish. What you hold in your hands is of utmost importance." Though Wen Wan did not fully grasp these sentiments, she recognized Secretary Zhang's good intentions. She expressed her gratitude softly and focused intently on selecting her dresses. Unintentionally glancing at the price tags, Wen Wan was taken aback. The ready-to-wear garments began at a staggering 50,000 to 60,000, while the most extravagant couture piece surpassed 2 million. Moreover, these gowns were typically worn only once. Not wishing to embarrass Hua shouting in front of others, Wen Wan maintained her composure as she selected several outfits that suited her, collectively amounting to over 3 million. Such extravagance was utterly reckless, money flowing like water. Chapter 94. He was astounded by Wen Wan's appearance. Secretary Zhang smiled. "Miss Wen has an excellent eye. I've noticed quite a transformation here." No wonder Lawyer Hua remarked early on about Miss Wen's skill and taste. Her flattering words effectively dispelled any lingering frustration Wen Wan had harbored towards Hua shouting. allowing her to accept the gifts of these gowns with much more grace. Relaxing, she permitted the stylist to work their magic on her. The upcoming soiree bore a somewhat private nature, eliminating the need for ostentation. The stylist chose a dark-hued cocktail dress for her, featuring delicate shoulder straps. The fitted bodice accentuated her figure, while the skirt flared gracefully, revealing her long, fair legs. The stylist exclaimed, "Miss Wen, your physique is truly remarkable, and your skin is flawless." Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Wen Wan had a petite face and striking features, her hair a subtle shade of tea. The stylist suggested, "This dress would complement black hair more beautifully. I could create a hairstyle for you, Miss Wen, and if you fancy it, you may visit my salon for a permanent change." Wen Wan tenderly stroked her long hair, a natural hue she was born with, contemplating the possibility of experimenting with other colors. The stylist swiftly transformed her long locks, straightening them and applying a temporary dye before making further adjustments. Having completed the makeup artist whispered, "You truly resemble the female lead in the blue and white porcelain music video. However, Miss Wen's complexion is even fairer and more translucent, and her legs are also straighter." Others chimed in, concurring with the sentiment. Wen Man was astounded by her own transformation. Could she truly be this captivating? Was this the transformative power of wealth? After seeing everyone else off, Secretary Zhang, concerned about smudging her makeup, prevented her from engaging in any tasks. She personally hung the gowns Wen Man had selected in a separate closet. She stated matter-of-factly, "In a few days, I'll select some jewelry to complement the various dresses." Wen Man did not object, understanding that this was part of Secretary Zhang's duties. As Secretary Zhang departed, she cast a profound glance at Wen Man, silently surmising that Mr. Wen's recent tardiness to work might become a recurring pattern. With such an enchanting presence at home, who would willingly rise from bed? He intended to change his attire before escorting Wen Man to the banquet, but upon beholding her, his gaze became fixed. "The gown selection is quite exquisite," he uttered hoarsely, as he gently unfastened his shirt buttons. Wen Man proffered a black shirt. He was to wear a black shirt paired with a light brown suit, a brown waistcoat, and a dark brown thin tie. The tie clip was also meticulously chosen, adorned with embedded jewels. Hua Xiaoting hesitated to accept it, his dark eyes tinged with a layer of desire, his voice even more hoarse. Change later. Unaware of the situation, Wen Man found herself in his grasp. Her body weakened by his touch, she raised her arms to embrace his neck, humming softly, "We're going to be late." Hua Xiaoting did not release her. He raised his hand to check the time and then intensified his entanglement with her body, burying his face into her neck, teasing her, "Just once." After saying this, he turned her body around and fervently kissed her. The emerald green dress lay scattered on the floor, forming an elegant circle while Wen Wan was embraced. Reveling in the moment within the cloakroom, everything came to an end. Exhausted, Wen Wan felt almost reluctant to go out. As Hua Xiaoting patiently arranged her dress and retrieved a diamond chain from his pocket, gently fastening it around her delicate neck. "Do you like it? I chose it myself." He kissed her earlobe, admiring their reflections in the mirror. Wen Wan gently caressed it, recognizing that the diamond chain was exquisite and suited her perfectly, but most importantly, it reflected his thoughtfulness. Thus, the slight discord from the early morning vanished completely. She turned to embrace his neck and softly kissed his chin. "It's beautiful. I really like it." Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly. Chapter 95. "Miss Wen, you remind me of a deceased friend," as they got into the car. They were already close to being late, day and night. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Hua Xiaoting stopped the car at a red light. He took her hand, lightly brushing her palm. "What do you think?" Wen Wan had no desire to guess. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head to gaze out the window, trying to conceal herself. Hua Xiaoting playfully caressed her tender face, smiling. "I'm not as reckless as you imagine. There are no other women around me. I'm far too busy with work to indulge in such pursuits." Wen Wan's heart raced, feeling a warm flush. How shameless could he be? If he was to be playing around, then what had he been doing these past few days? Hua Xiaoting leaned closer to her ear and teasingly remarked, "Isn't Teacher Wen always eager? We both know who is playing whom." Wen Man, being so innocent, could hardly withstand such provocation and chose to ignore him in her irritation. Yet, Despite her vexation, she graciously honored Hua Xiaoting at the banquet. Hua Xiaoting was a prominent figure in B City, well-known and influential. Upon entering the banquet hall, he was instantly surrounded by admirers showering him with compliments. They were equally captivated by his companion, having heard rumors of a woman who had captured lawyer Hua's affection. Now that they beheld her, they were indeed struck by her beauty, her gentle features evoking a sense of tenderness that invited protection from men. As Hua Xiaoting engaged in conversation with others, Wen Man gracefully linked her arm with his, displaying her understanding not to intrude. Concerned that she might feel bored, he intended to lead her to select some food and find a place to sit. Brother, a soft voice chimed, and Hua Mingzhu approached, arm in arm with Gu Changqing. Upon seeing Gu Changqing, Wen Man's body tensed slightly. She had not anticipated encountering him in such a setting. Hua Xiaoting noticed her subtle shift and cast a sidelong glance at her before smiling gently at his sister. "I thought you and T come." Hua Mingzhu leaned affectionately against Gu Changqing's shoulder, playfully pouting. It was Gu Changqing who wanted to meet Uncle Qiao, so I brought him along. She fiddled with her fiancé's shirt buttons, teasingly remarking, "I never knew you held such reverence for art." Gu Changqing indulged her with a few kind words, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Wen Man. Hua Xiaoting chuckled softly, fully aware of Gu Changqing's true intent for being there. He simply wished to catch a glimpse of Wen Man. At times, he couldn't help but admire Gu Changqing, who had left a piece of meat untouched for 4 years, only to display a fade of deep sentiment when it was snatched away by another. Truly a spectacle of foolishness. Fortunately, at that moment, Qiao Jingyan arrived, clad in a sleek black tailcoat, exuding an air of youthful handsomeness due to his meticulous grooming. "Xiao Ting, Mingzhu," he greeted, lightly patting Hua Xiaoting on the shoulder. Hua Xiaoting nodded politely and introduced Wen Wan to him. "This is my girlfriend, Wen Wan. She has admired Uncle Qiao since she began playing the piano in primary school and insisted on attending your banquet today." "Wen Wan?" Qiao Jingyan paused slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Regret washed over him as he recalled his frantic search for her. Yet, he had been unable to uncover any news of her whereabouts, and the Liu family in B City had no trace of her either. Whispers suggested that she had been cast out by the Liu family due to an unwed pregnancy. "Uncle Qiao?" Hua Xiaoting's voice was tinged with a husky timbre, a hint of sorrow evident in his gaze. Chapter 96. "Uncle Qiao, look at me." Wen Wan felt a pang of compassion, uncertain how to console him. Qiao Jingyan observed her features, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the person from his memories. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to his profound longing for Liu Xiaoman. After all, he was a public figure and quickly regained his composure. Qiao Jingyan reflected on how Xiaoting had finally found a girlfriend, and she appeared to be a lovely young lady. "Uncle Qiao, you only have eyes for Wen Wan. You don't even glance at me." Hua Mingzhu pouted, her demeanor exuding playful charm. Qiao Jingyan chuckled softly, affectionately teasing the younger generation. "You already have a boyfriend, yet you still cling to Uncle Qiao, just like when you were a child." Hua Mingzhu had grown up abroad, having once been carried on Uncle Zhou's shoulders. She felt at ease enough to act with considerable freedom in front of Zhou, behaving like a beloved daughter. Upon hearing his words, she slightly pouted and said, "Even after marriage, I won't forget Uncle Zhou." Zhou gazed at her, his eyes brimming with affection, observed quietly, musing that Zhou must have a fondness for children. As he looked at Holly as if she were his own, in the small reception room, Zhou, unable to contain his eagerness, earnestly inquired, "Has there been any progress on the matter I entrusted to you?" Having investigated thoroughly, shook his head gently, indicating there was still no news. Zhou couldn't help but feel disappointed as he carefully retrieved a delicate chain from his pocket, adorned with a pink diamond. Zhou murmured in anguish, "This is what she wore back then. After all these years, I never imagined I'd see it again." Took the chain, his brow furrowing slightly. That familiar sensation returns. He thought, "I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before, but I truly can't recall. Perhaps it was on a client?" After examining it for a moment, returned it to Zhou, assuring him, "Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, I will continue to investigate." Zhou patted his shoulder, saying, "I must consider his feelings, so I'm relying on you." His handsome brow twitched slightly upon hearing that name. Noticing his expression, Zhou said nothing further and instead engaged in casual conversation. Having waited for half an hour, noted that had not yet emerged. Feeling somewhat bored attending such an event for the first time, she decided to step out onto the terrace for some fresh air. The banquet hall was situated on the 68th floor, offering a stunning view of the night scene. Wen Wan leaned against the railing, having indulged in a bit of wine, her profile revealing a captivating gentleness in her eyes and brows. Gu Changqing stood at the entrance of the terrace, a sardonic thought crossing his mind. Was this tender expression a result of her thoughts of Hua shouting? Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of unwillingness. As those hurtful words slipped from her lips, congratulations on becoming the nominal girlfriend of Master Hua. With Versace haute couture and countless jewels, Wen Wan, are you not filled with joy? As he spoke these scornful words, what he truly wished to convey was that he could offer her all of this as well. Yet, at this moment, those words remained trapped within him. The fierce night breeze blew, and Wen Wan slowly turned her head, casting a glance that could captivate a city. Gu Changqing felt a sudden pang in his heart, a sensation that numbed half of him. Wen Wan, with her gaze lowered and a faint smile gracing her lips, replied, Gu Changqing, what do you gain from mocking me? The thrill of revenge. If so, then be my guest. Gu Changqing smiled, but then a fierce expression crossed his face as he approached her. When he was but a step away, he scoffed. Have you forgotten so quickly? Have you so soon accepted another man, sharing your bed with him? His words were crude and unrefined, causing the corners of Wen Wan's eyes to redden slightly. It seemed Gu Changqing had forgotten who had wronged whom and who had betrayed whom. Indeed, what could a man like him possibly understand about emotions? How could he ever know how deeply Wen Wan had once yearned for a lifetime with a single partner? Chapter 97. Shouting's possessiveness. As Wen Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, she met Gu Changqing's gaze amidst the night. Their 4-year relationship had woven threads of lingering affection between them, whether it be love or resentment. A mere pane of glass separated them. While Shouting clutched a glass of red wine, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed ahead. There was a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. He harbored a disdain for the emotions reflected in Wen Wan's gaze, though she might no longer hold affection for Gu Changqing. That individual had undeniably left an indelible mark on her heart. A wave of self-mockery washed over him. It seemed his possessiveness was rather strong, a common flaw among men. At that moment, Hua Mingzhu appeared by his side. Observing Gu Changqing and Wen Wan standing together, a sense of unease crept over her, and she murmured, Brother, how could Gu Changqing and Wen Wan be together? They seem. Hua Shouting wished that his sister would remain oblivious to the truth for all eternity. He fixated on the pair, fabricating a falsehood. Forgotten? The last time, Gu Changqing refused to save Wen Wan. She bears a grudge against him, and he likely holds no affection for her either. Is that so? Hua Mingzhu accepted his explanation. However, she then inquired about another matter. Brother, isn't Wen Wan Jiang Rui's girlfriend? How did she become yours? Hua Shouting replied with a light smile. I pursued her before Jiang Rui. Is there a problem with that? Hua Mingzhu regarded him with curiosity, then coyly remarked, Brother, you must think she's attractive. Hua Shouting did not deny this assertion. He pulled his sister closer, gently embracing her, resting his chin atop her head, and chuckled softly. Didn't you say she has a charming personality, cooks deliciously, and is both well-behaved and understanding? What else do you wish to know? Hua Mingzhu expressed her disdain for him, thinking to herself that indeed, men are creatures governed by base instincts, and her esteemed brother was no exception. Brother, you are truly insufferable. After a moment's thought, her curiosity piqued. She asked, Are you two living together? He offered a faint smile, crude. Which man isn't? When faced with a woman they desire to embrace, to restrain oneself in the manner of Lu Xiaohui is surely hypocrisy. Suddenly recalling a matter of importance, Hua Mingzhu softly informed him, Mother has recently become engrossed in fortune-telling. She consulted a master who divined that your destined partner is born under the sign of the rabbit. Rabbit? Inexplicably, Wen Wan came to Hua Xiao's mind. Could it be such a coincidence? Maintaining an impassive facade, he gently tapped his sister's head. You believe in such superstitious nonsense? Upon reflection, Hua Mingzhu conceded perhaps. The fortune teller said I was destined for someone born under the sign of the goat, and Gu Changqing isn't a goat, so it's inaccurate. Just as the siblings were conversing, Wen Wan, reluctant to be alone with Gu Changqing, sought to leave the terrace. As she turned, she noticed the siblings. Gu Changqing, too, turned and saw Hua Xiao and Hua Mingzhu standing opposite them. How Hua Xiao had managed to appease her was a mystery, but Mingzhu was not at all angry, and even waved at him with a sweet smile. Gu Changqing broke out in a cold sweat. Hua Mingzhu approached and embraced his arm, saying sweetly, Gu Changqing, Wen Wan is my brother's girlfriend now, so you must treat her well in the future. Gu Changqing gazed at her radiant face, then shifted his gaze to Wen Wan. He said meaningfully, rest assured, I will certainly treat her well. Hua Mingzhu stood on tiptoe and kissed him lightly. I knew you cared for me the most. Consoling her as if she were a child, Gu Changqing succeeded in delighting Hua Mingzhu, who became quite animated. Brother says Wen Wan prepares excellent meals, she exclaimed. Shall we perhaps indulge in a late-night supper there? I implore you, Wen Wan, she entreated. I find the fare here quite unpalatable. Chapter 98. Few indeed are those who can rouse Xiao's ire. Faced with that radiant and endearing countenance, Wen Wan found it difficult to harbor any animosity. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was largely due to her affection for Hua Xiao, which predisposed her to be exceptionally lenient towards Hua Mingzhu. This realization filled Wen Wan with shame. She couldn't help but cast a glance towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao intercepted her gaze and felt a surge of displeasure. Was she so eager to spend time with Gu Changqing that she would invite him into their home? Hua Xiao turned his attention to Gu Changqing. As a fellow man, Gu Changqing swiftly discerned his discontent, and with a subtle curve of his lips, he feigned politeness, inquiring, would it be too intrusive? Hua Xiao scoffed softly. He gently encircled Wen Wan's waist. Of course not. Wen Wan had not anticipated his agreement, and when they were alone, she couldn't resist asking in a hushed tone, are you certain? Hua Xiao fixed his gaze upon her for a long moment, before replying deliberately, I was under the impression that you were quite welcoming, considering how pleasantly you were conversing earlier. Wen Wan surmised that he had misunderstood, hence his sarcastic tone. She offered no explanation. He was thoroughly acquainted with her past with Gu Changqing, and if their encounters in public would invariably cause him discomfort, she felt powerless to change it. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of grievance, her eyes growing faintly red-rimmed. Just as Xiao Jingyan caught sight of them, he approached with a genial smile, remarking, a lover's quarrel, perhaps? Xiao Ting, as the gentleman, you ought to yield a bit. She's been the cherished jewel of her parents' eyes, and it's only reasonable she shouldn't suffer any grievance with you. He patted Hua Xiaoting, advising, temper your disposition. Hua Xiaoting, holding him in high regard, nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Jingyan, occupied with other guests, excused himself, but not before casting a meaningful glance at Wen Wan, remarking, few indeed can provoke Xiao Ting's ire. Having suffered a significant setback with Gu Changqing, Wen Wan was well past the point of masochistic tendencies. She merely offered a faint smile. Xiao Jingyan was rather impressed, noting the young woman's fortitude. He took a liking to Wen Wan, exceptionally offering her 2 VIP tickets to a concert, adding, do come and listen if you have the time. Somewhat flattered, Wen Wan clutched the tickets, softly expressing her gratitude, her earlier displeasure completely dispelled. Upon returning to the car, Hua Xiaoting, hands resting on the steering wheel, turned to observe her radiant countenance, his voice slightly hoarse as he inquired, so delighted? Wen Wan presented him with the 2 concert tickets, given by Uncle Qiao. Hua Xiaoting was quite surprised, as Xiao Jingyan typically disliked socializing. Yet today, he seemed to have taken a liking to Wen Wan, not only speaking on her behalf, but also gifting her the tickets. Aware that he was still displeased about Gu Changqing, Wen Wan deliberately sought to appease him. As they waited for the traffic light, she rested her chin on his shoulder, softly pleading, would you accompany me? Hua Xiaoting turned his head, his gaze intense. You desire my company? Seeing his softened demeanor, Wen Wan tenderly embraced his arm, murmuring, besides you, who else can I turn to? Tell me, Hua Xiaoting. Her voice, a blend of softness and allure, yet tinged with a refreshing purity, caused a stirring within Hua Xiaoting. Regret washed over him. At that moment, his desire was not to antagonize Gu Changqing, but to be intimate with Wen Wan. As the light turned green, Hua shouting started the car, filling the space with a romantic melody from the stereo. Occasionally, he would gently clasp her hand. Sensing his dissipation of anger, Wen Wan relaxed, leaning against the leather seat. Her gaze fixed on his handsome profile, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Upon arriving at the apartment, Hua shouting shrugged off his coat, casually tossing it onto the sofa. Wen Wan softly announced, "I'll go change." Hua shouting cast a profound glance at her, offering no words, before beckoning Hua Mingzhu and Gu Changqing, "Please, have a seat." However, Hua Mingzhu, hand in hand with Gu Changqing, began exploring the space. Her fingers glided over the Louis II piano as she exclaimed in awe, "Brother, you're too extravagant. Was this piano air-freighted? Besides, the apartment is also different from before." Hua shouting retrieved a bottle of red wine and 4 glasses from the liquor cabinet. Deliberately pouring the wine, he fixed a teasing gaze upon Gu Changqing, remarking, "All Wen Wan's doing. Women at home with nothing to do, they like to fuss." Hua Mingzhu couldn't help but feel envious, thinking, "My brother's truly good to Wen Wan." Gu Changqing, on the other hand, appeared somewhat ill at ease. Driven by a moment's impetuousness, he arrived, yet upon entering the apartment, a sense of unease enveloped him. The air was saturated with the lingering essence of one man's life. A constant reminder that the woman who had once loved him for 4 years now shared her life with another man. He seized a wine glass, emptying it in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoting gently swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, his spirits exceptionally high. At that moment, Wen Man emerged, having changed into a set of soft, pale pink loungewear. Preparing to cook, she had gathered her hair into a ponytail, revealing a stretch of her delicate alabaster neck, which proved particularly alluring. Hua Xiaoting gazed at her for considerable time before declaring, with the air of a master of the house, "Just prepare something simple. Don't listen to Mingzhu. She's always dieting. No matter how much you make, she'll only take a couple of bites." Hua Mingzhu, still feeling remorseful over the kidnapping incident, was eager to please Wen Man. She chimed in, "Wen Man, I promise to eat everything you make." Wen Man offered a faint smile and retreated to the kitchen. Hua Xiaoting set down his glass and followed her. Closing the door behind him, he found Wen Man searching for ingredients in a refrigerator. He swiftly pinned her against the cool metal. "What's wrong?" Wen Man asked softly. Hua Xiaoting looked down at her, then lowered his head to nuzzle her neck. His voice a low, indistinct murmur. "With your makeup removed and dressed like this, you look remarkably young." His warm breath tickled her skin, causing a slight itch. She placed her hands on his shoulders, gently pushing him away. "There's a guest outside. You should keep them company." Hu Xiaoting niple le hair nose. "What guest?" "It's clearly a rival for your affections." Finding herself ensnared by his persistence, Wen Man had no choice but to embrace his neck, rising on her toes to plant a fleeting kiss on the corner of his lips. Just one. Endowed with captivating looks, Mr. Hua Xiaoting effortlessly stirred her senses, a blush painting Ms. Wen Wan's cheeks. Mr. Hua, already inflamed in the car, found his resolve crumbling in the face of her delicate allure. He clasped her slender waist, his voice a husky murmur, "Indulge me with a few more kisses." With a swift embrace, he lifted her onto the kitchen counter, his hand gently guiding the back of her head as he deepened their kiss. Mr. Hua was consumed by passion, exploring various angles, yet feeling a sense of incompleteness. It was in such moments that he resented the presence of the engaged couple in the living room. Ms. Wen, clinging to her rationality, her face flushed, urged, "You've been in here for quite some time. You should leave." Mr. Hua gazed at her, a hint of mature allure in his eyes. He inquired, "How can I possibly leave in this state?" "Tell me, Ms. Wen." Her cheeks burning, Ms. Wen softly suggested, "Simply say you're going to take a shower, and hasten your departure to avoid being seen." A playful smile danced on Mr. Hua's lips. "Are you willing to subject me to such deprivation?" Ms. Wen hesitated, her reluctance evident. She perceived his desire. As she was about to placate him, the kitchen door swung open, revealing Mr. Gu Changqing. Upon entering, he found Ms. Wen and Mr. Hua locked in an embrace, Ms. Wen's expression one of passionate abandon. Mr. Hua's no different. Chapter 100, Mr. Gu Changqing. How affectionate, elder brother and sister-in-law. Such a scene was novel to Mr. Gu. His blood ran cold. He beheld the woman who should have been his, entangled in an ardent kiss with another man in the kitchen. Had guests not been present, they might have been tempted to consummate their desires then and there. Despite the wintry chill in his heart, Gu Changqing maintained a facade of geniality, remarking, "Eldest brother and sister-in-law are truly affectionate. I'll just grab a bottle of chilled water." He retrieved 2 bottles from the refrigerator, gently swirling them. The atmosphere was rather delicate. Hua Xiaoting, with his considerable audacity, no longer concerned himself with his earlier worries. He disengaged from Wen Wan, meticulously smoothing his attire, particularly around his belt and trousers, right in front of Gu Changqing. Then, with an apologetic smile, he excused himself. "Changqing, I'm going to take a shower. Make yourself at home." With that, he generously left them to their own devices. Wen Wan knew his actions were deliberate. After his departure, she, too, felt disinclined to engage with Gu Changqing and silently resumed preparing the meal. The refrigerator door was abruptly closed. Gu Changqing, bending down, fixed his gaze intently on Wen Wan, his proximity unnerving. Wen Wan recoiled slightly. He sneered, "Wen Wan, you needn't be so afraid of me. We're family now, and we'll have to get along, won't we? He seems quite attentive to you." With that, he slammed the refrigerator shut and strode out. Wen Wan surmised that he had been experiencing some recent misfortunes, leading him to vent his frustrations on her, which she found rather tiresome. What had she prepared? Wen Wan grasped his hand, attempting to disengage. He insisted on holding her, taking some liberties in the process. Her face flushed. Wen Wan softly replied, "I made them spaghetti and pan-fried 2 servings of foie gras." Hua Xiaoting, kissing the tender flesh behind her ear, asked in a husky voice, "And what about mine?" Wen Wan turned her face slightly, leaning against his shoulder as she softly answered, "Knowing your sensitive stomach, I warmed up some fish and meat siu mai and prepared a serving of chilled jelly noodles for you." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her intently. After a moment, he gently kissed her lips. In this instant, Wen Man felt a sense of contentment. Hailing from a middle-class background, she harbored no grand ambitions from a young age, seeking merely a respectable career and a blissful family life. Despite knowing she shouldn't dwell on it, she found herself deeply enjoying her time with Hua Xiaoting. During their late-night snack, Hua Mingzhu was effusive in her praise. Not only did she devour her own portion, but she also pilfered Hua Xiaoting's jelly noodles. Her cheeks puffed out as she exclaimed, "Wen Man, I'll be back next time." Wen Man offered a gentle smile. Her relationship with Hua Xiaoting left her with no grounds to dissuade Hua Mingzhu from visiting. Hua Xiaoting, however, cast a sidelong glance at his sister, remarking, "If you eat like this every day, who will want to marry you when you get fat?" Hua Mingzhu nestled against Gu Changqing's shoulder, cooing softly, "Gu Changqing will still have me." Gu Changqing couldn't help but glance at Wen Man, who turned her head away. It wasn't because she felt stung or couldn't bear to look, but rather that there was no need to. Hua Xiaoting, seemingly oblivious to the subtle undercurrents, leaned back on the sofa, took Wen Man's hand in his, and gently toyed with it, all while engaging Gu Changqing in conversation about stocks, trends, and offering advice with a captivating smile. Wen Man couldn't help but admire his composure, as she knew she could never pull it off. In the end, it was Gu Changqing who couldn't endure any longer and bid his farewell. As he walked ahead, Gu Changqing quickened his pace. Hu Shouting, with his hands tucked into his pockets, watched his retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chapter 101. Affection by association. Wen Man had already showered and, instead of donning pajamas, had slipped into one of his black shirts. Its loose fit, combined with her long, raven hair, created a striking effect. Kneeling beside the bed, she applied lotion to her skin, her movements accentuating the alluring curves of her figure. Thornton, enfolding her from behind, took the lotion from her grasp, his hands replacing hers in the task. Leaning against him languidly, she inquired softly, "Did they leave?" A muffled affirmation rumbled from Thornton, gently brushing aside her long hair. He tended to the delicate skin of her nape, then murmured, "Is the hair color temporary? Why hasn't it washed out?" A blush rose on her cheeks. "I thought you liked it," she whispered. "I'll wash it off tomorrow." A soft chuckle escaped Thornton. With deliberate care, he completed the moisturizing, then gently reclined her, admiring her captivating beauty. Her raven hair mingled with the sheets, her face a vibrant portrait, and her slender legs a source of enthrallment. Clinging to him, her eyes sparkled with exceptional brilliance. It was well past 2 in the morning when his desire was sated. Nestled in his arms, she inhaled his captivating scent, drifting towards slumber when a sudden thought roused her. Mingzhu has my number, she murmured. What if she contacts me again? Thornton, his eyes closed in repose, responded with a dismissive tone. If she wishes to, let her. Propping herself up on one arm, she traced the sharp line of his nose with a delicate finger. Hesitating before asking, Thornton, should we inform Mingzhu about my past with? His eyes, mere slits, focused intently on her. Your history with Chongqing? He finished. A tremor of apprehension ran through her as she struggled to voice the words. Ho Shouting closed his eyes once more, drawing her closer into his embrace, gently nuzzling her hair before uttering, there is no need for that. Wen Man mulled over these words repeatedly, struggling to grasp his meaning. Later, Hu Mingzhu visited twice more. Fortunately, she came alone, seeking late-night snacks without Gu Chongqing. Hu Mingzhu, though spoiled, possessed an innocent nature. She would even present Wen Man with small gifts, claiming they would enhance their marital bond. Wen Man found herself both amused and exasperated. How did you know? She asked, accepting the coat from his hands and hanging it up. Ho Shouting pinched her cheek, exclaiming, you smell like fried food. You usually don't enjoy this. Wen Man preferred lighter fare, her delicate skin a testament to her healthy eating habits, which Ho Shouting greatly appreciated. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in for a kiss. In the vigor of youth, and given that they had only recently become a couple, their nights were often filled with passionate encounters. When Wen Man took the initiative, he assumed it was her desire. As he held her close, their lips collided in a clumsy yet fervent kiss, nearly leading them to intimacy right at the entrance. After a moment, Wen Man pulled back slightly, resting against his prominent nose, and whispered, I had some too today. It was quite delicious. Mingzhu brought an air fryer. Ho Shouting was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wen Man would bond with Mingzhu, let alone be influenced by her. He lazily swatted at her, teasing, what is there to learn? Follow this lazy girl? Wen Man replied Zolmavat sheepishly. I don't see anything wrong with it. Ho Shouting gazed at her intently for a while before leaning closer to her ear, asking, it seems you rather like Mingzhu. Teacher 1, would you say this is a case of loving the house and the crow? Chapter 102. Regretfully, I am unable to be with you this evening. A blush crept across Wen Man's cheeks. I harbor no affection for you. She softly demurred, before endeavoring to clear the remnants of their meal. However, Hu Shouting loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves. Leave it be. I shall partake in this. He was unusually amenable this evening, and Wen Man, emboldened, proceeded to fry a few more chicken wings and prepare some snacks, even uncorking a bottle of red wine. Hu Shouting, rarely indulging in such fare, found the taste agreeable. He sipped the wine, his tongue delicately savoring the bouquet, appreciating its mellowness. In matters of the heart, Wen Man was rather proactive. She embraced him from behind, leaning in to kiss him, their lips lingering in a tender embrace. After a prolonged interlude, Hu Shouting could not resist drawing her onto his lap, causing half a glass of wine to spill onto the floor. Yet, neither of them paid it any mind. Wen Man had never known she possessed such audacity, brazenly engaging in intimacy with a man in the dining room. When Hu Shouting, with eyes aflame, sought her confirmation, she hesitated slightly. Hu Shouting gently coaxed her. There are no others in the house. It is quite acceptable to be in the living room for once. Wen Man's heart raced, her face flushed. She felt as though she were succumbing to temptation. Hu Shouting softly uttered her name, Wen Man. Wen Man nestled against his shoulder, her slender arms gently encircling his waist. In the aftermath, she felt she had been too indulgent, especially upon awakening the next morning, her body aching. On the nightstand lay a single white rose, still dewed. She knew Hu Shouting had plucked it during his morning run. Wen Man was delighted. Nestled against the pristine white pillow, Wen Wan mused, which woman wouldn't succumb to the allure of a lover like Hu Shouting? Aware of the impropriety, she found herself unwilling to alter the course. After a brief repose, Wen Wan arose to freshen up and tidy the residence. The dining area was impeccably arranged. save for the garments intertwined on the living room sofa, remnants of the passionate encounter. Wen Wan suspected Hua Xiaoting had deliberately left them there. She meticulously gathered and arranged them. At midday, she dispatched a WeChat message to Hua Xiaoting, reminding him of Qiao Jingyan's concert that evening. He expressed his regrets, citing a case requiring a meeting with a client, precluding him from accompanying her. Wen Wan felt a pang of disappointment. Hua Xiaoting gently coaxed her, suggesting she invite Bai Wei, given their close bond. Bai Wei. Wen Wan sighed softly, aware that Bai Wei was in Hong Kong and unavailable. After contemplation, she resolved to invite Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng, a gifted musician and her soul student, would undoubtedly appreciate the VIP ticket to Qiao Jingyan's concert. Wen Wan dialed Jiang Sheng, who, despite her youth, harbored immense admiration for Qiao Jingyan, and responded with exuberant glee. "Thank you, Teacher Wen." Wen Wan softly instructed Jiang Sheng to wear a dress. Jiang, with precocious wisdom, replied, "I know, it's proper etiquette." Wen Wan chuckled softly, her spirits lifted. She selected a floral maxi dress, cinching it with a slender coffee-colored belt, a harmonious complement to her hair. She hailed a taxi to collect Jiang Sheng. Coincidentally, lawyer Jiang Ming was at home and greeted Wen Wan with warmth. "Wen Wan, Jiang Sheng has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. She is overjoyed." With a gentle smile, Jiang Ming personally prepared a cup of coffee for her, remarking, "With you around, I have no qualms whatsoever. I'll have the chauffeur escort you over presently." When Man acceded to his proposition, Jiang Sheng bounded down the stairs, exclaiming, "Ms. Wen." Trailing behind her was Jiang Rui, who descended the staircase with languid grace. His eyes, imbued with a hint of amorous allure, fixed upon Wen Man as he casually offered, "Father, I shall convey them instead." Jiang Ming chuckled amiably. "Very well. You may escort them." Chapter 103. Wen Man, the progeny of Qiao Jingyan. Wen Man felt a sense of unease, yet hesitated to decline in the presence of the esteemed attorney Jiang. Jiang Rui cast a glance towards Jiang Sheng, who promptly grasped Wen Man's hand, proclaiming, "Elder brother's newly acquired vehicle is remarkably imposing." Unable to refuse the endearing entreaties of the young girl, Wen Man found herself seated in the car. Addressing Jiang Rui, she expressed, "I appreciate your assistance this evening." Jiang Rui adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror. "Zuchtli observing Wen Man." Upon hearing her words, he chuckled. "Has it truly been so long that you feel the need to stand on ceremony with me, Wen Man?" Wen Man offered a demure smile, refraining from further comment. Jiang Rui's Adam's apple bobbed as he exhaled softly and ignited the engine. He maintained a taciturn demeanor throughout the journey, a departure from his previous loquacity. Wen Man surmised that his reticence stemmed from her involvement with Hua Xiaoting, rendering her hesitant to initiate conversation. Little did she know that it was Jiang Rui who had incited Hua Mingzhu to contact Hua Xiaoting when Gu Changqing had driven her into a corner. He had painted a picture of the one family's plight as utterly dire, and Hua Mingzhu, in her naivete, had relayed the gossip to Hua Xiaoting, culminating in the present circumstances. Wen Jai opinion, Wen Man has become involved with Hua Xiaoting. Jiang Rui is uncertain if he has ever experienced regret, yet he still feels something upon seeing Wen Man. She has been the object of his affection for quite some time, and how could he bear to see her uncomfortable or embarrassed? Wen Man let out a sigh of relief. She still owes Jiang Rui a debt of gratitude and truly does not wish for their relationship to become strained. She grasped Jiang Sheng's hand, saying, "All right, I will treat her to something delightful." Jiang Rui blew them a kiss and winked, saying, "Teacher Wen, you look stunning today." Wen Man's cheeks flushed. Jiang Rui is indeed. As they entered, Jiang Sheng whispered, "Brother has recently started dating someone." She gestured playfully, indicating the girl's striking figure. Wen Man affectionately ruffled her fluffy hair, finding her utterly charming. Qiao Jingyan is only performing twice in City B. The Grand Theater was filled to capacity, and it was rumored that the best VIP tickets were being resold for 150,000 each. After experiencing the concert, Wen Man felt that Qiao Jingyan was truly worthy of such admiration. She held him in high esteem. During the previous gala, there had been little opportunity for conversation, and this time was no different. As soon as the concert concluded, Qiao Jingyan was besieged by journalists, inquiring about his upcoming schedule and personal life. When asked about his romantic endeavors, Qiao Jingyan suddenly spotted Wen Man in the audience. The young woman gazed at him, her eyes filled with adoration. Qiao Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Liu Xiaoman from years past, who had once sat in his dilapidated apartment, looking at him with the same reverence. Huh? Qiao Jingyan's daughter? At that moment, a close-up of Wen Man's face appeared on the LCD screen, causing a stir among the crowd. The young woman indeed bore a resemblance to Qiao Jingyan, particularly in her eyes. Moreover, she was seated in the best VIP section, leading to an unforeseen misunderstanding. Qiao Jingyan, having weathered many storms in the entertainment industry, recognized the potential trouble this could bring to Wen Man if left unaddressed. Therefore, he personally invited her onto the stage. Holding the microphone, Qiao Jingyan looked at Wen Man with gentle affection and clarified, "I do indeed know this young lady. She is a familiar junior, and I would gladly consider her as a daughter if I could." His demeanor was refined and gracious, making it difficult for Wen Man not to feel a sense of goodwill. A sense of regret welled up within her, knowing that she might never discover the identity of her biological father. Chapter 104. An unexpected encounter with Hua Xiaoting. Jealousy ignited upon exiting the concert hall. Wen Man still carried a tinge of wistfulness. Jiang Sheng tugged at her hand, exclaiming, "Wen teacher, I'm hungry." Wen Man knew of a charming Italian restaurant just across the street and decided to take Jiang Sheng there. Jiang Sheng, only 14 years old, rarely had such opportunities and was especially delighted. As they entered the restaurant, Wen Man was taken aback to see her supposed workaholic partner, Hua Xiaoting. He was dining with a sophisticated and elegant woman. Wen Man had seen this lady before, on the occasion when she played piano at a restaurant. Hua Xiaoting had dined with her then as well. Their relationship, Wen Man couldn't help but overthink things. Hua Xiaoting had claimed he was working late tonight, but it seemed this was the nature of his overtime. On the dining table lay several documents, neatly arranged yet neglected in the corner. At this moment, Hua Xiaoting held a glass of brandy, a charming smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of contentment. The woman beside him mirrored his joy, her voice tinged with a soft allure, shouting, "I look forward to our next collaboration." Hua Xiaoting subtly furrowed his brow. The woman was the widow of a wealthy Hong Kong tycoon, whose sudden demise left behind a fortune in the billions. Hua Xiaoting had aided her in this legal matter. Their relationship was far from intimate enough for her to address him as shouting. Just as he was about to respond, he caught sight of Wen Man. Beside her sat a small child, whom he recognized as Jiang Ming's youngest daughter, Jiang Sheng. Had Wen Man and Jiang Sheng attended a concert? Perhaps lost in thought, the woman urged him again, shouting? Hua Xiaoting, maintaining his composure, nodded slightly. "Please wait." He rose and approached Wen Man's table, taking a seat beside her and softly inquiring, "What brings you here for dinner?" Wen Man perused the menu, replying softly, "I don't feel like fried chicken today. I want to try something different." Such words carried a hint of bitterness. Hua Xiaoting lightly tapped the table, offering a quiet explanation. "She's a client." Wen Man glanced over, noticing that the woman was scrutinizing her with narrowed eyes, clearly perceiving her as a rival. Wen Man was not naive. She had overheard the woman call him shouting, which implied that, beyond their professional relationship, the woman harbored certain intentions, a notion that Hua Xiaoting seemed to tacitly endorse. Otherwise, their discussions would not have ventured into such a personal setting. Hua Xiaoting obstructed her view of the menu, an unusual display of rudeness in public. Wen Man exhibited remarkable restraint as she softly uttered, "Do not frighten the child." Hua Xiaoting cast a glance at Jiang Sheng, who was gazing at him with wide eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. He then regarded Wen Man with a deeper look. Calmly, she placed her order with an air of nonchalance. The beautiful widow, her eyes brimming with emotion, inquired somewhat awkwardly, shouting, "Is this your friend?" Hua Xiaoting took a small sip of brandy, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor as he replied, "This is my wife and my daughter." The widow was taken aback. How could a man under 30, Mr. Hua, already have a wife and daughter? Moreover, the ages did not seem to align. Hua Xiaoting, wishing to avoid entanglement, decisively rejected the woman's affections. In truth, had he not encountered Wen Man, he would have approached the situation with greater subtlety, especially considering the commission of 12 billion. The woman, proud in her own right, discerned his lack of interest and proactively brought the dinner to a close, bidding farewell as she departed. Hua Xiaoting escorted her to her car, extending a hand for a brief shake. Ms. Chu, farewell. The woman leaned against the car door, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. It is truly unfortunate that a lawyer of your age is already married. Hua Xiaoting offered a slight smile, his demeanor polished as he held the car door open for her. Reluctantly, she entered the vehicle. As the door closed, Jiang Rui leaped out from the car. Chapter 105. Brother Xiaoting, you don't want her, but I do. Hua Xiaoting glanced at Jiang Rui, then reflected on the patrons within the restaurant, and suddenly comprehended everything. Jiang Rui was still thinking of a man. He lowered his gaze to light a cigarette. Here, to pick up Jiang Sheng? Jiang Rui chuckled softly, having witnessed everything. Hua Xiaoting frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Although he was scarcely older than Jiang Rui, his elevated status commanded respect, limiting Jiang Rui to a mere jest. Jiang Rui cast a glance into the restaurant. He fell silent, contenting himself with smoking. Once he had finished his cigarette, he spoke softly, shouting, I am earnest. If your intentions towards one man are not genuine, then relinquish her me. The neon lights of the city painted Jiang Rui's youthful face, casting alternating shadows and light upon it, as he declared with a conviction beyond his years, I desire her. Having spoken, Jiang Rui's atoms apple-bobbed twice. Without another glance at Hua Xiaoting, he proceeded into the restaurant. Hua Xiaoting remained standing, finishing his cigarette, a cold smile playing on his lips. That Jiang Rui. Indeed, quite the character. When he re-entered the restaurant, Jiang Rui was already seated beside Jiang Sheng, silently observing Jiang Sheng as she conversed with one man. In Jiang Rui's eyes, affection was palpable. Hua Xiaoting, being a man, felt a sense of unease at another man coveting one man in such a manner. Despite their relationship being merely physical, Hua Xiaoting took a seat next to one man. As soon as he sat down, one man detected a warm breath upon her ear, a blend of aftershave and tobacco, a distinctly masculine scent, quite agreeable. Would you care for anything more to eat? Hua Xiaoting inquired with considerable tenderness. With Jiang Rui present, there was a degree of deliberate intention in his actions. One man, no fool, recognized his intent. Jiang Rui had assisted her and was her friend. She had no desire to embarrass him publicly or to provide entertainment for onlookers. She dabbed her lips with a napkin and gently stroked Jiang Sheng's head. Jiang Sheng knows little of the adult world. She obediently and softly says, Teacher Wen, please come early. I will practice the piano diligently. Wen Wan then expresses her gratitude to Jiang Rui. With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Rui replies, Please don't mention it, as long as Jiang Sheng is happy. He affectionately pats Jiang Sheng's small head. On that little head, there still lingers the warmth from Wen Wan's fingertips, and Jiang Rui squints slightly, deriving an almost perverse pleasure from it. Hua Xiaoting glances at him before standing up, taking his coat, and heading to settle the bill. Wen Wan does not contest him, granting him due respect. Once in the car, Hua Xiaoting places both hands on the steering wheel, casually inquiring, How did you end up attending a concert with Jiang Sheng? What could you possibly discuss with a child? Wen Wan discerns his underlying implication. He simply does not wish for her to associate with Jiang Rui. Hua Xiaoting has indeed done her a considerable favor, and she feels it her duty to repay him. However, if the price of enjoying his company entails hurting a friend's feelings, then she, Wen Wan, is unwilling to pay such a cost. Her voice is gentle yet firm. Hua Xiaoting, you can dine with female clients, and I too can share a meal with my student, especially since Jiang Rui is Jiang Sheng's brother. This marks the first time Hua Xiaoting experiences her temperament. For a moment, he is taken aback. Wen Wan feels uneasy as well. Since being with Hua Xiaoting, he has treated her exceedingly well, to the point where she has forgotten their agreed-upon arrangement. She understands when he says he has to work late, yet she also realizes that such late work could easily be scheduled for another time. His sudden cancellation tonight merely reflects a lack of consideration. It underscores that she, Wen Wan, is merely a woman who accompanies him to bed. Nothing more, nothing less. A seemingly trivial matter awakened Wen Wan. It is only now that she comprehends the significance of that night, when she inquired whether he intended to inform Hua Mingzhu about her past with Gu Changqing. Hua Xiaoding had casually remarked that it was unnecessary. Indeed, it was truly unnecessary. Wen Wan felt a sense of admiration for herself throughout the entire exchange. She had maintained her composure. Hua Xiaoding listened in silence. While he found her reasoning quite valid and agreed with it, an unsettling discomfort lingered within him. After a prolonged silence, Hua Xiaoding spoke softly. Very well. I overstepped my bounds. He lightly pressed the accelerator, starting the car. The atmosphere within the vehicle was eerily quiet. Neither of them inclined to break the silence first. Upon returning to the apartment, Hua Xiaoding entered the study. In truth, he had no official business. He merely sought solitude. As he settled into the stillness, his mind was consumed by Jiang Rui's two statements. Shouting, I am serious. If you do not genuinely desire Wen Wan, then let her be with me. I want her. Hua Xiaoding indeed held a fondness for Wen Wan, yet he had never contemplated a future with her. At the age of 28, if he wished to marry, he could have easily fulfilled that desire by now. If, in the future, he were to part ways with Wen Wan, would she accept Jiang Rui? The mere thought of such a possibility filled Hua Xiaoding with discomfort, yet he found himself at a loss for an outlet. Wen Wan had already succumbed to slumber, leaving a small nightlight aglow, casting a soft, hazy light. Hua Xiaoding felt no inclination to shower. He simply lay down beside her. Wen Wan lay on her side, unresponsive. Yet he was aware that she was not asleep. So he embraced her from behind, kissing the delicate curve of her ear to tease her. Typically, Wen Wan would easily succumb to emotions, but at that moment, she felt nothing. She did not resist. Instead, she turned her body, allowing him to take the lead. She fulfilled her duty, seeking to satisfy him. Hua Xiaoding had greater needs than the average man, and nearly every night since being with Wen Wan, he sought her out. Although there had been some discord that evening, it did not hinder their intimacy. However, as he became increasingly aroused, he noticed that Wen Wan's mind was elsewhere. Her face was buried in the pillow, lost in thought, seemingly absent. What did she be pondering? Hua Xiaoding wrapped his arms around her slender shoulders, kissing her as he quietly inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Wen Wan opened her drowsy eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she softly replied, I was thinking about what to make for breakfast in the morning. Hua Xiaoding's gaze deepened, fixating on her for a considerable time. Suddenly, he rolled onto his side, paused for a brief moment, then rose and headed towards the bathroom. Just whip up something. You decide. Wen Wan gently adjusted her nightgown. A while later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Hua Xiaoding was taking a shower. He remained inside for approximately 20 minutes before emerging, his body enveloped in a chill of dampness. With the night light extinguished, Wen Wan softly closed her eyes in the darkness. She understood that he would not hold her tonight, which was rather convenient. As she drifted into a hazy slumber, Hua Xiaoding leaned close to her ear and whispered, Wen Wan, my interference in your relationship with Jiang Rui is crossing a line, and your temper with me is also crossing a line. Wen Wan opened her eyes, her expression neutral, as she quietly asked, Do you still want me? Chapter 106. Could this be construed as a Cold War? Surmised that she was genuinely incensed. He nestled close to her ear and murmured, Someone of such little consequence. Is it worth such a quarrel between us? It was late, and desired no further contention. Her demeanor softened as she gently embraced his waist, saying, I trust you. She then closed her eyes to rest, and soon her breathing became even. Found himself unable to sleep. Under the moonlight, he gazed at her delicate face, lightly grinding his teeth. Had truly fallen asleep. After such a minor dispute, she seemed disinclined to communicate or resolve the matter, as temper was not to be trifled with either. As she remained aloof, he ceased his attempts to placate her. Early morning arrived. He awoke to an empty space beside him, was not in bed. From outside, he could hear the faint sounds of domestic chores. There should be no discord between them. Once had come to this realization, he ceased to dwell on the matter. He arose, performed his ablutions, and donned his formal attire, a light gray shirt, black dress pants, and a business-style trench coat. As he fastened his wristwatch, he walked out to find setting the table. The morning light bathed her, rendering her exceptionally gentle in appearance. However, had witnessed her temper the previous night. A cornered rabbit is known to bite. Took his seat, sipping coffee and perusing the morning paper. Had prepared a Western-style breakfast for him, an egg sandwich. After taking a bite, he found the taste superior to that of any he had had outside. He stared intently at it, sat beside him, noticing his gaze fixed upon the sandwich. She asked with gentle concern, "Is it not to your liking?" Looked at her. After a moment, he offered a faint smile, remarking, "That's quite all right." Wen Wan remained silent, sipping her milk with deliberate slowness. Hawthorne noticed her drifting in a reverie once more. Without comment, he retrieved his coat and made for the door. Wen Wan fetched his shoes, displaying a solicitousness that might have flattered another man. But Hawthorne was not so easily swayed. Her very amiability hinted at a growing detachment. It seemed she now regarded him as merely a benefactor, a patron to be served. He found himself ambivalent, neither pleased nor entirely displeased. Fixing her with his gaze, he inquired with a touch of indifference, "I'm to journey to H City in a few days on business. Would you care to accompany me?" Wen Wan seemed taken aback. After a pause for reflection, she replied, "Jiangsheng has 2 lessons this week. I may not be able to rearrange my schedule." Hawthorne did not press the matter and departed. Wen Wan watched the door close behind him, wondering if this constituted a Cold War. In truth, their discord was not so extreme, nor had they engaged in any heated altercations. However, since witnessing his rendezvous with the comely client, Wen Wan found herself unable to treat him as before. Intimacy, at least, was beyond her. She was, after all, a person, not a machine. Following Hawthorne's departure, Wen Wan meticulously cleaned the apartment, rendering it spotless. Around midday, she received a call from the pawn shop. She answered promptly, "Hello, is there any news?" The manager on the other end responded apologetically, "Miss Wem, I am deeply sorry. Your necklace was acquired by an intermediary who left no contact information. We have exhausted all avenues in our attempts to locate him." Slightly disheartened, Wen Wan received a few consoling words from the manager. Stroking her phone, which had grown warm, she pondered if she was indeed destined to have a shallow bond with her parents. After the events of the previous night, Wen Wan resolved to seek employment. Hua Xiaoting could be a part of her life, but not its entirety, lest she find herself mired in a quagmire from which she could not escape when the day of separation arrived. Her resume was impressive, ensuring she could easily find a job. However, Wen Wan wanted to explore further options. Upon returning home, she discovered it was her 24th birthday. Aunt Ruan had prepared a small, 3-tiered cake, along with a table laden with dishes and longevity noodles. Wen Yin personally placed a birthday hat on her head, beaming as he said, "Fortunately, I could be here to celebrate your birthday with you. Since you were little, your father has never missed a single one of your birthdays." Aunt Ruan nudged him, cautioning him to be mindful of his words. Wen Man's eyes welled up slightly. She stepped forward to embrace both Wen Yin and Aunt Ruan. Perhaps they were not her biological parents, but they had showered her with all their love. At least for now, her father was safe. This thought lessened the grievances she had felt the previous night. During the meal, Wen Yin inquired about her recent work. Wen Man hesitated before saying, "I resigned from the music center and am preparing to find another job." Wen Boyan harbored no suspicions. Aunt Wan seemed thoughtful. After the meal, she called Wen Man into the bedroom, closing the door and cutting straight to the chase. "Did you have a disagreement with Hua Xiaoting?" Wen Man did not conceal the truth. She vaguely said, "I need to have a job." After all, she did not explicitly state it. But Aunt Ruan understood that Wen Man could not avoid being wrong by following Hua Xiaoting in such an ambiguous manner. Furthermore, Howard had not yet visited Burton, which made his intentions quite clear. His relationship with Wendy was merely a dalliance. Auntie Ruan discreetly wiped away tears. She retrieved a passbook from the safe containing $5 million, half of Burton's savings. Wendy demurred, but Auntie Ruan clasped her hand, pressing it into hers. Auntie Ruan's voice was tinged with emotion. "There was no other recourse back then. I owe you an apology. Wendy, now that you're with someone. While the Howards may have inexhaustible wealth, a woman spending another's money can be looked down upon. In your spare time, buy him clothes, shoes, and the like. Don't be too frugal, lest others underestimate you." When he was deeply saddened, Auntie Ruan continued, "I don't think you should seek employment. Rent a place and create your own music studio. With your talent, I believe you'll excel." A woman must ultimately have her own pursuits. Wendy gazed down at the passbook. After a long pause, she gently embraced Auntie Ruan. Thank you, Auntie Ruan. Auntie Ruan dabbed at her eyes and added, Howard's affair must not be disclosed to your father. His health is precarious, and he wouldn't withstand the shock. Wendy nodded. I understand. As she departed, she sensed that Auntie Ruan wept alone in the bedroom for a considerable time. Secretary Zhang was efficient. Howard stood by the expansive window, engaged in a serious phone call, apparently concerning complications with a case in H City. Upon concluding the call, he turned to Wendy and informed her that his business trip had been expedited and would last approximately a week. Originally, Wen Wan intended to discuss the music room with him, but realizing the timing was inappropriate, she softly inquired, What time is your flight? Hua Xiao's gaze was profound as he replied, 2 hours from now. Wen Wan looked up at him, understanding that he was genuinely swamped. So much so that he lacked the time for a lover's quarrel. Just as she was at a loss for words, Hua Xiao picked up his luggage and instructed Secretary Zhang. Wen Wan will take me to the airport. Huh? Wen Wan was momentarily stunned. Hua Xiao gently tapped her head, teasing, Lost your senses? If you change your mind now, I'll have Secretary Zhang book another ticket. Chapter 107. Hua Xiao, are you ill? If Wen Wan were to accompany him now, she would feel foolish. Hua Xiao observed her for a few seconds, then remained silent. In the underground parking garage, Hua Xiao had 3 cars parked. One was his usual Bentley Continental, and the other 2 were sports cars, which he rarely drove. Hua Xiao unlocked a red Ferrari and settled into the passenger seat. As soon as Wen Wan entered the car, he handed her the keys, saying, Use this for transportation from now on. It's not safe when you finish tutoring Jiangsheng so late. A car for transportation? Wen Wan gently bit her lip. I was planning to buy one myself. This car is too conspicuous and not really suitable. Hua Xiao didn't object. The card he had given Wen Wan had a monthly limit of 50 million. So purchasing a car wouldn't be an issue. Wen Wan didn't say much more and lightly pressed the accelerator. Hua Xiao, having been busy all day, lacked the energy to discuss the previous night's events with her. Since Wen Wan was driving well, he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, Wen Wan parked the car in the underground parking garage. She called to him from the side. Hua Xiao gently blinked and slowly opened his eyes. His enchanting almond-shaped eyes and deep features were strikingly handsome. Wen Wan softly inquired, Shall I escort you upstairs? She sensed his fatigue and felt a profound sense of gratitude towards him, compelling her to express her concern. You should also send me a message once you've landed. Perhaps both had softened their stances, and the atmosphere had shifted slightly. Hua Xiao's gaze fell upon her lips. Wen Wan leaned in and kissed him gently, and when she lifted her head, she spoke softly, Safe travels. Suddenly, Hua Xiao grasped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. She felt an unusual warmth emanating from him, his skin uncomfortably hot. Hua Xiao, are you unwell? He released her lips, but did not let her go, resting his forehead against hers. His voice was raspy. It seems I might be ill. Feel for yourself. Wen Wan turned her face away, feeling uneasy, and reminded him, If this drags on, you'll miss your flight. Miss me? Hua Xiao embraced her while opening the car door with one hand. Wen Wan silently pushed him away. Observing his clumsy handling of the luggage softened her heart. If you're feeling unwell, ask the flight attendant for some basic medicine. Hua Xiao gazed deeply in her eyes, understood. A surge of impulse arose within Wen Wan, wishing to accompany him to H City, concerned that he might be ill and alone. Yet, in the end, she restrained herself. Upon returning to her apartment, she couldn't help but feel a profound sense of loneliness. She pondered meticulously over the unusual Cold War between her and Hua Xiao, reflecting that their restraint was perhaps a testament to the nature of their relationship, which truly was ill-suited for quarrels. Jealousy and disputes were the domain of genuine couples, and they were not one of them. Yet, despite this, Wen Wan still found herself caring for him. She calculated the time, and 3 hours later, placed a call to Hua Xiao, inquiring about his well-being. It's nothing. I can't talk much now. There's a negotiation coming up. Wen Wan lightly acknowledged with an mm. After hanging up, she approached the Grand Louis XVI piano by the floor-to-ceiling window and gently played a piece. Her affection for Hua Xiao remained intact, impervious to the chill of their standoff. It merely taught her the art of restraint. The following morning, Wen Wan contemplated making a call, but hesitated, fearing it might disturb him. Ultimately, she decided against it. With Hua shouting absent, she turned her attention to matters concerning the music studio. She reached out to her senior, Director Li, seeking her insights. Director Li responded with a cheerful tone, "Wen Wan, let us grab a meal together." Upon arriving at the restaurant, Wen Wan discovered that Director Li was also considering venturing out on her own. Director Li shook her head in response. Wen Wan reassured her, "You will surely find a suitable opportunity." Director Li then offered Wen Wan a slice of meat. "So what do you think? Would you like to join me in this endeavor? Look at the capital we have. In due time, your salary and dividends will be substantial." After careful consideration, Wen Wan realized that collaborating with Director Li would allow for a larger-scale operation, and in terms of management, Director Li was far more astute than she. Thus, Wen Wan consented. In the end, they agreed that Wen Wan would invest $2 million, acquiring a 30% stake. Presented with such an opportunity, Wen Man was quite pleased. After the meal, she made a special call to Aunt Ruan. Upon learning it was Director Li, Aunt Ruan repeatedly affirmed, "She is dependable, quite dependable." A moment of silence ensued. Wen Man, aware of Aunt Ruan's anxieties, softly reassured her, "Aunt Ruan, I am all right. Xiao Ting treats me quite well. Besides, he is young and handsome. I'm not aggrieved at all." Aunt Ruan chuckled at her words. After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, in that regard, "Have you too?" "Wen Man, Auntie is afraid you will get hurt." Wen Man's cheeks flushed. Understanding Aunt Ruan's meaning, she vaguely replied, "Rest assured. Hua Xiao Ting is always careful." Aunt Ruan's aged face reddened, and she felt embarrassed to inquire further. Wen Man changed the subject, mentioning her intention to select a car. Aunt Ruan heartily approved. Venturing into your own career, a car is essential. Otherwise, attending to matters outside would be unseemly. She further instructed Wen Man to use the family's funds, advising against spending Hua Xiao Ting's money on such significant items to avoid accumulating excessive debt that might lead to future complications. Wen Man felt a surge of warmth upon hearing this. She softly responded, "I am mindful of it. Rest assured, Aunt Ruan." With Director Li managing the music studio, Wen Man found herself with ample leisure and decided to select a car. Considering the family's finances, she deemed a range of 300,000 to 400,000 appropriate. At the BMW dealership, with the salesperson's guidance, she ordered a 350,000 car in less than an hour. As she paid the full amount and looked up to speak to the salesperson, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Wen Man initially thought she was mistaken, but took a closer look. It was indeed Ding Cheng alongside Yao Ziyan, the very husband of Bai Wei. At that moment, Ding Cheng was clinging intimately to Yao Ziyan's arm, engaging in playful banter, evidently there to purchase a vehicle as well. When Yao Ziyan hesitated, seemingly deterred by the price, Ding Cheng promptly bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. Without delay, Yao Ziyan committed to the purchase for her, his gestures exuding a lavishness that stirred a pang of emotion within Wen Man. Bai Wei had been romantically involved with Yao Ziyan since their university days, culminating in marriage immediately after graduation. How could he be embroiled in an affair with Ding Cheng? Wen Man's thoughts were in disarray, unsure of how to convey this to Bai Wei. Ding Cheng, too, noticed Wen Man. Her countenance, previously radiant with flirtation, turned somber, and she promptly steered Yao Ziyan away, evidently wishing to prevent him from seeing Wen Man. Wen Man remained in a daze for quite some time. "Miss Wen?" the salesperson inquired with a smile. "Are there any further concerns you have?" The salesperson held her in high regard, as clients as agreeable and undemanding as she were rare, and moreover, Miss Wen possessed a striking beauty and amiable demeanor. After completing the formalities, Wen Man exited the dealership. She had arrived in Ho Shu Tin's automobile and was about to enter when a voice echoed from behind. "Wen Man, let's converse." Chapter 108. Wen Man, your sophistication is truly remarkable. Wen Man shut the car door. Her eyes, tinged with crimson, betrayed her anger as she gazed at Ding Cheng. Ding Cheng's gaze lingered on the scarlet sports car, laced with envy and derision as she remarked, "Wen Man, do you hold me in particular contempt? In truth, we are all reliant on men for sustenance. So who is truly superior?" Wen Wan scoffed. She retorted. So you believe that disrupting another's happiness is justifiable, devoid of any sense of guilt? Chuckled. Let's have a seat in the cafe. Wen Man, she proposed to Wen Man. I've been wanting to chat with you ever since our class reunion. Wen Man felt she had nothing to discuss with someone like her. However, for the sake of Bai Wei, she relented and entered the cafe, a purveyor of Kopi Luwak. Wen Man remained silent initially, fearing she might impulsively douse Ding Cheng with her coffee. Ding Cheng, on the other hand, seemed eager to unburden herself. After taking a sip of her coffee, she smiled confidently and declared, "Don't presume that Yao Zian and I only recently became involved. We were actually together back in college." Wen Man was taken aback and incensed. Ding Cheng stirred her coffee gently and raised an eyebrow. "You don't believe me? Wen Man, do you recall that Christmas social gathering when Yao Zian came to accompany Bai Wei? He was handsome, wealthy, and generous, and Bai Wei foolishly introduced him to everyone in our dorm. But that very night, I slept with Yao Zian. He was quite pleased afterward and gifted me an iPhone. Subsequently, our relationship evolved into a regular arrangement. I would sleep with Yao Zian during Bai Wei's menstrual cycle. He was quite generous with me, and he covered almost all of my tuition fees during my college years." Wen Man's blood ran cold. She could scarcely believe her ears. After a long pause, she spat out through gritted teeth. "Weren't you infatuated with Gu Chongqing back then? How could you have become entangled with Yao Zian?" Ding Cheng giggled, her body trembling with amusement. "Wen Man, you are truly naive. Does my affection for Gu Chongqing conflict with my sleeping with Yao Zian? Furthermore, I eventually managed to win over Gu Chongqing. Wen Man, wouldn't you be intrigued to hear the tale of Gu Chongqing and myself?" A seductive and provocative glint flickered in Ding Cheng's eyes. Wen Man mused that when a person descends to the depths of shamelessness, all sense of propriety vanishes. Such was perhaps Ding Cheng's forte. Wen Man's voice was glacial. "I have no desire to know." Ding Cheng was taken aback, never anticipating Wen Man's lack of interest in the narrative. As she faltered, Wen Man rose, poised apart. Ding Cheng, in a moment of panic, reached out and seized Wen Man's arm with surprising force. Wen Man frowned ever so slightly. The facade that Ding Cheng had so painstakingly maintained finally crumbled, and she spoke through gritted teeth with an accusatory tone. "You claim you don't want to know. Wen Man, in truth, you're the most callous of all. Weren't you the one who professed undying love for Gu Chongqing? Weren't you the one who schemed relentlessly to become his girlfriend? And yet, you discarded him as if he were nothing, while I still bask in the shallow glory of a few fleeting encounters. Wen Man, you claim to have loved him, but Gu Chongqing was embroiled in 2 brawls that landed him in jail and succumbed to drunken stupors for your sake. Did you ever feel a pang of emotion? Did you ever feel sympathy for him? I'll tell you, Ding Cheng, felt sorry for him." Wen Man remained unmoved by Ding Cheng's tirade. She offered a faint smile. "Ding Cheng, what you describe is not sympathy, but rather a descent into self-degradation." Ding Cheng slumped back into her seat. Wen Man placed a 100 yuan note on the coffee table and quietly left. Once inside her car, she hesitated, grappling with the dilemma of how to broach the subject with Bai Wei. Revealing the truth would be difficult, but concealing it would be a disservice. Unexpectedly, Bai Wei called that very evening. "Wen Man, could you possibly come over?" Wen Wan sat up in bed, her heart racing as she inquired, "What has happened?" Bai Wei could only weep uncontrollably, unable to articulate her distress. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wen Wan threw off the covers and declared, "Do not act rashly. I shall be there momentarily." On the other end of the line, Bai Wei's cries were heart-wrenching. Upon arriving at the villa where Bai Wei and her husband resided, Wen Wan was greeted by a chaotic scene. Ding Cheng was clad in a revealing slip, her hair disheveled like a bird's nest, and her face bore the marks of Bai Wei's desperate clawing. She appeared utterly disheveled. Bai Wei was not in a better state. Her dress had lost several buttons, and her face bore distinct handprints. A wave of sorrow washed over Wen Wan, as she surmised that it was Yao Zian who had struck her. As Bai Wei caught sight of Wen Wan, she collapsed into her embrace, sobbing, "I want a divorce." Wen Wan harbored deep resentment towards Yao Zian for his betrayal and for his aggression towards Bai Wei. However, she knew that this was not the time to stoke the flames of anger. She gently guided Bai Wei to sit down, avoiding any glance at the offending couple, and fetched ice to soothe Bai Wei's wounds. A pang of guilt pierced Wen Wan's heart. Had she informed Bai Wei sooner, perhaps she could have spared her from such domestic violence. Bai Wei, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "He struck me for the sake of a wretched woman." Clutching Wen Wan tightly, she trembled with rage. "They have been together for years. My marriage bed is surely worn from their infidelities." Wen Wan felt a profound sadness as she turned her gaze towards Yao Zian, seeking to gauge his demeanor. He was in a fit of anger. Despite his affection for Bai Wei, he found her temperament too abrasive. Unlike Ding Cheng, who always presented herself humbly and gently, providing him with a sense of comfort. Indeed, a man expects to be treated with reverence in exchange for his financial support. Bereft of remorse, Yao Zian retorted with obduracy, "Cherish the memories or depart." Bai Wei dissolved into tears upon hearing this. When Man surmised that she harbored a reluctance toward divorce, her affections for Yao Zian unwavering. When Man, striving for equanimity, addressed Yao Zian, "Considering the years of affection between you and Bai Wei, do you deem your conduct toward her today as appropriate?" Irrespective of the decision to dissolve the marriage, a man should invariably exhibit a modicum of grace. She seized upon the man's psyche, adding, "Bai Wei has lived for 24 years, and you are the sole man in her existence." Predictably, Yao Zian's demeanor softened. He approached Bai Wei, extending his hand. Still consumed by sorrow, Bai Wei recoiled. Bai Wei struck him, yet amidst the altercation, they succumbed to an embrace. When Man felt a sense of resignation, yet she honored Bai Wei's decision, emphasizing the significance of Yao Zian's subsequent conduct. The contentious couple reconciled. Ding Cheng's countenance paled. She had embarked on a do-or-die mission, deliberately allowing Bai Wei to discover her intentions, harboring a desire to force a resolution. However, Yao Zian, that scoundrel, brazenly admitted to merely toying with her affections. Ding Cheng, concealing her face, glared at Wen Man, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. Before Wen Man could utter a word, Yao Zian impatiently dismissed her, "Begone, and let us sever all ties henceforth." Wen Man regarded such an outcome with a sense of melancholy. In the ensuing days, she remained engrossed in the affairs of the music studio, precluding any opportunity to meet with Bai Wei. Nevertheless, the telephone conversations revealed that she and Yao Zian were living in a state of blissful harmony, reminiscent of their newlywed days. Wen Man refrained from passing judgment on such a marriage, musing that perhaps many women would emulate Bai Wei's decision to forgive. Engrossed in her endeavors for several days, Wen Man scarcely spared a thought for Hua Xiaoting, their interactions becoming infrequent. The lights in the apartment lobby were on, and Wen Man was taken aback, hurrying forward. He was seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone conversation, a suitcase beside him indicating his recent arrival. Hua Xiaoting's gaze deepened as he noticed Wen Man. He gestured gently towards her. Wen Man changed her shoes and sat beside him. Hua Xiaoting, still on his call, casually caressed her body with one hand while discussing business matters. His gaze remained fixed upon her countenance. Chapter 109. Hua Xiaoting, rest assured, I shall not bother you. Wen Man had not seen him for several days. Being held in his embrace at this moment evoked a certain tenderness within her. She reached out to gently touch his forehead, finding it still somewhat feverish. Wen Man softly bit her lip. How had he been caring for himself these past few days? Wen Man caressed his handsome features, mouthing the words, I'll fetch the thermometer. Hua Xiaoting, however, restrained her hand, preventing her from leaving. He swiftly concluded his call and then pressed Wen Man onto the sofa, initiating a kiss. Wen Man turned her face aside, her voice trembling slightly. Don't. You still have a fever. Hua Xiaoting nestled close to her neck, so near that he could perceive the fine downy hairs, quite endearing. He rasped, What does it matter? Perhaps it will expedite my recovery. Wie man demorit. She turned her head, her fair, slender fingers tracing his distinguished features, and softly pleaded, You are still unwell, please be obedient. Hua Xiaoting gazed down at her. After a moment, he sat up. Prepare some congee for me. I must visit the firm later. Wen man nodded. She first went to the kitchen to prepare the congee in a pressure cooker, deliberately adding lilies. Seizing the moment, she fetched the home medicine cabinet and took his temperature. Indeed, he still had a slight fever, registering at 38 degrees Celsius. Wen Wan poured a glass of warm water and retrieved a fever-reducing tablet. Normally, his shouting resisted taking medicine, but his dark eyes fixed on her, demanding, "Feed me." Since he was unwell, Wen Wan indulged him, bringing the medicine to his lips. His shouting delicately curled his tongue, leaving a moist ring as he maintained his gaze on her, causing her cheeks to flush. She coaxed him into drinking half a glass of warm water, and, satisfied that he seemed a bit more comfortable, she retreated to the kitchen to tend to the pot of lily porridge. When she returned to the dining room, she found Hua shouting seated on the sofa, smoking. Given his fragile condition, he had only taken a few puffs before succumbing to a cough. Wen Wan approached him, gently taking the cigarette from his hand and extinguishing it. Rather than expressing anger, Hua shouting leaned back on the sofa, lifting his chin slightly to indicate that she should feed him the porridge. Wen Wan found herself devoid of any irritation. She pondered who might be suitable to be his wife, capable of enduring his discerning nature. Yet, regardless of what the future held, she could not refuse the current Hua shouting. As she fed him the porridge, he was far from compliant. With patience, she managed to finish feeding him a bowl, but as soon as she set it down, he pulled her onto his lap. Hua shouting, "You are still unwell," she protested. He grasped her chin and kissed her, while his other hand stealthily advanced. Leaning close to her ear, his voice husky, he whispered, "Don't move. Focus on the sensation." Half an hour later, Wen Wan changed into a new outfit in the dressing room. Reflecting on the earlier events, her heart swelled with tenderness. This was the first instance of Hua shouting, prioritizing her pleasure over his own gratification. "Wen Man, are you ready?" His husky voice echoed from outside. Wen Man, hesitant to dwell further, hastily composed herself. Inside the elevator, she softly expressed, "You need to rest. Can't work wait until tomorrow?" Hua shouting glanced at her, replying, "I have a meeting to chair." Wen Man refrained from further persuasion, aware that it would be intrusive, annoying him, and making herself uncomfortable. Upon reaching the ground-level parking lot, Wen Man unlocked a white BMW. Hua shouting narrowed his eyes. This new vehicle was clearly a recent acquisition, yet his card to her did not reflect any substantial expenditure, implying that Wen Man had purchased the car with her own funds. Hua shouting settled into the passenger seat. He casually loosened his tie and inquired, seemingly nonchalantly, "Why didn't you use my card?" Avoiding a direct confrontation, Wen Man vaguely explained, "Father is doing better, and our family situation has improved. Aunt Wan provided me with some funds, so I bought the car." Hua, shouting, gently placed his hand on the steering wheel, preventing her from starting the car. "And what else?" Wen Man, having no intention of concealing it, decided to disclose her plans. "I intend to establish a music studio with former colleagues. Preparations are nearly complete." Having spoken, she gazed at him quietly. Despite being an independent individual, she believed that fewer disagreements would improve their relationship. Hua shouting removed his hand. Leaning back in his seat, he softly inquired, "Do you no longer plan to pursue advanced studies in England?" Wen Man was surprised by his question. She could not help but ponder for a moment before softly saying, "Lawyer Hua, rest assured, if that day comes, I will not cling to you, nor will I disrupt anything. Therefore, whether or not I go to England makes no difference." As she uttered these reassuring words, a faint blush graced her eyes. Hua shouting gazed at her in silence. Such a conversation was far from pleasant. They both understood the underlying tension. Having not seen her for several days, and having just shared a brief moment of intimacy in the apartment, he noted her gentle and meticulous care for him. To take advantage of her further would be utterly ungracious. Thus, he offered a gentle smile and remarked, "What is this? You're calling me Lawyer Hua now. I actually think it's quite commendable for a woman to pursue her own career." Wen Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Naturally, she was delighted. As she relaxed, she spoke to him about matters concerning the music studio while driving, inevitably mentioning the difficulty of finding a suitable venue. "But we will surely find the right one. Sisterly has quite an extensive network." She shared her joy with him. Hua shouting remained patient, which naturally alleviated the tension from their earlier disagreements before his business trip. As they reached their destination, Wen Wan took the initiative to suggest, "Shall I pick you up tonight?" Hua shouting chuckled softly and replied slowly, "What kind of woman picks up and drops off a man from work every day? What would people say about my reputation?" Wen Wan did not press the matter further, and reminded him to monitor his temperature. If it gets worse, I will accompany you to the hospital tomorrow. Hua Xiaoting smiled, opened the car door, and stepped out. Upon arriving at the office, his first order of business was not to convene a meeting, but rather to summon Secretary Zhang. Please check Miss Wen spinning records for me. Secretary Zhang was taken aback. Subsequently, she surmised that a conflict had arisen between Attorney Hua and Miss Wen. She promptly attended to the matter, and within 10 minutes, she presented the information to Hua Xiaoting, stating, "These are the expenditure records for Attorney Hua's supplementary card. Miss Wen has ceased utilizing this card for transactions since a week prior." Hua Xiaoting dismissed Secretary Zhang. He contemplated the statement of account in silence before reclining against the chair, refraining from spending his funds, acquiring her own vehicle, and embarking on her own career. These are the resolutions of a woman of impeccable upbringing. Hua Xiaoting harbored no doubts regarding Wen Wan's character, and he recognized her indifference to material possessions and her ease of contentment. However, he was disposed to financially support Wen Wan. Even should they part ways one day, he would compensate her, but not at present. Her current actions were not what Hua Xiaoting desired. The connection he sought was more unadulterated. After deliberation, Hua Xiaoting yielded slightly. He leaned forward and pressed the intercom. "Secretary Zhang, please come in." Chapter 110, Coaxing. In what respect are we not romantically involved? Secretary Zhang was taken aback. She jested. Attorney Hua intends to inaugurate a bubble tea shop? Hua Xiaoting leisurely sipped his coffee while reclining against the leather chair. After a brief interlude, he elucidated. It is Wen Wan who aspires to establish a music studio. Secretary Zhang, recollecting the earlier inquiry into the statement of account, discerned that the young couple had encountered a disagreement. Attorney Hua was placating her. Secretary Zhang promptly investigated and reported there is no space of 200 square meters available, but there is an office suite of 400 square meters located on Zhengdao Road, exquisitely furnished and currently vacant. Very well. Procure the keys. Mr. Hua deliberated for a moment and then added, bring me the catalogs featuring the latest seasonal attire and jewelry. Secretary Zhang was quite astonished. She had never witnessed Mr. Hua endeavoring to please a woman in such a manner. While he was always generous, this level of attentiveness was unprecedented. Secretary Zhang departed. Mr. Hua resumed, sipping his coffee. Having selected an assortment of exquisite garments and jewels, which he instructed to be delivered to the apartment on Saturday. With these arrangements concluded, he proceeded to the conference room for his meeting. Wen Wan remained awake, clad in her nightgown, seated upon the carpet before the sofa, with several reports scattered across the coffee table. I prepared a late-night snack. Would you care for some? Mr. Hua divested himself of his coat, casually tossing it over the sofa's back, and leaned in to engage in a prolonged kiss with her. After a considerable interval, he rasped, I shall shower first, and then partake. Wen Wan thoughtfully retrieved his nightclothes for him, and upon his emergence from the shower, she once more measured his temperature. Fortunately, it had subsided to 38 degrees Celsius. Consume ample water. You should feel better by tomorrow, Wen Wan said with a gentle smile. Mr. Hua relished her ministrations, finding them immensely soothing to both his body and mind. While partaking of the late-night repast, he abruptly inquired, did you extend such care to Gu Chongqing in the past as well? Wen Wan was taken aback. However, before she could respond, Mr. Hua interjected, offering a faint smile. Just a casual inquiry. Wen Wan perceived no need for circumspection and softly affirmed, when two individuals are together, mutual care is inherent. And upon separation, Wen Wan rested her chin in her hand, her slender fingers gently tracing the bridge of his nose. He is truly blessed with exceptional features. Weiman spoke candidly, stating that there was no need for further concern after a breakup. After a moment's contemplation, she added that it would be better to sever ties altogether. Wen Man surmised that this was the response Hua Xiaoting desired, and she conveyed it truthfully. However, Hua Xiaoting didn't seem particularly pleased, his brow furrowing slightly, though he remained silent. Later that night, Hua Xiaoting only kissed her briefly before they went to sleep, refraining from further intimacy. Wen Man attributed it to his exhaustion, believing that men sometimes experience moments of diminished vigor. However, her assumptions were shattered the following morning when Hua Xiaoting, despite his recent recovery, went for a morning run. Feeling compelled to rise, Wen Man began preparing breakfast. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Assuming it was Hua Xiaoting without his keys, Wen Man opened the door without hesitation. Standing outside was a woman of considerable refinement, adorned in designer clothing, accompanied by a chauffeur, and laden with an abundance of tonics. It was Hua Xiaoting's mother, Madame Hua. Upon seeing Wen Man, Madame Hua was overjoyed. She had heard from Mingzhu that Xiaoting was cohabitating with someone, but she hadn't believed it until now. Realizing that it was indeed true, and someone she even knew. In contrast to Madame Hua's elation, Wen Man appeared noticeably ill at ease. She greeted her with a polite auntie and welcomed her inside. Madame Hua instructed the chauffeur to bring in the tonics before dismissing him, fearing he might intimidate Wen Man. Settling onto the sofa, Madame Hua sipped the tea Wen Man had poured, her gaze unwavering. Indeed, she remarked, the changes here are quite significant. It seems you've been cohabitating for quite some time. Madame Hua then invited Wen Man to sit down, engaging in casual conversation before inquiring about Wen Man's zodiac sign. Wen Man realized that Madame Hua had misunderstood the situation, but she felt awkward clarifying, considering she had indeed been intimate with Madame Hua's son. Wen Wan could only whisper, "Born in the year of the rabbit." Born in the year of the rabbit? Mrs. Hua, having fervently prayed to the Western deities, felt a surge of hope. If her son, Xiao Ting, had formed such a bond with someone born in that year, perhaps marriage before the age of 30 was indeed within reach. With this conviction, Mrs. Hua treated Wen Wan with increased warmth. She surveyed the assortment of supplements in the living room and then glanced at her son. Hua Xiao Ting, maintaining his composure. "Inquire, Mom, what brings you here?" Mrs. Hua cast a gentle look at her son and replied, "I heard from Secretary Zhang that you haven't been well. I couldn't help but come over to deliver some things and check on you. I'm relieved to see you have someone taking care of you." With a playful wink, Mrs. Hua noted, "Born in the year of the rabbit." Hua Xiaoting glanced at Wen Wan, who appeared quite uncomfortable. Having finally met her prospective daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hua was reluctant to leave. She removed her Chanel coat and her $1,000,000 watch and sweetly suggested, "You and Wen Wan should go change. I'll prepare breakfast, and you can enjoy it before heading to work." Hua Xiaoting slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and stole another glance at Wen Wan, who was visibly flustered. Suddenly, he chuckled, "All right." Without delay, he led Wen Wan into the master bedroom. Once the door closed, he teased her. "My mother hasn't tea cooked in decades. Today, she's benefiting from teacher Wen S presence." Wen Wan bit her lip, and despite her naivety, she could sense the implication. "It seems she misunderstood, thinking I was your girlfriend." Hua Xiaoting wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned in to kiss her. Their lips intertwined in a lingering embrace, and as he rested his forehead against hers, he gently asked, "Aren't you?" Wen Wan tilted her head back, her eyes glistening with emotion. She murmured softly, "I know I am not." Hua Xiaoting gently pecked the corner of her lips, then, in a husky whisper, spoke to her. "I have no wife, nor any other women. We share the same bed each night, and we have engaged in intimate acts. Wen Wan, do you believe we are a couple?" He truly embodied the essence of a lawyer. Wen Wan found herself at a loss for words to counter him, her anger manifesting as a faint blush at the corners of her eyes. "I do not wish to deceive your mother." Xiaoting chuckled lightly. He gently opened the door and leaned close to Wen Wan's ear, coaxingly whispering, "Shall we tell her now that we are merely physical companions, temporarily cohabitating? And once we have enjoyed ourselves, we will simply part ways?" "Wen Wan, is that how you intend to explain it to her? You are insufferable." Just as Hua Xiaoting was about to respond, Mrs. Hua's gentle voice resonated from the living room, shouting, "Wen Wan, have you changed your clothes yet?" It was her first time as a mother-in-law, and she was utterly thrilled. She lightly knocked on the door, but before she could, it swung open. Her son, who had previously expressed reluctance towards marriage, was seen pressing the young girl against the sofa, tenderly kissing her face. Mrs. Hua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shouting truly was. Chapter 111. "Teacher Wen, you are quite mischievous." Mrs. Hua closed the door behind her. Wen Wan remained trapped beneath Hua Xiaoting's body. She pushed him away with dissatisfaction. "You did that on purpose." "Indeed. Would you like to punish me?" Hua Xiaoting's voice held a hint of allure. As Wen Wan gazed at his striking features, she too felt a stir of emotions. Nevertheless, mindful of Mrs. Hua's presence, she gently urged, "Please rise, your mother remains outside." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her with unwavering dark eyes, remaining motionless and silent. Hua Xiaoting inclined his head, bestowing a fleeting kiss upon her lips before retrieving a document folder. Wen Man sat upright. "What is this?" Hua Xiaoting arose, a smile playing upon his lips. "Open it and see." Wen Man opened it with trepidation and was utterly astonished. She looked up at him, her voice filled with disbelief. "This is your office building? You're leasing it to me?" Hua Xiaoting hummed in affirmation. He looped the towel around her slender neck, gently tugging her closer until their foreheads met in an intimate proximity, where the slightest movement would result in a kiss. Wen Man fixed her gaze upon him. In that moment, she sensed his sincerity and respect. A woman's heart is easily softened. He took a step forward, and she found herself willing to reciprocate. Her face flushed crimson when Man leaned in slightly, gently kissing him. Hua Xiaoting kept his eyes open, watching intently as Wen Man kissed him. Her technique may have lacked sophistication, but it stirred him deeply. After the kiss, he gently clasped her slender waist and whispered, "Are you appeased?" Wen Man remained silent, her eyes now reflecting tenderness. Quite alluring and quite tempting to engage in. Hua Xiaoting, mindful of his mother, refrained from any rash actions and merely rasped, "Let's not cause a stir. Shall we continue as before?" With the opportunity presented so graciously, Wen Man would appear unreasonable if she did not concede. After a moment's contemplation, she suggested, "The rent of 200,000 is insufficient. Let's make it 500,000. He refrained from arguing with her. Instead, he bestowed a kiss upon her before heading to the shower. As he opened the bathroom door, he turned to face Wen Man, broaching the subject of his mother. Wen Man responded with tender affection. "As long as Annie is happy, I'm perfectly fine with addressing her as mother, and your father as well." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her intently, chuckling softly after a moment. "One, you are truly wicked." His spirits were lifted as he showered. Upon emerging, he found Wen Man assisting his mother in arranging breakfast. Bathed in the morning light, her gentle demeanor was endearing. Hua Xiaoting discerned that his mother held a fondness for Wen Man, which further inclined him to indulge her. The breakfast proceeded harmoniously. Hua's mother subtly alluded to acquaintances who had recently welcomed granddaughters, emphasizing their adorableness. She then inquired of Wen Man, "Do you have an affinity for children?" Wen Man, in the midst of sipping her milk, choked slightly, a few droplets adorning her nose. Hua Xiaoting tenderly dabbed them away with a napkin, his gaze lingering with a hint of audacity. As she spoke of such matters, her eyes radiated tenderness. Wen Man did not dissemble. This was indeed a part of her life's aspiration. She yearned for kinship, for children of her own. Upon hearing this, Hua's mother was overjoyed, immediately placing a soft-boiled egg on Wen Man's plate, and continuing effusively, "Few young people these days are willing to have 2 children, but Man, you would make a wonderful mother." She glanced at the child's father, who was engrossed in his coffee, appearing earnest as he perused the morning paper. However, beneath the table, his foot gently brushed against Wen Man's calf. Wen Man playfully kicked him in response. Hua Xiaoting glanced at her and then set down his coffee cup, addressing his mother. Wen Wan is willing to have children, but it also depends on the cooperation of the man. Mrs. Hua was even more moved, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if she could envision several adorable grandchildren rushing toward her, calling her grandma. Their conversation flowed with enthusiasm. Wen Wan held a deep admiration for Hua Xiaoting. He possessed a remarkable ability not only in handling women, but also in managing his mother with finesse. As Wen Wan went to change her clothes, Hua Xiaoting escorted his mother downstairs. In the elevator, the two were alone, and Mrs. Hua shared her heartfelt sentiments. "Xiaoting, it brings me great joy to see you settled. Our family does not require marriage to enhance our fortunes. I only wish for your happiness. Wen Wan is a wonderful girl, and I can see she truly cares for you. Do make sure to be considerate of her. After all, you are 4 years her senior." Hua Xiaoting swallowed hard, responding with a soft Mrs. Hua then instructed him to take Wen Wan to his sister's birthday party. Hua Xiaoting acquiesced and opened the car door for his mother. Just as she was about to enter the vehicle, she turned back. Hua Xiaoting's body stiffened momentarily. He clenched and then relaxed his fingers, a faint smile gracing his lips. Don't worry, Mom. I understand. Just be careful not to let her down. Mrs. Hua expressed her concerns. With her good looks and temperament, she's like a rare gem, hard to find even with a lantern. Shouting, if you lose her, I will cry for you every day. Hua Shouting smiled gently. Only then did Mrs. Hua enter the car and depart. Hua Shouting watched the vehicle leave, delaying his return upstairs as he lingered below to smoke a few cigarettes. Hua Shouting's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. He and Xiaoan, due to their familial ties, were akin to childhood sweethearts. He cherished her beauty and fervor, always respecting her boundaries without ever overstepping them. He envisioned preserving the most exquisite moments for their wedding night. On the Qixi festival of their graduation year, he endured an 18-hour flight to England, only to witness, upon opening the apartment door, Xiaoan entwined with another man. The floor was strewn with remnants of their intimacy. Regardless of Xiaoan's tearful pleas and assurances that it would never happen again, they parted ways. Hua Shouting exited the apartment and ascended the stairs, his expression devoid of emotion as he retrieved a velvet box. Inside lay a diamond ring. He had intended to propose to Xiao on that very day, but it was no longer necessary. It was a future that would never materialize, for Xiao and any other woman. Hua Shouting no longer harbored expectations for marriage. Over the years, suitable women had come and gone, yet the thought of matrimony had not crossed his mind again. Chapter 112. Lawyer Hua, do take care of your wife. His countenance was grim, and when Wan perceived it, gently inquiring, what troubles you? Hua Shouting's dark eyes fixed upon her. Wen Wan had changed into another outfit, a dark floral long dress, complemented by a champagne-colored long coat. Her chestnut hair cascading down her back, exuding a gentle beauty. Hua Shouting beckoned her closer. Resting his head on her shoulder, he spoke softly. I called Aunt Wan and learned that your birthday was a few days ago. Shall I make it up to you this Saturday? Wen Wan was taken aback by his thoughtfulness. Hua Shouting then leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips before adding, take me to the office. Wen Wan sensed that he was preoccupied with something on his mind. She is not foolish. She suspects it pertains to the person residing in his heart. Wisely, Wen Wan refrains from inquiring further, instead embracing his neck and playfully stating, as long as you are willing, I can accompany you to work every day, dear benefactor. Hua Shouting chuckled, lazily patting her before retreating to the changing room to don a different attire. Wen Wan approached the morning dew, gently caressing it. Hua Shouting is an excellent lover, yet he is certainly not a suitable partner for a lifelong commitment. He indulges her, but he will not love her. Wen Wan is grateful for her early realization. Otherwise, she would have been utterly lost in the throes of passion, and soon enough, she would have confessed her desire to live with him forever. Wen Wan, upon emerging, Hua Shouting found her in a reverie. She gazed at his meticulously chosen outfit, offering a subtle smile. Lawyer Hua, you look exceptionally handsome today. Hua Shouting's lips curled into a smirk. On the way to his office, neither spoke until he alighted from the vehicle, murmuring, I may be a bit busy in the coming days. I understand. You are quite occupied, Wen Wan responded, ever perceptive. Hua Shouting pondered for a moment before leaning in to kiss her. Wen Wan, resting her hand on the steering wheel. Teased just a few days, and we already resemble an old married couple. Even our kisses feel so formal. Hua Shouting, initially in a foul mood, suddenly felt invigorated by her jest, as if life surged back into him. He regarded her with a light laugh. Just wait. Once I finish, I will take care of you. Wen Wan smiled softly. Yes, I will await your return. As Hua Shouting alighted from the vehicle and entered the firm, Wen Wan remained seated, contemplating the situation with quiet deliberation. It appeared to be true. Wen Wan did not dwell on it excessively. She arranged to meet with Sister Li at a CAF. Sister Li entered with considerable fanfare, removing her sunglasses and exclaiming, It's sweltering today. She promptly finished a glass of iced coffee in one gulp. How refreshing. Leaning back, Sister Li began to recount her housing woes to Wen Wan. Wen Wan slid a contract across the table. I believe this will be even more gratifying than iced coffee. Sister Li picked it up with skepticism, but upon inspection, she was astounded. Good heavens, is such a fortunate opportunity possible? A prime office space of 400 square meters, newly renovated, available for an annual rent of only 500,000. After scrutinizing the contract, Sister Li affectionately embraced Wen Wan, exclaiming, Wen Wan, You're like a mother to me. Securing this contract must have required considerable effort, no doubt. Sister Lee was unmarried, but that did not prevent her from imagining countless risky scenarios involving Wen Wan and Hua shouting. The thought alone was titillating. Wen Wan self-consciously adjusted her hair, stating it wasn't particularly difficult. He offered it willingly. Sister Lee was quite pleased. She remarked, a woman must look after herself. Following him without any clear commitment necessitates acquiring something of substance. She concluded, very well, Sister Lee is grateful to you for this matter. Being a straightforward individual, Sister Lee deliberated briefly and increased Wen Wan's equity stake to 40. Wen Wan deemed it equitable. The two enjoyed their coffee, engaging in casual conversation. Wen Wan was momentarily stunned. After a brief lapse in thought, she slowly stirred her coffee and said, Bai Wei may be unaware. Sister Lee, an outsider, could hardly articulate too much, merely offering vague remarks to brush it aside. However, Wen Wan was deeply concerned. Upon entering the car, she placed a call to Bai Wei, only to be met with Bai Wei's immediate response. Wen Wan, you must be inquiring about the trivial matters regarding Yao Zian and Ding Cheng, right? Wen Wan hesitated to speak directly, letting out a soft sigh. Bai Wei's voice was taut, even trembling slightly. At this juncture, Wen Wan found it difficult to offer counsel. Yet, as Bai Wei was her dearest friend, she could not simply stand by. She invited Bai Wei for a night of karaoke, accompanying her in drinking. Bai Wei consumed copious amounts of alcohol, alternating between laughter and tears. Wen Wan, why are we so unfortunate, both of us being cuckolded by Ding Cheng? How does she possess such prowess? If we consider her appearance and figure, she pales in comparison to us on several levels. Why do men fall for her? Wen Wan pondered and found herself agreeing. She echoed Bai Wei's sentiments. She always manages to find someone to take her in. Bai Wei, resting her head on the table, rambled incoherently. She can only deceive that scoundrel Yao Zian. You know, last time Ding Cheng was nearly beaten to a pulp at Gu Changqing's place. And she wasn't even trying to seduce Hua shouting. Look at how he doesn't even glance her way. Only that fool Yao Zian, just him. Ultimately, Bai Wei collapsed by the toilet, vomiting uncontrollably. When she regained her composure, Wen Wan gently embraced her and whispered, Bai Wei, perhaps it's time to consider divorce. Bai Wei, at the tender age of 24, possesses both youth and beauty. Yao Zian is unworthy of her lifelong devotion. Severing ties promptly, whether to pursue her ambitions or seek a new partner, would be preferable to her current predicament. Bai Wei was momentarily stunned, then murmured, I wish I could. I yearn for a divorce. But I am unwilling to accept that our years of affection are overshadowed by a harlot. A chill permeated Wen Man's heart. She contacted Yao Zian, requesting that he retrieve Bai Wei. However, Yao Zian, while polite on the phone, refused to comply. He stated, Wen Man, please refrain from interfering in our affairs. I may have strayed and indulged in other women, but is Bai Wei without fault? Which man can endure her temperament? Wen Man grew incensed. She retorted coldly, if you cannot bear it, you are free to divorce her. Then you may pursue young women as you please. Why must you choose a woman we all know to disgust us? Yao Zian, your indiscretions are your own, but we women have no desire to frequent a public lavatory. Yao Zian stared incredulously at his phone. Could this truly be Wen Man? Her temper rivaled even his wife's. Such fierce animosity. What did Hua shouting find appealing in her? Did he relish her rebukes and her disparaging remarks about men as public conveniences? Coincidentally, Hua shouting was present at the dinner. Others, mistaking the call as a wifely inquiry, jested, is Bai Wei tormenting you again? Yao Zian, inebriated, turned to Hua shouting and chuckled. Mr. Hua, it's your spouse who has labeled me a public lavatory. Perhaps you could have a word with her and instill some discipline? Chapter 113. She relies on my influence. Upon the utterance of this statement by Yao Zian, the entire private room fell into an eerie silence. Yao Zian, intoxicated, struggled with his words, yet remained obstinate. I'm merely toying with a woman. And Bai Wei dares not utter a word. By what right does the outsider Wen Wan presume to exert control? The atmosphere grew even more subdued. In this profound silence, Hua shouting offered a soft chuckle. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin and stood up, declaring, I'm leaving. Some attempted to persuade him to stay, saying, Lawyer Hua, Please don't go. Yao Zian has overindulged and offended you. How about we make him drink 3 more glasses, and we'll consider this matter settled? Hua Shouting maintained a composed smile. Looking at the now sober Yao Zian, he casually remarked, "You just questioned whose influence Wen Wan relies upon. Allow me to enlighten you. It is I, Hua Shouting. Wen Wan is under my protection. I have not even raised my voice at her. Who do you think you're to dictate terms to me?" Yao Zian felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. After Hua Shouting's words, he truly departed. Once he left, the room remained quiet for an extended period. Someone patted Yao Zian on the shoulder, saying, "Apologize to young master Hua." Zian, with all due respect, no matter how alluring the women outside may be, they are merely fleeting diversions, not worthy of genuine affection. That Ding Cheng has a poor reputation. Do not act foolishly, lest you become the subject of ridicule in our circle. Yao Zian wiped his face, fully regaining his composure. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "What is Hua Shouting's relationship with Wen Wan? Surely, it is only a fleeting dalliance?" After all, Hua Shouting was known within their circles as a workaholic, one disinterested in marriage. He found it hard to believe that Wen Wan could truly capture Hua Shouting's heart. Others chuckled, suggesting that regardless of whether Mr. Hua and Wen Wan would eventually reconcile, his attentiveness was undeniable. They remarked that they had never witnessed Mr. Hua publicly embarrassing anyone, nor had they seen him treat a woman with such consideration. Before the words were fully uttered, Yao Zian had already hastened in pursuit. Ultimately, he located Wen Wan and Bai Wei at a karaoke establishment. Hua Shouting was nowhere to be found, much to Yao Zian's vexation, realizing he had been deceived. However, having arrived, he could not abandon his wife. Yao Zian approached Bai Wei, gently patting her shoulder, and inquired why she couldn't discuss matters with him at home, lamenting the loss of face in front of friends. Bai Wei, in the midst of washing her face, stiffened upon hearing her husband's voice. Yao Zian awkwardly stated that it was merely for amusement, and that her position as the primary wife remained secure. With reddened eyes, Bai Wei slowly finished washing her hands. Wen Wan, concerned for her well-being, received a bitter smile from Bai Wei, who simply requested that Wen Wan not look down on her and to occasionally join her for meals as a form of companionship. Upon hearing this, Wen Wan felt a pang of sorrow. She wished to implore Yao Zian to treat Bai Wei better, but the words eluded her. With repeated infidelity, how could things improve? Her spirits dampened. She parked her car beneath the apartment building, hesitating before ascending. She found him seated on the sofa, watching television, as if awaiting her arrival. Wen Wan raised her eyebrows, observing him. Hua Shouting patted the space beside him, inquiring as to the cause of Wen Wan's distress. Wen Wan approached and leaned against him, appearing quite docile. In fact, heard her voice through Yao Zian's phone. He discovered that when man possessed a multifaceted nature, before him, she often appeared flustered, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Yet when confronting Yao Zian, she exhibited formidable firepower. He found this quite exhilarating. Initially, he intended to wait until Saturday to celebrate her birthday, perhaps to indulge in some intimacy then. However, his desires had intensified. He pressed Wen Man onto the sofa and kissed her. Though she initially hesitated, was well acquainted with her body and effortlessly ignited her passion. Clothes lay scattered across the floor. Wen Man's eyes sparkled with emotion, portraying a captivating allure. Relished this side of her, his enthusiasm reaching an almost feverish peak. Just as their passion surged, S phone rang incessantly, producing a persistent series of chimes. While he remained oblivious to the interruption, Wen Man struggled to concentrate, gently nudging him. "Your phone. Ignore it," he replied, deepening the kiss. The ringing ceased momentarily, only to resume stubbornly moments later. Wen Man pressed her lips against his. "You should answer it. We can continue later." Gazed at her intently for a prolonged moment before releasing her, turning to answer the call. "Uncle Chow, it's me Shouting." Yet just a few steps away. He enveloped her in his embrace, one hand wrapping around her slender waist, casually exploring her form. Unable to withstand such proximity, Wen Man fell into his arms, lowered his gaze upon her. He was already strikingly handsome, and at this moment, he exuded the charm of a mature man, exuding a captivating allure. Unable to resist, Wen Man kissed his chin, feeling the slight prick of his stubble, a tender reminder of the evening. Gazing intently at her, Mr. Hua conversed with Mr. Chiao, whose voice brimmed with elation. Shouting, Mr. Chiao exclaimed, "I've located the intermediary for the jewelry. Finding him will undoubtedly lead me to my child." Mr. Hua tenderly caressed Wen Man's lips, a faint smile gracing his features. "My felicitations, Uncle Chiao," he murmured. A sigh escaped Mr. Chiao's lips, his spirits visibly dampened. Unfortunately, the man was involved in a car accident a few days ago and remains in a coma. Shouting, "I fear he may become vegetative, in which case I may never find Xiao Man or my child." Mr. Hua inhaled deeply, while Wen Man gently nibbled on his finger, eliciting a profound gaze from him. Mr. Chiao furrowed his brow on the other end of the line. Shouting, "Is everything all right?" Mr. Hua chuckled softly. "Just a playful nip from a cat." "Uncle Xiao, rest assured, I shall enlist the aid of pertinent specialists to examine him, ensuring the man's swift recovery and the reunion of you and your wife." Speaking of which, Mr. Chiao emitted another sigh. "After all these years, I wonder if she has remarried." Shouting, "I merely desire to see her once, to ascertain her well-being." "And the child?" "I have an intuition it's a girl." Shouting, "Are you listening?" As Wen Man's advances stirred his passions, Mr. Hua struggled to maintain his composure, his breath catching in his throat. "I'm listening, Uncle Chiao." Mr. Chiao mused aloud. By now, that child would be 24 years old, of marriageable age, occupying himself with a maiden in his embrace. Mr. Hua found it particularly amusing, even sparing time to console Mr. Chiao. "Uncle Chiao, your niece is quite the beauty, so her daughter must be just as lovely. Her future is assured. Perhaps she's already married with children." Mr. Chiao was greatly relieved. He sighed softly. "I've been worried these past few days about her encountering a scoundrel. But hearing you say that, Shouting, puts my mind at ease." Shouting, "Are you listening?" Shouting. Chapter 114. Mr. Chiao prepares for DNA testing. Mr. Hua lifted his sharply chiseled features, gritting his teeth. "Uncle Chiao, I'm here." He gazed down at Ms. Wan. Her expression of utter enthrallment pleased him, and he grew even more impassioned. Faint noises emanated from the phone, quite suggestive. As a man of experience, Mr. Chiao knew immediately. He cleared his throat lightly, shouting, "It's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer." He hung up the phone. A call from an elder. He couldn't even wait to hang up before indulging himself. It's as if he consumes it 3 times a day. Unacceptable. Shouting behaving like this is absolutely unacceptable. Yet he smiled wryly in this vast sea of people. He can't even find his child. How could he even imagine her dating a Shouting? Shouting's current girlfriend is Miss Wan. They look very well matched. Meanwhile, Mr. Hua discarded his phone. He thoroughly enjoyed the entire evening. Ms. Wan conceded that she was indeed somewhat infatuated. Mr. Hua's appearance was exceptionally handsome, and his ardor in that realm was quite knowledgeable of women. It was impossible for her to remain unmoved. Hua Shouting leaned against the headboard, taking a moment to rest as he instinctively lit a cigarette. Wen Wan cherished the sight of his cheeks hollowing as he smoked, exuding an undeniable masculinity. Suddenly, Hua Shouting's phone emitted 2 soft chimes. He picked it up, casually glancing at it while continuing to smoke. Fresh from her bath, Wen Wan was applying skincare products and gently inquired, "Is there still work to attend to at this late hour?" Hua Shouting replied with a subtle smile, "Not quite. It's Uncle Chiao. He has been searching for his long-lost child, and this week he submitted DNA samples for the database. If that child has also done the same, they might just match." Wen Wan paused, contemplating the DNA database. If she were to submit her own DNA, could it lead her to her biological father? What was she thinking? Hua Shouting patted the space beside him, and when Wen Wan moved closer, he embraced her, planting a kiss on her lips. His voice, husky and alluring, inquired, "Did you like the batch of jewelry and clothing that arrived today?" Wen Wan, of course, adored them. No woman could resist the allure of jewelry. However, even without a keen understanding of their market value, she could ascertain that they were worth at least 20 million. Leaning against his shoulder, she spoke candidly, "They're too precious." Hua Shouting, "I cannot accept them. What is there to hesitate about?" Hua Shouting gently teased her, yet his eyes closed in contemplation. He mused about gifting her a 400 square meter office space in the future, and if she liked it, He could also transfer the ownership of this apartment to her name. He genuinely cherished her and was willing to invest in her happiness. Lost in his thoughts, he felt the spark reignite. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Wen Wan, let me have another chance." Ever since Hua shouting mentioned the DNA matter, Wen Wan found herself pondering it intermittently, caught in a web of indecision. Caught between the desire to act and the fear of hurting when Boyan and Aunt Ruan. When Man found herself in a quaint CAF beneath the music room, a place favored by her. Each time she visited to check on progress, she would linger there. The afternoon sun cast a languid glow, and when Man rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, a cultured voice broke the silence. "Miss One." To her surprise, when Man looked up to see Qiao Jingyan standing before her. She quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Hello, Mr. Qiao." Clad in a light-colored casual suit, he appeared remarkably approachable, wearing a gentle smile. "You are dating shouting, yet you still address me so formally?" When Man playfully pulled out a chair for him, replying, "You two call me Miss One. It is my fault. I shall call you Man." As he uttered that name, Qiao Jingyan's voice tightened slightly, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. When Man handed him the menu, smiling lightly, "My father sometimes calls me Xiaoman." "Xiaoman?" Qiao Jingyan seemed momentarily dazed. He gazed at Wen Man, her features strikingly reminiscent of a young Liu Xiaoman, and given her age, it stirred within him a flicker of hope. He subtly inquired, "Have you met both sides of Shouting's family?" Wen Man was taken aback. Although Qiao Jingyan was an elder, the topic felt rather abrupt. After a moment's consideration, she opted for a safe response. "We are still in the dating phase. It hasn't reached the point of meeting parents yet." Not having gleaned the information he sought, Qiao Jingyan's coffee arrived just then. He took a sip, smiling as he asked, "May I inquire about your parents' professions?" When Man's gaze fell upon the coffee. After a long pause, she softly spoke, "Father is an auditor. Mother passed away when I was very young. Now I have an aunt who treats me very well." As Wen Wan finished her words, she offered a faint smile towards Qiao Jingyan. Yet, the corners of her eyes glistened with unshed tears, tinged with a delicate hue of red, clearly betraying her longing for her mother. In that instant, Qiao Jingyan felt a sharp pang in his heart. He murmured softly, "She actually passed away. At such a young age, it surely cannot be my little Wan. She is so healthy. The fortune teller said she would live a long life, filled with wealth and prosperity." It took a while for Qiao Jingyan to realize he had lost his composure. Out of courtesy, he intended to inquire about Wen Wan's mother's name. But just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and, with an apologetic smile directed at Wen Wan, said, "I'm sorry, it's my daughter calling. She has arrived in B City, and I need to go pick her up at the airport." Wen Wan gently nodded. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qiao Jingyan felt a twinge of reluctance. Despite knowing it was inappropriate, he tenderly ruffled Wen Wan's hair and said kindly, "When we meet again, Uncle Qiao will treat you to something delightful." Wen Wan smiled faintly. When she smiled, her small canine teeth were revealed, making her quite adorable. Qiao Jingyan found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was truly reminiscent. Had her mother not passed away, he could have asked her more. Wen Wan shared this encounter with Hua Shouting, mentioning her meeting with Qiao Jingyan at the CAF. Hua Shouting smiled lightly. "Isn't Uncle Qiao your idol? Did you seize the opportunity to share a cup of coffee with him?" That remark was rather unseemly. When Man jested, "Aren't you my idol?" was visibly pleased. Then, when Man expressed with some regret, they only chatted briefly before he received a call from his daughter, saying she was going to the airport to pick someone up. Qiaowen's posture stiffened imperceptibly. He did not respond to Wen Man's words, but fixed his gaze on the television screen, oblivious to its content. Lately, Wen Man had been getting along swimmingly with him, was mature and accomplished, and she was willing to seek his counsel on many matters. At that moment, she couldn't help but want to discuss the DNA matter with him, to hear his perspective. However, despite Wen Man's lengthy explanation, absorbed not a single word. Was beautiful, gentle, and possessed a pleasant disposition. Beyond her professional life, she also meticulously attended to his needs. A woman such as she knew that if he so desired, he could possess her entirely, body and soul. Harbored affection for him. He was aware of it. Her eyes were always transparent, unable to conceal her feelings. However, He demurred. He did not wish to be constrained, nor did he desire to be led by a woman once more. He merely sought to relish their present relationship. He deemed it satisfactory. Chapter 115. His muse returns. Gently caressed long hair, murmuring in a husky voice, "Apologies. I have some official matters to attend to." With that, he rose and proceeded towards the study. His actions were so abrupt that couldn't help but overthink. Just now, she mentioned Xiao Jingnian's daughter, Xiaoan. A sudden chill enveloped Wen Wan. Xiaoan was the one in Hua Shouting's heart. Yet, she had met Xiao Jingnian so many times. Hua Shouting had even engaged in intimate acts with her during Xiao Jingnian's phone calls, and he had teased her about it on several occasions. But he had never once revealed to her that his past involved Xiaoan. No one had informed her. Everyone was aware, except for Wen Wan. The early autumn night carried a certain coolness. Wen Wan sat alone on the living room sofa, separated from Hua Shouting by a mere wall, yet feeling worlds apart. She had, to some extent, developed feelings for him. The roses by her pillow in the morning, that morning dew piano, and those nights of passionate entanglement. Wen Wan offered a faint smile, realizing that none of it mattered. The name Xiao and alone outweighed everything between her and Hua Shouting. Wen Wan did not presumptuously attempt to converse with him, for they were nothing to each other. Even she, in her naivety, understood Hua Shouting's attitude earlier. That monumental revelation still held an unparalleled influence over him. And Wen Wan was not one to invite humiliation. He desired solitude, and she granted him space. However, she still prepared a late-night snack for him, placing it in an insulated container on the dining table, so that he would see it whenever he chose to emerge from his study. Wen Wan quietly sat in the living room, reviewing the financial statements for the music studio, then took a shower and attended to her skincare. Her 4-year failed relationship with Gu Changqing had taught her that there was no reward in feeling sorry for a man. Late at night, Hua Shouting remained in his study. The ashtray on the wooden desk was overflowing with cigarette butts, and the room was filled with smoke. As he finished the last cigarette, he crumpled the empty pack and discarded it into the trash bin. His eyes felt slightly strained, a reminder that time was slipping away. Hua Shouting rose and strode purposefully out. The living room was dimly lit, with only a small night light left on by Wen Wan, allowing him to easily spot the late-night snack on the dining table. Upon opening it, he discovered a serving of pear stewed in rock sugar, soothing for the lungs. Hua Shouting took a seat and savored a few bites before heading into the master bedroom. Wen Wan was already asleep. He suspected she might have learned something. After taking a shower, he embraced her from behind. Wen Wan was reluctant to wake, but he was resolute in rousing her. Hua Shouting. Wen Wan sighed softly. Turning to face him, she whispered, "I'm a bit tired. I don't wish to engage." That was not his intention either. He merely wished to converse with Wen Wan. Resting his forehead against hers, he confessed, "I was involved with Xiao and for several years. She is the daughter of Uncle Xiao." Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Nestled against his heart, in a place unseen by him, she asked quietly, "Do you wish to reconcile with her?" "No." Hua Shouting's tone was somewhat frosty. "She's engaged." Wen Wan chose not to press further. She thought to herself that this half-hearted explanation was perhaps more for his own reassurance than for her benefit. He was convincing himself that his past with Xiao and was truly behind him, especially now that she was engaged. Throughout it all, from beginning to end, Wen Wan realized that she had no part in this narrative. Embracing his neck, she deliberately remarked, "That is quite good. I would T1 be the other woman." Hua Shouting felt a surge of irritation. At times, Wen Wan could be quite infuriating. Wherever he felt pain, she would poke him there. He did not retaliate. Instead, he gently caressed her chestnut locks and murmured, "Tomorrow is Mingzhu's birthday banquet. Do dress beautifully." Wen Wan offered a faint smile. She found herself almost pitying her own predicament. The following day marked the birthday of Hua Mingzhu. This might be the last birthday celebration for her within the Hua family, who cherished their daughter dearly, thus choosing to host the grand event at their residence. The Hua couple spared no expense, ensuring everything was of the finest quality. The Hua mansion was a sight to behold, adorned splendidly, with a live band, exquisite cuisine, and elegantly attired, distinguished guests. Hua Mingzhu was practically elevated to the heavens. Wen Wan selected a white silk gown, featuring an off-the-shoulder design in the front and a substantial cutout in the back. secured by slender straps adorned with pearls the size of grains. It was both beautiful and subtly provocative. Originally, Hua Xiaoting had forbidden her from wearing it, claiming the back was too revealing. However, with her long hair cascading down, it left just a hint of allure, a tantalizing glimpse that was all the more enticing. Wen Wan linked her arm with Hua Xiaoting's as they greeted various elders. He had never concealed their relationship, always presenting it with openness and pride. Mrs. Hua beamed with joy, exclaiming how their shouting finally had someone special. When others inquired about marriage, Mrs. Hua smiled modestly. Our Wen Wan is still young, being a rabbit. Let her and shouting enjoy a couple more years of romance. Her words were gracious, yet privately, she cast a wistful glance at her son, with them sharing a bed every night. How could there not be some unforeseen occurrence? Perhaps even a pregnancy? Wen Wan accompanied Hua, shouting on a tour of the venue. Her feet ached terribly, prompting her to find an excuse to rest in the small garden, seeking a moment of reprieve. Before her, a shadow emerged. Wen Wan raised her gaze, only to find Gu Changqing. He appeared much better than in previous encounters, leading Wen Wan to speculate that the crisis facing the Gu family had been resolved. Today marked the birthday of Hua Mingzhu, and she truly wished to extend her congratulations, after which they could part ways without further interaction. Gu Changqing discerned Wen Wan's aloofness. With a slight smile, he remarked, Hua Xiaoting has brought you to such a gathering. Are you not pleased? Do you believe you can marry into the Hua family? Wen Wan fixed her eyes upon him, demanding, what exactly do you wish to convey? Gu Changqing leaned in closer, a flicker of flame igniting in his gaze. With a hint of mockery gracing his lips, he continued, you are aware that Hua Xiaoting does not intend to marry, are you not? Do you comprehend his reasons for avoiding marriage? Before he could elaborate, Wen Wan's attention was drawn to a certain direction. She spoke softly, I know. Gu Changqing was taken aback, then followed her gaze. At the entrance of the Hua residence's garden, a slender figure donned a flowing crimson gown, her presence captivating. With raven black hair cascading down to her waist, exuding a fervent beauty, Hua Xiaoting, clad in a black tuxedo, locked eyes with her. In a scene of unrequited love, their longing was palpable. Wen Wan lowered her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Hua Xiaoting had declared her his morning dew. No, she was not. Qiao and was his red rose, while Wen Wan was merely a light porridge he had tasted. Nothing particularly special. Chapter 116. Wen Wan, give a try with me. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence as Wen Wan observed the bittersweet reunion of the former lovers. His gaze was intricate, a confluence of anguish, disbelief, and surprise. Whether his affection for Qiao persisted, and to what extent, remained inscrutable to Wen Wan. Yet she discerned a palpable resentment. Resentment, the antithesis of affection. He had never truly forgotten Qiao. Gu Changqing interjected sardonically from the sidelines. Wen Wan, are you not experiencing profound discomfort? Wen Wan offered a faint smile. Gu Changqing scoffed. What gratification do you derive from my derision? Ought you not be suffused with beatitude? Should you not be radiating the effulgence of a saintly figure? Gu Changqing gradually clenched his fingers. What had he gained? What felicity did he possess? He had forfeited the woman who had cherished him for 4 years, witnessing her cohabitation with another man. And all of this was of his own making. Hua Xiaoting was entirely correct. It was Gu Changqing who had delivered Wen Wan into Hua Xiaoting's embrace. It was he who had lost her. Gu Changqing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He found himself compelled to speak. Wen Wan, perhaps I could relinquish everything. Might we embark anew? Wen Wan's eyes widened abruptly. Her gaze was fraught with incredulity. How could Gu Changqing presume that they could possibly rekindle their past? He had ruthlessly trampled upon her, only to offer a perfunctory apology, and then blithely attempt to resume their former relationship? Utterly preposterous. Wen Wan's eyes grew tinged with crimson, her lips quivering slightly. She fixed her gaze upon Gu Changqing, harboring a hatred for him that she had never before experienced. Just then, the mellifluous voice of Hua Mingzhu echoed in her ears. Gu Changqing, Wen Wan. So this is where you are. This utterance also captured the attention of the former paramours. Hua Xiaoting slowly turned his head. He beheld Gu Changqing and Wen Wan standing in close proximity. Their gazes locked upon one another. Wen Wan's eyes glistened with a faint red hue, resembling the brink of tears, while Gu Changqing's gaze bore the weight of an unforgettable sorrow he struggled to conceal. Hua Xiaoting narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, a flicker of displeasure stirring within him. Xiaoan, with her seaweed-like dark hair cascading gracefully, inquired with a hint of playful teasing. A girlfriend? Hua Xiaoting offered no denial. Xiaoan stepped closer, leaning in with a gentle smile at Hua Xiaoting's ear, shouting, "It's been a long time. Over the years, I have worried that my past actions might have made you wary of women. Seeing you like this brings me joy." Hua Xiaoting maintained a composed smile. "It has indeed been a while. Furthermore, you are overthinking." Xiaoan tilted her delicate head. Beneath the sunlight, her exquisite features and vibrant red lips radiated confidence, causing Hua Xiaoting to momentarily feel that Xiao and had remained unchanged throughout the years. In stark contrast, Wen Wan possessed a markedly different disposition. She was homey and fond of cooking, her temperament stable and easy to please, yet she too took delight in adorning herself beautifully. Wen Wan was Xiaoting turned, only to find the spot where she once stood now empty. She was gone. He surmised she must have seen him, as well as Xiaoan. Hua Xiaoting lingered in a daze for a moment. Xiaoan squinted slightly, shouting, "Won't you show me around your home?" She said playfully, as if they were old friends. Attempting to link her arm with his, Hua Xiaoting deftly evaded her touch. "Xiaoan, this is inappropriate." Xiaoan's expression faltered, her voice softening, shouting, "You never used to refuse me." Holt Shaw strode towards the grand residence, his voice preceding him. "Joanne, as you said, that's all in the past." They departed. From the second floor of a small building in the corner, Gu Changqing observed with a detached gaze. He noticed Holt Shaw's distraction. The man kept staring at the spot where Wen Wan had stood. Since when had Holt Shaw become so mindful of Wen Wan? He should have discerned long ago that Holt Shaw's eyes were filled with pure masculine desire whenever he looked at Wen Wan. Men understand men best. For Holt Shaw to be so frequently aroused by a woman, what else could it be but affection? What else but possession? Gu Changqing gently closed his eyes. Holt Shaw's feelings for Wen Wan had already surpassed those for Joanne. However, he was unaware of his own emotions. Gu Changqing had no intention of informing him. None whatsoever. A birthday banquet soured by Joanne's arrival. Even Madame Holt was deeply concerned. Wen Wan offered a slight smile. It was difficult for her to explain to Madame Holt that her relationship with Holt Shaw was merely physical. Throughout the afternoon and evening, Holt Shaw barely caught sight of Wen Wan. Indeed, the Holt residence was quite expansive. With enough determination, one could always avoid someone. The night was as cool as water. Wen Wan reclined in the pavilion, a cocktail resting on the stone table. The sound of Western music drifted from the hall, beautiful and romantic. Wen Wan imagined the guests were now enjoying themselves on the dance floor. She did not indulge in self-pity. This place was never truly hers to begin with. Nor would she attempt to vie for anything, as Holt Shaw's attitude had long made it clear that her affections were inconsequential. She would find an excuse to leave later. Wen Wan, a soft call reached her ears. Wen Wan looked up and saw Jiang Rue. Jiang Rue typically dresses in a casual manner, embodying the quintessential second-generation style. However, tonight he appears remarkably formal, looking significantly more handsome than usual. He approaches Wen Wan, who is seated, necessitating that she gazes upward to meet his eyes. Jiang Rue's voice is lower than usual as he inquires, "Are you not going to dance?" "It would be such a pity to not dance when you're dressed so beautifully." Wen Wan replies with a light smile, "I think I'll pass. It's quite nice to enjoy the breeze here." Is it because of Hua Xiaoting and Xiaoan? Jiang Hui as bluntly. His candor is rare, leaving Wen Wan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Leaning closer, his nose nearly brushes against hers, and he murmurs, "Wen Wan, do you like him? So much so that you dare not appear before him, fearing the sight of your former lover dancing might hurt you? What a coward." Wen Wan's delicate neck quivers slightly. She gazes at Jiang Rue as if she is meeting him for the first time. He gently caresses her face, his voice irresistibly alluring. "Are you wondering why I'm doing this? It's because I want you to be happy. ISNT, the essence of life, to seek joy. As long as you attract enough admirers, Hua was shouting, "One T be able to hurt you. Wen Wan, give a try with me. Yes, you. You will see an entirely different Hua shouting." Chapter 117. He knows. He simply doesn't want to give. Wen Wan is taken aback by Jiang Rui's revelations. She has no interest in playing exhilarating games of love. All she desires is to be with someone she loves. Even if it is not Hua shouting, she believes that one day she will encounter that special person. Overwhelmed by Jiang Rui, Wen Wan flees. She is frightened away by him. In a gazebo, Jiang Rui set aside his frivolity, his expression impassive as he observed Wen Wan's silhouette. She had consumed a small portion of her cocktail, leaving the delicate pink drink behind, which appeared quite sweet. Jiang Rui gently grasped the glass, his fingers softly brushing against the lip print left by Wen Wan, before he slowly sipped from the glass. In their circle, there were many girls like Xiao and equally willful in nature, though each possessed a distinct beauty. Wen Wan, however, stood apart. She embodied numerous qualities absent in the other girls of their realm, and with her advantageous background, she exuded an air of sophistication that was far from petty. She was, without a doubt, the quintessential candidate for the perfect wife in their social sphere. Gu Changqing failed to appreciate her. Hua Xiaoting was preoccupied with reclaiming his youthful pride, perhaps unable to attend to Wen Wan. A flicker of fire ignited in Jiang Rui's eyes. Brother Xiaoting, if you cannot cherish a woman, then I shall cherish her for you. When Wen Wan entered the banquet hall, she was well prepared. She was indeed a fitting match, and their chemistry was palpable. Hua Xiaoting held Xiao in slender waist as she spun gracefully in his embrace. Wen Wan observed quietly, relieved that she was not deeply ensnared in her feelings. Thankfully, they were not truly engaged, for how would she have coped with such a scene? As the music concluded, both Hua Xiaoting and Xiao breathed lightly, applause resonating around them. Having grown up abroad, Xiaoan was fiery and exuberant. She publicly placed a kiss on Hua Xiaoting's cheek, exclaiming, shouting, "Our synergy remains exceptional." Hua Xiaoting, taken aback by her unexpected affection, found himself momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he felt a gaze that was distinctly different, prompting him to slowly turn his body. It is Wen Man. She stands amidst the crowd, gazing at them, unaware of how long she's been there. As cohabiting partners, he should be comforting her, soothing her emotions, or perhaps offering some kind of explanation. However, after careful consideration, Xiaoting realizes he must take into account Xiao Jingyan's feelings. And to console Wen Man in front of so many elders would be tantamount to declaring their engagement. Hua Xiaoting is reluctant to be bound. He merely gazes at her, his eyes conveying an understanding that they both share. Vaiman comprehends. How could she not? He knows she harbors feelings for him, and he is acutely aware of what she desires, a long-term, stable relationship, one-on-one. Yet, he is unwilling to provide it. At that moment, the music resumes, and the elders cheer for Hua Xiaoting to dance once more with Xiaoan. Although he initially intends to decline, Xiaoan lightly teases him. Are you afraid your girlfriend will be jealous? Or have you forgotten me, unwilling even share a dance? You think too much, Hua Xiaoting replies coldly, as he takes hold of Xiaoan's waist once again. Xiaoan dances gracefully, her eyes filled with ambition and possessiveness, which can be quite alluring. A significant temptation for men. Yet, Hua Xiaoting's thoughts drift to Wen Man, whose waist is more delicate in his grasp, especially when holding her from behind, which stirs an impulsive desire within him. However, Wen Man chooses to leave early. She politely bids farewell to Mrs. Hua, citing that she feels unwell and requests a car to take her home. Mrs. Hua is on the verge of tears, being a woman herself. She understands her son's actions are rather despicable. After all, how can he still dance with someone after all these years of separation? Disregarding a proper girlfriend to converse with a foreign woman's spouse is unseemly, as Madame Hua was unable to absent herself and unwilling to provide amusement for onlookers. She discreetly requested Hua Mingzhu to escort Wen Wan. Hua Mingzhu, incensed, chattered incessantly about Xiao during their journey, inadvertently divulging the affair between Xiao and her brother. Her delicate countenance flushed with indignation. She declared, "Given this transgression, she shall never darken the doorway of our Hua family. Rest assured, Wen Wan, My mother holds her in utter disdain. Wen Wan gazed upon Hua Mingzhu. Truly, she was an unsophisticated girl, hence Hua Shouting's indulgence towards her, shielding her from Gu Changqing's shadowy deeds. Even when Wan found herself incapable of disliking her, harboring even a modicum of affection, Wen Wan emitted a gentle sigh. In truth, she too would never cross the threshold of the Hua family. These thoughts remained unspoken. Instead, she retrieved an exquisite box from her purse and placed it in Hua Mingzhu's hands. With genuine sincerity, Wen Wan conveyed, "Mingzhu, happy birthday." Hua Mingzhu, typically carefree, was overcome with a touch of melancholy. She inquired with concern, "You're not contemplating a separation from my brother, are you?" "Separation?" Wen Wan smiled, softly replying in the negative. For between her and Hua Shouting, there could only be a cessation of their bond, never a mere parting. And Wen Wan, Hua Mingzhu curled her lips. "You've driven her away." She brandished the box in her hand, a gift from Wen Wan. Eager to behold its contents, she settled upon the sofa to unwrap the box. Hua Shouting, initially intending to depart, found himself inexplicably drawn to witness what Wen Wan had bestowed upon Mingzhu. She never mentioned that she had sent it alone. The box opened to reveal not precious jewelry, but a bright yellow talisman. Beneath it lay a roll of handwritten scriptures, which upon closer inspection were transcribed by the abbot of Lenin Temple himself. Such a precious gift must have required immense effort from Wen Wan. Hua Mingzhu's lips quivered slightly as she softly declared, "This is the best gift I have ever received." Hua Shouting reached out to gently stroke his sister's head, affirming, "Mingzhu shall surely enjoy peace year after year." With that, he took the car keys and walked toward the parking lot. After removing her makeup and soaking in a bath, she donned a black silk robe and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Rarely did she take the initiative to drink, but tonight she desired a little indulgence. As she felt the gentle warmth of the alcohol, Wen Wan contemplated an end to her relationship with Hua Shouting. She pondered extensively and devised numerous plans. Later, feeling a sense of melancholy, she sat at the piano and played Lover of the Moonlight on her morning dew. Hua Shouting opened the door to find Wen Wan poised at the piano. There were no tears, no hysterics, only a hint of sorrow woven into her melody. Yet this sorrow was remarkably restrained. Such was Wen Wan, a stark contrast to Qiaowen. The piano abruptly ceased. Chapter 118. Hua Shouting, tell me, what does it mean to play well? Wen Wan's tone was particularly calm. Are you enjoying yourself? Hua Shouting removed his jacket, carelessly tossing it onto the sofa as he approached her side. He toyed with the glass of red wine on the bar, his gaze profound. Wen Wan, who typically refrains from alcohol and leads an exceedingly disciplined life, found herself drinking, suggesting her spirits were quite low. Hua Shouting surmised that he was the cause of her discontent. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Are you angry?" After a prolonged silence, Wen Wan lifted her gaze to him and softly asked, "Hua Shouting, are you growing tired of me?" Hua Shouting, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped her implication. She wished to end their relationship. Was it because of Qiaowen? Suddenly, he scooped her up and placed her atop the piano, which emitted a low, mournful sound. Wen Wan struggled, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame as he toyed with her. Clad only in a black silk robe, her movements risked revealing her vulnerability, and her fair skin stirred a tightening in Hua Shouting's throat. He swallowed hard, leaning close to her ear, and whispered, "Are you so concerned about Qiaowen's presence? Ms. Wen, can you truly handle this?" For a moment, Wen Wan felt dazed. The delicate skin at the corner of her eye revealed faint veins beneath the surface. Yet she restrained herself. With a gentle lift of her gaze and her crimson lips slightly parted, she asked, "Hua Shouting, what does it mean to truly handle this?" Before he could respond, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her lips against his in a tender, lingering kiss, even venturing to deepen the kiss. Hua Shouting kissed Budichultid. Wen Wan had never behaved this way before. He had always relished such intimate moments with her, and now, overwhelmed by desire, he forgot their earlier dispute, surrendering himself to the kiss. The piano emitted a continuous, mournful sound. "Mr. Hua, is this what you consider being able to play the game?" Wen Wan's voice was exceptionally composed. Hua Shao raised his eyes, fixing his gaze upon her. Wen Wan offered him a smile, stating, I apologize, Mr. Hua. I overstepped my boundaries tonight. I will be more mindful in the future. She paused momentarily, then added with a hint of sarcasm. I will follow in your footsteps at all times, capable of playing the game. Hua Xiao narrowed his eyes, gently caressing her cheek. At that moment, he couldn't quite articulate his feelings. He desired her to be sensible and adhere to their agreement. Yet her obedience reminded him of her exchange with Gu Chongqing during the day, a lingering, profound connection. Was it possible she had exhausted all her emotions on Gu Chongqing, leaving only a mere fraction for him? Hua Xiao? He had even taken some pride in her affection, thinking she might be suffering. Hua Xiao offered a mirthless smile before leaning over her, assuming a possessive posture. He intended to employ all the methods he had previously hesitated to use on her that very night. Wen Wan allowed him to kiss her for a while. Her tone indifferent as she said, I have my period. What did you say? Hua Xiao, I'm menstruating. Hua Xiao ceased his actions. His handsome face slightly flushed as he looked at her, his breathing erratic, seemingly unable to restrain himself. He pulled Wen Wan into his embrace and reached out to verify her statement. Hua Xiao, you scoundrel. Hua Xiao released her. He slowly descended his body to sit on the stool, retrieving a cigarette to light it, inhaling deeply in a contemplative manner. Wen Wan adjusted her bathrobe, her body still trembling, uncertain whether it was from desire or anger. Hua Xiao, with his long fingers delicately holding the cigarette, exhaled languidly. A thin veil of smoke soon enveloped them, obscuring their faces from view. He brushed off the ash with a casual smile and remarked, Wen Wan, I'm not yet bored. I rather enjoy your body. Wen Wan offered a faint smile, thinking to herself how utterly despicable he was. All those pretentious facades he had donned were evidently ready to be torn away. This was the true Hua Xiao. Exhausted, she did not wish to entangle herself with him further and earnestly inquired, May I go to sleep now? Hua Xiao revealed a grin characteristic of a mature man. One hand still clutching the cigarette, while the other gently caressed her delicate cheek. After indulging long enough, he finally murmured, All right then. Wen Wan realized that in that brief half hour, their relationship had reached an impasse. She was not particularly concerned. A man like Hua Xiao was beyond her control. Knowing the impossibility of it all, she resolved to safeguard her heart. She would entertain him until his interest waned. As for Qiaoan, she had no reason to worry. Qiaoan was his former lover, not hers. Wen Wan slept soundly that night, aware that as long as he did not declare an end, they were far from finished. In the following days, Hua Xiao became increasingly busy. She refrained from meddling in his personal affairs, as she too had her own commitments. The preliminary work for the music studio was nearly complete, and, alongside Sister Li, she had selected an auspicious date, now merely awaiting the grand opening. Just as she settled into the car, she received a call from Bai Wei, whose hesitant tone suggested she was grappling with something unsaid. Has Yao Zian bullied you again? Wen Wan is quite concerned for her. Bai Wei immediately became agitated. Yao Zian is a despicable person. I have long since given up on him. But you, Wen Wan, why don't you choose your men more wisely? A flutter of emotions stirred within Wen Wan. She smiled gently. What is this all about? Bai Wei, unable to contain herself, spilled everything at once. Hua Xiao has had several social engagements lately, and Qiaoan has been attending them all. As if that weren't enough, Hua Xiao even went on a business trip to Hong Kong, and Qiaoan managed to accompany him. I can't make sense of it. Wen Wan, just look at the newspaper, and you'll understand. Wen Wan felt a haze of confusion envelop her. It turns out Hua Xiao had gone to Hong Kong a few days ago, and she was entirely unaware. Had their relationship deteriorated to such an extent, or were they merely too preoccupied to utter a single word of explanation? Wen Wan offered a faint smile. Bai Wei was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, Damn, Wen Wan, your level of awareness. Wen Wan managed to jest. Hua's teachings are simply exemplary. Chapter 119. Who you reunite with is your own freedom. After hanging up the phone, Wen Wan remained in a state of daze for quite some time. How could she truly remain indifferent? How could that be possible? After all, she liked him. Wen Wan composed herself and was about to start her car when Hua Xiao's call came through. Picking up the phone, her voice was as gentle as ever. Hua Xiao. On the other end of the line, Hua Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback by her soft voice. His tone was slightly hoarse as he inquired, "Where are you?" Wen Wan paused for a few seconds before responding, "All right." After hanging up the phone, she gently caressed the slightly warm device, her emotions rather complex. In truth, her current relationship with Hua Xiaoting rendered his calls to invite her to bed or request meals rather excessive. Those sweet domestic moments, akin to poison cloaked in sugar, had once lured Wen Wan to indulge willingly. Now, he pursued the ethereal light of his youth, while she, Wen Wan, remained beyond remedy. With no maid at home, Wen Wan ventured to the supermarket to procure some vegetables. After checking out, a group of young individuals at the entrance cheerfully thrust several copies of a newspaper into her hands. "Sister, take a look at the revised version of the B-City Evening News. It's brimming with scandalous gossip from the affluent circles," they exclaimed, addressing her affectionately. Unperturbed, she casually tucked the papers into her shopping bag and placed it in the trunk. The headline spoke of the rumored affair between Hua Xiaoting and Xiaoan, detailing their serendipitous encounter at a banquet in Hong Kong. The image captured at the hotel entrance showed Xiao and in a black evening gown, her delicate fingers clutching Hua Xiaoting's attire, her eyes faintly red from previous tears, yet defiantly fixed upon the man before her. Hua Xiaoting turned slightly, the lens only capturing half of his visage, but Wen Wan could discern the hatred and pity reflected in his gaze. Wen Wan lingered over the article for quite some time, blinking softly. She discarded the newspaper aside and resumed her cooking with a calm demeanor. Hua Xiaoting had a penchant for slightly tangy dishes, though his stomach was rather delicate. She prepared him a lemon fish, simmered a bone broth, and stir-fried a couple of vegetables. By the time she finished, it was nearing 7 o'clock. Just as she hesitated to call and inquire, Hua Xiaoting's call came through. His voice resonated pleasantly over the phone. Wen Wan, unperturbed, calmly replied, "If you choose to drink, please hire a designated driver." After a lengthy pause, Hua Xiaoting finally responded, "All right." Once the call ended, Wen Wan remained transfixed by the array of dishes before her for quite some time. Eventually, she slowly seated herself and dined in silence. With plenty of food still left, she decided to pack some into a container, intending to head downstairs to feed the little dog once she finished her meal. Around 10:30 in the evening, he spotted Wen Wan in the small garden beneath the apartment building, crouching under a tree to feed a little white dog. Hua Xiaoting was aware that she often descended to feed the animals, yet this was the first time he had witnessed it. The early autumn night carried a slight chill, and she had donned a baseball jacket over her shirt. The garment, belonging to him, was somewhat oversized, accentuating her petite frame. Hua Xiaoting refrained from approaching her. Instead, he stood beside his car, lighting a cigarette as he quietly observed her. He noticed how gently Wen Wan caressed the little dog and admired the flora surrounding her. Yet he did not catch a glimpse of any sorrow upon her face. After a moment, Wen Wan patted the little white dog and made her way back upstairs. Hua Xiaoting strolled over to the tree and glanced at the remnants of the meal she had prepared, lemon fish. The food that was meant for him had now found its way into the dog's belly. The little white dog, unfamiliar with him, barked furiously. Bai Wei sent a 30-second video. Wen Wan delicately tapped to open it. Inside an upscale private room, several circles of acquaintances were engaged in merriment. Among them several familiar faces to Wen Wan. Naturally, Hua Xiaoting was present, as was Xiaoan. Hua Xiaoting reclined on the sofa, smoking, his demeanor still endearing to Wen Wan. Xiaoan sat beside him, engaged in a game of poker with others. Having perhaps lost, she turned her head to exchange a few words with Hua Xiaoting. He offered a light chuckle. The video concluded, plunging the screen into darkness. Wen Wan understood that Bai Wei meant well, and she could only smile helplessly. Just as she contemplated deleting the video, the door creaked open. Hua Xiaoting appeared at the threshold, clad in a crisp white shirt and impeccably pressed gray trousers. He wore a black overcoat, mirroring the attire from the earlier video, indicating that he had indeed met Xiao in that evening. Wen Wan regarded him with calm composure. Hua Xiaoting changed his shoes and removed his coat, casting a casual glance towards the dining area. Wen Wan smiled faintly. "I've already eaten." Hua Xiaoting nodded slightly. He settled at the dining table, flipping through a newspaper while casually requesting, "Could you please prepare a bowl of noodles for me?" Just as he finished speaking, his gaze froze. The newspapers in her hands were replete with gossip about him and Xiao, and some even featuring intimate photographs taken at a hotel, exuding an ambiguous aura. He turned to Wen Wan, his brow furrowing slightly. She replied softly, "I bought the groceries from the convenience store. They just tossed them into the bag." Was shouting, set the newspaper aside. Recalling her demeanor downstairs, it was evident she had not been overly concerned. During the week, they had not interacted. She seemed to have fared quite well. Despite being embroiled in scandal with an ex-lover, was shouting felt compelled to confront Wen Wan. A derisive chuckle escaped him. "Aren't you curious to know?" His accusatory expression made Wen Wan feel distinctly uncomfortable. She lowered her gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Rest assured, Mr. Hua, I would never presume to interfere in your personal affairs. Your associations and reunions are entirely your prerogative." Hua, shouting, inclined his head, lighting a cigarette, then regarded her with an ambiguous smile. Remained indifferent. She articulated each word with precision. "Whether or not it concerns me is also my prerogative." Was shouting perceived a newfound assertiveness in. Her words were sharp, leaving no room for exploitation. His Adam's apple bobbed as he directed her to prepare a meal. Possessed a remarkable figure, maintaining an upright posture even while cooking. Her auburn hair was gathered into a bun, revealing a glimpse of her delicate nape, accentuated by her slender legs. Was shouting, having abstained for a considerable period, found himself easily aroused. As he was about to enter the kitchen, S phone, resting on the dining table, illuminated with a message from Byway. The kitchen's exhaust fan was too loud and remained oblivious. Chapter 120, Sister-in-Law. Happiness must be seized. Was shouting perused the message. Even he, as the involved party, found it difficult to elucidate, particularly given his own compromised position. It was evident that a woman pursuing a man with such persistence had clear intentions. Was shouting found the situation rather intriguing, a minor thrill for a man. However, he had no intention of rekindling their past relationship, nor did he aspire to be a third party. Did not inquire, and he did not offer an explanation. Emerged with the noodles, while Hua shouting still held her phone. The atmosphere was subtly charged. Eventually, broke the silence. Byway meant no harm. "Please don't make things difficult for her." Hua shouting placed the phone down. He let out a derisive laugh, a sound that was half mockery. "You certainly care for others, but why not for yourself?" Wen Wan retorted, "Hua shouting, do you wish for me to care or not to care?" Hua shouting's breath grew a bit more fervent. Wen Wan realized that communication was futile. She lowered her gaze and offered a self-deprecating smile. "Regardless of which it is, I can perform for you." The atmosphere was indeed stifling, so she changed the subject, saying, "You should eat your noodles first. I'll go take a shower." After only a few steps, her arm was seized with force. She turned around. Hua shouting's brow was tightly furrowed. He had lost all appetite, his grip on Wen Wan's arm unyielding. Though he himself was unsure of what he truly sought to hold on to, he did not regret his choices. What Wen Wan desired was something he was unwilling and unable to provide, for he had no intention of marrying. Did he feel heartache? Perhaps not to a significant extent. He simply found himself unaccustomed to this version of Wen Wan. This unfamiliar Wen Wan who appeared so indifferent, as if nothing mattered. Perhaps after everything, the heartache was even more profound. Wen Wan and Hua shouting remained in this suspended state. Wen Wan was indifferent, while Aunt Ruan began to grow impatient. Days passed, and Aunt Ruan called to invite Wen Wan for a shopping trip. After contemplating the call, Wen Wan deduced. Aunt Ruan, known for her frugality, must have something to say about Hua shouting, given her eagerness to buy clothes. Indeed, Aunt Ruan arrived with a bank card in hand, determined to purchase for Wen Wan, insisting that every girl must dress beautifully. Wen Wan acquiesced and allowed her to buy a few items. While sipping coffee, Wen Wan gently touched Aunt Ruan's hand, saying, "I already have plenty of clothes. There is no need to be extravagant." Aunt Ruan cast a glance at her. Wen Wan smiled gently. After sipping her coffee, she remarked, "This is a matter between them. Aunt Ruan, it is not my place to meddle." Aunt Ruan's heart ached for her. In a hushed tone, she scolded. "When he pursued you, he was always arriving in cars to take you here and there, accompanying you at the hospital, and assisting in dealing with Gu Chongqing." As she spoke, sadness overcame her. Why is it that once he has won you over, he no longer cherishes you, and the relationship has transformed into something so different? What makes you any lesser than that? Wen Wan offered Aunt Ruan a tissue. Aunt Ruan dabbed her tears and continued, "Do not blame me for speaking out of turn. I once harbored great hopes that was shouting would value you." Wen Wan gently patted the back of her hand, softly reassuring her. He made his intentions clear from the beginning. There is nothing to lament. Moreover, as for Miss Chiao, her pursuit of him is her affair. If he indulges her advances, that is his concern. Aunt Ruan, I have no grounds to reproach anyone. Perhaps what shouting did not perceive any wrongdoing. Yet, from Wen Wan's perspective, such indulgence was sufficiently ambiguous. In the future, Wen Wan was certain she would part ways with shouting. Why should she compete with an unrelated woman? She informed Aunt Ruan that she now aspired to build her career. At last, Aunt Ruan was appeased. She shifted from tears to laughter. It is good that you have come to this realization. Pursuing a career is commendable. Upon returning to her apartment, having prepared only a modest meal, a knock echoed at the door. Wen Wan found it peculiar. Who could it be at this hour? Peering through the peephole, she was astonished to see Hua Mingzhu. Hua Mingzhu entered, carrying several bags, and placed them at the entrance, saying, "Wen Wan, these are all gifts from my mother for you." Scrutinize the items. They were all quite exquisite. 2 limited edition platinum handbags, a Patek Philippe diamond watch, and various accessories. Before she could decline, Hua Mingzhu had already dashed to the dining table, helping herself to the dish without ceremony. Was speechless. Hua Mingzhu finished eating before freeing her mouth to speak, "Delicious. Make another serving later." Having spoken, she suddenly recalled her mission. "Shall we go out and have some fun?" Cleared the table, smiling faintly. "Where to?" Hua Mingzhu, rarely engaging in mischief, had an unnatural look on her beautiful face. "To a great place, just come with me." Afraid that would disagree, she deliberately said, "You left early on my birthday, so consider this a belated celebration." Was quite fond of her and agreed after a moment's thought. Hua Mingzhu ushered her to the dressing room, personally selecting a dress and jewelry for her, a light powder pink gauze gown. The waist was exquisitely tailored, exceedingly beautiful and romantic. Combined with hair color, she resembled a certain A-list actress. Hua Mingzhu was somewhat stunned, muttering, "How can my brother bear to be away?" She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment after speaking. "Do not take offense." She took her phone and paired it with nude-colored high heels. "Where are we going?" How could Hua Mingzhu dare to say? Her mother was in tears every day at home, yet unable to interfere in the young couple's affairs. She had specifically instructed her to catch her husband in the act. This was how Madame Hua had put it. "Your brother is getting on in years and is still single. He finally meets someone born in the year of the rabbit, and he's about to drive her away. Mingzhu, you cannot disregard your brother. I will attend to it. I will attend to it immediately." Upon inquiring with Jiang Rue, Hua Mingzhu sought out Wen Wan. At this moment, as Wen Wan inquired, she responded mysteriously, "It is in any case a splendid place." Hua Mingzhu arrived by car and insisted that Wen Wan ride with her. Wen Wan was simply unable to resist her enthusiasm. Half an hour later, the red sports car halted in front of the Lan Kwai Fong clubhouse. The doorman recognized Hua Mingzhu. He respectfully greeted her as Miss Hua, yet his gaze furtively glanced at Wen Wan, thinking, "Quite lovely. I have not seen her before." Hua Mingzhu, of course, noticed. She proudly declared, "My sister-in-law." Wen Wan accompanied her to the third-floor VIP suite level, asking, "Have you invited other acquaintances as well?" Hua Mingzhu paused at the entrance of suite 308. She opened the door, inviting Wen Wan inside, feeling exceedingly guilty. Indeed, there are quite a few acquaintances. Wen Wan, unsuspecting, entered in this manner. Upon entering the suite and adjusting to the light, she was taken aback. She recognized virtually everyone in the suite, namely Hua Xiaoding and Jiang Rue's circle of acquaintances. And of course, Qiao was also present. Wen Wan turned to look at Hua Mingzhu, who had already fled swiftly. "Sister-in-law, happiness must be pursued by oneself." Chapter 121. Wen Wan, address me as husband. Within the suite, silence descended. The men, who had been drinking and playing cards, all ceased their activities and gazed at Wen Wan. Qiao sat beside Hua Xiaoding, assuming the demeanor of the hostess. Wen Wan's situation was exceedingly awkward. If she claimed to be there for amusement, no one had extended an invitation to her. accusing her of catching someone in the act, while her relationship with Hua Xiaoting was non-existent. Yao Zian, still bitter from their previous disagreement, immediately targeted Wen Man, his tone laced with acrimony. What brings Miss Wen here? Perhaps she'd like to join in the revelry? Wen Man glanced at Hua Xiaoting, who was casually dressed in a black shirt and trousers, languidly smoking on the sofa. A libertine demeanor she had never witnessed before. Hua Xiaoting cast a sidelong glance at Wen Man, seemingly displeased and unwilling to intervene. Chowan suddenly leaned over and kissed Yao Zian, then said with a sardonic smile, Zian, don't tease Miss Wen. A girl like her probably can't handle this kind of amusement. One man clenched her fist, yet another person implying she was incapable of such things, echoing Hua Xiaoting's sentiment. Hua Xiaoting's gaze deepened as Yao Zian chuckled derisively, finally venting his frustration. Someone interjected, All right, let's not force One Man. Let's continue with the games. The atmosphere became lively once more, but at that moment, a soft voice cut through the noise. I can handle it. The voice was faint, almost lost in the clamor. But Hua Xiaoting heard it. It was One Man. No one dared to speak, as it was obvious that Hua Xiaoting was extremely displeased, likely because One Man had embarrassed him. In the ensuing silence, Jiang Rue chuckled and said, If One Man says she can handle it, then she can handle it. He pulled One Man to sit beside him and poured her a glass of red wine. The loser has to drink, but the winner can make a request of anyone. No limits. Hua Xiaoting's voice was low. Jiang Rue. Jiang Rue smiled brightly, responding, Brother Xiaoting, are you unable to play? Chowan has already bestowed numerous passionate kisses, yet you hesitate when it comes to Wen Wan? Hee. After all, a true sister-in-law is indeed different, protective of her territory. I see. Hua Xiaoting cast a glance at Wen Wan. He extinguished his cigarette and, rather unexpectedly, joined the fray. Let us begin. The rules were simple. It was merely a game of comparing cards. In the first round, Yao Zian emerged victorious, though he had a grudge against Wen Wan. Hua Xiaoting's ambiguous attitude made him cautious, leading him to share a deep kiss with Xiao and instead. Their fervent embrace left spectators blushing and their hearts racing. After their kiss, Chowan teasingly remarked to Hua Xiaoting, If I win, I want a deep kiss from you. Hua Xiaoting chose to ignore her. Wen Wan held the lowest card and took a sip of red wine. With her fair complexion, the half glass of wine elevated her charm, adding a touch of allure to her features. Jiang Rue, seated beside her, could hardly remain indifferent. His gaze upon Wen Wan was laden with unmistakable affection. Even the blind would sense the palpable tension in the air. Coincidentally, Jiang Rue won the next round. The private room fell silent. Damn, it was supposed to be lively. Hua Xiaoting tossed his cards aside, his penetrating gaze fixed on Wen Wan. Before she could react, Jiang Rue leaned in, hovering above her, his hands framing her head. His elegantly sculpted nose brushed gently against hers. Wen Wan gazed up at him, her long eyelashes gently lowered, her ears tipped with a rosy hue, exuding an allure that was both adorable and enticing. Jiang Rue's gaze darkened. In the corner, Gu Chongqing flicked away the ashes of his cigarette, lost in melancholy thoughts. If he were Jiang Rue, even if he were to have his leg broken by Hua Xiaoting, he would still passionately kiss Wen Wan. After 4 years of affection, he had never savored her essence. Everyone assumed Jiang Rue would be unable to resist kissing Wen Wan. Yet only Wen Wan knew that he would not. His eyes were filled with a cautious adoration. Jiang Rue's Adam's apple bobbed. He truly yearned to kiss her. Yet he refrained, leaning close to Wen Wan's ear and softly murmuring, I want to hear you call me husband. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, no one daring to utter a word. For Hua Xiaoting's expression was exceedingly grim. Jiang Rue could have simply stolen a kiss. A mere brush of lips would have been harmless. But asking Wen Wan to call him husband, was that not excessive? How would Hua Xiaoting ever share a bed with Wen Wan thereafter? Yao Zian cleared his throat. Jiang Rue, that's enough. He raised his brows meaningfully. Jiang Rue met Hua Xiaoting's gaze, a smile playing on his lips. Brother Xiaoting can handle it. Hua Xiaoting remained silent, lowering his head to light a cigarette, slowly exhaling rings of smoke. Chowan chuckled softly. Wen Wan probably desired Xiaoting's attention. How naive she was. Such trivial games in their circle were nothing, Calling someone husband in jest was the lightest of actions. Shouting would hardly care. In the end, it would be only Wen Wan who would be left feeling embarrassed. At that moment, Jiang Rui lowered his head once more, his body nearly hovering over Wen Wan's, yet never making contact. His gaze and tone were imbued with a tender quality. Wen Man, address me as husband. Wen Man, emboldened by the wine, was game for the playful challenge. She fixed her gaze intently upon Jiang Rui, her eyes locking with his, as if, for that fleeting moment, he was the sole focus of her universe. As if she and Jiang Rui were a pair of lovers deeply and irrevocably enamored. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and her voice emerged. A husky and alluring whisper, Jiang Rui, hus. Before she could utter the final syllable, her hand was seized with considerable force, drawn upwards. And in the subsequent instant, she found herself involuntarily falling into the embrace of a warm figure. Hua Xiaoting, escorting Wen Man, proceeded towards the exit. He cast a parting remark, place tonight's expenses on my tab. A hush fell over the surroundings. Jiang Rui adjusted his attire. With a shrug and a smile directed at those nearby, he quipped, I told you all, Xiaoting can't handle this sort of thing. Wen Man has departed. So how about you, Xiao, and address me as husband just once. Xiao's countenance grew ashen. She had genuinely not anticipated that Xiaoting would hold Wen Man in such high regard. Was he not deeply in love with her, Xiaon? He could bear witness to her kissing another man. So how could he be so affected by Wen Man merely addressing another as husband? Hua Xiaoting led Wen Man outside. The night breeze gradually dispelled her intoxication. She attempted to wrest her hand from his grasp. But Hua Xiaoting maintained an exceptionally firm hold. Upon reaching the parking area, he ushered her into his gold-hued Continental. Once inside the vehicle, Hua Xiaoting did not immediately start the engine. He gripped the steering wheel, his gaze directed forward. Did Mingzhu bring you here? Wen Man, already feeling aggrieved, averted her face and offered no response. Hua Xiaoting turned to face her, his eyes studying her profile. Perhaps it was merely his perception, but he felt that Wen Man grew more captivating with each passing day, each encounter presenting a different facet of her allure. He gazed at her intensely before stepping on the accelerator. Get out, he commanded. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he exited the vehicle and made his way to her side. Wen Wan understood his intentions, but she was resolute. She did not wish to comply. Chapter 122. If not him, then who? Wen Wan refused to leave the car. Sitting inside, as she tilted her head to look at him, her delicate, fair face bore an expression of grievance, especially evident in her glistening eyes. Hua Xiaoting bent down and lifted her out. Will you walk, or shall I carry you? Wen Wan, fearing embarrassment, urged him to set her down. Hua Xiaoting, I do not wish to become part of your scandal. He released her, his gaze penetrating as it traversed her face, from her cheeks to her slender shoulders, and down to her enchanting dress. After a moment of silence, he remarked, the dress is quite beautiful. Wen Wan's cheeks flushed with indignation. She felt no sense of honor. She was merely a fleeting companion to him, while Xiaoan remained the true luminary of his heart. At the hotel reception, Hua Xiaoting presented his identification along with several thousand yuan in cash. The receptionist discreetly scrutinized him as she registered his stay. A renowned figure in B City, a diamond bachelor, he was rumored to have a girlfriend observing the stunning girl beside him. It was evident she must be the one. The receptionist, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, handed him a room key. Room 3601. Wishing you a pleasant stay, Mr. Ho. Hua Xiaoting took the key from her hand, maintaining an air of composure in such a setting, executing his actions with grace. This was Wen Wan's first visit to a hotel with a man, and she felt a profound sense of discomfort throughout the experience. Once inside the elevator, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Pressed her against the wall of the elevator, grasping her chin as he kissed her. Wen Wan could not evade his advances. Every attempt to escape was thwarted by his knee pressed against her. Her body weakened. A soft chuckle escaped from. After their kiss, they both gasped for breath, particularly as delicate veins appeared at the corners of Wen Wan's brows. He gently caressed that spot. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier scene at the club, where Wen Wan had nestled in Jiang Rui's embrace, displaying a hint of emotional vulnerability. A twinge of discomfort surged within him as he pressed his forehead against hers, inquiring, "If I do not take you away, will you truly call Jiang Rui husband?" Wen Wan opened her eyes, gazing at him in a daze. After a while, she processed the implication of his words, realizing that there was no escaping today, and decided to provoke him playfully. She wrapped her arms around, leaning against his neck, her voice soft and melodic. "I would." S body tensed slightly. Wen Wan released him, leaning against the elevator wall, exhaling gently. "If not him, should I call you?" It was undeniably a taunt, yet found himself ignited by her words. Many women desired to share his bed, yet he seldom felt inclined. However, Wen Wan was different, despite their numerous encounters. Each time she gazed at him with those glistening eyes, he could hardly contain himself. This sensation was something that Xiao and could never provide. Though Xiaoan was beautiful, her allure bore an aggressive undertone, coupled with their past grievances, thus had never fantasized about her, nor felt any impulse towards her. In contrast, Wen Wan's beauty was gentle and graceful, evoking a deep yearning for embrace. The elevator, being a public space, compelled to exercise considerable restraint. He merely caressed her face, his slender eyes fixed upon her as if to scrutinize her very being. Despite his restraint, the confines of the elevator seemed to ignite with fervent passion. With a soft chime, the elevator doors parted. Grasping his hand, swiped open the suite door. He carried to the panoramic window, illuminating her with only a dim night light, admiring her in the subdued twilight. After a protracted silence, he cradled her face and kissed her deeply. As their passions escalated, abruptly turned away, struggling against him. She felt a profound sense of grievance. What was this charade? He dallied with his cherished ideal, yet sought her out merely to satiate his physical desires. Kissed her jawline, his voice raspy. "What troubles you? Were you not just reveling in each other's embrace?" Leaned her head against the cool glass. Her voice fragmented. "I did not seek you out this evening. I am aware. But what does it signify? Do you not desire this?" Your body betrays your desires, possessed an overbearing dominance in such matters, against which could not prevail. In the throes of passion, he could not help but reflect upon its admiration for her, and its lingering affections, which inevitably led him to be more forceful than usual. Resisted, but persisted with vigor, an impulsiveness he had never before experienced. In the aftermath, felt discomfort and overwhelming fatigue. Yet, despite her weariness, she sat up in bed after a long while. You took no precautions, raised his hand to shield his eyes, pulling her into his embrace with the other. Just this once. Besides, you're in a safe period. Wen Wan remained resolute. In the darkness, she softly inquired, "What if I become pregnant? Would you allow me to keep the child?" Her voice carried a tremor, while shouting, "I will not terminate the pregnancy. If I conceive, I will bear the child, regardless of his desires." The night deepened. Hua Shouting was indeed weary and longed for slumber. It had been some time since he had been intimate with her, and tonight he had indulged himself. Yet, with Wen Wan so adamant against sleep, he found it impossible to recline. The bedroom lights flickered to life. He rose to dress. "I will go to the pharmacy." Wen Wan sat up alongside him, biting her lip gently. "Also, please purchase an external ointment. I am feeling rather uncomfortable." Hua Shouting's gaze turned profound. Wen Wan averted her eyes. "It hurts a bit." Hua Shouting descended from the bed, fastening his shirt buttons and adjusting his trousers. He departed for approximately 20 minutes, returning with a small box of medicine and a tube of ointment, both of them feeling a tinge of awkwardness as he handed them to her. He had never bought such items for a woman before. Wen Wan had neither taken nor applied ointment. She sat on the bed, perusing the instructions, and once she comprehended, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the bedside, unscrewed the cap, and swallowed the medication with a sip. Hua Shouting observed her from the bedside. Wen Wan appeared remarkably calm, devoid of the hysterics typically portrayed by female protagonists in dramas upon taking emergency contraception. Curiosity prompted him to ask, "Does this medication terminate my—" Wen Wan glanced at him, a hint of surprise in her expression. What was he conflicted about? She chose not to respond. She descended from the bed clad in her bathrobe, preparing to apply some medicine in the bathroom. However, Hua Shouting intercepted her, his handsome face tinged with a hint of concern. "Just do it here. I shall assist you." Wen Wan, of course, refused. Their relationship had not yet reached such an intimate threshold. Hua Xiaoting, after tidying up a bit, embraced her from behind. Wen Wan, feeling fatigued, made no effort to break free. As dawn approached, Hua Xiaoting felt a surge of heat emanating from her. A gentle touch revealed that her body was quite warm, likely indicating a fever. Possessing a modicum of common sense, he surmised that this was a consequence of his actions, and thus lightly tapped her cheek. "You have a fever. I will take you to the hospital." Wen Wan, slightly dazed from her fever, opened her eyes. Her gaze, glistening with moisture, regarded him, fragile as a pitiful little creature. Hua Xiaoting felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Chapter 123. Xiaoting. Are you being serious? Wen Wan lay on a pristine white pillow. Perhaps due to her illness, she appeared considerably softer, her tone laced with a hint of delicacy. "I do not wish to go to the hospital." The thought of seeking medical attention for such matters was too embarrassing for her to bear. Hua Xiaoting gently caressed her cheek, retrieving his phone from the bedside table to make a call. "Secretary Zhang, please find a doctor to come over." "Yes. Room 3601 at the XX Hotel." "It is not for me. Wen Wan is unwell." On the other end, Secretary Zhang gaped in disbelief, momentarily at a loss. Why leave the comfort of home to stay in a hotel? Hua lawyer truly knows how to indulge. As a seasoned professional, Secretary Zhang promptly contacted a reliable family doctor and personally escorted him to the location. Upon arriving at the hotel, Mr. Hua unlocked the suite. Before the old gentleman could utter a word, Mr. Hua furrowed his brow. "Why a male physician?" Secretary Zhang responded. "Are doctors categorized by gender?" Mr. Hua prevented them from entering and instructed Secretary Zhang, "Procure a female physician, one with extensive experience, and whose discretion is beyond reproach." He perceived that Miss Wen held her reputation in high regard. Secretary Zhang, being particularly astute, promptly arranged for a distinguished director of gynecology from B City to attend. The director proved to be quite competent, prescribing oral medication instead of intravenous therapy. By midday, Miss Wen's fever had subsided, though she remained considerably weakened and inclined to sleep. Secretary Zhang remained to tidy up the hotel suite, inwardly marveling at the scene. Mr. Hua was in the bedroom. He sat on the sofa, attending to some matters on his mobile phone, then approached Miss Wen to feel her hand. Her fingers were delicate and soft, indicative of someone unaccustomed to housework. However, since moving into his apartment, she had undertaken all the household chores without complaint after he gave the housekeeper leave. Mr. Hua was suddenly reminded of their initial days of cohabitation. Those times were, in fact, quite delightful. Back then, Miss Wen would blush whenever he looked at her. He had always been aware of her affection for him, but now she rarely blushed in his presence. Conversely, when Jiang Rue had her call him husband the previous night, her face had displayed a slight flush, a familiar sign of shyness. The mere thought of it was almost unbearable for Mr. Hua. Secretary Zhang summoned the doctor once more, who attributed her condition to the after effect of the emergency contraceptive pill. However, seeing Miss Wen ill, he felt a pang of remorse. He approached and gently caressed her cheek. "I won't have you take that again in the future." Warmed by mortification, Wen Man averted her gaze. However, Xiao Ting inclined his head and tenderly kissed her, a kiss that lingered for quite some time, until a delicate blush graced her cheeks, at which point he released her. Wen Man lifted her head, her eyes glistening with a watery sheen. She murmured, "Hua Xiaoting. In truth, you ought to have had your fill of dalliances by now." Indeed, a tacit understanding existed between them. Hua Xiaoting remained silent, merely gazing intently at her. He had not had his fill. How could he have? Thus far, his sole desire was to share her bed. The silence in the air was fraught with awkwardness. Wen Man had no desire to entreat him, and she choked back tears as she said, "I shall no longer accompany you to hotels." Hua Xiaoting's Adam's apple bobbed. He once again recalled the frenzy of the previous night. Just as the atmosphere had reached a standstill, his phone rang. It was a childhood friend calling. Hua Xiaoting activated the speakerphone. "Jing Chun, what is it?" From the other end, the man called Jing Chun chuckled indolently. "Xiaoting, why not come out and enjoy yourself tonight? I am well aware of your temperament. A few days of indifference should suffice. Do not overdo it." Hua Xiaoting offered no rebuttal. He cast a sardonic glance at Wen Man, incensed to the point that a faint blush crept up her neck, seized a pillow and hurled it at him. To hell with your jealousy. Hua Xiaoting. You are free to frolic with whomever you please. It is of no consequence to me. Hua Xiaoting said with a faint smile. It was Jing Chun who said it, not I. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have lost his tongue. After a considerable pause, he adopted a different tone and said, Where is the sister-in-law? Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. The childhood friend called Jing Chun was certain that Hua Xiaoting would come, and Wen Man dared not interfere. Within their circle, no woman under their care had ever dared to take charge. They were all quite docile and compliant. As for the occasional few with a temper, they would go wherever they pleased. However, Hua Xiaoting merely replied with indifference, Not going. It's rather dull. The other person was taken aback. Shouting, I came here with a mission. Hua Xiaoting responded bluntly, Wen Wan is unwell, and I am taking care of her at home. The individual was utterly astonished. It had always been they who were attended to by women. How could Shouting be the one caring for a woman? After all, he was not a doctor. Was he? Jing Chen's tone grew somewhat grave. Shouting, are you serious? Hua Xiaoting, in deference to Wen Wan, smiled lightly and hung up the phone. He turned to Wen Wan, a charming smile gracing his lips. Teacher Wen, are you satisfied now? Wen Wan had no desire to respond to him, yet his consideration and thoughtfulness eased their relationship somewhat. Over the weekend, Hua Xiaoting devoted himself entirely to caring for her or working in his study, even descending to feed the little white dog. Despite Wen Wan's fragile condition, he refrained from any intimate advances but often sought to kiss her at times. When he brought her to a state of delightful confusion, he would chuckle softly. Whether she felt a flutter in her heart or not was of no concern to Hua Xiaoting. After 2 days of recuperation, Wen Wan felt significantly better and suddenly craved a cup of coffee. As she was in the midst of brewing it, the doorbell rang. Hua Xiaoting was in the study, so Wen Wan went to answer the door, assuming it was Hua Mingzhu. Upon opening the door, she was momentarily stunned to find Xiao and standing there. Her beautiful face adorned with a smile, quite unlike the malicious demeanor from that evening. Ms. Wen did not dare to underestimate the significance of this former flame. She did not object to their meeting. Instead, she stepped aside to welcome Ms. Xiao and then approached the study door to inform Mr. Hua. Ms. Xiao has arrived. Would you care to see her? Chapter 124. Hua Xiaoting, I confess. Mr. Hua seemed taken aback. Xiaoan? Ms. Wen nodded in affirmation, her demeanor impeccable. Ultimately, Mr. Hua resumed reviewing his documents, stating with a nonchalant air, have her come to the study. As Ms. Wen turned away, he fixed his gaze upon her retreating figure. In the living room, Ms. Xiao was acquainting herself with the opulent apartment. Her gaze was fixated upon the morning dew piano, her countenance contorted with envy. Legend has it that Louis II frequently played melodies on it for his beloved wife. The fact that Mr. Hua gifted it to Ms. Wen suggested that he had fallen in love with her? Unthinkable. Ms. Xiao vehemently refused to acknowledge it. Furthermore, she understood Mr. Hua. He favored minimalist decor. How could he tolerate Ms. Wen transforming this space into such a homely abode, imbuing it with her essence? It permeated every corner. Upon Ms. Wen's return, she observed Ms. Xiao, waiting for her to notice before speaking. He awaits you in the study. Ms. Xiao responded with a knowing smile, raising the portfolio in her hand. I have an economic matter to entrust to Xiaoting. You don't mind, do you? Ms. Wen offered a faint smile, thinking it was fortunate that she was not Mr. Hua's wife, or she would have been exasperated to the point of a heart attack. Ms. Wen maintained her composure. I am preparing coffee. Would you care for a cup? A fleeting smile danced in Joanna's captivating, fox-like eyes as she said, I appreciate your assistance. With that, she entered the study, where hushed voices hinted at a business discussion. Uninterested, Wen Man proceeded to the kitchen to brew coffee, making an extra cup for their guest. As she poured the coffee into cups, Joanna casually leaned against the counter and remarked, I noticed the morning dew. It was the birthday gift I longed for when I was 22. Wen Man couldn't miss the veiled insinuation. Joanna was implying that Wen Man had acquired something she had once discarded. With a gentle smile, Wen Man responded, the piano is in the living room. Would you like to play? Joanna's expression shifted, realizing Wen Man was not easily provoked. Lowering her gaze, she chuckled softly. The morning dew and the white gown at Hua Mingzhu's birthday party. Miss Wen, Do you understand their significance? Vem on fignet innocence. Joanna then produced her phone, displaying an old photograph of a 24-year-old Hua shouting with a 22-year-old Joanna. Joanna, adorned in the white gown, leaned against Hua shouting, resembling a fairy tale princess alongside her prince. Behind them stood the morning dew, then on public display. Wen Man gazed at the Hua shouting of 4 years past, noting his more youthful appearance, with softer features that would appeal to young women. Seeing Wen Man's silence, Joanna giggled. Wen Man took a cup of coffee, took a sip, and remarked, "Ouch. It's too hot." She gazed at Joanne, her expression serene, and stated, "Whether it's morning dew or this man was shouting, if you could take them, I would actually be quite grateful." For I, Wen Man, no longer wished to continue with Hua shouting. She yearned to embark on a new chapter in her life. Joanne paused, taken aback. She simply did not believe her. She perceived it as a provocation from Wen Man. Joanne lifted a cup of coffee, a cheerful smile gracing her lips. "Please don't blame me. I truly loathe you." As Joanne spoke, she poured the coffee on her own arm, then shrieked, "Miss Wen, why did you throw coffee on me?" It scalded, shouting. She maliciously eyed Wen Man, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. Wen Man lowered her gaze to the coffee in her hand. "What a pity." She glanced back at Joanne, a faint smile gracing her features. "Miss Joanne, I have always admired your father, but I never imagined Xiao Jingyan would have such a base daughter. It is your prerogative to pursue Hua shouting, but you cannot frame me or disgust me. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, your coffee had ice added. It likely won't cause a burn or elicit sympathy from your shouting." Wen Man gently tossed her long hair. "Allow me to assist you." With that, Wen Man slowly poured the cup of coffee, at least 85 degrees Celsius, onto Joanne's delicate arm. The tender skin instantly flushed crimson. As Xiao cried out in pain, Hua shouting stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed upon Wen Wan, coldness glinting in his eyes. Wen Wan slightly lifted her eyelids, their eyes meeting. A faint smile graced her lips as she uttered, Hua shouting, "I plead guilty." Hua shouting brushed past her, his voice barely above a whisper, audible only to Wen Wan. "Teacher Wen, do you wish to leave me so desperately? Do you believe that scalding Xiao and will provoke me? Or is it that she genuinely wishes to depart and be with Jiang Rue? Unfortunately for her, I have witnessed everything. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao was oblivious to the storm brewing between them. Like a wounded bird, she flung herself into Hua shouting's embrace, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Shouting, Miss Wen doesn't like me. It hurts so much. Stay with me. Come to my home. I have 2 bottles of wine, and we can sip it while wrapped in blankets and chat." Xiao unabashedly flirted before Wen Wan, her demeanor reminiscent of a delicate flower, leaving Wen Wan feeling inferior. It was indeed regrettable that the coffee she had just prepared was not hot enough. Otherwise, she would have ensured Xiao and experienced the harshness of the world. Hua shouting continued to fixate on Wen Wan. After a prolonged silence, it was clear she had no intention of clarifying matters, seemingly intent on pushing him away. Hua shouting lowered his gaze to Xiaoan. "I will take you to the hospital for treatment." Xiaoan refused, exclaiming, shouting, "You don't care about me. I need red wine. I need your comfort." Hua shouting gently pushed her away, walking ahead of her, his tone indifferent. "How about letting Wen Wan feel a little concern for you?" Her bandaging skills were quite adept. Joan stamped her foot, intimidated by Wen Wan. She couldn't comprehend how Wen Wan, merely a woman kept by Xiao Ting, dared to be so insolent as to throw coffee at her, a daughter of a distinguished family who should have been groveling before her. Hua Xiao Ting waited outside for quite some time. Joan emerged, but Wen Wan remained inside. Wen Wan had already cleared away the debris and proceeded to add more coffee beans, saying quietly, "You should go. It's a perfect opportunity for you to reminisce." Hua Xiao Ting detected a hint of resentment. Their interactions had been pleasant these past few days, and considering the comfort he had experienced that night at the hotel, it was understandable that Wen Wan, feeling unwell and having been disgusted by Joan, would exhibit some petulance. Hua Xiao Ting embraced her from behind. "Are you angry? I didn't get angry with you for throwing coffee at her." Chapter 125. Wen Wan, I haven't touched her. Wen Wan gently bit her lip. He was truly shameless. Hua Xiao Ting was enamored with her body. He hadn't grown tired of it yet, so he was willing to occasionally humor her. As for Joan, he looked down upon her, even harbored hatred, yet he still tantalized her with a glimmer of hope, toying with her like a cat with a mouse. At this realization, Wen Wan's heart became serene. Hua Xiaoting gazed intently at her retreating figure, and after a moment, he walked out. Joan, waiting in the entryway, appeared ashen. She had witnessed it all. She had seen Hua Xiaoting coaxing Wen Wan, observing his subtle concern for her. She had always believed that this affection belonged solely to her, but upon witnessing it firsthand, she realized that the position in Hua Xiaoting's heart had been quietly usurped by another. Joan refused to give up hope. She whispered, "Come over for a drink. Shall we?" Hua Xiaoting neither agreed nor disagreed, remaining silent until they settled into the car. Finally, he spoke softly, "Xiaoan, you've been pursuing me lately. I won't deny that it's a little thrilling for a man, but we both know this is merely a game, nothing substantial." Xiaoan's face turned pale. Hua Xiaoting lowered his gaze to light a cigarette, slowly exhaling smoke rings as he glanced at her. "What we had is in the past, and I can never truly have anything with you again. We've parted ways, but there's still the bond with Uncle Xiao." "Xiaoan, don't make this too awkward." Xiaoan's lips trembled. "Is it because of Wen Wan? Have you fallen for her?" Hua Xiaoting remained silent. There was no need to account for his private life to Xiaoan. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoan managed a gentle smile. "Xiaoting, I wish you well." Meanwhile, Wen Wan believed that Hua Xiaoting might not return home that night. After all, it was a reunion with an old flame, and Xiaoan had come over with that intention. At that moment, Wen Wan was already asleep. He shed his outer garment and embraced her from behind, softly nibbling at her neck, his hands exploring her body. Wen Wan let out a soft sigh. Hua Xiaoting's voice was husky. "Is your body feeling better?" Wen Wan grasped his hand, preventing him from going too far. "It still hurts a bit." Hua Xiaoting had been idle for quite some time. Although he had been satisfied that night, the vigor of youth made him crave the embrace of a woman every evening. He couldn't help but yearn to kiss her. However, Wen Wan felt a sense of resistance. Turning her head to evade his kiss, her voice fragmented. "Holden Hua, I'm weary. Please, not like this. Holden Hua, I don't desire it." She finally voiced her true feelings. Holden Hua, supporting himself on one arm, gazed down at her intently. He knew what troubled her. His eyes, as dense as ink, scrutinized her, and he couldn't resist gently nudging her with the bridge of his nose. "Wen Man, I have never been with her. Not in the past, nor in the present." Wen Man was easily struck by his words, feeling both mortified and ashamed. She simply turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Holden Hua was in quite a pleasant mood this evening. He lightly nibbled at the tip of her nose, finding it adorably fleshy. His tone carried a hint of masculine mischief. "I have ways to prove it. Would Teacher Wen care to try?" As he spoke, he grasped her hand, guiding it toward himself. Wen Man let out a soft shriek, feebly resisting. The more she resisted, the more intrigued and aroused he became. He teased her, "Now you know, don't you? I haven't expended my energy on other women. I've been saving it all for Teacher Wen. Whenever Teacher Wen is willing, just let me know." Wen Man was on the verge of tears from his teasing. Her delicate nose was flushed red. Holden Hua leaned in close to her ear, making a shameless request in a husky voice. Wen Man was unwilling, but he was frighteningly assertive, and in the end, she yielded, half reluctantly. In the heat of passion, his phone rang. The call had no identification, but Wen Man guessed it was Xiaoan. She turned her back to him, softly saying, "Answer it." Having glanced at the device, Mr. Hua disconnected the call and promptly switched off his mobile phone. He refrained from further vexing her, instead enveloping her in an embrace from behind. "I shall cease all contact with her," he vowed, "and we shall revert to our former intimacy." "Yes?" Ms. Wen remained taciturn. However, given his commendable conduct that evening, coupled with her inherent affection for him, his supplication and attempts to ingratiate himself naturally resonated with her. When he resumed caressing her person, she offered no resistance. Subsequently, Ms. Wen became engrossed in her endeavors, while Ms. Qiao seemed to have vanished from their existence. Ms. Wen's demeanor towards him was lukewarm. The night before, when he had sought intimacy, she did not rebuff him. She permitted him to indulge himself, yet their amorous encounters lacked her former initiative. Mr. Hua only took her once. Afterward, he reclined against the headboard, smoking in silence, his gaze profound. Ms. Wen felt exposed and vulnerable. Ever since Ms. Qiao's return, Their intimate moments had undeniably transformed. As the music studio's inauguration approached, Ms. Wen received a plethora of celebratory gifts, with an array of boxes adorning her desk. She meticulously unwrapped and cataloged each present, mindful of the reciprocal gestures required in due course. Upon encountering a box of gilded glass, she noted the familiarity of the inscription. A closer inspection revealed that it was a gift from Mr. Hua. Ms. Wen was pleasantly surprised that he would send a gift to the music studio, as it was indeed a delightful surprise, one that no woman could dislike. She carefully unwrapped the gift, anticipating the possibility of exquisite jewelry. However, to her astonishment, the box contained a pair of Millennium butterfly specimens. The two butterflies exhibited a discernible disparity in size, suggesting a male and female pair. The vibrant colors and lively postures were remarkably well-preserved and rather rare. Hua Xiaoting had also attached a card. Wen Wan gently opened it, revealing a single line, "For my little morning dew." Despite being a young girl who remained wary and disappointed in him, no woman could resist such a gift and such tender words. She caressed it softly, and the hardened part of her heart began to crumble quietly. Just then, her phone rang. It was Hua Xiaoting calling. After a moment of hesitation, she answered. Hua Xiaoting's voice was gentle. "Did you receive the gift? Do you like it?" Wen Wan murmured a soft affirmative. She said, "This is a butterfly from the South African Ice Age. Only this pair remains today." Hua Xiaoting, "How did you know I liked this in high school?" He chuckled lightly, seated in his office, his body swiveling gently in the leather chair. Wen Wan was not an innocent young girl. Hua Xiaoting's invitation was clearly an attempt to engage her in a more intimate relationship, and he sought her enthusiastic cooperation. Chapter 126 revealed her overestimation of herself. Wen Wan remained silent for a long time. Hua Xiaoting, though, possessed a measure of patience. He gently said, "I'll come pick you up tonight." After a long pause, Wen Wan heard herself respond with a simple okay. She understood that whatever Hua Xiaoting desired, he would invest effort into achieving it. He wanted to be intimate with her, and he was flattering her. She could not fathom why he understood women so well. Yet when he truly pursued her, she realized she could not refuse. That night would be more romantic and wild than any they had experienced before. Every corner of the apartment is suffused with his sweet whispers. He held her close, entwined in each other's warmth for the better part of the night. When one must concede that she experienced unparalleled delight and exhilarating sensations in Hua Xiaoting's embrace. As dawn broke, Wen Wan awoke to find Hua Xiaoting at the bedside. Deftly tying his tie, noticing her stir, he leaned down to peck her affectionately. "Are you truly attending the opening banquet?" Wen Wan inquired softly, her eyes sparkling anew after the previous night. Hua Xiaoting replied with a brief affirmation. "There's a court hearing that may extend a bit, but arriving by 9 in the evening poses no issue." "How will teacher Wen introduce me then?" she asked, wrapping her arms around his neck and speaking in English. A flicker of surprise crossed Hua Xiaoting's gaze. Had time permitted, he might have taken her right then and there. He had a hearing scheduled for the morning and soon departed. Though her body ached slightly, Wen Wan felt compelled to assist Li Jie in their shared music room, refusing to let her partner shoulder the burden alone. After a brief rest, she rose to greet the day. Throughout the day, she hosted parents with grace, wearing a soft pink gown that accentuated her slender waist. She artfully styled her tea-colored hair into an elegant updo, adorned with a pair of pearl earrings. She appeared particularly fresh and refined. As Wen Wan finished her makeup and gazed into the mirror, a blush crept across her cheeks. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but her appearance seemed to deliberately cater to Hua Xiaoting's aesthetic preferences. She was acutely aware of his tastes and knew how her attire would evoke a longing embrace from him. Wen Wan dared not dwell further on such thoughts. With a final touch, she descended the stairs, ready to embark on her important day. Her father and Aunt Wan would also be in attendance, and Hua Xiaoting had expressed a desire to meet them. Though she endeavored to conceal her thoughts, she was acutely aware of the subtle anticipation nestled within her heart. Perhaps Hua Xiaoting regarded her with a unique sentiment. Perhaps this time, his intentions were genuine. Wen Wan sat in the car and sent him a message. "I have arrived at the hotel. Please message me when you get here." She drove alone to the banquet hotel. Her parents and friends had already arrived, and Wen Wan mingled with the crowd. After waiting for some time, without seeing Ho shouting, Entwined pulled Wen Wan aside and inquired quietly, "Where's Lawyer Ho? Wasn't he supposed to come?" With a gentle smile, Wen Wan replied, "He has a court hearing and may be running late." Entwined sighed in relief. "Ah, I thought you two might have had another disagreement." Wen Wan remained silent, yet her eyes and demeanor radiated the charm that comes from being cherished by a man. Entwined, having experienced such matters herself, scrutinized her closely and refrained from further questioning. At that moment, Sisterly approached, holding a list of gifts. "There are 2 monetary gifts here that I think you should be aware of." Without a second thought, Wen Wan accepted it, asking, "What seems to be the issue?" However, upon reviewing the list, silence enveloped her. One gift was from Gu Chongqing, amounting to 5 million. The other was from Jiang Rue, also 5 million. Sisterly cleared her throat. Did they coordinate this, or are they merely at odds? She gave Wen Wan a thumbs up, complimenting her appearance. "You look stunning. The light-colored dress suits you perfectly. You always stand out from the crowd. It must be your exquisite skin." Wen Wan smiled modestly. She raised her hand to check the time. It was already past 8:30. Presently, she anticipated the arrival of Mr. Hua shouting. Anxious not to disrupt his professional endeavors, she refrained from contacting him. 9 o'clock arrived, then 9:30. Yet, Mr. Hua shouting remained absent. Mrs. Ruan, her composure faltering, drew Ms. Wen closer, murmuring, "Why hasn't he arrived? Your father has been inquiring." Ms. Wen retreated to the terrace, initiating a call to Mr. Hua shouting. His cellular device was powered down. The sanguine hue gradually faded from Ms. Wen's countenance. She offered Mrs. Ruan a strained smile, suggesting, "Perhaps he is en route." Mrs. Ruan, though clinging to optimism, discerned Ms. Wen's discomfiture. She softly consoled, "I shall fabricate an excuse for your father, Wen. Do not allow this to weigh heavily upon your spirit." Ms. Wen responded with a subdued affirmation. Following Mrs. Ruan's departure, Ms. Wen lingered on the terrace, and after a moment's hesitation, she contacted Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang expressed surprise upon receiving her call, stating that Attorney Hua had departed at 8:30. Ms. Wen conveyed her gratitude. She surmised that Mr. Hua shouting must have encountered a traffic impediment en route. She tenaciously clung to hope, yearning for his presence during this pivotal juncture of her existence, that he might utter, "Congratulations, my little morning dew." Alas, it was not to be. The vibrant soiree progressed until 10:30, with guests gradually departing. Even Mr. Wen Boyan and Mrs. Ruan, under arrangement, had departed by vehicle. Mr. Hua shouting remained conspicuously absent. His cellular device remained powered down. Ms. Wen recognized the nature of Mr. Hua shouting's profession, as well as his cautious disposition. He seldom deactivated his device without cause. A nascent sense of foreboding began to stir within her, yet she vehemently resisted its acceptance. In recent days, they have been getting along so well that she is reluctant to contemplate how that person might disrupt the delicate equilibrium between them. She thinks to herself that when they meet, they should have a thorough discussion. Wen Wan ultimately departs with Sisterly. As she settles into the car, the sky unexpectedly rends open. The night sky illuminates abruptly, as if it has been violently torn apart, a sight that is truly shocking. The rain cascades down as if poured from the heavens. Wen Wan attempts to call Hua, shouting once more, but his phone remains off. Lowering her eyelashes, she starts the engine. The rain intensifies, and the wipers oscillate incessantly, rendering her view hazy. Wen Wan feels a sense of disarray within her heart. Driving in such torrential rain poses a perilous threat. Nearby, a hotel catches her eye, and she hesitates, contemplating whether to spend the night there. Yet thoughts of Hua shouting flood her mind. His phone is off. Could something have happened to him? Wen Wan pulls out her phone, intending to dial his number again, hoping he might have turned it back on. However, as she raises the phone to her ear, her gaze becomes transfixed. Across the street, a golden Continental is parked, and through the glass, she catches sight of Hua shouting. He sits quietly, his expression one of bewilderment and anguish that she has never witnessed before. At that moment, the car door swings open. A tall, slender figure dashes out from the passenger's seat, and Wen Wan recognizes it as Qiaoan. Qiaoan recklessly runs into the rain-soaked night. After a few seconds, Hua, shouting, exits the car, hastening a few steps to catch up with Qiaoan. and as he reaches out, she tumbles into his embrace. Wen Wan's grip on her phone stiffens painfully. This is the reason for his phone being off. This is the explanation for his absence. The wipers continued their tireless dance, rendering the scene before her both distinct and indistinct. She observed Joanne embracing Howard, and Howard did not rebuff her. Joanne appeared to be weeping. Howard's hand gently rested upon her head, his countenance a study in hesitation and anguish. Witnessing the reunion of the once ardent lovers, Wendy offered a soft, rueful smile, a smile directed at her own presumption. Chapter 127. How could she presume his affection was genuine? Yes, only she, Wendy. How inflated her confidence had been to believe she held greater significance in Howard's heart than Joanne. The thought was laughable. How could she have deluded herself into thinking his intentions were sincere, that he desired to meet her parents? It was merely a figment of her imagination, a product of her own vanity. Wendy's lips trembled. She could no longer bear to witness the entwining of the former lovers. Each frame of their embrace was a visceral slaughter to Wendy, a scene of utter humiliation. Grasping the steering wheel, Wendy disregarded the inclement weather and the perils of driving. Her sole desire was to escape this personal chamber of torment. But Howard had seen her. They locked eyes through the rain-streaked pane. Wendy remained ensconced in her vehicle, while he stood in the rain, enfolding his beloved in a tender embrace. Time seemed to stand still. A stinging sensation welled in Wendy's eyes. She averted her gaze, offering a soft, self-deprecating smile. It was indeed utterly mortifying. As she prepared to drive away, Howard, having disentangled himself from Joanne, strode purposefully toward her. He reached for the car door, but Wendy engaged the lock. Was shouting rapped upon the window of the driver's seat, calling out her name with fervor. Wen Wan. Wen Man, open the door. Wen Man stiffly turned her head, locking eyes with him, her gaze shimmering with unshed tears. She was acutely aware of how unbecoming this all appeared, yet she lacked the strength to conceal her vulnerability. Was shouting, taken aback by the sight of her tear-filled eyes, knocked insistently on her car door once more. Wen Man, open the door. The rain poured into his mouth, muffling his voice. A wave of self-mockery washed over Wen Man. It was indeed a burden for someone of his stature to seek her forgiveness. Yet, she no longer desired it. Gently, she pressed the accelerator. The white BMW glided slowly away through the rain, its tires splashing through puddles, sending ripples cascading outward. Was shouting was compelled to step back, rooted in place amidst the downpour. His mind was consumed with the image of Wen Man, her eyes red and brimming with tears. How long had she been crying? How long had she been in distress? Chow hurried over, glancing at the retreating vehicle. In a hushed tone, she lamented, shouting, I'm sorry for making your girlfriend angry. It was unintentional. I was merely upset, wanting to drink, feeling despondent. Was shouting remained silent. He craved a cigarette, but upon rummaging through his pocket, he discovered the tobacco had long since become damp. In frustration, he discarded the cigarette pack and swore under his breath. Chow lingered beside him, cautiously stating, if I hadn't impulsively thrown your phone into the water, Wen Man wouldn't be this upset. Hua shouting, expressionless, walked towards the Bentley Continental. Drenched from head to toe, he left the car in a disarray, yet he seemed indifferent to the chaos. Joanne entered the vehicle, poised to utter something more, but Ho Shouting's cold voice interrupted. Joanne, this is the last time. If you find it unbearable, call 120. Joanne wept bitterly, her sobs punctuated by fragmented words. Shouting, have you forsaken me too? Shouting, you are my only kin in B City. Ho Shouting cast a sidelong glance at her. Earlier that evening, Xiao Jingyan had called, requesting him to check on her. He had intended to settle her affairs before seeking out Wen Wan, but Joanne's reckless drinking and pill-popping, coupled with her throwing his phone into the fish tank, complicated matters. She parked the car in front of a hotel. As she alighted, her clothes were completely soaked, her face pale, and her teeth chattered. The receptionist swiftly checked her in, handing her the room key and some tissues. Miss, room 1804, she announced. Wen Wan dabbed at the water on her skin and murmured her thanks. Upon reaching her room, she ran a bath. The exquisite gown was discarded into the trash, its waterlogged fabric clinging together, mirroring her own disheveled state. Wen Wan submerged herself in the bathtub, her spirits utterly low, and she found herself yearning for a drink. After downing half a glass, she leaned against the tub's edge, a faint smile escaping her lips. She didn't wish for it, yet every time she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with images of Ho shouting, holding Joanne. She recalled his words, "From now on, I want to see her, and we will remain as we were." He even presented her with such exquisite specimens, attempting to ingratiate himself with her, moving her to spend the better part of the night with him, ensuring his utmost pleasure. And yet, merely days later, he cradles Xiaoan, feigning an ardent display of affection. A tearful smile escapes Wen Man's lips. She deserves this. Who compelled her to place her trust in him? To succumb to her affection for him? She had deluded herself into believing that a man, such as Hu Xiao, was capable of genuine affection for her. After a half-hour soak, Wen Man felt utterly drained, devoid of energy. The doorbell chimed. Assuming it to be room service, Wen Man roused herself and donned a bathrobe. However, upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Hu Xiao. He was in no better condition than she, his entire being drenched. Wen Man stood obstructing the doorway. Hu Xiao's gaze was profound, his voice hoarse and barely audible. "Wen Man, allow me to enter." Wen Man relented, permitting him entry. Indeed, a discussion was necessary. Given the circumstances, clarity was paramount. Hu Xiao seized a towel and wiped his face. Once finished, he extended his hand toward Wen Man. While the gesture held a certain tenderness, Wen Man remained unmoved, stating in a subdued tone, "Speak plainly. If you have something to say, these are unnecessary." Hu Xiao recognized her anger. He approached her, whispering, "I had no desire to see her. It was Uncle Xiao who implored me to check on her," stating that Xiao was in a dire state. Wen Man listened impassively. Hu Xiao gently caressed her face. "Your anger is justified. Xiao threw my phone into the water, hence my failure to call you." Wen Man lowered her gaze, a faint smile playing on her lips. She raised her head to meet his gaze. "Hu Xiao, are you offering an explanation or attempting to deceive me?" Mr. Hu furrowed his brow slightly. A man of his stature rarely deigned to offer explanations to a woman, much less to humble himself. Ms. Wen offered another smile, tinged with irony. "Is it truly that you cannot make a phone call? Or is it simply that you do not hold me in sufficient regard?" As she spoke, her eyes welled with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. "He is not worth it," she told herself. "You are not." Mr. Hu's brow furrowed deeply, and he reached out to touch her. Ms. Wen recoiled, meeting his gaze as she stepped back. Her voice, though soft, was resolute. "You're correct. I am not," she declared. "Mr. Hu, have you ever encountered a woman who shares your bed, yet also prepares your meals, fastens your ties, retrieves your dry cleaning, cleans your home, and draws your bathwater?" Chapter 128. "Mr. Hu, let us end this." A chilling silence filled the air. Mr. Hu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he realized the extent to which Ms. Wen had suffered because of the comforts he had so readily accepted. He gazed at her intently before finally whispering, "I was unaware that you cared so deeply." Ms. Wen gave a self-deprecating laugh. Looking directly at him, she confessed, "But I do care, and I took it seriously. Mr. Hu, I cannot continue to play this game. So what if I cannot?" Suddenly composed, she spoke with a hint of exhaustion. "Mr. Hu, let's end this." Mr. Hu stared at her, his gaze unwavering. Ms. Wen's eyes reddened. How could she not know? She was all too aware of Mr. Hu's capabilities. He had no desire for marriage, and he indulged in whatever amused him. She, Ms. Wen, was likely the most entertaining diversion he had encountered, and thus he had not yet grown weary of her. How masterful he was! Damn it! Wen Man clenched her fingers, desperately restraining herself, striving to make her tone nonchalant. "Continuously? That's fine too. Attorney Hu, should you require anything in the future, simply give me a call. I'll be at your beck and call." Hu Xiaoting fixed his gaze on her delicate face, his tone rather soft. "If I have needs, you'll come to the apartment to sleep with me. Is that what you mean? Wen Man, are you planning to move out of your house?" Having spoken, he stepped forward, pinning Wen Man against the television cabinet. The television screen reflected their figures, overlapping, creating an exceptionally ambiguous atmosphere. Hu Xiaoting's patience was exhausted. He had never before attempted to ingratiate himself with or accommodate a woman in this manner. He seized her exquisitely pointed chin with anger, forcibly kissing her. At this moment, Wen Man fundamentally did not desire it. Yet, not only did she not push him away, but she also passionately embraced his neck, engaging in an intimate kiss with him. Soon, Hu Xiaoting's entire body was ignited with passion. He caressed Wen Man's cheeks, hoarsely whispering, "I want to do it." Wen Man imitated his actions, caressing his handsome face. She raised herself up, breathing softly into his ear. "Not in the apartment. Hu Xiaoting. Relationships like ours are only fit for hotels, and refrain from using the word home, as it would defile something precious." Hu Xiaoting ceased his movements. He propped himself up, gazing down at her from above. Her small face was radiant, her features picturesque. However, she displayed not even a hint of emotion. All those entanglements with him just now were merely perfunctory. His slender fingers gently caressed the corner of her eyebrow, the very spot he most loved to touch. Wen Wan trembled slightly. Hu Xiaoting was also angry. At that moment, despite his desires, his male pride forbade him from continuing. He leaned down and lightly bit her earlobe. "Teacher Wen, you are absolutely right. I broke up with Qiao, and yet there remains a bond from our forebears that can never resemble the turmoil between us. If you choose to move out, so be it, but my dear, do not regret it." He spoke rather maliciously, having been spoiled with sweetness by me. Will the sudden emptiness be unbearable? When it comes to playing coy, women are forever no match for men. Wen Wan's face flushed with anger. Hu Xiaoting chuckled softly. He rose and stood at the foot of the bed, adjusting his belt in front of her with a leisurely motion that carried a hint of mockery. Wen Wan understood. This was the true Hu Xiaoting. No matter how accomplished he was, or how illustrious his reputation as a titan in the legal and financial realms, none of it could overshadow the fact that he was a man well-versed in the ways of his circle, adept at managing women. Infuriated, Wen Wan kicked at him. Hu Xiaoting easily caught her foot, closing the distance between them. "Don't move. Wen Wan, I actually feel quite sorry for you at times." "You would want to play those games." Tears glistened in Wen Wan's eyes. Hu Xiaoting made contact with her once more, his yearning evident. Yet he gritted his teeth and withdrew. As he left, he slammed the door with a resounding bang. Wen Wan thought to herself that she had certainly upset this privileged young master, but whether he was pleased or not was of no concern to her. She had no desire to move, so she simply pulled up the covers and drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she found herself clutching a pillow. Habitually, she murmured, "Hu Xiaoting." Suddenly, her eyes flew open. It was not Hu Xiaoting. How could it be him? After their quarrel the previous night, Wen Man rubbed her eyes, feeling a discomforting mix of soreness and fatigue, just as Sister Li's phone call came in. "Wen Man, there is something quite significant I need to discuss." Leaning against her pillow, Wen Man replied, "What is it, Sister Li?" Sister Li's voice was laced with excitement, albeit tinged with hesitation. "Wen Wan, the owner of our former music center, is planning to emigrate. He wishes to sell the center, and I've gauged that the price is around 30 million. Wen Man paused for a moment. "Sister Li, are you considering purchasing it?" Sister Li chuckled softly. "How could I manage that alone? I'm discussing this with you for a reason. Wen Man, this truly is an excellent opportunity. If we acquire it, we could monopolize at least 30% of the market in City B." Wen Man hesitated briefly before inquiring, "What about your side?" She was also optimistic about it. The music center's operations were well established, and the instructors were industry elites. This was a venture with guaranteed profit. However, Wen Man confessed her truth to Sister Li. "I had a falling out with Hu Xiaoting. The most I could contribute is about 3 million. Sister Li was not taken aback. After all, Hu Xiaoting had stood her up the night before. It was no surprise that there were tensions. Sister Li, ever open-minded, reassured her, "Your support is all that matters. Lacking capital, we shall seek external funding. I am willing to humble myself to secure the necessary resources. I am deeply moved by your support during this difficult time. I am fortunate to have someone who can pull me from despair. I will also explore potential solutions. I appreciate your comforting words. My heart feels somewhat lighter." I requested the hotel concierge to procure an ensemble from the shopping center. After ablutions, I prepared to venture out. I am hesitant to entrust the 5 million from Gu Chongqing and Jiang Rue to postal services. I drove to Jiang Rue's company to deliver the check to the receptionist. As he was in a meeting, by the time he received the check, I had already departed. He telephoned me, lamenting the missed opportunity for a meal. I have always treated you with kindness. I responded with a gentle tone, suggesting a future occasion. Jiang Rui stood before the panoramic window of his 36th floor office, idly manipulating the blinds. His voice was tinged with huskiness. If you and he should part ways, would you consider me? I would never allow you to suffer. I remained silent. I surmised that news of the previous night had circulated within Jiang Rui's circle. I am in a state of disquietude, Jiang Rui said tenderly. Do not feel obligated. I merely wish to convey that the choice is yours. Chapter 129. Ms. Wen's abundant suitors. Jiang Rui's amorous words would undoubtedly resonate with any woman. I am in a state of utter disarray. She was oblivious to how or when the call concluded. She only recalled Jiang Rui's parting words. Dedicating thought and time to wooing a woman is inconsequential. Wen Wan, I've already waited a considerable duration and wouldn't mind extending my patience. Wen Man brought her car to a halt. She gently caressed the steering wheel. She genuinely struggled with how to decline Jiang Rui, whose favorable circumstances hardly warranted him waiting for her. She had shared 4 years with Gu Changqing and was now entangled in an ambiguous relationship with Hu Xiaoting. She, Wen Man, would hardly be a suitable match for him. Wen Man sighed softly, alighting from the vehicle. Ahead lay the Gu Corporation, a place she never wished to revisit. Naturally, Wen Man had no desire to encounter Gu Changqing. She handed the check to the receptionist, instructing, kindly forward this to your CEO, Mr. Gu. The receptionist, a 6-year veteran at Gu Corporation, recognized Wen Man, the CEO's former paramour. The CEO had been in a frenzy recently. The receptionist was quite courteous to Wen Man, assuring her, rest assured, Miss Wen, I shall deliver it to Mr. Gu. Barely had she spoken when her gaze shifted behind Wen Man. Mr. Gu. Wen Man turned slowly. Gu Changqing stood behind her, having been there for an indeterminate amount of time. Wen Man's tone was composed. Mr. Gu, I appreciate your kindness. However, I must decline. There is no need for pleasantries between them. Wen Man turned to leave, but Gu Changqing seized her hand. Wen Man, his tone was somewhat urgent, as though fearing her disappearance. Wen Man wrenched her hand away. Gu Changqing, please conduct yourself with propriety. Gu Changqing offered a wry smile. Releasing Wen Man, he murmured, to stay for a moment in the lobby. I'll have my secretary bring us coffee. Wen Man, this place is bustling with people. You wouldn't want to create a scene, would you? Wen Man surveyed her surroundings, noting the surreptitious glances from numerous employees. She decided it was best not to let Gu Changqing finish his thought, lest he do something untoward. 5 minutes later, they were seated in the tea room adjacent to the lobby. Gu Changqing personally brewed her a cup of mandolin coffee. Once prepared, he inquired with gentle cadence, how many sugar cubes would you prefer? 1, she replied. Gu Changqing placed the cube and handed her the cup, taking a seat across from her. Wen Man observed him. He had visibly lost weight recently, suggesting a period of discontent. The Wen Man of yesteryear would have undoubtedly felt a pang of sympathy, but now she felt nothing. It had only been a year, yet Wen Man couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. Gu Changqing, maintaining his gentle demeanor, urged, Wen Man, please try it. If the taste is not to your liking, I will brew another. Wen Man responded with marked indifference. Gu Changqing, please be direct. I'm not here to reminisce about the past. I am aware, he conceded, his tone tinged with despondency. Raising his gaze to meet hers, he declared, that 5 million was merely a token of my affection. Wen Man, please do not reject me. I simply wish to make amends, to treat you kindly. Would you deny me even this opportunity? Wen Man had endured a fitful night, and her head still swam with dizziness. Yet, within the span of a single hour, she had been subjected to declarations of affection from 2 men, one of whom had betrayed her in the past. Wen Man saw no point in prolonging the conversation. Gu Changqing's overtures were nothing more than a manifestation of his lingering affections. She rose politely, albeit somewhat awkwardly, and said, thank you, Mr. Gu, for your hospitality. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Gu Changqing called out to her, his gaze piercing into her eyes. Wen Wan, after last night, do you still intend to be with him? Wen Wan's expression momentarily stiffened. Before Gu Changqing, she felt a twinge of discomfort, yet she managed to muster a faint smile. That is of no concern to you, Mr. Gu. Gu Changqing recognized the rarity of the moment. Lowering his voice, he implored, I know you wish to acquire the former music center, Wen Wan. Allow me to assist you. Fearing she might misunderstand his intentions, he hastily clarified, I mean no other implication, merely a gesture of goodwill. However, Wen Wan was not so naive. She replied coolly, I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Gu. With that, she departed. Gu Changqing watched a retreating figure, lost in thought for some time. He noticed the redness at the corners of Wen Wan's eyes. Had she been crying over her shouting? A pang of unease settled in his heart. After a lengthy pause, he dialed a number on his phone. Mr. Su, I require your assistance. Please liaise with XX Music Studio. You handle the negotiations, and I will cover the expenses. Once successful, you may choose from the projects I have on hand. Gu Changqing ended the call, his gaze profound. He yearned to see Wen Wan. She was now markedly different, exuding femininity. Even if she were to simply remain by his side, conversing with him, it would bring him a sense of solace. Wen Wan left the Gu Corporation and sought out a real estate agent, renting a 50-square-meter apartment. After signing the contract, she glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. And at this hour, her shouting would undoubtedly not be at the apartment. However, she hadn't anticipated finding Mr. Hua at home on a weekday morning. Wen Wan opened the door and entered. Mr. Hua was seated on the sofa, perusing a magazine, dressed casually, indicating he had not gone to the firm. Upon seeing Wen Wan, a flicker of emotion was veiled within his dark eyes. Yet, he remained silent, seemingly awaiting her to initiate reconciliation. Wen Wan felt a sense of unease. She cleared her throat softly. I've come to retrieve my belongings. Mr. Hua disregarded her statement, continuing to peruse his magazine. This indifferent demeanor made Wen Wan even more uncomfortable. She hastily proceeded to the master bedroom. While gathering her possessions, she realized the paucity of her belongings. Most of the clothing and skincare items had been provided by Mr. Hua. Wen Wan chose not to take those items. She packed a small suitcase with only the barest essentials. As she was about to leave, Mr. Hua leaned against the doorframe, observing her intently. Wen, have you forgotten something? Wen Wan placed the keys on the bedside table. Additionally, she retrieved the bank card he had given her, which she had rarely used but still carried in her wallet, and offered it to him. Finally, she said softly, the valuable jewelry and clothing are all there. You can have Secretary Zhang verify them. Mr. Hua's expression darkened. He scoffed softly, and the dog downstairs. You won't feed it anymore? Yet, she responded, no, I won't. It's ungrateful. Mr. Hua was rendered speechless. Feeling that she had done all that was necessary, Wen Wan picked up her suitcase and prepared to depart. Halting her at the threshold, Hua, shouting, lowered his head, his prominent nose drawing exceedingly near, their breaths intermingling in the confined space. Wen Man glanced downward, then averted her gaze, retorting with palpable unease. Do not hesitate to contact me should you require my services, Counselor Hua. I remain at your beck and call. Hua shouting scrutinized her, his gaze imbued with an unfamiliar intensity, a blend of vexation and umbrage. After an extended pause, he released her with studied nonchalance, a sardonic twist to his lips. You are indeed the consummate professional, Instructor Wen. Chapter 130. Hua shouting, relocating you all incensed when Man delivered a retaliatory kick. As Hua shouting recoiled from the pain, she seized the opportunity to tug her suitcase toward the exit. However, his superior stride allowed him to intercept her, just as she reached for the door. His gaze was profound, imploring. Do you truly intend to depart? When Man lowered her eyes, her voice hushed as she entreated, release me. Hua shouting inclined his head slightly. Drawing closer, his tone tinged with a conciliatory note. A repast has been delivered from the manor. Partake with me. When Man recognized this as a stratagem, whenever Hua shouting sought to placate a woman, he would unfailingly employ a modicum of tenderness, an invariably successful ploy. Had she not repeatedly succumbed to his purported affection, only to discover that it was merely a practiced artifice, one which she alone had taken to heart? When Man offered a self-deprecating smile, I have no desire to dine. It is quite unnecessary. Hua shouting's brow furrowed slightly, yet his grip remained steadfast. As their impasse persisted, the doorbell chimed, its peal resonating through the air. When Man surmised the identity of the visitor, who else could it be but Xiaoan? She allowed a cold smile, Hua shouting. The number of people wanting to dine with you stretches from the east to the west of the city. There's no need to cling to me. Shouting's expression darkened further as he released her hand. Wen Wan took a deep breath and opened the door. Indeed, Xiaoan stood outside, holding a gift. Upon seeing the suitcase in Wen Wan's hand, her fox-like eyes widened in feigned innocence, seemingly surprised. Miss Wen, I have come to apologize. I'm truly sorry for the quarrel between you and shouting. Did I inadvertently affect your relationship? The trivial chatter made Wen Wan feel utterly nauseated. She briskly grabbed her suitcase and headed toward the elevator, only to hear Hua Shouting's displeased voice behind her. Wen Wan. Last night, they had indeed had an unpleasant disagreement. However, he had chosen to wait for her today instead of going to the office. He had explained himself, even humbled himself, yet she remained so obstinate. Wen Wan paused, her eyes reddening. Was she not being too despicable? She turned around, not looking at Hua Shouting, but addressing Qiao and, Miss Qiao, congratulations. Now, whether it be morning dew or a white gown, or even Hua Shouting himself, they're all yours. Aren't you delighted? As the elevator doors opened, Wen Wan stepped inside, leaving behind a final remark. I've even prepared a nest for you too. Hua Shouting stared at the closing elevator doors, his expression grim. Qiao approached him, her voice soft and coaxing. Did you two have a fight? Hua Shouting retorted with a poor attitude. What do you want this time? I've come to offer Miss Wen an apology, Qiao declared, raising the gift box in her hand. There's no need, Hua Shouting replied, lighting a cigarette. He inhaled slowly before addressing Qiao, and, I told you last night, refrain from seeking me out in the future. If you're feeling despondent, you might consider calling a helpline or consulting a therapist. Qiaoan's face was ashen, a sight that would typically elicit sympathy from men. Shouting, are you truly willing to jeopardize our lifelong bond for the sake of a woman of no consequence? I refuse to believe she holds any importance to you. Hua Shouting's expression grew even colder. Qiao, he stated, a touch of affectation can be charming in a woman, but excessiveness comes across as artificial. He thought of Wen Wan, whose interactions with him were always genuine. When she harbored affection for him, her eyes would brim with tenderness. When her feelings waned, she didn't conceal it. She ended things directly, without hesitation. Hua Shouting had been surrounded by women who admired and pursued him since childhood. Yet none had dared to be temperamental or capricious with him. Even Xiaoan had never dared to overstep when she was angry. Hua Shouting was infuriated. He prevented her from entering, stating, Qiaoan, we concluded our relationship long ago. Qiaoan persisted. After a long pause, she spoke softly. If I were to break off my engagement with him, Shouting, would there be a chance for us? Hua Shouting fixed his gaze upon her. After a prolonged silence, a mocking smile played on his lips. What do you think? He retorted. With that, he pried her hand away and slammed the apartment door shut. Silence descended upon the apartment. Faintly, the sound of Joanna's weeping could be heard from outside, yet Hua Shouting chose to remain indifferent. He made his way into the kitchen, where the apartment lay in an eerie silence that began to unsettle him. With a stoic expression, he discarded the vegetables into a garbage bag, and as he changed his clothes and descended the stairs, he casually tossed the bag into the trash bin. He thought to himself, after all, she was merely a woman. Whether she stayed or left held no significance for him. Hua Shouting was not the sort to invest such effort into a woman. Wen Wan, burdened with her luggage, drove to her rented apartment. Though modest in size, it was fully equipped. She tidied up a bit and deliberately added some daily necessities. In the following days, she received no word from Hua Shouting. He neither called nor messaged her, and she did not reach out either. Gradually, Wen Wan adapted to the solitude of her life. Each day, she busied herself in the music studio, coming and going from dawn till dusk, finding fulfillment in her routine. A week later, Sister Lee's efforts to secure funding began to bear fruit. A Mr. Su, involved in real estate, expressed a willingness to invest $20 million. Initially, Sister Lee had been negotiating smoothly, but Mr. Su insisted on meeting another partner. Sister Lee visited Wen Wan's office to relay the news, clearly apprehensive about the potential ulterior motives. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Wen Wan was obliged to meet him. To her surprise, Mr. Su was particularly courteous, a gentle soul who even extended an invitation for a meal. He expressed his admiration, saying, I've heard that teacher Wen excels at teaching piano. My wife and I have a daughter. Perhaps one day we could bring her to see if she possesses any talent our teacher wants guidance. If you don't mind, she could learn piano from you in the future." With these words, the situation seemed to stabilize. Sister Lee cast a meaningful glance at Wen Wan. With a smile, Wen Wan shook hands with Mr. Su, who graciously remarked, "You flatter me. It is only proper that I treat you and Sister Lee to a meal." Mr. Su exuded a sense of generosity, promptly signing the intention contract on the spot. As Wen Wan observed the payment account, she noted it was from a newly registered company. Changxiang Si Kulture. Mr. Su, keenly aware of her expression, smiled knowingly. He extended his hand once more, stating, "On Saturday, my wife and I invite Director Lee and Teacher Wen to dinner. Do not let us down." After Mr. Su departed, he settled into his car and sent a WeChat message. "Brother Chong Qing, the matter is settled. Thank you, Mr. Su. I shall treat you to dinner tonight." After bidding farewell to Mr. Su, Sister Lee cherished the intention contract, kissing it repeatedly. She remarked, "Mr. Su likely came here seeking connections for his daughter. Wen Wan, you are the great benefactor of our music studio this time." Wen Wan prepared 2 cups of coffee, but as she handed one to Sister Lee, she noticed a slight frown. For some reason, she felt that everything was progressing too smoothly to be entirely normal. Just then, Jiang Rui's call came through. "Wen Wan, treat me to dinner, will you?" Chapter 131. He is anxious. Dog Ting is anxious. Jiang Rui chose a rather exquisite Italian restaurant. Wen Wan drove over, arriving precisely at 8 o'clock. Jiang Rui was waiting for her in the parking lot, and as soon as her car came to a stop, he gallantly opened the door for her. "I wanted to invite you to dinner," which is no easy feat. When Wan stepped out, holding the car door with a smile. "I was at your house the day before yesterday, teaching Jiangsheng piano. Lawyer Jiang invited me to dinner, but you were absent." Jiang Rui gazed intently at her, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. "You know what I desire is not that." Wen Wan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to his request. "Jiang Hui, you are aware of my circumstances. We are not suited for each other." Jiang Rui continued to fixate on her. The atmosphere was slightly oppressive, and this was the first time when Wan felt the unmistakable aura of pure masculinity emanating from Jiang Rui. Although he had not acted, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Jiang Rui broke into a light-hearted laugh. He lowered his head and murmured affectionately, "It's just a meal, Wen Wan. You seem so burdened. I might hesitate to invite you again." He reassured her, "This meal is to celebrate your career success." Jiang Rui was indeed charming, and Wen Wan found herself smiling in response. She closed the car door and walked alongside Jiang Rui into the restaurant. He had made a reservation, but unfortunately, Shouting was dining there as well. He was accompanied by a well-dressed woman in her 50s, engaging in conversation with utmost respect, suggesting she was a familiar elder. Jiang Rui recognized him and offered a brief greeting. Shouting lifted his gaze, first assessing Jiang Rui, before slowly turning his attention to Wen Wan. She wished she could disappear into the ground. Indeed, Shouting dabbed his lips with a napkin and remarked leisurely, "Teacher Wen lives alone now, free from constraints. It must be quite convenient for her to date." Jiang Rui raised an eyebrow. "How delightfully sardonic," he replied, placing a hand on Shouting's chair and smiling. "Brother Shouting also lives alone. It must be quite convenient for him as well." Shouting narrowed his eyes slightly, while Jiang Rui maintained his smile. Even the discerning elder could sense the palpable tension in the atmosphere. She inquired softly, Shouting, "Who is this young lady?" Caught in the midst of a cold war with one man, Shouting hesitated to acknowledge her as his girlfriend, his pride hindering him. With a dismissive smile, he attempted to evade the question. However, Jiang Rui interjected with a playful wink, his words laced with sweetness. "Aunt Exen, this is my friend, Wen Man. What do you think of her?" The sophisticated woman, detached from such matters, responded with a gentle smile. "She seems quite lovely." Turning to Shouting, she added, "Your mother mentioned that you have a girlfriend, one who was born in the year of the rabbit, coinciding with the master's prediction. Bring her over sometime, and I'll treat her to a meal." Shouting was rendered speechless. Jiang Rui, too, was taken aback. Fortunately, they maintained their composure in front of their elder. refraining from engaging in a heated argument in the upscale restaurant. Moreover, Jiang Rui respected Wen Man and wished to spare her any embarrassment. Shortly after, Hua's shouting departed. Wen Man, relieved, found herself able to relax. Throughout the meal, she had felt Hua's shouting's gaze fixed upon her. You still harbor feelings for him. Jiang Rui's voice broke through her thoughts. Wen Man was startled. Jiang Rui's alluring eyes were close, radiating a captivating charm. His voice, husky and sensual, resonated in her ear. I suggested that you give me a chance, and you would witness a different side of Hua's shouting. Just now, he was on the verge of assaulting me in this fine establishment. Wen Man lowered her gaze. Her relationship with Hua shouting was nearing its end, rendering the conversation inconsequential. Jiang Rui chuckled, refraining from further remarks. His refined demeanor exuded elegance and discretion. Wen Man found solace in his company, feeling completely at ease. She cherished Jiang Rui as a friend, appreciating his unwavering support during her times of need. After dinner, Jiang Rui suggested a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, with the possibility of catching a good movie. Perceiving an excess of intimacy, demurred. Beneath the streetlights, Jiang Rui, holding the car door open, bid her farewell with a gentle smile. You possess a formidable sense of caution. Fastened her seatbelt, raising her gaze to meet his. She softly articulated, I cherish the friendship we share, and thus, I am compelled to prevent its escalation. Jiang Rui regarded her intently for a prolonged moment, remaining silent before finally retreating a step, allowing her to depart. As vehicle pulled away, Jiang Rui's lips subtly curved into a smile. Friendship. Who the hell desires merely friendship? All he, Jiang Rui, wanted was to marry her and have children. Beneath a tree, a golden continental idol, clad in formal attire, leaned against the car door, indulging in a cigarette. An illustrious vehicle, a man of striking handsomeness and noble bearing, capturing attention. Young women passing by giggled, attempting to attract his notice, yet his gaze remained fixed upon. As she approached, he inhaled deeply, his cheeks hollowed by the force of his draw, his features rendered even more captivating by the shadows of the tree. Never doubted that, should desire dalliances, his striking countenance would ensure an abundance of willing partners. His appearance was, indeed, a gift of nature. Drew near. Lawyer, is there something you require? Discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his heel. Won't you invite me in? Remained stationary. After a considerable pause, she inquired in a husky tone. Do you desire it? If so, we can adjourn to a hotel. Frowned. Your residence is situated here. While we seek a hotel, he recollected that Wen Man harbored a strong aversion for hotels, and her presence here was a clear indication of her displeasure with him. With a conciliatory tone, Hua, shouting, implored, Do not be vexed. Are you still incensed after all these days? There is nothing between her and I. Wen Man remained resolute in her stance. Hua, shouting's gaze darkened as he scrutinized her for a prolonged moment before abruptly turning and entering the vehicle. After fastening his seatbelt, Wen Man took her place beside him. Hua, shouting, deliberately tossed a small, square box onto the center console before turning to her and remarking, Let us spend the night in the hotel. I fear you may be unable to rise from the bed. Wen Man averted her gaze. He was truly incorrigible. Hua, shouting, observed her for a while, and upon her silence, he drove, with some pique, to a 5-star hotel. The receptionist sensed the palpable tension as he collected the room key, refraining from uttering a word. Hua, shouting, strode ahead, and Wen Man followed him at a measured pace into the elevator. This marked her second visit to a hotel with him. The previous encounter had been quite intense, leaving her with lingering trepidation. The silence within the elevator was unnerving. Hua, shouting's hands were nestled in his trouser pockets, his face devoid of expression. Wen Man mused to herself, What is the purpose of this? He is here for a dalliance, yet he appears to be enduring a penance upon entering the room. Hua, shouting, was uncharacteristically unhurried. He casually tossed the box onto the large bed and then removed his coat, flinging it onto the bed's edge. Would you care to take a bath? Wen Man had given herself to him with innocence and purity. He was her only man. Yet, the tone he employed wounded her pride, and her eyes and nose reddened with suppressed emotion, though she feigned composure. I do not require one. How can I abstain? Hua shouting suddenly drew near, his slender fingers gently caressing her cheek. You reek of Jiang Rue? How can I bear it if you're not cleansed? Chapter 132. Thank you for your esteem. Attorney Hua Wen Man was incensed. She bit her lip, glaring at him. And how are you any better? Hua shouting. You are thoroughly imbued with Qiao En's essence. Shouldn't I also cleanse you, and perhaps eviscerate you for good measure? Let's not disparage one another. She embraced his neck, her breath as fragrant as orchids, infuriating him to no end. Hua shouting clasped her slender waist. He was cross with her and had intended to resist touching her. Yet he couldn't govern his own body. He lowered his head, poised to kiss her. When teacher, such a penchant for the macabre, eviscerating me? Perhaps. Commence with ablutions of my exterior first. What do you say? As he spoke, he swept Wen Man up into his arms and headed toward the bathroom. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed. Amorous sounds emanated from the bathroom, gasps and pleas tinged with moisture. This marked the first intimate encounter between Hua shouting and Wen Man after he shed his veneer of civility. Wen Man was quite uninhibited and cooperative, yet after it concluded, he felt a sense of ennui. His body had been idle for days, desperately craving release, but after being with her, he had no desire for a second encounter. It wasn't that there was no sensation. The feeling was rather pleasant, quite stimulating, but it simply wasn't the same as before. Something was amiss. Hua shouting, clad in a bathrobe, leaned against the headboard. Emerging from the bathroom, Wen Wan discerned that he would desist for the evening and commence dressing. Hua Xiao observed her in silence. His countenance was one of meekness and docility, yet he was cognizant that this was merely a facade. Her spirit, in its essence, possessed an indomitable nature. A man, invariably, harbors certain sensitivities. He ignited a cigarette and remarked with studied nonchalance, how long will this discord persist? Wen Wan remained taciturn. Hua Xiao flicked the ash from his cigarette. Were you not seeking funding? I shall provide the capital. Henceforth, whether you aspire to pursue a career or indulge in leisure, you shall be at liberty to do so. I shall instruct the domestic help to prepare an evening repast, thereby alleviating your burden and ensuring the seamless continuity of our lives. As he spoke, his tone was imbued with a gentle cadence, inducing a transient reverie in Wen Wan. Yet, she was enamored of him. It was this very affection that precluded her from assuming the role of his gilded captive. To do otherwise would incur her own profound contempt. Perhaps Hua Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that in all his pronouncements and promises, he had omitted a crucial declaration. Wen Wan, I am fond of you. I desire a genuine union with you. Such words were absent. Theirs was a connection predicated solely on physical intimacy. Wen Wan inhaled softly. She offered a self-deprecating smile. I am not of such great value as to be bartered twice, having already been sold once. You Xiao's visage darkened. He scrutinized her intently. Wen Wan was cognizant of his thoughts, that she was unappreciative of his favor, spurning a proffered kindness. Indeed, how could he possibly concern himself with the sentiments of one so inconsequential? It sufficed that she remain obediently at home, awaiting his affections. Wen Wan resolved against such a fate. She has endured the trials of love, and even though she is currently ensnared by Hua shouting, she firmly believes that one day she will encounter someone who cherishes her as much as she cherishes him. Wen Wan fastens the last button of her attire and calmly states, Lawyer Hua, I shall take my leave. Hua shouting gazes at her and inquires, Is it because of Jiang Rue? Do you have feelings for him? No. Wen Wan responds, but Hua shouting scrutinizes her, his eyes filled with judgment. After a prolonged silence, he softly suggests, perhaps you should stay until morning. It is raining outside. Wen Wan's heart softens, and she turns her head. The tea-colored floor-to-ceiling windows are adorned with droplets of rain, eagerly descending like tears shed by lovers. This moment evokes memories of that night when he expressed his desire to attend her opening banquet and meet her parents. She was elated, yet he never arrived. His phone switched off, and she found herself worrying for his safety while he embraced an old flame in the rain. If Qiao were to kiss him, she mused, he would likely not refuse. In fact, he could not refuse. The heart that had just softened now hardened once more. After speaking, Wen Wan opened the door and stepped outside. The rain was quite heavy, cold, and damp. She gently wrapped her arms around herself, hailing a taxi. As she settled into the vehicle, Her reddened eyes finally brimmed with tears. No matter how strong she pretended to be, she could not withstand the transformation of her relationship with Hua Xiaoting. She had once cherished him so deeply. Hua Xiaoting had no intention of spending the night at the hotel. He leisurely donned his clothing, but as he pulled up his trousers, he noticed a small pearl earring at the foot of the bed. He recalled the intensity with which he had handled it. She was pinned against the edge of the bed, her auburn hair cascading over the pristine white covers, creating a breathtaking tableau. He gazed at her for a moment before retrieving an earring and placing it in his pocket. As he settled into his car after checking out, uncertain of his destination, his mother called, shouting, "Zhu has prepared fresh osmanthus sweet soup. Bring Wen Man over to enjoy it." Caressing the steering wheel, he placated his mother. "It's quite late. Wen Man is likely already asleep." His mother, ever perceptive, immediately inquired, "Are you and Wen Man no longer living together?" Reluctant to admit that his woman had left him, he nonchalantly replied, "No, it's just that she's exhausted and probably won't be able to rise from bed." His mother blushed slightly, then paused. "If I may say so, while you're still young, you should seize the opportunity to conceive. A child would instill a sense of familial belonging." She finally relented. The Hua residence was brightly lit and bustling, indicating the presence of guests. Upon entering the hall, he discovered Gu Changqing embracing his beloved sister. Hua Mingzhu, her face flushed, nudged him. "Why would brother go to a hotel? He's always been so abstemious." Gu Changqing offered a wry smile. "Is that so?" Surprisingly, Hua Xiaoting didn't deny it. He sat across from them and casually stated, "I just came from a hotel." Hua Mingzhu was dumbfounded. Her brother had actually gone to a hotel. Did that mean he had another woman in his life? From his pocket, Hua Xiaoting produced a small pearl earring, remarking, "The amorous entanglement was so intense that Wen Wan didn't even notice she had lost an earring on the bed." He then cast a subtle glance at Gu Changqing, whose previously serene and smiling countenance instantly faltered. Chapter 133. This benefactor must be someone else. Hua Xiaoting observed Gu Changqing's discomfiture, which alleviated much of the ire in his heart. Zhu Sa brought over osmanthus sweet soup, and Hua Xiaoting paused, taking a sip before stating, "It's too late. She's already asleep." Zhu Sa nodded, exchanging a knowing look with Madame Hua before departing. Gu Changqing understood perfectly, and he chuckled softly, "Big brother, have you perhaps quarreled with Teacher Wen?" Hua Xiaoting set down the bowl, adopting the demeanor of an elder brother-in-law. "Changqing, it seems the recent turmoil wasn't enough to occupy your time." Gu Changqing's expression grew somber. Hua Xiaoting, no longer inclined to eat, rose and ascended the stairs. "Brother." Hua Mingzhu couldn't help but call out, "Brother, you seem to harbor a prejudice against Gu Changqing." Hua Xiaoting turned, his gaze cool as it settled upon Gu Changqing. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed. Perhaps he was aware himself." Gu Changqing's expression darkened further as he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man who possessed every advantage. Clearly, he hadn't fared well with Wen Wan. It was understandable, as he was accustomed to a throng of women fawning over him. And now he had encountered a tough customer in Wen Wan, which naturally caused him discomfort. Gu Changqing recalled that day at the club when Hua Xiaoting seemed nonchalant, as if he were merely toying around. How amusing! Did not anticipate that his dalliance would evolve into genuine affection. Unconcerned with the lovelorn man, departed the residence. As he settled into his car, he glanced at the calendar, anticipating his reunion within 2 days. He imagined her surprise upon seeing him, her expression animated and perhaps even charming. Gently caressed the steering wheel. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he was inevitably caught in the rain. The night was advanced, yet she remained occupied with work. Summoning her strength, she sat on the sofa and opened her laptop, diligently preparing the day's financial statements. Her work served as a distraction from her worries. However, as she lay in bed during the quiet hours of the night, thoughts of inevitably surfaced, recalling the fond memories and the intimate encounter they shared that evening. Grasped a pillow and pressed it against her face, determined to suppress her thoughts of him. Over the next 2 days, she had no contact with, but she did encounter his news in the papers. He had triumphed in an international lawsuit, radiating confidence and success. Numerous flashes of light focused on him, and even the female reporters gazed at him with admiration. However, As he stood answering questions, his handsome face remained impassive. The newspaper headline was sensational. The unbeaten king of the legal world, holding her water glass, was slightly distracted. She softly stroked the photograph in the newspaper. She had never seen so stern. It wasn't that she had never witnessed his displeasure, but it was usually expressed in a more casual manner, like a shameless man. However, clad in formal attire and standing in court, exuded a sensuality that made her knees tremble. Recalling's words, Ms. Wan, it remains to be seen who is taking advantage of whom, and after beholding the photograph, found herself in agreement with him, lamenting her own lack of resolve. Cast a glance at the image and chuckled knowingly. Quite captivating, isn't it? Is he virile? Uninterested in marriage, occasionally sought casual encounters, and was rather uninhibited. However, was taken aback and pleaded for her to stop, aware of the discord between her, and refrained from further comment. Prepare yourself for tonight's dinner engagement with Director Sue. His wife will be in attendance, so our primary focus should be on cultivating her favor. Securing her goodwill is paramount to ensuring the investment materializes. Acted with propriety, cognizant that Mrs. Sue would likely disapprove of any woman appearing overly alluring in the presence of her husband. Opted for professional attire, her auburn hair elegantly coiffed, projecting an image of competence. She and traveled together in one vehicle, mindful that at least one of them would need to remain sober to drive. Upon arriving at the business club, they encountered the Sue family. Mr. Sue possessed a gentle and easygoing demeanor, while Mrs. Sue exuded a refined and amiable charm. Even their child was quite endearing, putting at ease. During the dinner, regaled Director Sue with grandiose visions of their plans and future prospects. Meanwhile, attended to Mrs. Sue and the child. Mrs. Sue took a liking to, and after their conversation, she decided to entrust her child's musical education to. With the contract signed, was elated. She rose to propose a toast to Director and Mrs. Sue. As and I embark on our initial venture, we are fortunate to have encountered benefactors such as Director Sue. Drained her glass in one gulp. Director Sue patted shoulder, laughing heartily in agreement. This esteemed individual is someone else entirely. Both Sister Lee and Wen Wan were taken aback. Someone else? Who? Mrs. Sue spoke softly. Our Mr. Sue is also acting on someone else's behalf. That person has longed to collaborate with Teacher One, but feared her rejection. Wen Wan's expression shifted subtly as she began to piece it together. However, in such a setting, she found it inappropriate to react overtly. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Gu Chongqing entered, clad in a classic black and white suit, exuding an air of elegance. His gaze was profound. Wen Wan. She stood, clutching her wine glass, mustering a strained smile. Ah, it's you, Mr. Gu. Sister Lee worried for her composure. Wen Wan gently squeezed Sister Lee's hand, reassuring her. She then addressed Mr. and Mrs. Sue. I have some private matters to discuss with Mr. Gu. Mr. Sue, Mrs. Sue, please excuse me. Sister Lee will attend to you. Mr. Sue appeared somewhat awkward, his conscience pricked by a sense of guilt. Wen Wan stepped out first, followed closely by Gu Chongqing, who smiled softly as he walked behind her. Wen Wan, he called her name, then added, I told you I merely wished to make amends. Please do not refuse my good intentions. His tone was tender. Since realizing what he had lost, he had begun to view Wen Wan differently. He yearned to offer her the best, but was uncertain if she still desired it. Wen Wan halted in her tracks, gazing at him in the corridor. She understood that he might genuinely care for her now and wish to please her, but it was too late. Such gestures of goodwill, after having endured heartbreak, held no value for her. With a calm demeanor, she replied, Gu Chongqing, we have long since turned the page. Hua Mingzhu is both beautiful and innocent. You should cherish her sincerely. Do not engage in actions that bring discomfort to us both. Gu Chongqing gently slipped his hand into his pocket and chuckled softly. Wen Wan, do you still believe that Hua Shouting could marry you? A sharp pang pierced Wen Wan's heart. She pressed her lips together and retorted. This has nothing to do with Hua Shouting. Nothing to do with him? Gu Chongqing stepped closer, encroaching upon her space. Subtly, without her noticing, he maneuvered himself to trap her between him and the wall, as if cradling her in his embrace. Wen Wan leaned against his shoulder, pushing him away. Gu Chongqing, are you mad? Chapter 134. Hua Shouting. Let's exchange our lives. Gu Chongqing remained unmoved, his muscles as unyielding as stone, his gaze perilous. "I am not mad," he asserted, locking eyes with her. "I have awakened to the truth. Wen Wan, let us start anew. This time, I shall treat you well." Wen Wan was taken aback, turning her head away. His lips brushed against her delicate cheek, leaving behind a trace of moisture. With a sudden surge of anger, she forcefully pushed him away, her breath uneven, glaring at him, intent on making it clear that she neither desired his investment nor his compensation. There should be no connection between them. Yet, just as she was about to speak, her gaze froze. Not far away, Shouting stood smoking, his deep-set eyes fixed upon them, cold as if observing an unrelated display of romantic entanglement. Suddenly, Wen Wan felt her legs weaken, leaning against the wall. She was compelled to steady herself to prevent from sliding down. Gu Chongqing, too, caught sight of Hua shouting. His voice, raspy with emotion, he uttered, "Wen man, simply utter the word, and I shall forthwith dissolve my betrothal. I shall espouse you. We shall be wed, and we shall beget children aplenty." His proposition held considerable allure. It was not what Wen Man yearned for. The individual she so ardently desired fixed her with an icy gaze. She regarded Hua shouting with a sense of helplessness. Gu Chongqing felt a chill permeate his very being. Perhaps until this day, he had clung to a modicum of hope. But now he realized he had irrevocably lost Wen Man. A tryst for three, a world for two. He, Gu Chongqing, was merely an outsider. Wen Man's gaze was solely for Hua shouting, and he, Gu Chongqing, had suffered utter defeat. Gu Chongqing retreated. As he brushed past Hua shouting, he heard the man, born into privilege, utter in a frigid tone, "Gu Chongqing, I brook no one touching what is mine." Gu Chongqing's body stiffened. Having dealt with Hua shouting for an extended period, this was the first instance of him witnessing or hearing Hua shouting display possessiveness. Ordinarily, he evinced little interest in anything, least of all women. Perhaps he had been mistaken. Perhaps, at some future juncture, Hua shouting would deign to enter into matrimony. Because that individual was Wen Man. Because Wen Man desired marriage. Wen Man settled into Hua shouting's automobile. She distinctly detected the scent of alcohol emanating from him, surmising that it was likely his celebratory banquet this evening. Yet he had inadvertently stumbled upon her dalliance. In both a professional and personal capacity, Wen Man wished to avoid conflict with him. She murmured, "The music studio sought financing, and he enlisted someone to secure a letter of intent with us. I was not privy to his involvement beforehand." Chose to ignore her, lighting a cigarette and resting his hand on the car window as he leisurely smoked. Only after finishing the cigarette did he turn to her and inquire, "Why do you feel the need to explain yourself? Are we not merely engaged in a physical relationship?" Wen Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her gaze in silence. She was well aware of S' unpredictable temperament, having encountered it before. Thus, engaging in a confrontation with him would yield no favorable outcome. He scrutinized her for an extended moment before suddenly declaring, "I wish to come to your place." Wen Wan was taken aback. She believed she comprehended his implication. He desired to engage with her in her apartment, an act that bore a semblance of emotional release, infused with his dominating nature. She gently turned her head, gazing out of the car window. After a brief pause, she softly murmured in acknowledgement, pressed the accelerator, his agitation evident as the car sped towards her apartment building. Upon their arrival, Wen Wan led him inside, feeling a sense of humiliation. "What would you like to drink?" she inquired, only to have her body forcefully pressed against the sofa. Her chestnut hair spilled across the light fabric, creating a striking visual contrast, and the fact that this was her solitary abode served as an undeniable stimulation for her. He was anything but gentle. After their first encounter, Wen Wan sought respite, yet he remained insatiable. "Continue," he urged, as her eyes brimmed with moisture, bearing the weight of his desires. Time became an indistinct blur until her phone began to ring. Her hands pinned down, she could not reach for it, but after the incessant ringing persisted, seized the device for a glance. It was a call from Gu Chongqing. He activated the speakerphone and resumed his intimate actions. Wen Man, his profound gaze fixed on Wen Man, her lips bitten, her delicate nose flushed crimson. He utterly vanquished her. The suggestive sounds permeated the phone line, reaching Gu Chongqing, who listened in stunned silence, his blood seemingly turning to ice. Moments later, his phone shattered into pieces. Late that night, Wen Man sat listlessly, enveloped in a blanket. Hua Xiao, impeccably dressed, sat opposite her, a cigarette resting at his side. I'll send you to England for advanced studies. I'll fly over to be with you twice a month. I'll invest in a music studio and hire professionals to manage it. Wen Man slowly raised her eyes. In the lamplight, her complexion was pallid, the corners of her eyes tinged with red. She was terrified by his torment, her body aching, but it was no match for the weariness in her heart. A bi-monthly favor. What else is it other than a mistress? She softly inquired, Hua Xiao, in your heart, am I just a kept woman? Everything dictated by your will, and when you're displeased, you send me abroad. Her interrogation did not sway Hua Xiao's decision. He would not tolerate any further encounters like the one she had with Gu Chongqing tonight. He extinguished the cigarette. Whether it is or isn't is irrelevant. What matters is that you must leave the city. Wen Man laughed. Her past with Gu Chongqing was long over. Their meeting was merely accidental. She had rejected Gu Chongqing. She had never offered Gu Chongqing any hope, partly because she no longer loved him, but also to bring some joy to Hua Mingzhu. Yet, how had Hua Xiaoting treated her? He maintained an ambiguous relationship with Qiaoan, while simultaneously condemning her past. She humbled herself before him, allowing him to indulge his desires, only for him to dismiss her as a mere mistress once he was satisfied. To hell with Hua Xiaoting. She wanted no more of it. Shedding the blanket, indifferent to her disheveled state, Wen Man began to dress slowly. Once clothed, she stated calmly, I am not leaving. Hua Xiaoting, of course, had planned ahead. He sneered, have you forgotten about your father's ongoing lawsuit? He retrieved a document from his pocket and tossed it to Wen Man. Her face paled as she glanced at it. It was a receipt signed by her father, an item sufficient to ruin him. Hua Xiaoting said expressionlessly, this little trinket cost me considerable effort. Wen Man, what do you think will happen if it falls into the hands of the judiciary? Will your father survive unscathed? Wen Man trembled with rage. She had never imagined that Hua Xiaoting would use this to threaten her. She chuckled softly. Raising her eyes, she gritted her teeth and said, Hua Xiaoting, I've slept with you for so long. Surely some affection has developed? Hua Xiaoting, if my father spends even a day in prison, I will immediately go and sleep with Gu Chongqing. Will your precious sister survive that? My father's life is as valuable as your sister's. As she spoke, her heart ached with pain. Yet, enduring the pain, she uttered, Hawthorne, let us exchange a life for a life. Chapter 135. Hawthorne, I too am in agony. As the words left her lips, Winona gently cradled her heart. The pain was profound, truly unbearable. Never had she envisioned such an ending with Hawthorne. Hawthorne fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes so laden with emotion they seemed capable of drowning her. In fact, Winona had never witnessed him in such a state. A sense of foreboding washed over her, as if the next instant would bring a stinging slap across her face. But it never came. Instead of resorting to violence, a mirthless smile played upon Hawthorne's lips. I recall you gifting Pearl a protective amulet. And yet, now you seek her demise? Winona offered a wan smile, her voice tinged with resignation. Mr. Hawthorne, if you would be so kind as to extend your generosity, we could coexist in peace. Hawthorne's Adam's apple bobbed as he mirrored her smile. Winona, you are quite formidable. It is no wonder both Chester and Kane succumbed to your charms. He delicately pinched her exquisite chin, leaning in close, his tone laced with menace. One would never suspect that beneath that demure exterior lies a woman full of thorns. I have an intense desire to pluck them all out. Winona's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her nose reddened with emotion. She understood that Hawthorne had yielded. A sudden release washed over her body, yet the concealed pain intensified, an unbearable torment in her abdomen. She was unable to discern its origin. Winona's face was ashen. With forced composure, she murmured, I shall not see you off, Mr. Hawthorne. It was over. The chapter between her and Hawthorne had come to a definitive close. Hawthorne rose with alacrity, indeed intending to depart. Upon the tea table lay the evidence of Burton's transgressions, a parting gift he had left for her. Over the years, he had acted with ruthless decisiveness, seldom exhibiting hesitation. Yet, he felt compelled to inquire once more if she truly wished to remain by his side, if she genuinely resisted his plans. Just as he turned, he beheld Wen Wan collapsed beside the coffee table, her delicate form curled up, her petite face drained of color. Wen Wan was shouting, rushed to her, bending down to lift her. What happened? I shall take you to the hospital. Wen Wan did not refuse. She was engulfed in pain, intense, excruciating pain. The area around her lower abdomen felt as if it were ablaze, rendering her unable to stand. Even lying down was unbearable. She vaguely suspected that this was connected to the passionate encounter they had just shared. Her body was unprepared, and Hua Shouting's desires had been too fervent. Hua Shouting, it hurts. Leaning against his arm, she momentarily forgot their earlier quarrel, for only the warmth emanating from him could alleviate her suffering, reminding her that she was, despite the pain, still truly alive. Hua Shouting, after all, was a man. He harbored feelings for Wen Wan, and even amidst their discord, it was impossible for him to disregard her. He carried her into the car, offering her a cup of water. It was warm water. Drink a little, he urged. Wen Wan grasped the cup, twisting it several times without success. Hua Shouting, taking matters into his own hands, opened it for her before placing it back in her grasp. He did not dare to delay, driving towards the nearest hospital, urgency compelling him to forego seeking out acquaintances. Wen Wan sipped a bit of water, finding slight comfort. Yet, the discomfort persisted, the pain still gnawing, her lower abdomen feeling heavy and oppressive. She leaned against the back of the seat, her complexion pale. Hua Shouting, thank you. Do not speak. I shall call for you once we reach the hospital. His voice was remarkably gentle, a rarity for Hua Shouting, especially considering their recent fierce argument, which had escalated to the brink of a rift. Wen Wan felt a tenderness in her heart. She believed that their earlier confrontation was merely a product of heated emotions, devoid of rational thought. She trusted he would not truly confront her father, just as she had no intention of employing Gu Changqing against Wen Mingzhu. All was said in the heat of the moment. Wen Wan wished to converse with him, yet the pain was overwhelming. In her muddled state, she thought, perhaps it would be best to wait until she felt better. Half an hour later, the Bentley Continental arrived at the hospital. Hua Shouting carried Wen Wan out of the car and hurried towards the emergency room. Are you feeling any better? He inquired. Wen Wan nodded, then shook her head. Hua Shouting quickened his pace, and before long, they reached the registration desk. The nurse inquired about the department required. With pale lips, Wen Wan replied, gynecology. Hua Shouting's eyes dimmed slightly. Had he indeed been too forceful tonight, resulting in her injury? He glanced at Wen Wan, who immediately averted her gaze. The atmosphere between them palpably delicate. Hua Shouting took her identification and proceeded to register her, then helped her settle onto a bench to wait. Fortunate that there was only one patient ahead of them. Wen Wan felt quite unwell, leaning against the back of the chair, her face ashen. Hua Shouting gently turned her head towards him. She looked into his eyes, which reflected a glimmer of anxious tears. Perhaps it was her fragility that softened his tone considerably. Rest your head on my shoulder. We shall arrive shortly. Wen Wan's slender throat felt constricted. She bit her lip, about to lean closer. A gentle and refined voice resonated ahead, shouting. Hua Shouting was somewhat taken aback. He lifted his gaze to find Xiao Jingyan and Mrs. Xiao. Xiao Jingyan appeared considerably haggard, while Mrs. Xiao wore a troubled expression, her eyes slightly swollen as if she had been weeping for an extended period. Hua Shouting supported Wen Wan, and unable to rise, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Xiao. Xiao Jingyan's gaze fell upon Wen Wan. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, is Miss Wen unwell? The quarrel between Hua Shouting and Wen Wan was not something he would disclose to others. He simply maintained a reserved demeanor. She is feeling a bit unwell. Mrs. Xiao glanced at her husband. Understanding her implication, Xiao Jingyan hesitated, finding it difficult to express himself, shouting, we originally did not wish to trouble you. We did not expect to encounter you here. Xiao is not in a good state. Could you perhaps offer her some comfort? As soon as her husband finished speaking, Mrs. Xiao covered her face and wept. I know this puts you in a difficult position, shouting. However, Xiao and's fiancé wishes to break off their engagement, and she has swallowed 10 sleeping pills. shouting, "I implore you on behalf of both Jing Yin and myself. She is our only daughter." She then turned to Wen Man, pleading, "Miss Wen, I know you are the most understanding person. Jing Yin has spoken highly of you. Surely, you would not stand idly by, would you? Xiao is truly in a dire state. Wem man listened, that's it. Xiao had taken pills. She, Wen Man, ought to be understanding." She felt Hua Shouting's grip on her hand tighten momentarily before loosening again, then tightening once more. He was struggling. He also wished to see Joanne, for his heart was restless over the moonlight that shone in his memories of her. Indeed, while Wen Wan merely suffered physical pain, Joanne had lost love and marriage. A sense of desolation enveloped Wen Wan. She struggled to muster a faint smile as she gazed at Hua Shouting, unwilling to be the magnanimous one. Instead, she allowed him to make his own decision. Their eyes locked, and Wen Wan felt nearly suffocated. Enduring the ache, she quietly observed him and softly uttered, "Hua Shouting, I too am in pain." Joanne's illness was of her own making, yet the suffering within Wen Wan's body was undeniably inflicted by Hua Shouting himself. How could he abandon her to visit Joanne? How could he act thus? Hua Shouting frowned. "I'll just take a look and return shortly. It will not cause any delay." Wen Wan understood that he was reproaching her for her perceived insensitivity. Even Mrs. Chiao's tone had lost its previous warmth. "Miss Wan, Joanne and Shouting are matters of the past. You need not concern yourself. They have been separated for years, now merely good friends." Chapter 136. Alone on the cold operating table, Wen Wan gently closed her eyes as another wave of pain surged through her abdomen. Amidst the agony, she vaguely heard the sound of something shattering. In retrospect, she mused that it must have been the sound of a heart, once tender, being brutally crushed. She adjusted her position, her eyes filled with confusion yet resolute. She heard herself say, "Hua Shouting, you may go." The Chiao couple expressed their profound gratitude, exclaiming how much they appreciated her understanding. As Hua Shouting rose, he removed his coat and draped it over her. As the jacket, still retaining his body heat, was draped over Wen Man, she abruptly shrugged it off. "Skin mit skin, bone geest bone." Hua Shouting was taken aback. Wen Man uttered softly, "I don't need it." He chose to be with Xiao and leaving behind a mere article of clothing. What was the significance of such a gesture? Wen Man remained silent. At that moment, her name was called. She rose without glancing at him, her pride forbidding her from pleading with him any further. There were countless men in the world, and perhaps 99.99% of them did not measure up to his excellence. But what did it matter? All a woman desired was a man who placed her first. He might be exceptional, but his thoughts were always elsewhere. Of what use was he to her? Wen Man steadied herself and walked step by step toward the examination room. Hua Shouting stood there, his countenance rather displeased. "Madame Qiu gently urged, Shouting, let's go see Xiao quickly." Xiao Jingyan hesitated for a moment before ultimately leading Hua Shouting to the VIP ward. Inside the emergency room, the female gynecologist, observing Wen Man's distress, inquired, "Where is your husband?" Wen Man was deeply embarrassed. She lay on the examination table, her eyes slightly moist. "He doesn't have the time." The doctor muttered a few words under her breath before proceeding with the examination. Pain. With each touch, Wen Man's body convulsed in agony. Never in her life had she experienced such torment. The middle-aged female doctor's gaze tightened. She glanced at Wen Man, gently laid down her clothing, and turned to inform the nurse, "Prepare for surgery. The patient's condition is critical due to intra-abdominal pressure caused by XX." Wen Man's mind went blank. The female physician swiftly completed the surgical forms, reproaching, if there is any further delay, it could endanger a life. Although it was a minor procedure that would allow for immediate departure, companionship was still necessary. "Do you have anyone you can contact?" Wen Wan gently traced her fingers over her abdomen, feeling a sharp pang of pain. Gazing at the ceiling, she softly replied, "I'll have my friend come." The doctor regarded her with a hint of regret. Such a beautiful girl, yet she seemed to have been toyed with by some man, left in this state without care. Wen Wan trembled as she dialed by Wei's number. With a signature, she consented to undergo the procedure. Though minor, the pain was excruciating. She fought to endure it, clutching the white hospital sheets tightly. In her haze of agony, She seemed to hear Hua shouting, whispering near her ear. Are you comfortable? Wen Wan. I am very comfortable. She turned her face away, tears cascading unexpectedly down her cheeks. When Bai Wei arrived, the surgery had concluded. Wen Wan's complexion was as pale as paper, her body so fragile that it could topple with a mere breeze, her legs nearly unable to support her. This pain, this humiliation, even the love was shouting once bestowed upon her paled in comparison. Upon seeing her, Bai Wei burst into tears. Where's that scoundrel? Surely he isn't meeting his former lover at a time like this. Wen Wan managed a faint smile. Bai Wei was indeed correct. Hua shouting had abandoned her to visit Xiaoan. Yet, Wen Wan found herself indifferent. She bade him farewell. From that moment forth, she harbored no more hopes for him. His affairs with Xiaoan, be it love or hate, were of no concern to her any longer. Bai Wei prepared the medication for her and assisted her in preparing to leave. The first floor of the hospital's outpatient department. There are always certain individuals who unexpectedly encounter one another at specific times. Wen Wan came across the Qiao family, along with Hua shouting. Qiao Jingyan and his wife supported Qiao and on either side, while Hua shouting trailed behind, carrying a medical bag in his hand. His demeanor was casual, resembling that of a son-in-law of the Qiao family. Qiao appeared joyful, her complexion rosy, her voice soft, shouting, You really need not come to see me. You left Miss Wen. She might be upset, though Wen Wan did not catch Hua shouting's response. The scene before her was utterly distasteful, prompting her to softly say, Bai Wei, let us leave. Leave? What do you mean by that? Bai Wei, known for her fiery temper, gently set Wen Wan down and then approached the family. Her voice was sharp and piercing. Lawyer Hua, you are quite busy. You left Wen Wan in such a state, leaving her alone on the operating table, yet you have the leisure to visit an old flame. Hua shouting, I have truly witnessed today that men like you are the worst. Tinyao Zian cannot compare to you. Hua shouting frowned, ignoring Bai Wei's words as he turned his gaze to Wen Wan behind her. Wen Wan leaned against the wall, her face pale as a ghost. Her lips lacked any color, appearing as if they could collapse at the slightest touch. Hua shouting handed the bag to Qiao Jingyan and stepped forward to support Wen Wan. Bai Wei's eyes were red-rimmed. However, Wen Wan gently pushed him away, rejecting his approach, her entire being radiating refusal. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Hua shouting, It is over between us. Our separation was irrevocably sealed long before you chose to see Qiaoan. Subsequently, should you continue to assist my father with the lawsuit, my gratitude would be boundless. If not, I shall have to implore Gu Chongqing, for I believe he would possess the means. Uttering these words nearly exhausted Wen Man's strength. Instinctively, Hua shouting reached out to grasp her. I was unaware of your impending surgery, or I would not have departed. Wen Man offered no rebuttal. Standing there, she reflected for a considerable time before tilting her head and uttering, Hua shouting, I did indeed harbor affection for you. Yet, I am now uncertain for to cherish you. For a commonplace girl, such as myself, was a state of utter insignificance. Your precepts, your affluence, are all far beyond my humble reach. Thus we're finished. Therefore, let us cease this lingering attachment. Having spoken, Wen Man bestowed upon him a delicate smile, akin to morning dew shimmering upon a flower blooming on a cliffside, its essence dripping upon Hua shouting's heart, causing him anguish. Wen Man turned, supported by Bai Wei, and began to walk away. Hua shouting seized her arm with force, his voice taut. Wen Man, release me. Hua shouting, there is no longer any connection between us. Henceforth, I shall no longer hold affection for you. Rest assured, both you and Xiaoan. Chapter 137. I wish you felicity for all eternity. Having spoken, Wen Man gently disengaged from Hua shouting. Bai Wei, let us depart. Bai Wei was wounded, distressed, and, moreover, indignant. She raised her middle finger towards Hua shouting, exclaiming, Scoundrel! May you be left without descendants. Wen Wan cast her eyes downward. Bai Wei, stop causing trouble. Lawyer Hua and I have managed to part ways amicably. Bai Wei understood that Wen Wan was swallowing her pride for the sake of Wen Boyan, enduring such humiliation. If Wen Wan could endure, so could she. However, Hua shouting once again seized Wen Wan's hand. This time, she forcefully shook him off. Miss Wen, Xiao Jingyan stepped forward, sincerely apologizing. Miss Wen, Xiaoan is young and inexperienced. My wife and I failed to consider the situation properly. I apologize to you and hope you can, for my sake, give Shouting a chance to explain. Wen Wan offered a faint smile. Though she was in immense pain, she still felt compelled to clarify matters with these individuals. Who, besides Bai Wei, would care for her feelings? She turned to face Xiao Jingyan, gazing steadily at him. Mr. Xiao, you are not at fault. Xiaoan is your precious daughter. You and your wife favor her in your actions. What is wrong with that? As for Miss Xiao, she is entitled to pursue her affections without fault. Wen Wan took a deep breath. Her eyes swept slowly across the faces of those present before she spoke. Having known Lawyer Hua, I wish him and Miss Xiao a lifetime of happiness together, across all generations. Xiao Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the girl's fierce character, which reminded him of Lu Xiaoman. In the past, when misunderstandings had led to arguments between him and Xiaoman, she too had resolutely severed ties with him, her eyes red with emotion. Xiaoman, where are you now? Would a daughter born to you also endure such grievances and be subjected to such bullying as Miss Wen has? Is inherently a benevolent man. As he contemplated the offspring he would never meet, his eyes welled with tears, and he yearned to utter words of solace to the girl before him. However, had already turned to leave. She was in great pain, yet she maintained her composure. The situation was already humiliating enough. She did not wish to become the object of ridicule. Paused momentarily and said softly, I will forget him and start anew. Was taken aback. Who had followed? Overheard's declaration. A trace of bewilderment crossed his mature and handsome countenance. Had said that she would forget him. Would she truly forget him? Would she sever all ties with him and treat him as a stranger? Perhaps one day, calmly introducing him to a new boyfriend, just as she did with? A series of images flashed through his mind. His first encounter with her playing the piano in the French restaurant, all of which stirred his heart. He recalled the minutiae of their life together, their intimate entanglements in every corner of the apartment, and how he always delighted in whispering morning dew into her ear as she became lost in passion. Was, in the truest sense, his first woman. He was filled with remorse, rarely experienced regret in matters of the heart. When he broke up with years ago, he did so decisively, and he had never harbored feelings of regret since. Perhaps there was a youthful affection for her, or perhaps it was due to his connection with Uncle. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets, nor did he ponder whether additional attentiveness might have dissuaded her from seeking solace in another's arms. On this day, he had inflicted pain upon, a deed he profoundly regretted. He yearned to atone for his actions, unwilling to sever their connection. Their relationship was not meant to conclude in such a manner. Reclined within the confines of the automobile, her demeanor remarkably composed. She declared, let us sever our ties definitively. Her tone was gentle as she continued, unlike you, I prefer not to equivocate in matters of the heart, nor do I favor lingering attachments. S. brow furrowed in consternation, poised to offer an explanation. However, S. eyes suddenly welled with tears as she fixed her gaze upon him. I am in agony. Now, will you permit me to depart? He faltered momentarily, forcefully slammed the car door, the resounding thud causing momentary injury to his fingers. Instantly, they bore a livid contusion, instinctively recoiled as, with a vituperative epithet, drove the vehicle away. Through the barrier of glass, observed weeping, uncertain whether her tears were born of physical pain or of him. Approached, inquiring, your hand. Certainly acted rashly. How could she treat you in such a manner? Allow me to accompany you to the physician. As listened to's solicitous words, an intense vexation welled within him. He brusquely shoved aside, exclaiming leave, was momentarily stunned. She slowly raised her eyes to behold the man before her, his countenance bearing an unprecedented gloom, akin to a man whose wife had been unfaithful, nay, even more dreadful. S. heart trembled with trepidation. Hua Shouting has truly fallen for Wen Wan. Without hesitation, Hua Shouting entered his car. The vehicle sped away, arriving almost simultaneously with Bai Wei at the foot of Wen Wan's building. As Wen Wan alighted, she did not spare him a glance. To her, Hua Shouting was akin to a mere stranger. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Wen Wan. Bai Wei supported Wen Wan, throwing 2 documents at him. These were Wen Wan's diagnosis and the consent form for her surgery. Take a good look. Where were you when Wen Wan was in excruciating pain? You wretched man. You are utterly unworthy of Wen Wan, let alone the affection she has bestowed upon you. You should be locked away with someone like Xiao and to prevent you from inflicting harm on others. After her tirade, Bai Wei felt a sense of relief as she helped Wen Wan ascend the stairs. Moments latte. The lights in the apartment flickered to life. Hua Xiaoting leaned against the golden Bentley, illuminated by the moonlight, meticulously studying Wen Wan's diagnosis and surgical documents. The dense text almost suffocating him. It was he who had caused Wen Wan's injury. It was he who had abandoned her in the operating room. Hua Xiaoting recalled their first intimate encounter, her tears soaking the sheets beneath her, a testament to her fear of pain. He did not enter the car, but remained by the door, slowly smoking a cigarette. This vigil lasted half the night. At dawn, as Bai Wei went out to fetch breakfast, she passed by the golden Bentley, spitting in disdain. Wretched man. Hua Xiaoting ignored her. Once she departed, he promptly exited the car and approached Wen Wan's apartment, ringing the doorbell. When the door opened, to his surprise, it was Hua Xiaoting himself. He bore several nutritional supplements and 2 breakfast portions from her favorite brand. However, Wen Wan did not allow him entry. Her tone was exceedingly indifferent. Hawthorne, I merely feel unwell. It is not a miscarriage, and there is no need for such theatrics. Besides, my heart is already irrevocably broken. To engage in these gestures now is utterly superfluous. Chapter 138. Hawthorne, have you no sense of propriety? Winifred's countenance was ashen. Hawthorne reached out to touch her face, but she instinctively recoiled. Ultimately, he lowered his hand, stating, regardless, you have suffered a significant loss of vitality. Allow me to care for you. Winifred listened in silence, her expression devoid of emotion. Mr. Hawthorne, must I be so explicit? She inquired. I am aware that you harbor some affection for me, but it is so tenuous. Whenever Joanna encounters misfortune, you invariably rush to her side, irrespective of my well-being, whether I am heartbroken, grieving, or lying on an operating table. As Winifred spoke, a sharp pain pierced her heart, yet she managed a wry smile. Mr. Hawthorne, I cannot afford to be fond of someone like you. Hawthorne moved closer, hoping to evoke memories of their past intimacy. Winifred was stunned, her body rigid amidst his tender advances, her heart aching to the point of numbness. Summoning an unknown strength, she shoved him away. Hawthorne, have you no sense of propriety? She demanded. If you seek a woman to share your bed, your status and appearance would allow you to find one with your eyes closed. There is no need to persist in this entanglement with me. Hawthorne's pupils darkened. Do you believe that my intentions are merely carnal? Winifred's lips trembled as she retorted with derision. What else could it be? Marriage? Hawthorne's breathing grew more fervent. He clenched his fist, and, after a long silence in the standoff, he said with a hint of weariness, When man, I have no intention of marrying. It's not that I'm toying with you, but marriage is simply not in my life plan. When man lowered her gaze and chuckled softly, rest assured, I have no intention of intruding upon your life either. As she finished speaking and moved to close the door, Xiao Ting stopped her, his brow furrowing slightly. In my heart, you are more important than Xiaoan. When man raised her eyes, staring directly at him, her gaze filled with astonishment and anger. As if she had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century, she repeated softly, I'm more important than Xiaoan. Xiao Ting's expression became somewhat solemn. When man's smile faded even further, I recall that Xiaoan has an economic dispute that you're handling. Hu Xiao Ting. If you say I am more important than her, then I, this more important person, request that you abandon your collaboration with her. She smiled mockingly. Can you do it? Hu Xiao Ting Frenet. He had always maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters, and he would never allow a woman to get the better of him and interfere with his work. He looked at her. Can you change the request? When man bent down, gathered the supplements he had brought, and tossed them out the door. And one more request. Get out. Hua Xiao Ting, never appear before me again. We're over. When man closed the door, leaning against the door panel, as if she could still smell the tobacco scent on Hua Xiao Ting. Once, she had so loved nestling in his arms. She cherished the sensation of pressing against his neck, absorbing his breath through a layer of skin. The intoxicating blend of tobacco, an aftershave captivating her deeply. Yet now, she yearned for distance. Wen Wan regained her composure and said, "Do not offend him on my behalf. Yao Zian has continual business dealings with the Hua family." By Wei feigned strength, but in truth, her heart ached profoundly. Slowly, Wen Wan opened the lunchbox and softly reassured, "Rest assured, I shall recover. Though the process may be somewhat painful, it will eventually pass." Due to Gu Changqing's influence, she could not accept the funds from Mr. Su and apologized to Sister Li. Sister Li, ever pragmatic, patted Wen Wan's shoulder, saying, "The earth is round. If this doesn't work, there will be another opportunity." That evening, she had arranged a dinner with several venture capitalists and invited Wen Wan to join. Wen Wan felt immensely grateful for Sister Li's generosity. After a brief conversation, she personally called Mrs. Su. "Mrs. Su, I regret to inform you that I can no longer collaborate with Mr. Su. However, if Jia wishes to learn from me, I will ensure she receives excellent guidance." Mrs. Su, having learned the circumstances from her husband, including matters pertaining to Gu Changqing and Hua Xiaoting, felt a profound admiration for this teacher, who she initially presumed might be difficult to approach. To her surprise, Wen Wan was courteous and independent, devoid of reliance on a man. Mrs. Su found herself favorably inclined. Contemplating, "Teacher Wen appears quite dependable. Although I lean on Mr. Su, it is essential to have some investments of my own." Nevertheless, Mrs. Su was astute and resolved to gauge Hua Xiaoting's stance. Should Attorney Hua intend to invest, she must not be preempted. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wen Man accompanied Sister Li to a dinner engagement. Having just recovered from an illness, she was not particularly suited to drinking alcohol. However, given the considerable trouble she had caused Sister Li, how could she allow her to bear the burden of drinking for two? With a gentle smile, Wen Man took a large sip of red wine. The rich, aromatic wine caused a wave of discomfort in her stomach, yet she maintained her delicate smile. "Well, Teacher Wen is quite the drinker. Teacher Wen is such a straightforward person. Let's pour another for Teacher Wen." Inside the opulent private room, beneath the shimmering crystal chandelier, the atmosphere was lively. Wen Man had been plied with nearly an entire bottle of red wine. Her face bore an unnatural pallor, which Sister Li noticed. She quietly suggested, "Why don't you go to the restroom? I'll find an excuse to let you leave early." Wen Man shook her head. "Let's leave together." Sister Li sighed softly. She was aware of the relationship between Wen Man and Hua Xiaoting and knew that Wen Man could have anything she desired, should she be willing. However, Wen Man refused to be a mistress. Besides feeling sorry for her, Sister Li also admired her. As an expert at dinner parties, she could enliven the atmosphere with just a few words, allow her teacher Wen to rest for a moment. "I'll drink this glass with Director Lin." Director Lin, in question, was the CEO of a certain six-star hotel. He had met Wen Man before and was aware that she was Hua Xiaoting's girlfriend. Wen Man hurried to the restroom. Her stomach was churning, but she couldn't bring herself to vomit. She turned on the cold water and splashed her face vigorously several times, finally finding some relief. However, she succumbed to inebriation. The elongated figure that materialized in the restroom blurred the lines between reality and fantasy, captivating her gaze and tinting the corners of her eyes with a delicate flush. Calmly approached and began washing his hands. Remained silent, leaning against the frigid tile wall, her vulnerability palpable as she fixed her gaze upon him. Deliberately prolonged the act of washing his hands. After a protracted silence, finally ascertained that he was indeed present. Their encounter a tangible reality. Without uttering a word, she turned to depart. S voice gently resonated behind her. "Is this the existence you aspire to?" Chapter 139. "I find myself longing for you." Paused in her stride. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she lowered her gaze. "We hail from disparate realms. The manner in which I conduct my life is of no consequence to you whatsoever." If he harbored the notion that she harbored regrets, he was mistaken. Once again, entreaties to drink were extended. Intervened, offering to substitute. The individual, of considerable stature, maintained a composed demeanor. Director Li, engaging in commerce necessitates partaking in libations. Gender is irrelevant at the table, and besides, Teacher Wen may appear delicate, but her earlier fortitude was truly remarkable. He extended a glass of red wine towards If teacher Wen indulges in this glass, I will give due consideration to this investment. Attempted to interject, but gently restrained her hand. Offered a demure smile. I am grateful for Director Zhao's esteem. I am, of course, amenable to granting Director Zhao this indulgence. She accepted the glass, poised a drink. Having spoken, Hua Xiaoting's lips curved slightly. I wonder if I am deemed worthy enough. Within the private room, silence prevailed. No one had anticipated Hua Xiaoting's arrival, much less his public confrontation with Director Zhao. A moment of incandescent rage on behalf of a beautiful woman, a captivating scene. Director Lin, with a cigarette between his fingers, smiled meaningfully, shouting, "That's about enough." Hua Xiaoting turned and gently embraced Wen Wan's shoulders, disregarding her stiffness and resistance. He smiled faintly. I came to collect Teacher Wen, and seeing her vomiting in the restroom, my heart ached for her. As he spoke, he placed the glass he was holding down. Director Zhao, what do you propose? Director Zhao, usually so arrogant, was now rendered speechless, and no one else dared to mediate. Indeed, Hua Xiaoting appeared to be in a foul mood. Who would risk provoking his ire? After a prolonged silence, Wen Wan gently picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Upon finishing, she smiled faintly at Director Zhao. Director Zhao, let us become friends. Director Zhao was taken aback. Subsequently, his eyes reddened slightly, realizing that regardless of his actions, he would offend Hua Xiaoting. Unexpectedly, this young woman had diffused the situation. He immediately rose and poured himself red wine, consuming 3 glasses in succession. Then, he said to Sister Li, Teacher Wen is someone to befriend. I will secure this investment. Sister Li was delighted, yet even more concerned for Wen Wan. Wen Wan was clearly not showing deference to Hua Xiaoting. After Director Zhao drank 3 glasses, she followed suit, drinking 3 glasses as well. As she became thoroughly intoxicated, she vaguely thought that perhaps she did not wish to face Hua Xiaoting in a sober state. She covered her eyes while sitting in the car, her heart writhing in agony. In her inebriated haze, she sensed a different presence beside her. It was, in fact, Mr. Howard. With a tilt of her head, she murmured, "How did Ms. Lee get me into your car?" Mr. Howard, could you please refrain from appearing before me? Your mere presence evokes a profound sense of unease within me. Fueled by the liquor, Miss Wan voiced her innermost feelings. The sight of your ardent demeanor merely conjures the image of you embracing Miss Chiao, which I find utterly repulsive, truly. She gently closed her eyes, devoid of the strength to flee, and indeed, with no escape possible. Mr. Howard gazed upon her pale countenance, a consequence of her intoxication. He was undeniably moved, yet he suppressed his emotions. He had endured her disregard, her indulgence in alcohol with that fellow, surnamed Zhao. Mr. Howard gently brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured her forehead, whispering, "Wan, nothing transpired between us. Grant me another opportunity. Our time together was once filled with unparalleled delight, was it not?" Miss Wan shielded her eyes, a wry smile gracing her lips. Her laughter caused her body to tremble, accentuating her curves in a rather alluring manner. After a prolonged pause, she lowered her hand, her gaze unfocused. "Delightful, you say?" Indeed, it was quite delightful. She leaned forward, her slender fingers delicately undoing a button on his shirt, her movements deliberate, and her gaze undeniably seductive, at least to Mr. Howard, whose Adam's apple bobbed with anticipation. Exceedingly alluring, Miss Wan's fingers traced the contours of his Adam's apple, her touch feather-light. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she rasped, "Mr. Howard, do you anticipate me disrobing for you? Will you be the one compensating me, or shall I be the one paying you?" We agreed. Neither of us would take advantage of the other. The ardor that had flushed across Hua Xiaoting's handsome features vanished, replaced by a sudden frost. He seized her hand. "Enough. How much is enough?" Wen Wan retorted infuriatingly. "Hua Xiaoting, isn't this the very reason you sought me out? Shall I keep you company in the car?" Hua Xiaoting fastened his shirt buttons. He stared ahead. "Wen Wan, you're intoxicated." Wen Wan reclined against the leather seatback, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Even in her inebriated state, she sensed his displeasure. "Huh!" Hua Xiaoting attempted to ignore her, but he couldn't resist turning towards her. "Wen Wan, After all this time and deliberately slighting me just now, I refuse to believe you're unaware that you're merely relying on my affection for you. Try that with someone else. See if they tolerate your antics in front of Hua Xiaoding. Wen Wan languidly responded, "Thank you, Attorney Hua, for your high regard. Are you proposing a marriage of convenience?" With that, she closed her eyes, clearly toying with him. Even if Hua Xiaoding genuinely desired her, he wouldn't act upon it at this moment. Yet, he longed for her presence. Even her prickly demeanor felt intimately familiar. He leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Wen Wan, my longing for you is immense." His confession landed like a blow on cotton, feeble and ineffectual. As he prepared to alight from the car, he anticipated resistance from Wen Wan, but to his surprise, she was asleep, likely due to her intoxication. Hua Xiaoding's restless heart found a moment of tranquility. He closed the car door, gazing at her with an almost obsessive intensity. After a brief separation, when Man had become noticeably thinner, her petite face now more angular. Her rose-like, delicate lips were slightly parted, exuding a silent invitation. It was only in slumber that she relinquished her guarded demeanor. Hua Xiaoting found himself unable to resist this allure. He leaned in, gently kissing her. When Man was intoxicated, savoring a familiar taste in her dreams, she instinctively embraced the man's neck, engaging in a passionate kiss. Yet, it was in this drunken state that her heart ached the most. As the kiss deepened, she began to realize something was amiss. She and Hua Xiaoting had seemingly parted ways, a definitive break, and she had vowed never to be with him again. When Man opened her eyes, gazing at his handsome, impassioned face, and reached out to gently caress it, Hua Xiaoting remained still, allowing her to touch his face. "Wen Wan, I know you still harbor feelings for me. I refuse to believe you could forget the joy we once shared." When Man's eyes were hazy, she leaned back against the seat, her voice carrying a drunken rasp. "Hua Xiaoting, why would I ever be fond of you?" Hua Xiaoting stirred intensely. When Man was drunk, her eyes filled with undisguised pain. His heart was shaken. Did her affection for him cause her such torment? Hua Xiaoting gently stroked her lips. His voice tinged with tenderness. "Let's reconcile, return to how we were before, shall we?" When Man lowered her eyelids, her long, thick eyelashes trembling incessantly. "Hua Xiaoting, I do not desire you." Hua Xiaoting clenched her hand tightly. He suddenly unfastened her seatbelt, got out of the car, and carried her out. The night breeze caressed her face. When Man became more lucid, realizing that he had driven her to his apartment, she began to struggle, restlessly moving in his embrace. Her slender, fair legs kicking wildly without regard for whether she might hurt him. Hua Xiaoting let out a muffled grunt, as if triggered by a hidden mechanism. He could not wait to reach the upper floor and instead pressed her against the wall of the elevator. Their bodies were intimately aligned, every inch in contact. And even in her drunken state, Wen Wan did not dare to move, aware that at this moment, the man could not withstand provocation. With her eyes aflame, she confronted him. "Hua Xiaoting, are you going to force me?" Hua Xiaoting found himself at a loss, having never encountered such a headstrong girl. Though he had contemplated giving up over the past few days, he was unwilling to relinquish her warmth, having tasted her tenderness. How could he bear to let go? His prominent nose brushed against hers gently, their bodies pressed tightly together, skillfully teasing her. Having been intimate with her multiple times, he knew precisely what she desired. Wen Wan felt both shame and anger as she turned her face away. "Lawyer Ho, have some self-respect." Hua Xiaoting gazed at her profile, her snow-white skin tinged with a delicate blush, her eyes sparkling with an unusual clarity. After several days apart, he realized just how much he missed her. Typically, he was measured in his actions and would never entangle himself with a woman in a public place like the elevator entrance on the first floor. Yet at that moment, he found himself unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Wen Wan's chin was firmly grasped, her body ensnared by him, and as Hua Xiaoting kissed her deeply, she found herself nearly breathless. Wen Wan resisted fiercely, unwilling and desperate to escape. She struggled fiercely, heedlessly fighting back. Her slender fingers grazed a hard object above her, revealing a mural. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Wan yanked it down and struck it upon Hua Xiaoting's head. Although the object was not heavy, The sharp metal edges of the frame lacerated his forehead, causing blood to flow profusely. Hua, shouting, disregarded the wound. Pressing down on Wen Wan, his gaze profound. In his eyes lingered a trace of desire. Wen Wan, startled, felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate. The makeshift weapon slipped from her grasp, and fearing his reprisal, she stammered, "I didn't mean to." Hua shouting remained silent. Wen Wan bit her lip. "I'll take you to the hospital." "No need, I could dress it at home," he replied. Hua shouting, "You should really go to the hospital." Hua shouting's gaze remained deep. His fingers gently brushed her delicate cheek. "Wen Wan, are you afraid to enter with me? Are you worried about old memories? Or are you concerned about what I might do to you? Rest assured, in my current state, I am incapable of anything." Wen Wan hesitated momentarily. Hua shouting released her, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Intentional harm could lead to a minimum sentence of 1 year. Wen Wan seethed with anger, finding him utterly despicable. Hua shouting lightly wiped the blood, a roguish smile gracing his lips. "Or perhaps you'll tell the judge that it was my advances that provoked you to harm me." Wen Wan's small face tightened. After a brief pause, she pressed the elevator button, silently conceding. Hua shouting, with a tissue pressed to his wound, accompanied her into the elevator. As it ascended, he suddenly spoke. "Wen Wan, I have no regrets." Wen Wan averted her gaze from him. She tilted her face upwards, fixated on the crimson digits. Hua shouting, "This changes nothing." She had made up her mind, resolute in her determination. Hua shouting fell silent. Upon arriving at the apartment, he sank onto the sofa, his tall frame appearing burdensome after the injury. Wen Wan quietly retrieved the first aid kit and placed it before him. "Can you bandage it yourself?" Hua shouting raised his eyes, fixating on her unexpressive face. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely uttered, "I've lost so much blood. Do you not feel even a twinge of pity?" Wen Wan smiled faintly. She offered no reply, merely extracting antiseptic, gauze, and ointment from the kit. His wound, located at the corner of his forehead, was a coin-sized abrasion, thankfully not deep. She dipped a medical cotton swab into the antiseptic alcohol and pressed it against his injury. Hua shouting winced in pain, his atoms apple-bobbing, yet he refrained from voicing his discomfort. At such moments, a man's cries would seem undignified. It was only during their intimate encounters that he would emit sounds of uncontrollable passion, which Wen Wan found particularly stirring. Perhaps recalling those moments, Hua shouting's gaze darkened. He gently clasped her hand, his voice a raspy whisper. "Wen Wan, we have shared this sofa." Wen Wan showed him no mercy. She lowered her eyes and smiled slightly. Yet, in Hua shouting's heart, there resided a house, a solitary island, occupied solely by Qiao, and Wen Wan chose not to elaborate. After all, they had parted ways, and such discussions were futile. She completed the bandaging and advised, "If it becomes inflamed tomorrow, you will need to go to the hospital." She washed her hands, preparing to leave. Hua shouting grasped her arm firmly. "Do not leave." He embraced her from behind. "Wen Wan, stay with me." Wen Wan's body stiffened slightly. She gently extricated herself from his hold. Hua shouting, "I have made myself abundantly clear. Our relationship is over. I am hungry. Prepare a bowl of noodles for me." Wen Wan retrieved her phone. "I will order takeout for you." Hua shouting swatted her phone away. "Are you suggesting that a patient should consume takeout? Besides, I am uncertain about the state of my injury. Perhaps unforeseen complications may arise tonight. Teacher Wen, should anything untoward occur, you would share in the blame." These were mere tricks of a man, Wen Wan acknowledged. Yet she also recognized the validity in part of his argument. She chose to disregard him. What if he employed some ruse, exaggerating a minor injury into something severe, and sought to hold her accountable? Contemplating this, Wen Wan decided against her initial resolve to leave. She picked up her phone, switched to the camera mode, and took a photograph of Hua shouting. "What are you doing?" Documenting this moment, lest any discrepancies arise later. Hua shouting was visibly agitated. Wen Wan tucked her phone away and softly added, "Tonight does not signify anything." He remained silent, walking over to the balcony to gaze at the nightscape of B City. Wen Wan watched his silhouette, her gaze falling upon the morning dew piano, tears welling in her eyes. She had once experienced immense joy because of him. She had known love, but it was merely affection. Chapter 141. Wen Wan slept in the master bedroom. Wen Wan felt exceedingly uncomfortable. She replied quietly, "I will go downstairs," gazed at her in silence, before uttering a hoarse apology. "I am deeply sorry." All but fled. Approximately 20 minutes later, the fragrant aroma of a delectable dish wafted from the kitchen, unmistakably his handiwork, extinguished his cigarette and proceeded to the dining area, where presented him with a bowl of noodles. As she attempted to leave, he restrained her hand, imploring, "Stay with me." Shook her head, her expression earnest. "Were it not for your injury, I would not be here." Her tone was composed, perhaps due to the numerous tears shed throughout the night, which had left her somewhat numb and less anguished in his presence. S. eyes were clouded with emotion. He did not press her, but without her nearby, he found little pleasure in the noodles, consuming a single bowl with haste. Retrieved a blanket from the guest room, indicating the sofa. "I shall sleep here tonight." His eyes darkened. "Sleep in the master bedroom. It is not as if we are strangers, and I assure you, I shall refrain from any untoward behavior." Was not so naive. S. desires were considerable, and proximity would undoubtedly ignite his passions. Furthermore, their relationship had concluded, and there was no need for further ambiguity. She declined softly. It is best to maintain a clear separation. The combination of alcohol and forced sobriety had taken its toll, and she was genuinely exhausted. Wrapped in the blanket on the sofa, she quickly succumbed to sleep. Observed her sleeping countenance, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. He entered the bedroom, retrieved a quilt, and draped it over her. Wen Man remained asleep, but instinctively clutched the blanket, curling into herself, appearing exceptionally slender. Hua Xiao Ting recalled the alcohol she had consumed that evening, a dull ache pervading his heart. Was he truly content to allow her to suffer in this manner? Would she genuinely prefer to accompany others for drinks, pursuing an opportunity with uncertain prospects? Hua Xiao Ting proceeded to the study and initiated a phone call. Li Jie answered. Li Jie was courteous, yet maintained a detached demeanor. "Mr. Hua, is there something you require at this late hour?" Hua Xiao Ting clutched the phone, his voice particularly cold in the night. "Director Li, do you happen to have openings for students?" "Indeed, we are always in need." Li Jie inwardly scoffed. "We are especially lacking wealthy fools." Hua Xiao Ting stated rather casually, "I will introduce a student tomorrow. Please have Ms. Wen instruct them." Li Jie was taken aback, inquiring deliberately, "Mr. Hu's child?" Hua Xiao Ting chuckled lightly. "Director Li, have you ever observed Ms. Wen's abdomen to be enlarged?" "Merely a relative." Li Jie retorted, "Shameless indeed. He appears so proper in newspapers and magazines. One would never suspect such licentiousness. Regardless, money is always welcome." Li Jie then subtly inquired about Wen Man. Hua Xiao Ting's tone was ambiguous. Wen Man is exhausted and has fallen asleep. Early morning. When Wen Man awoke, Hua Xiao Ting was already up. His injury seemed to be of no consequence. He was seated in the dining room, drinking coffee and perusing the newspaper. He was attired in a dark gray shirt, complemented by a dark-colored thin tie, as impeccably handsome as ever. Wen Man was somewhat dazed. His gaze settled upon her, and he gently remarked, "You appear to have lost a button." Glanced downward, noting the missing third button on her pale champagne-colored blouse. As she was seated, the edges of her garment parted, revealing a considerable expanse of decolletage. She promptly gathered the fabric, attempting to conceal the exposure. After a fruitless search for the errant button on the sofa, suggested in a measured tone, "Perhaps you should change in the dressing room. Your attire remains here." Remained silent, acutely aware that the opulent garments were tokens of his past affection, each costing thousands. Now that they had parted ways, she felt it inappropriate to accept them. Similarly, despite her fondness for the morning dew, she no longer felt inclined to play it. "I shall avail myself of the guest room," murmured. Having resided here before, she knew where to locate the sewing kit. She repositioned a button from the collar to adequately cover the exposed area. Refrained from washing up, merely refreshing her face. Upon emerging, she met his gaze, set aside his newspaper, and regarded her in silence. "Partaken some breakfast before your departure," he proposed. "It was delivered from a main house this morning." Offered a faint smile. "That would be unseemly," she demurred, found more challenging than most young women. He regarded her thoughtfully. The atmosphere grew tense. Inclined her head slightly and said, "Lawyer, I am deeply grateful for your continued representation of my father. I extend my sincere appreciation. Was profoundly disquieted. S. demeanor towards him was akin to that of an ordinary citizen addressing a prominent figure, despite the intimate experiences they had shared within the confines of this very apartment. Their connection, both in life and in physicality, had been exceptionally harmonious. He grew subtly agitated. With elongated fingers, she picked up the newspaper, her tone nonchalant. Do as you please. When Wan ran with great haste, breakfast was consumed in the car. Upon arriving at the music room, Sister Lee expressed her sincere apologies. Last night, that formidable figure was truly beyond my means to offend. Wen Wan did not cast blame. She softly replied, "It is essential to clarify matters." Sister Lee presented a contract signed by Mr. Zhao for Wen Wan to peruse, and with genuine admiration. She remarked, "Wen Wan, your performance last night was remarkable. You managed to win over the notoriously difficult Mr. Zhao with ease." Wen Wan smiled faintly, fully aware that Ho Shouting's appearance had been a fortuitous opportunity that afforded her this chance. She preferred not to discuss Ho Shouting and refrained from mentioning him. However, Sister Lee divulged another significant piece of news. Last night, that formidable lawyer called me, stating that a relative's child wishes to learn piano and specifically requested you as the instructor. Wen Wan, have you heard of any young relatives in the Ho family? Or could it be that this is indeed Ho Shouting's illegitimate child, hidden from the public eye? Wen Wan pondered deeply. It was not unusual for the Ho family to have young children. It was likely that few would receive special consideration from Ho Shouting. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, she was interrupted by Sister Lee's nonchalant gesture. "We shall know once they arrive." As she spoke, Sister Lee recalled Ho Shouting's fierce words and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Wen Wan, last night did you two engage in anything?" Wen Wan, while sipping plain water, suddenly sputtered, the liquid escaping her mouth. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Sister Lee, a blend of embarrassment and indignation on her face. Sister Lee shrugged. "He mentioned on the phone that you were so exhausted you fell asleep. Naturally, I had my suspicions. Once again, last night, Ho Shouting appeared to be in a state of unfulfilled desire." Wen Wan brushed off her clothes and softly remarked, "No, he sustained a minor injury, and I merely tended to it. There is no possibility for anything between us in the future." Sister Lee expressed her regret. With Mr. Hua's physique, his appearance, and the palpable sexual tension in his gaze, what woman wouldn't be tempted? Just as Sister Lee indulged in her musings, the internal line rang. "Teacher 1, Mr. Hua's family has arrived and wishes to enroll in your VIP course." Chapter 142, Mother. My dear mother. Wen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Sister Lee chuckled. "It seems it's indeed the relatives with a little child." Wen Wan inquired further. The receptionist hesitated on the phone. It's the child's mother who brought her. A lovely young girl." After hanging up, Wen Wan turned to Sister Lee. Rarely inquisitive, Sister Lee speculated, "Do you think it's a child left behind by Ho Shouting during his youthful escapades, and now he is sending her as a show of defiance?" Wen Wan replied, "He is not such a trivial person." Upon saying this, she paused, reflecting on how well she had come to understand Ho Shouting. "I will go take a look." Wen Wan proceeded towards the small reception area, with Sister Lee reluctantly trailing behind, eager for the spectacle. As she pushed open the door, Wen Wan was taken aback. Mrs. Hua and Ho Mingzhu were seated on the sofa. Wen Wan forced a smile and graciously sat across from them. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Mrs. Ho was filled with sorrow. She was deeply concerned for her son, yet he proved to be quite disappointing. It was said that he had a significant falling out with Wen Wan, leading to their separation, and now he was dragging her, at her age, into the limelight. Madame Hua spoke softly. "I heard from Xiao Ting that you have established a music studio. I've been eager to see it, and indeed, it is quite impressive." She pulled Hua Mingzhu closer, saying, "Mingzhu lacks any musical talent, so I thought to send her here to cultivate her artistic sensibilities." Hua Mingzhu retorted, "Mother, I passed the piano grade 10 examination when I was just 10, you know." Madame Hua paid no heed to her. With increasing gentleness, she turned her attention to Wen Wan. "Wan Wan, you wouldn't sever ties with your aunt because of Xiao Ting, would you?" Wen Wan felt a shiver run down her spine as she exchanged glances with Sister Lee. Sister Lee was merely observing the scene, showing no intention of intervening. Wen Wan had to manage the situation herself, responding with grace. Auntie, we only accept children under the age of 16 here. Hua, Mingzhu eagerly chimed in. But I'm still a child. She boldly linked her arm with Wen Wan's, insisting, just consider me as 5 years old, no more. Once again, Wen Wan felt a wave of unease. Sisterly patted her shoulder and stepped out first, unable to contain herself any longer, for staying would surely lead to uncontrollable laughter. Madame Hua blinked softly. I am merely bringing Mingzhu here to learn the piano. Wen Wan, feeling quite helpless, eventually acquiesced. Madame Hua paid the tuition and had the driver deliver a selection of precious supplements, softly stating, I know Xiao Ting has a difficult temperament, and you've endured quite a bit. Wen Wan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed everything. Hua Mingzhu blinked gently. She immediately interjected, I know. You haven't reached the stage of discussing marriage yet. Casting a glance at Wen Wan, she pondered whether the girl was truly naive enough to broach such topics with elders. Even with her mother's open-mindedness, there would surely be some reservations. Wen Wan paused in surprise. Ho Mingzhu clung to her again, insisting, regardless, you belong to me today. I want to indulge in French cuisine, and I wish to go on a date with you. Mrs. Ho, amused by her younger daughter's antics, chose not to intervene. With a smile, she said, Wen Wan, I leave Mingzhu in your capable hands. Wen Wan could only respond with silence. Ho Mingzhu cheerfully urged, Wen Wan, let's enjoy some French food together. Wen Wan found herself contemplating whether to call Ho shouting to take his sister away, but ultimately, Ho Mingzhu lingered in the music room all day. In the evening, she persuaded Wen Wan to accompany her to a French restaurant. Mrs. Ho was also present, elegantly savoring her red wine while observing the two young girls whispering to each other. Ho Mingzhu chattered away, while Wen Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Ho Mingzhu tossed her hair and smiled confidently. Among their circle, she was the most adept at navigating social situations. She firmly believed she had her fiancé under control, convinced that infidelity was merely a common flaw among men. Her presence in City B was intended to. Ho Mingzhu hesitated to continue. However, Wen Wan understood the unspoken truth. That spoiled young girl not only desired to marry her British fiancé, but also harbored aspirations for Ho shouting. Wen Wan remained silent, slowly sipping her soda. Realizing she had misspoken, Ho Mingzhu grasped Wen Wan's hand, apologizing. I'm sorry. Wen Wan, please smile. Wen Wan lifted her gaze to the innocent and charming girl before her, recalling her previous conversation with Ho shouting. She had said a life for a life. Racked with remorse, Wen Wan murmured, Mingzhu, I apologize. Hua Mingzhu appeared perplexed. Wen Wan offered a faint smile, refraining from further explanation. As they neared the end of their meal, Wen Wan prepared to settle the bill, but just as she began to rise, a slender finger pressed down upon the opulent tabletop. Wen Wan glanced up in surprise, her eyes meeting Hua Shouting's. He was particularly radiant this evening, attired in charcoal gray trousers and a sweater, complemented by a black, lightweight overcoat. His refined demeanor, coupled with his profound features, made him the cynosure of the entire restaurant. Hua Shouting's voice possessed a subtle huskiness as he stated, I've already taken care of it. Wen Wan's lips parted slightly as she responded, Thank you. Feeling it was time to depart, she was about to take her leave when Hua Shouting interjected, I'm here to collect my mother and haven't had dinner yet. I trust that teacher Wen won't object to my partaking in a bite. His tone was composed, devoid of any obsequiousness. Bound by propriety, Wen Wan found it difficult to decline. She forced a smile and said, Please, Mr. Hua, feel free to do as you wish. Hua Shouting cast a glance at her. Subsequently, in a rather unconventional move, he refrained from requesting additional silverware and instead took Wen Wan's glass of soda water, taking a sip directly from it. Hua Foreign beamed with amusement. Wen Wan's face flushed with heat as she offered, Mr. Hua, allow me to request a set of utensils for you. There's no need. He countered, his gaze fixed upon her. I don't mind sharing. Wen Wan retorted, Is that the crux of the matter? Her face felt as though it were ablaze. Hua Shouting, having endured a demanding day, was genuinely famished. He ate with alacrity, yet without sacrificing his refined manners. Wen Wan marked the passage of time, constantly contemplating how to extricate herself from the situation. Even she, in her naivete, recognized that this was a snare laid by Hua Shouting. What did he intend? to shatter a heart and then offer a sugary treat as appeasement, as if she, Wen Wan, were merely a pawn in his game. However, Wen Man felt impotent, as the Hua family wielded considerable influence, and she couldn't openly offend them unless she wished to abandon her aspirations and be city. The way teacher, when is looking at me, might lead me to misinterpret things, Shouting remarked, dabbing at his lips. Wen Man retorted, "You're overthinking it." Hua Shouting took another sip from his glass, his gaze now more fervent than before, though his words remained unpleasant. "Is that so? Perhaps. I had assumed that teacher Wen's feelings for me had turned to resentment." Chapter 143. Wen Man, are you jealous? Hua Shouting was uninhibited in front of his elders. Wen Man was genuinely incensed. She gently rose, nodding briefly to Madame Hua. "Madam, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Madame Hua appeared mournful. How was her son conducting his courtship? Shouldn't one be coaxing a girl, not immediately engaging in confrontation? She had never witnessed such a lack of finesse from him before. Madame Hua softly interjected, shouting, "You should see Man off." Wen Man offered a faint smile. "I drove myself here." Hua Shouting did not press the matter. He set down his glass with a touch of self-possession. "There's a brief meeting at the firm tomorrow concerning Wen Boyan's case. I'll take the liberty of informing Miss Wan. Is it necessary for the involved parties to attend? Or—" Wen Man certainly wouldn't allow her father to attend, fearing it would distress him. Thus, even knowing Hua Shouting had ulterior motives, she could only concede. This was precisely what Hua Shouting desired. He maintained his composure. "I shall await Miss Wan at the firm." Wen Man departed in haste. Once she was gone, Madame Hua complained, shouting, "This approach of yours is not working. Is it truly appropriate to pursue a woman in such a manner? Inviting her for a rendezvous at one's professional establishment?" Mr. Hua offered a subtle smile. The rejections he encountered from Ms. Wan were, of course, not matters he would share with his mother. His striking countenance and refined demeanor undoubtedly attracted the surreptitious gazes of numerous young women. Mrs. Hua felt a blend of pride and melancholy.